Synopsis. When aboard R.O.B strikes again, Vermilion Drake is reborn in Remnant, without his past memories but with some overpowered perks, the Falna system from Danmachi and a refined Uchiha bloodline, free of its usual limits. Oh, and he's now part of the most oppressed race in the world. With power, mystery, and challenge ahead, how will Drake shape his new fate? Chapter 1. The first thing the soul remembered was him opening his eyes in a huge white hall with a stupidly bright thing at the end of the hall. Seriously though, why the fuck is this guy so bright? It's more irritating than regal, he wondered to himself while squinting at the weirdo sitting on a huge chair. I'm going to ignore you, just thought that for your own good, the being said before the light coming off of him dimmed considerably. Hang on, did you just read my mind? The soul asked, confused. I did, and no, you can't learn how, the being said with an amused sound. Ah well, can't really blame me for trying, sure would help with picking up chicks though, the soul said with a shrug. The being chuckled, I admit you are far more interesting than the other two guys I pulled before you, honestly they are so passive with women it practically hurts to watch, the being complained. Cool story bro, but what the fuck am I doing here? The soul asked, bored already. Right, got sidetracked there for a minute, so you're dead and I'm God basically, the being said calmly. Yeah, there was a bit contention on that topic, but I only needed to die to answer it. Is it too late to change my religion? The soul asked seriously. Oh yeah, super late because you're dead, so no more choice in that particular topic. On a totally related topic, how would you like to be not dead? The being asked jokingly. Wait for reals, cause I would totes love to be not dead, the soul said excitedly. Cool, one totally legit reincarnation with random perks go, the being said before everything went dark for the soul. An unknowable amount of time passed before the soul felt something again, though this time it was an intense pressure followed by a blinding light. Fuck, the soul yelled, or at least that was what should have come out of his mouth. Instead all that came out was infant screaming, which caught the soul off guard. The fuck? I'm a baby. Why am I a baby? The soul questioned mentally. A huge barrel-chested man with silver hair and green eyes held up the soul with a huge smile. Shit, please don't drop me, I don't want to be retarded, the soul begged mentally. Your name shall be Vermilion Drake from now on, the man said with a proud smile. Alrighty, so before you start asking questions, this is a pre-recorded message, so listen up kid. The world you are in is an alternate version of the original Remnant with very little changes to the world's history, since the prime world is always off limits, but that's besides the point. You have no knowledge of this world because I took those memories along with all of the memories of your past life, so you can't use that as an excuse. Now then, your cheating perks were the Falna system from Danmachi as well as the Uchiha bloodline that didn't need any of that swapping eyes bullshit to reach its ultimate version, also took away the going blind issue as well, had to nix Izanagi and Izanami at the base form though, since otherwise you'd probably just spam it while suicide bombing your enemies. Besides that though, the eyes work the same. Also, I learned from my mistake about how boring the infant and toddler phases are to watch, so I'm going to seal your personality until you're clear of those. Remember to have fun in your new life, I know I will enjoy watching you fuck it up somehow. The being's voice spoke directly into Vermilion's head before he blacked out again. When Vermilion came to again, he found that he had missed 4.5 years, putting him squarely in his kid stage. The unpleasant experience of all of that time's memories flooded into his mind, giving him the worst headache he ever had. I'ma go by Leon from now on, he thought to himself as he processed the information in those memories. So I'm a weird mixed type faunus with bat wings, a tail and horns. If this hybrid isn't called demon faunus, I'll eat my shoe, Leon thought with a snort. To be fair, Leon's mother was a tailed bat faunus while his father was a horned ape faunus, and he got both traits set, so not actually demonic, but he certainly looked the part. His mother was a very petite woman with large ears and a tail, while his father was a behemoth of a man nearly twice his mother's size and positively ripped with muscle. Apparently his race was slowly dragging themselves out of a long history of slavery and segregation. Oh goody, I wonder if faunus lives matter is a thing here. Probably not, but whatever. Now how do I use my cheats, he wonders to himself. It takes Leon 10 minutes to pull up his status, which popped up in front of him after he thought the word status. Wow, I must be dumb, that should have been like the first thing I thought of, but instead I spent 10 minutes looking like a spaz. Go me. Name, Vermilion Drake. Race, faunus, horned ape/tailed bat. Strength, 10, I. Endurance, 10, I. Agility, 10, I. Dexterity, 10, I. Magic, 10, I. Magics, Sharingan, unawakened, semblance, unawakened. Skills, none. Chapter 2. Well, if this thingy is accurate, I really am a noob. Let's fix that, shall we? Leon thought, totally ignoring the fact that he was 4. If my noodle isn't telling me lies, this Falna thing works by getting EXP from killing shit in order to raise the stats. This leaves me with one question, he thought seriously. The fuck am I supposed to kill when I'm 2 feet of solid squishiness? He wondered while looking around for anything useful. Time to go Pokemon hunting, cause I wanna be the very best. Like no one ever was, he hums to himself while waddling out of his room of the house. He stops when he reaches the hallway and sees the stairs going to the ground floor. I may have miscalculated a little, he thinks, finally remembering he was in a 4-year-old body. It's fine, I just need to take this slowly and not get, oh look kitty cat, he thinks distractedly. The sudden switch in attention was all Leon needed to fall over onto the floor. Wooden ceilings, nifty, he thinks flat on his back. It is going to actually require some effort from me, huh? He wonders seriously. Fuck it, I'll worry about having fun later. For now though we need to get down those steps without dying, he resolves himself as he slowly goes down the stairs one step at a time, taking him 30 minutes to get down. Alrighty, let's go find something to kill. And oh my god, what is that thing? Leon backpedals away from the pitch-black dog-sized creature with a white bone mask and horns that was rabidly thrashing in the crate. The creature looked like a demonic rabbit but way larger and definitely trying to destroy the crate it was in. Seriously, what the actual fuck is this thing? He wonders after calming down. Whatever it is, I want fuck all to do with it. Who even leaves something like that in the house with a child? He chastised in his mind before going to find a sharp implement of some sort to stab the trapped creature. Leon was quickly adapting to the limitations of his new body as he searched the house that was oddly empty. He found a rather long kitchen knife that looked perfect for stabbing things since it was about a foot long and sharp. Now let's go put down Bug's evil brother, he thought as he headed back to the crate next to the bottom of the stairs. Leon put on a brave front, but he had never killed anything other than fish before, so he just stabbed into the cage with his eyes closed. The creature screamed as the blade dug into its body and thrashed around even more, leaving Leon no choice but to stab it again and again. Leon just kept stabbing until the creature went silent and he opened his eyes only to see the thing dissolving into black smoke. If I wasn't sure before, I can officially state that whatever that thing was is definitely evil. I can't imagine anything not evil turning into black smoke when it died, he thought seriously before he felt a sudden surge of warmth in his chest that grew the more the creature dissipated. Is this what EXP feels like? It's kinda comfy to be honest, he thought before pulling up his status again only to see it unchanged. Is this one of those things where I have to manually points into stats? Let's go magic since I feel like that's going to be kinda important. Also I really want to spam fireballs, he thought. Focusing on the magic stat causing the status to blur for a moment before clearing up and revealing that the magic stat had jumped up to 35. There was a slight headache accompanying the change, however his thinking became a bit more normal and clear. The headache sucks, but this shit is better than Adderall for my focus, he marveled at the difference. If before he was thinking in 8 different directions, now it was like he was thinking in 7, not major but definitely noticeable. Now to figure out why a 4-year-old has been left unattended for so long, Leon thought while climbing onto the shelf by the open window to look out. He screamed in surprise, stabbing the huge black werewolf creature outside the window in the eye, reflexively killing it. Fucking monsters outside, that's why. Come on god, I literally only just got control of this body, he cursed mentally. The warmth filling his chest as the monster dissolved was far greater than when he killed the rabbit thing. I'm probably going to need a lot more endurance if I'm alone with these monsters, he focused on that stat. Chapter 3. Like last time, the status screen grew blurry before the new status showed up and Leon saw that the werewolf creature seemed to be worth about 40 points since his endurance had jumped to 51. The slight hunger he had vanished, but he didn't feel any different besides that. I'm guessing it's a stamina thing like I thought then, he thought before wondering what he should do now. This is gonna suck, isn't it? He thought rhetorically before pausing and looking at the large black leathery wings on his back. Hang on, can I fly with these? He wondered as he tried moving the wings only for him to figure out that they seemed to work just fine. No time like the present to try to do something stupid in order to survive, he said before trying to take off in the house and face planting into a wall from his lack of knowledge regarding his extra limbs. Fuck, I meant to do that, let's try that again. Up and down can't be that hard, right? He thought before failing for the next 30 minutes and getting more than a few new bruises. Alright, so flying as it turns out isn't like riding a bike. Well, not unless there is a bike with 50 different pedals at various different angles, he thought after eating some food that was canned in a cabinet. Also trying to fly is tiring, I'm covered in sweat and my back aches. I have the sneaking suspicion that my muscles aren't actually strong enough to fly at all yet, he thought as he absently-mindedly checked his status only to raise an eyebrow at the fact his strength, agility, and endurance all increased by about 3 points. Okay, so exercising also increases my stats, good to know. Now I just need to figure out the minimum strength needed to even start flying, he thought before climbing back to the top floor of the house to look out the windows to see if there were more monster nearby. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 more of those werewolf things. I wonder if I can lure one over into range to kill it like the last one, he schemed against the creatures with a wicked grin. The plan Leon came up with was to hang a shirt outside the window and hit the nearest monster with a toy to get it to investigate the shirt, at which point he stabs it in the eye. This very dangerous plan actually worked too, since Leon managed to kill 3 of the monsters before the last 2 seemed to figure out something was wrong. Leon wins, flawless victory, fatality, he cheered in his head seeing the last two monsters leaving. Okay, now split all this wonderful EXP between strength, endurance and agility and take to the skies. Good plan, I like this plan, he thought. His strength rose to 54, his endurance hit 95 and his agility hit 56. The transformation was instant as his body seemed to lose a good amount of baby fat and his muscles felt sturdier. Flatting his wings testily, Leon popped off the ground briefly and he grinned. Houston, we have lift off, now to get a scope of the surroundings. He thought, relieved that fleeing was an option now. The relaxation caused all of the suppressed emotions to flood back into his mind and he goes through fear, anger, despair and sadness all at once, causing him to hear the sound of glass breaking and his vision to improve to superhuman levels in an instant. It took Leon an hour to settle his rampant emotions, letting him check his status again only to be surprised at what he sees. Both his Sharingan and his semblance had awoken, with the former at 1 Tomo and the later apparently called Lesser Vampire. The semblance had a description attached to it so Leon could understand it thankfully. Lesser Vampire let Leon absorb the life force of the things he killed apparently, but as for the use of life force it didn't say. Wings check, horns check, tail check, evil red eyes check, morally questionable powers check. Am I actually the devil or is God fucking with me? He wondered. Either way, I need to stock up on supplies and get the hell out of here before more monsters show up, he thought before ransacking the house for useful stuff and finding an antique sword in a chest in his parents' room which he swapped the knife for immediately. A small backpack filled with a med kit from the bathroom and food was it for the usable stuff. Leon thought about looting the other 5 houses, but the wolf-like howling nearby convinced him against it, for now. Chapter 4. I will find somewhere safe nearby to stay and store stuff before making trips to loot the other houses while I wait for rescue, he thought as he rose higher into the air in a wobbly manner, still not used to flying just yet. He saw a group of 10 of those werewolf monsters rushing through the forest to the small village thanks to his new improved eyesight. Thank you, past me, that would likely have been the end of me had I stayed, he thought as he carefully flew toward the nearby small mountain in hopes of finding a small cave. Looks like I'm in luck. There is a small but deep-looking crevasse on the side near the top. If I am careful I think I can squeeze in just barely. Now how do I land this thing, he thought as he stopped flapping his wings while leaving them open, letting him glide in a wobbly fashion before crashing into the cliffside and sliding down like a cartoon character. Not injured oddly enough, but I definitely need to work on my landings, Leon thinks as he starts squeezing into the small opening. The passage went on at a slight downward angle for 5 minutes before it widened into a small cavern the size of a porta potty. I can always make it bigger, but for now this will do, Leon thought as he dumped his bag and carefully made his way out of the crevasse. Once outside, Leon took to the air again with his dull but pointy swords and headed back to the village that was crawling with those monsters, especially his house. Looks like they aren't very vigilant towards the sky, let's punish them for it, he thought with a vicious smile showing his fangs. He practiced hovering before he flew over so that his plan would work. Leon's wings were very quiet, a property he had discovered during his hovering, so when he positioned himself about 10 feet above the monster furthest from the group it was none the wiser. Here goes something, Geronimo, the mentally yelled as he folded his wings shut and plunged straight down with the sword tip, directly through the monster's neck, killing it. Leon noticed wisp of red mist mixed into the black mist and reached out to grab it instinctively. The moment Leon touched the red mist he felt an intense but pleasant heat travel through his hand into his body only to settle just below his navel. Oh shit man, that was some good stuff right there, life force I take it, he wondered as he got his EXP as well. 1 down 9 to go, let's show these things what a predator is really like, he thought as he took to the sky again. Once more Leon picked off the monsters one at a time, dropping 7 of them before the last 3 fled into the forest. Good, now to loot the other houses for anything useful including all of the pillows. That cave is bumpy and definitely not soft, he thought as he started making trips back and forth from the village in his small cavern. He got lucky in one of the houses and found an old rock breaker shovel that still worked, which he stashed to expand his cave later. He found a plethora of different items in each of the houses, including a huge blank white sign that he wrote, "In cave at mountain, please help," in big bold letters in case he doesn't hear the rescue people. Leon covered the outside of the cave with a blue plastic tarp so that water won't roll into the cave while he slept if it rained. Now then, time to spend this juicy EXP on trying to get all of my stats to 100. He though focusing on doing that, the status updated again with all of his stats at 100, which was the cutoff point to the next letter H, which is what his stats showed. Leon felt that he still had around 2 of those monsters worth of EXP left, which he dumped into his magic skill, bringing it to 142. His body and mind changed drastically as the EXP was spent. Leon was astonished to learn that his focus had increased from 7 direction to 4, making his thoughts far more coherent as well as improving his recall greatly. He became more flexible and quick, and he now had the strength of a 5-year-old despite only being 4. It was only after a good bit of time passed that Leon discovered that he no longer needed as much food to work longer. He kept watch from the entrance in case he missed the rescue people until night started to fall, at which time he said fuck it and turned in for the night, having monster-filled nightmares as he slept. Chapter 5. Leon spent 3 weeks alone before anyone showed up at his cave, having apparently read his sign. During this time he had expanded the cave entrance as well as his living space carefully with the rock smasher. The entrance was just slightly big enough for a grown man to crawl through, since Leon was worried about the monsters getting in if it was bigger. The room of the cave though got the biggest increase, as it was now close to 12 feet from corner to corner with a low ceiling that he used 2 fully extended crutches to support. This expansion only took Leon 3 days to finish, which was quite good considering he only worked for the first 3 hours after he woke up. After those 3 hours Leon moved to access stone out of the cave before hunting monsters. He had discovered a total of 4 types of the monsters after hunting them for a week. The werewolf type was the most common, followed by a bear type monster. The last 2 types were much less common, as the first was the rabbit things and the second terrified Leon when he spotted it, as it was a huge bird type monster that was easily the size of a car. He hadn't even attempted to attack the bird monster, but from what he could tell the rabbit monster was worth a quarter of the werewolf monster in terms of EXP. The bear monster was worth about 3 werewolves though, and were slow, making his drop attack method work very well, making them his preferred targets. Leon had even figured out one of the uses for the life force he took from his kills. If he burned it away, it raised all of his stats slightly depending on how much he burnt. Thanks to this discovery Leon had managed to raise his stats to C, but they seemed to have stopped rising after that despite his efforts. What Leon didn't realize was that despite what his stats said, his body was only 4 and as such had a limit to what its body could take. C ranked stats was the absolute limit his body could safely contain without ruining his future, and so the Falna's safety feature had been activated. To be honest, had the situation not been dire, Leon wouldn't have regained his personality until he turned 6, since that was the optimal time to start training. This wasn't something that the being who reincarnated him planned, but a random twist of fate. Unless the being wanted to have the awkward conversation about why Leon died again without any input on his part, early awakening was the only option. This meant the inbuilt safety features of the Falna reared its ugly head when, if everything went as planned, Leon wouldn't have seen it at all. As recompense for this error, the being manipulated a certain traveler to change his mind and head to Leon's village. Once Leon figured out that he couldn't increase his stats for some reason, he still hunted, but this time to stockpile EXP and life force. After hunting for 5 hours a day, Leon spent the rest of the day watching the village for people bored out of his mind. Had it not been for the C-ranked magic stat, Leon wouldn't have been able to focus so much, but since he only had one directional thinking, he managed. Leon followed this pattern for 2 whole weeks of what he considered self-torture from sheer boredom before he woke up to someone yelling into the entrance to the cave. "Hello, is anyone alive in here?" The man yelled the question into the small cave that he only found thanks to the weathered sign at the village and the blue tarp over its entrance. The cave had signs of human activity, but he was confused why the entrance was so small. This confusion was cleared out when he heard the voice in the cave yell back. Yes, it was a child's voice, he could tell, having heard a similar one not more than 2 weeks ago from his niece. The man heard the sound of footsteps coming through the tunnel and he backed away while standing at the ready, since some Grimm were known to mimic people. What came out of the tunnel was entirely different than anything he expected though. He watched as a small, very dirty faunus child, no more than 4, with the most misleading features he could imagine, walked out of the cave, sword point first. It was easy to see from the wariness in the boy's odd red eyes that he had been hiding here for a good amount of time and took nothing for granted. "Who are you? Did you find my message? Are there more people as well?" Leon bombarded the black-haired person with questions, eager for some kind of conversation. "Chill out, kid, I'm not going anywhere, I promise, but yes, I did find your message. My name is Crow, by the way," Crow said patiently. "Odd name, but who am I to judge?" Leon said with a shrug. Crow raised an eyebrow. "If my name's odd, then let's see you do better," he said with a small smirk at Leon's sass. "Vermilion Drake, but I go by Leon," Leon said with a proud look. Crow raised his hands in surrender. "Yep, you win, that name is awesome," he said, honestly thinking so you wanna come in? It's kinda exposed out here," Leon says while looking around cautiously. "Can I even fit in that hole?" Crow asked, noting Leon's caution but not blaming him at all. Leon nodded. "If you crawl, or crouch walk, you should be fine. Had to make the entrance small to keep out the monsters," Leon said, walking back into the cave. Chapter 6. Crow followed Leon's while trying not to curse at how uncomfortable the trip was for him. Crow could tell that despite the calm front Leon was putting on, the boy was likely scarred from the experience. It was not uncommon for people to have similar reactions after being put into a traumatic situation, and if that sign's age was any clue, Leon had been in this mindset for a good minute. This required a delicate touch, and Crow knew he definitely wasn't the right person for it, but he was the only one here. Leon was also aware of how badly getting dropped off the deep end fucked him up mentally but knew his current mindset kept him alive for the past 3 weeks. It's ironic really, the mind is one of the most resilient things around and yet so easily damaged. I might need therapy after this, what a pain, he thought as he entered the large room he had been living in. It took Crow a bit longer since he needed to crawl but he made it as well. The room had a huge pile of rather unclean pillows in one corner and all of the looted stuff in another. Crow noticed that and grabbed one of the pillows to sit on as Leon put the sword next to him as he Saturday. How long have you been here, kid? Crow asked, breaking the silence. Leon shrugged, about 22 days give or take a day. Not sure how time works since it wasn't explained by my parents before, it happened, Leon said, growing silently briefly at the end. Crow didn't point it out. How did it happen? Crow asked, but Leon shook his head. I don't know, I went to sleep and when I woke up everyone was gone and there were monsters outside, he said honestly. It was hard to kill them at first, I had never killed anything before but it helped, they turned into smoke afterwards. Got easier the more I did it too, Leon said with a far-off look. Crow looked surprised. You've killed Grim already? He couldn't help but ask. Grim? Is that what those black monsters are called? Leon asked curiously. Crow nodded. Creatures of Grim, or just Grim as they are usually called, they have hunted people for as long as people have existed, he explained. I see, and why do they have different forms? Leon asked curious. That's actually one of the things no one knows really. Myth says the god of darkness made them as a soulless form of life but no one is actually certain why they look different, Crow said honestly, happy to try and draw Leon out of his shell. It certainly helped that Leon was starved for human interaction and was metaphorically clinging on to the first person he had seen. God of darkness? Leon asked, confused since the god who sent him definitely didn't seem to have anything to do with darkness. Yeah, one of the twin gods along with the god of light who created the world apparently, Crow said before taking a sip from a metal flask. Kinda early to get drunk isn't it? Leon teased. Crow snorted out a chuckle. Nah, I'm sure it's evening somewhere, he said shamelessly. How old are you anyway? Might have a place for you to go if you aren't too old, Crow said and watched Leon's eyes light up. Really? He asked hopefully. Crow nodded. I'm 4, Leon said honestly and watched Crow let out a depressed sigh. Thought so, most 4-year-old wouldn't have lasted so long, Crow said seriously. Leon nodded. My father always said I was too smart for my age, it helped these things on my back aren't for show, Leon said, stretching out a leathery black wing to show what he meant. I was curious about that. Do you know what animal you have traits for? Because I have no clue, Crow asked interested. Dad said he was a horned ape and Mom said she was a tailed bat. They told me I was a hybrid of the best of both, Leon said seriously. Hybrid type, huh? That's pretty rare from what I understand, only heard of one other a while ago, deer and lizard if I remember right, Crow said taking another sip from his flask. Got any idea what you want to call this hybrid type? The other guy called his Kirin, Crow asked curiously. Leon gave him an, are you serious, look to which he just laughed. Yeah, I guess that was pretty clear already, still demons usually aren't considered in a kind light, Crow said honestly, you need darkness to have light. Who says I can't be a demon to Grim? Leon asked with a fanged grin. Chapter 7. Better the devil you like, right? Crow asked with a smile at the idea. Leon smiles as well. Yup, he said honestly, you are quite lucky that I happen to have a couple nieces who are 3 and 5 that just so happen to have softies for parents. Could probably convince them to take you in if you give them some sad looks, Crow said casually. Leave it to me, Leon said with a mock soldier salute. Crow chuckled. Alright you little imp, got anything in here besides that blade you want to bring along? He asked calmly. Leon brought out a small sack from the pile filled with the jewelry and the fat thumb-sized chunk of gold he found digging out the cave and looting the village. Crow looked at the bag that Leon grabbed with a confused expression until Leon opened it to show the contents. Why do you have all this? Crow asked seriously. Leon was taken back at his tone but figured out how it looked and explained himself. Don't have any money but Mom said stuff like this could be used instead. Is something wrong with that? Should I put it back? Leon asked with serious concern. Crow shook his head. No, your mom was right, I've just seen people steal valuables from others when they didn't need to too many times is all. It's different for you since you may have needed to funds later, he said honestly. This is it though, I don't need the rest and I doubt you can't get food so I will leave all of that here, Leon said honestly. Crow nodded. Alright, let's get out of here, you will slow me down a lot so we need all the time we have, he said but Leon stopped him. You already forgot I can fly didn't you? He asked with a flat expression. Crow would never admit it but he rather enjoyed traveling with Leon since not only was his ability to fly quietly super useful for scouting but the kid was hilarious when he was comfortable. He made jokes about everything and was very good at mimicking others' accents. Ty and Summer felt bad for Leon when Crow finally got reception for his scroll and contacted them. He sent them photos he had sneaked of the kid since he found that Leon hated getting his picture taken the hard way. The best picture in Crow's opinion was the one he got of Leon sleeping where he had his tail held in his hands while one wings was stretched over him like a blanket. It was one of the few times Crow had to admit the kid was pretty adorable despite his close resemblance to the demons of fairy tales. Crow got a kick out of how Summer had already made it clear that they were adopting Leon and Tai had to put up with it. Crow had made sure to warn them about the odd eyes that Leon had and how he seemed able to see energy with them. Crow hadn't been able to make heads or tails of the kid's semblance either despite it being explained to the best of Leon's ability. All Crow knew was that the semblance worked by absorbing some power from the things Leon killed to strengthen him, the other things the energy could be used for were unknown. Crow had solved the reason Leon stopped getting stronger though when Leon asked if he had any idea. It was actually one of the reasons why 6 was the absolute minimum age that someone was usually allowed to unlock their aura. It took a week for Leon and Crow to reach an area with transports to the city near where Tai and Summer lived. Leon got a lot of looks from the people they pasted and more than a few mean comments, but Crow noticed that he didn't seem to care at all what people thought of him. This was concerning for Crow, but as a faunus there wasn't a better mindset to have at the moment, so Crow left it alone. Moves were being taken to bring the faunus in from being segregated, but it was a slow process. Crow laughed his head off when they arrived at Tai's homestead and Leon was fawned and fussed over by Summer. The sheer look of discomfort on Leon's face as she hugged the life out of him and all but dragged him into the house for a bath was great in Crow's opinion. Leon looked like a completely different kid after getting scrubbed down by Summer ridding him of the caked on dark dirt and gunk on him. Leon was very pale with a narrow angular face and silver soft hair with black streaks, while his horns were small but thick ram's horns that were a creamy yellow bone color. The wings and tail however were both black with silver streaks in the fur on them. Crow had to admit that when Leon grew up he would probably look very regal. Chapter 8. Crow's nieces Yang and RWBY were absolutely fascinated by Leon and attached themselves to him as soon as they saw him. He was very patient with them as they pulled and poked his faunus features while looking like an old dog that just didn't seem to mind. This was proven incorrect however when RWBY went to pull on his tail and fell over only for Leon to catch her gently with the tail and set her straight on her feet. Tai had been worried about how the three would get along at first, but this scene caused him to relax. He's a good kid Tai, but he had to survive on his own for 3 weeks alone in a cave. He might take a while to warm up to you all, but he seems to take his relationships very seriously. The kid was practically bending over backwards to please me as we traveled, Crow said seriously. Tai sighed. I am just worried about how he'd react to the treatment his kind get from a good amount of humans, he said seriously. He didn't seem to care on the way here and he got it extra bad due to how he looked, Crow vouched for Leon. That's what I'm worried about. He seems almost unstable with how coldly he is looking around despite being safe, Tai said, and Crow could understand what he meant as Leon scanned his surroundings while watching over the two little girls like he expected to be attacked at any moment. His whole life was ripped apart while he was asleep and he was forced to adapt. Tai, that leaves scars, he just needs time to heal them is all you'll see. Crow said, and Tai hoped he was right. Yang had apparently gotten tired while sitting on Leon's lap and playing with his horns as she leaned against him and fell asleep. Leon wrapped his wing over her like a blanket protectively while remaining still. This scene set Tai more at ease, but the man could be pretty stubborn about some things like the safety of his family. Crow took the opportunity that Leon couldn't stop him to take a picture of the scene while Leon could only glare at the man. To be fair, the Sharingan made the glare quite fearsome, or it would have had Leon not been for and literally covered in sleeping children, as RWBY had also taken a nap while holding his tail. Leon took a few days before he began to leave his survival mode, and all hell broke loose when he did. As he was inconsolable with crying and shivering from the fear and anxiety of all 3 of those weeks catching up to him in waves. Through all of it though, Summer had stuck around to take care of him, more worried about him than anything. He had nightmares for the first week he was there until RWBY had taken to snuggling with him as he slept, her warmth a reassuring constant to ward away the nightmares. The adults had noticed that Leon was fiercely protective of the girls though when a rabid dog had shown up and lunged at Yang. The adults panicked and rushed over, but the dog had already taken deep bloody gouges out of Leon's back as he covered the girls with his body and wings. Tai got rid of the dog quickly but noticed the small pool of blood at Leon's feet and moved to treat the boy immediately as he was going into shock from blood loss. Tai knew that had Leon's aura not been active at the time of the attack he would probably have been killed, or at least that's what he thought, until a red mist rose from Leon's body and Tai watched with wide eyes as the wound stitched together without so much as a scar in front of his eyes. The blood loss was still an issue though, as Leon was still shivering from the cold that losing so much blood brought with it. A few cups of wolfberry and brown sugar tea later and Leon was back to a healthy amount of blood. Tai finally let go of his worries after this, since with Leon willing to sacrifice himself to keep the girls safe, there was no way he would ever purposefully do anything to harm them. Leon never played as much as most kids his age, but he did lighten up considerably over time. Nonetheless, Leon protected the girls like their own guardian devil for the next 2 years until his body matured enough to start training and improving again. Chapter 9. Yang had started her training at 8 since her preferred weapons were God-given right from birth. This was to say her fist, as she kept bothering Tai to train her until he relented and agreed. Leon's Sharingan had evolved to 2 Tomo during these 2 years after he had seen RWBY get picked on by some other kids while they were out and about, and he grew very angry. This change didn't get unnoticed by Tai and Summer, who were worried that his eyes grew stronger when he was exposed to extreme emotions. The new form of his Sharingan was not just far stronger than before, but it also gave him access to the perfect memory that the Yes were well known for. This made him a nightmare to teach for Summer, since he just needed to see something once to remember it perfectly. Add to this his powerful imagination and comprehension ability, and he learned at speeds that left one breathless. Leon didn't need Tai to train him, unlike Yang, but his biggest issue was that he didn't know what weapon to choose after learning about the multiform weapons. The biggest issue with most weapons was their reach, but thanks to the multiform weapons having guns built in, this problem was gone. Leon needed to figure out what weapon was the best suited for his unique build, which included his wings and tail. After thinking about it seriously for about a week, Leon decided to fuse 2 different weapons with similar styles together, the scythe and the spear. The reason for this decision was that spears excelled at stabbing things, while correct usage of a scythe could grapple and slash with great precision. Mix these 2 weapons together and you get a weapon that is hard-pressed not to be a pain in the ass to counter. The way Leon went about creating his monstrous weapon was by using his Sharingan to memorize the entire Vale library selection on engineering, weapon creation and forging. After spending 2 days digesting the information, Leon got busy sketching the weapon in all of its forms while working out the kinks in the design as he did so. The gun was easy to set into the weapon as he had most of the shaft to work with. The biggest problem was seamlessly transitioning from spear to scythe without ruining the weapon's structural integrity. The solution to this was a special grip on the shaft that he could work to activate the mechanism inside the weapon that switches the 1-foot spear blade to the 2.5-foot scythe blade that was thinner, since its purpose was different to the spear form. The functional engineering done, Leon focused on making the weapon as intimidating as possible, adding thorns of metal for appearance in places that doesn't hurt the functionality. At the joint where the changing mechanism was located, Leon added a metal grim mask of his own design that doubled as a small shield in a pinch. The final weapon looked pure evil in all of its forms, suiting the devil persona he wanted to adopt. The entire weapon was collapsible as well, making it far more portable for Leon, and he now needed to get the materials for the weapon. Thanks to the sack of loot Leon gave to Tai and Summer for an equivalent amount of lean, Leon had just barely what he needed for his weapon. Knowledge is great and all, but when Leon actually tried creating the weapon, he came across difficulties in the form of a lack of skill. Many curses and a few naps later, and Leon finally finished his frankly horrifying weapon, and it fit him perfectly. Next came actually training with the weapon, and loath as he was to admit, he actually needed Crow to come back to figure out how to use the weapon fully due to the super fine attention to detail scythe work required. It took a month for Leon to familiarize himself with the weapon and 2 years to master it. Summer had left on a mission during these 2 years, and word of her perishing in an ambush came back. The sadness Leon felt at the news was enough to push his Sharingan to its mature form with 3 Tomo. Everyone was at a low point for months after that, but Crow and Tai both put aside their own grief to take care of Leon and the girls. Leon was the biggest worry for them after his eyes evolved, as he had began to fly off early in the morning and only come back late at night with his weapon showing a huge amount of new battle scars. The fact that Leon was literally glowing red with life force told them exactly what he had been doing, and it wasn't a healthy outlet. Chapter 10. You need to stop, Leon, this isn't what Summer would have wanted, Tai said seriously. Leon glared at him. And what else am I supposed to do besides slaughter Grim, write sad poetry? He asked angrily. Crow sighed. Look kid, I get it, you are angry at the Grim for taking her from us, but you are literally glowing from the energy you have taken. If that's good for you, I'll eat my flask, he said seriously. Leon deflated as the anger left him at those words. He could feel his body struggling to contain the lake of life force in him. Tell, how do you get rid of this crushing sadness in my chest? It's like I swallowed a stone and it refuses to go down, Leon asked tiredly. Tai sighed. You don't, you just learn to live with it, some just handle it better is all, he said honestly. Why do you think I drink so much kid? It dulls the pain, at least a little, Crow said honestly. Do you know how these eyes work? Leon asked, surprising the two men. The activator is the first surge of intense emotion, mine activated during that time, he said, but the two men stayed quiet. The second is from intense anger. I got that when I saw RWBY getting bullied because of me. The third form is from the sorrow of loss, that is what gave me my eyes and the dreadful power that comes with them. I'm scared of what comes after the third form, the activator for that is the loss of what you hold most dear, Leon said, relieved to speak it out. Tai and Crow on the other hand were horrified at the details pertaining to the Sharingan's awakenings. The worst part is that these eyes made me more powerful the further along they are. The first form improved my eyesight and let me see energy currents. The second improved the same abilities to the first multifold but also made it impossible to forget anything I see. This third form did the same as the second on a greater scale but also enabled me to trap those who look into my eyes in an illusion of the mind where I can inflict terrible suffering without even touching them. The form after this strengthens the abilities of this form to much higher levels but also has abilities based on my own personality and experience at the time. Leon explained how the Sharingan functioned. How do you know so much about your eyes? Crow asked, worried, since those eyes sound like a terrible curse. Suffering in order to gain strength is just cruel no matter how you look at it. It's a sort of instinct, I suppose, like how you know how to breathe from birth. I am the first person to have these eyes, the progenitor if you would, Leon said seriously. Tai looked horrified. You mean your children will also have these eyes? He asked, concerned. Leon nodded. It's tied to my bloodline, I can feel it. My children and their own for an uncountable number of generations will have the ability to awaken these eyes, Leon said honestly. Do you know where you got your eyes from? Crow asked, having a suspicion. Probably the same way Summer and RWBY got theirs if the energy flow around them is like my own. Not that I can tell since the flow has to be where I can see it and you can't truly ever look at your own eyes, Leon said seriously. Wait, you knew this whole time about their eyes? Tai asked incredulously. Leon chuckled a little. It seems you have Crow's bad habit of forgetting details that I just said. First form energy vision, remember, Leon said jokingly. Wait, if you could see energy flows this whole time then, Crow started, but Leon cut him off. Yes, I am aware of your oddity. Unlike Summer and RWBY, whose eyes are part of their flow, you look like something of a totally different color was added later, Leon said calmly. I wasn't sure if that was normal when we first met, but after seeing other people's flows it became pretty clear that you were different, Leon says, staring at the shattered moon. Not much of a secret if someone learns about it so easily, Crow said with a tired sigh. To be fair, my eyes are cheats for this kind of thing, Leon said with a chuckle. Just don't go all, it's a shame you saw that die, like some sort of villain, and I won't ask what it is, Leon said jokingly. Crow smiled and chuckled. Yeah, I think I can live with that, he said while sitting next to Leon along with Tai, just staring at the starlit sky. Chapter 11. Leon didn't go charging off to terrorize the local grim population anymore after that, but he did still kill them regularly. Leon had another problem though after Summer died, and that was that he and the girls needed to start attending school since Summer was the only one qualified to teach them. It was fine for Yang since she seemed to make friends easily, but RWBY and Leon were less socially inclined for two different reasons. RWBY because she was noticeably awkward and Leon because he looked evil no matter how you looked at him. This suited them fine though, since despite having no one helping them they were always at the top of their class. It was funny that RWBY was actually trying to beat Leon in academics while he had more knowledge than every teacher in the school. Sharingan were broken in a scientific world that had public libraries, a fact Leon abused maliciously. RWBY and Leon quickly skipped grades to catch up with Yang's class that was on second-year material. RWBY got stuck with Yang in that class, but Leon moved forward, skipping 2 more grades, putting him in the 4th-year class filled with 12-year-olds who gave him all sorts of looks. Most of those looks were quickly turned to jealousy however when Leon slept through all of the lessons but still came out at the top of the class. Some of the less friendly members of the class tried to teach him a lesson, as it were only to get trapped in an illusion of trees growing out of them slowly. Tai got called in after that incident, but since all of the witnesses said that Leon had never even moved from his spot after the group approached him, he got let off despite the principal obviously wanting to get rid of Leon. Care to tell me what that was about? Tai said in his angry dad voice. Okay, so first you sent me, the guy with perfect recall, to a school for normal children. Second, those guys wanted to bully me, so I only gave them a light warning. Leon defended himself, but Tai didn't look like he was having any of it. They were foaming at the mouth, Leon, he admonished, and Leon looked away sheepishly. Okay, so maybe trees growing out of them was a bit too much, but how was I supposed to know they were so weak-willed? Leon said defensively. They were kids, Leon said angrily. Leon looked offended. And what, am I, an old man? He said, acting mock hurt. Tai rubbed his eyebrows. Getting mad at you is like punching a rubber wall, he said tiredly. Leon grinned. Yes, and if you weren't so stubborn we wouldn't have this problem now, would we? Leon said snidely. You and I both know that after that time at the library this building for children became little more than an inconvenience for me, he said irritably. Yes, Tai could have just had Leon tested out of the school, but he had stubbornly refused even after Leon solved an entire college-level book of math problems in 30 minutes. Even Crow had tried to convince Tai not to send Leon to a school for normal kids, but the man stood firm. I stand by my decision, and no more cruel illusions. Tai put his foot down firmly. Ugh, fine, no more painful illusions, Leon said with a groan. Tai just gave him a look. I said cruel illusions, not painful, he corrected Leon with a stern look. Leon reluctantly agreed to Tai's request, but when the group showed up to try again, Leon had them walking in circles. Again Tai was called in and the man gave Leon his most withering gaze, but Leon just smiled and acted like he did nothing wrong. Circles seriously? Tai asked disapprovingly. Hey, it wasn't a cruel illusion, I kept my word, Leon said defensively. Oh yes, and making them look like idiots was so much better, Tai said sarcastically. Leon shrugged. To be fair, they were very bright to begin with. Seriously, what kind of idiot seeks out the person that made them think trees were growing out of them painfully, Leon said honestly. Still, I'm getting a lot of heat for these incidents. A lot of people are wondering if you are actually a demon rather than a unique-looking faunus, Tai said seriously. As if to mock that sentence, RWBY tackled Leon playfully. Have it, the foul demon, she cried with a huge grin. No. Curse thee, sir, RWBY is foiled again. Leon fell over dramatically while playing along. Chapter 12. Leon got what he wanted as Tai tested him out of school, entirely letting him focus on training. Leon maxed his level 1 Falna with 999 in all 5 stats, but he was missing a feat to push him into level 2. Feats were odd things in Leon's opinion, as it could be something as easy as winning a spar with someone to as brutally difficult as you killing an enemy who you have no business fighting to begin with. The harder the feat, the better the level up reward might be. That's right, it isn't even guaranteed to be worth it. Why can't it be something easy like punch a hunter in the face or something? This is just crazy. Leon though while dodging the downward smash of the Alpha Ursa. Ursa were bear-like Grim with short bone spikes on their spines. The Alpha versions of Grim were usually bigger, meaner and more intelligent versions of the normal Grim types. This Alpha Ursa was easily 3 times bigger than a normal Ursa and had even more spikes on its back. Leon knew that this thing could give him his feat, but he also knew he had no business being anywhere near it. Alpha Grim were known to give freshmen at Beacon problems, much less little 9-year-olds with too much power. YOLT, Leon yelled as he charged the big fuck-off Grim with his weapon, Calamity. The Grim looked at him confused but not questioning the free meal that was coming at it all on its own. The Grim smashed its right paw at Leon, bringing us back to the present time where he dodged the attack with a flap of his wings, redirecting him out of the way. A sliding swing of Calamity gouged out a long cut on the Ursa's arm, causing it to roar, now angry at the tiny person's act of defiance. Leon knew better than to remain still and launched himself into the air as the Ursa charged him. A twist and pull of the switch on the shaft switched Calamity to spear form, and Leon spun the weapon blade side down and stabbed deep into the Ursa's back while careful not to impale himself on the spikes. The Ursa reared up while roaring to shape Leon off its back, but he fired the rifle part of the weapon, pushing the blade deeper into the Grim. Seeing the Ursa about to try and slam Leon into a tree, he actually let go of the weapon and leapt off the side of the Ursa. The Ursa finished Leon's work for him when its slam pushed the blade all the way through its heart and out of its chest. Wool. Take that, you oversized teddy bear, Leon yelled gloatingly at the dispersing corpse of the Alpha Grim. The feel of the EXP was different this time, thicker and more substantial feeling. Interestingly, Leon noted that this new EXP didn't fuse with his already existing EXP pool but settled next to it. Guess this feat EXP is some real gourmet shit right there. Let's level up in this bitch, Leon said to no one in particular before spending all of his EXP on the level up in hopes of getting some good stuff. Leon felt oddly hollow after using all of his EXP, but he could feel the difference from before he leveled up and opened his status. Name, Vermilion Drake. Race, Faunus, horned ape/tailed bat. Level, 2. Strength, 10I. Endurance, 10I. Agility, 10I. Dexterity, 10I. Magic, 10I. Magics, Sharingan, 3 Tomo, Semblance, Vampire. Skills, Devil's Due. Having chosen the path of the demon, it is only right that the power of the deal is yours to use. Beware that the terms of a deal bind even the devil and he'll get his due. Leon knew that his strength hadn't actually regressed like what his status made it seem like, so he ignored that and focused on the important parts. His semblance had been improved to just Vampire, which increased his life force storage ability and let him directly steal life force at a heavy amount penalty. The biggest change, however, was the skill he had gained, Devil's Due, that he gained from both spending all of his stored EXP, which was a lot, as well as choosing to be a demon to Grim. This skill ironically was useless for the Grim but let Leon make deals with people that were supernaturally reinforced. This meant that both parties needed to adhere to the conditions of the deal or suffer the penalty, which Leon admittedly didn't know what it was. Chapter 13. The first thing Leon did after hitting level 2 was pull the life force out of the dying tree the Ursa smashed into. Trees had a huge amount of life force but died extremely slowly, which is why Leon didn't use them. Now that he could just directly take the life force at a huge penalty, he wasted no time at all filling up his new reservoir with the tree. During this time living with Tai and the girls, Leon had discovered another use for life force. It turned out that Leon could heal others with his stored life force in an inefficient manner. Leon's semblance was actually very versatile with the various different things that life force could be used for. Having finally reached level 2 at the tender age of 9, Leon noticed that he needed to put in a crazy amount of work in order to level up. Why is this so hard? Danmachi made it seem so fucking easy, he griped mentally as he flew back to the homestead. Yang was out training in the yard as he could see from high up in the sky. Leon wasn't the fastest flyer, but he could still make good speed, which he showed when he tackled the girl. Gotcha, he yelled as they rolled a few times. Dang it, Leon, how many times have I told you not to do that? Yang said, angrily pounding her little fist on his chest. And how many times have I told you to pay attention to your surrounding while you train? Leon retorted with a chuckle. Honestly, I'm a big dark spot in the sky, how you keep letting this happen is beyond me, and you apparently, he teased her playfully. She huffed angrily and got off of him while pulling the grass and dirt out of her long messy yellow hair. Do you know how hard it is to keep this hair clean? She asked irritably. Leon rolled his eyes. No, because my hair is naturally like God's dang silk, and you and Ruby kept petting me like I was a cat when I tried growing it out, he said with his own irritated voice. But it's so soft, she exclaimed defensively. That's all well and good normally, but you still insist on sleeping in my bed and clinging onto me like you're the ape Faunus in that situation, Leon shot back. You are mine and I refuse to let you go, Yang said firmly, leaving no room for argument. That's not how this works, Leon exclaimed. Nope, all mine and that's final, Yang said, not even arguing. Leon knew from experience that he couldn't win this argument because Yang simply refused to admit that he also gets a say in the matter. What's worse is that when Leon went to Tai and Crow for help, all he got was, "You're on your own, there we know better," before they shoot him off like it was contagious. Fuck, puberty is gonna suck with Yang clinging onto me so much. At least Ruby is an obedient little ball of energy, he thought, diving off the cliff into the nearby sea after separating from Yang. He had changed into swimwear beforehand of course, but the cold water felt amazing over his lean form as he hit the surface. Despite neither side of his Faunus heritage being aquatic in nature, being under the water always relaxed Leon as he was pushed and pulled by the water's current. Something about the constancy of the sea appealed to Leon, and he tended to celebrate his good days in the surf at the bottom of the cliff. The local cliff seals were used to Leon by this point and tended to either ignore him or try and play with him depending on their mood. Today was no different as the seals swam around Leon on their foraging for the cliff barnacles they mainly ate. Relaxing for a few hours, Leon decided to head back home since he had some wicked ideas for his new skill. Like every time he swam, Leon needed to get a shower when he got back to wash off the salt and sediment on him before eating dinner and going to bed. Leon woke up early the next day and headed for the city of Vale, a few miles away from the homestead. Like all capital cities, Vale had its own seedy underbelly that dealt in the less than legal side of things. This was Leon's target, his plan, secretly expanding his influence through the power of the deal. And would you look at that, my first customer, Leon thought, looking down at a homeless man that was missing a leg. Chapter 14. The man looked healthy minus his missing leg, but the thing that caught Leon's eye was that the man had his aura unlocked. This meant that the man was likely a hunter fallen on hard times, so he couldn't afford a prosthetic, but Leon was a master engineer who could replace that limb with ease, making the man a prime deal target. Leon landed slowing in front of the man with a Cheshire grin and a bow. Vermilion Drake, at your service, he introduced himself grandly. The man looked at Leon suspiciously. Are you real? I'm not seeing things right, he asked doubtfully. Oh no, this is certainly not a hallucination, not that I blame you for doubting your vision. My visage tends to have that effect on people, I'm afraid, Leon answered reassuringly. The man gave Leon a once-over with his piercing blue yes and then sighed. What can washed up has been like myself help you with, kid? The man asked self-depreciatingly. Leon's grin widened. It's not about what you can do for me, but what I can do for you. Before we get to that though, what's your story? Leon asked, playing his part flawlessly. The man looked at Leon in surprise and a small flicker of hope. I used to be a hunter, but I grew complacent and stopped training after graduating from Beacon. It wasn't noticeable at first, but over a couple of years I lost my edge. So when the time came for me to fight off an attacking grim horde, I lost my leg to a Beowulf that blindsided me. Since I hadn't actively hunted, I lacked the funds to replace my leg, and eventually I ended up here begging others to survive. The man told Leon the short version of his tale with a reminiscing look. Leon nodded after hearing the man's tale. Today just so happens to be your lucky day. You see, I just so happen to need capable people working for me. But I have standards, see, I won't work with those more likely to stab me in the back after I give them a helping hand. You though seem just like the kind of person who would do anything to get on your feet again as it were, Leon said with a charming smile. So you would replace my leg and help me get my life in order if I work for you? The man asked in disbelief. Leon nodded, something along those lines. No need to worry about you doing anything evil either, since while I intend to dip my hands into some shady business it won't be terrible things like human trafficking or any of those foul things, he said honestly. The man looked deep in thought for a minute before smiling. Fuck it, I'll make a deal with the devil, it's the only offer available to me after all, he said with a hopeful gaze at Leon. So the terms of the deal are that I will replace your leg and improve your quality of life in exchange for you working for me loyally until I release you or you die. Are these terms acceptable? Leon asked, all business while holding out his hand. I can agree with these terms, the man said with a smile while taking Leon's hand. A red chain of life force coiled out of Leon's arm over their fist and into the man's arm before vanishing. Then the deal is struck and the die is cast. Welcome to the team, Leon said while pulling the man onto his remaining foot. Are you sure you're real? Because I'm really thinking I just made a deal with the actual devil here. Name's Eric by the way, Eric said curiously. Leon shrugged. Since I look like this and have this power I figured I may as well play the part. Now let's get you cleaned up and set in a hotel room for a few days until I can sort out your prosthetic, Leon said while helping Eric walk towards a clothes store. Eric would come to realize that accepting this deal was the best decision he ever made in the future. Leon got Eric some new clothes and a trip to the barber, making him look like a dirty but respectable person before renting him a room at a good hotel for 2 weeks. Leon left Eric some money for takeout before heading back to the homestead to begin his work after getting Eric's measurements. The money Leon was using for all of this was what he got taking jobs from the community board, usually hunting jobs to kill Grimm. The prosthetic Leon designed was retrofitted with advanced nerve connection wiring and was basically a fully mechanical recreation of the muscle and bone structure of a human leg. Leon slapped on the artificial skin and the thing looked and felt no different than a real leg but was far more durable. Chapter 15. The entire process of creating the most advanced prosthetic in the world took Leon 3 days, mostly because the mechanical wires took him a day to acquire. The hospital took a small fee to install the prosthetic while putting Eric under anesthesia. He woke up a few hours later and had a hilarious expression when he groggily stood on both of his feet and froze when it registered. The doctor who installed the prosthetic kept asking where it came from due to how stupidly ahead of literally everything on the market the thing was. It took Eric a few hours to get over how thrilled he was being able to actually feel the ground under both of his feet. Can't thank you enough for this, boss. You need anything, just say the word, Eric said honestly. It was part of the deal, don't worry about it. What was your semblance? Need to know so I can figure out what suits you best, Leon said while the two of them sat in a fancy restaurant. Tremor, it let me send out controlled shockwaves when either I or something else struck me, Eric explained while tearing into a steak. Retaliation type, huh? Not bad at all. Ever used the tremor on yourself to create a stronger tremor? Leon asked while calmly forking a bit of pasta. Eric froze mid-bite. Now that you mention it, that might actually work. Good idea, boss, he said excitedly. We need more people before I can get started in the shadier parts of the city, Leon said calmly. Eric nodded. I might know a couple of people in need of second chances, he said seriously. Eric wasn't lying either. There were quite a few disabled hunters in the city down on their luck. Time passed after that and a name had risen to prominence in the underworld of Vale as the guy who got things done but had a clear bottom line, the Grim Devil. Leon accumulated power, wealth and resources at a rapid pace thanks to the power of the deal. No one double-crossed Leon after the first few people were devoured by bloody red energy chains. Leon even made friends with the spider organization that had their fingers in every pie. Crow had learned of Leon's activities at some point and confronted him about it. Leon made it clear that he didn't just maliciously attack people or even do any of the worst things that existed in that side of the world. Leon's group, dubbed the Devil's Den, helped far more than they harmed, as he pointed out the frankly stupid amount of disabled hunters who had come to work under his umbrella. Crow eventually admitted that Leon was right but that he didn't want to hear about the organization hitting the wrong sort of crime. Leon had even opened a nightclub that served as the hub for his activities named after the group itself. Leon ran a tight ship with the activities of his group as he had every activity logged on a secure unhackable scroll that he stored in a spot only he knew. It came as quite a surprise to Leon when the headmaster of Beacon himself showed up at his club seeking an audience. Leon sat on the thick leather chair with Ojban himself sitting on the nearby armchair of the office that Leon used exclusively for meetings. Ojban stared at Leon's eyes for a moment before addressing Leon. It was quite hard to believe when Crow spoke of you and your special traits after he found you, Ojban said calmly. And this is the part where you try and admonish me for entering this line of business at such a young age, right? Leon asked sarcastically. Ojban chuckled. Quite the contrary, I very much approve of your actions. The underworld has existed for as long as humanity itself. I know better than to hope crime would simply vanish. So when someone with a clear moral code and the mind to harness that chaotic element of society shows up, I can appreciate it. It also helps that you tend to give people second chances for a simple deal. I believe the phrase was, Ojban asked rhetorically. I admit when you brought up Crow I had thought he had sent you to convince me to leave this business, Leon said honestly. Ojban smiled and shook his head. He only wants the best for you, you know, he said calmly. Leon nodded. I am aware, but someone needs to rule the shadows and I just so happen to fit the bill, but enough about that. I doubt you are here to talk about such a thing. Leon changed the subject. Chapter 16. You are correct, that is not why I am here. I am here for you specifically. It had always been my intention to offer enrollment at Beacon for you due to your unique constitution, Ojban said, but Leon cut in. My eyes specifically, he said, and Ojban nodded. Yes, the description you gave Crow sounds like the creation of the less friendly of the twin gods, the god of darkness. It would make sense as well since I believe his brother the god of light also created a group of eyes that have shown up throughout history, Ojban said, and Leon had a look of recognition. Summer and Ruby's eyes, he said. Ojban nodded. The Silver-Eyed Clan, the ultimate Grim Slayers. At least until now anyways, he said while looking at Leon. Did Crow tell you how these eyes work? Leon asked seriously, and Ojban nodded. Then you know how much of a curse they are along with the power they grant. Leon said seriously. Yes, I am aware of that, but these eyes of yours are more focused than the power of the silver eyes, more suited for hunters as it were. The silver eyes not only required years to master but drain the user ever use, leaving them vulnerable. Your eyes however are far less potent, true, but at the same time they are also easier to wield, Ojban said, trying to be convincing. You do realize I deal with manipulative people constantly, right? Leon asked calmly. Ojban just smiled. I'm just stating facts is all, he said calmly. Oh, I know, but it is why you are doing it that gave you away. I will be enrolling eventually anyways since I already do the job of a hunter to begin with, but that will only be after a few years at most, Leon said calmly. Ojban could only respect the boy sitting across from him. He had not only become a very successful crime lord in a small amount of time, but he had all the makings of a legend. Ojban was practically giddy at the idea of such a person enrolling at his academy. It would certainly liven things up considerably. What Leon hadn't realized was that despite being a student, Ojban had no intention of putting him in a class with the normal students. In fact, Ojban wasn't even going to have Leon enter a team at all. Such things would be wasteful to Leon thanks to his eyes and clear hunting prowess. The fact is that none of the teachers at Beacon were qualified to teach a monster like Leon. So what was Leon going to be doing instead at Beacon? Hunting. Leon would hunt in a live combat situation in the areas around Beacon that had alarming amounts of grim thanks to a certain item there. The best part was that Leon would be assigned random teams of other students to teach periodically. If that was the only reason you were here, I believe you have wasted both of time, Leon said. All business again? Certainly not, I am also here about your business, Ojban said, cool as a cucumber. The following conversation was just Ojban going over all of the things Leon's group did and negotiations about a few things such as the mercenary function they filled. Ojban and Leon were nothing if not thorough about the details. Once the conversation was done, the two shook hands and formalized the deal between them. Ojban was fascinated by the process of deal sealing and asked if Leon could tell him how it worked, but accepted when Leon refused. It took Leon a year to set up the group to function without his direct influence on anything minus the huge deals. That was also the year puberty decided to sucker punch him in the face and give him a hellish time since Yang had started to get handsy while she was asleep. He shot up in height over that year, reaching close to 6 feet tall despite being 11. Leon didn't get much hunting done that year, so his Falna had only increased to G in his stats from his daily training. The 2 years after that though, Leon went on a hunting spree, merely showing up again periodically to check in with his group, Tai, and the girls. Yang was very not happy about this and made her displeasure felt by Leon when he showed up. Thankfully Leon had brought his stats to A during this time so he could handle all of her fiery rage as she tried to beat him down. RWBY had also created her own weapon, a gun scythe similar to Leon's but only having the collapsed form and the scythe form. Chapter 17. At 13 Leon towered over most people at close to 7.5 feet tall. This was because having had his Falna active since he was 4 along with his level up right at puberty had made his body grow in the most optimal manner for his genes. Leon easily passed as a 15-year-old, which greatly helped his shady business since few criminals wanted to respect a child. Looking at a 7-foot-tall muscular demon that ran most of Vale's underworld however was a very different story. Thanks to his mother's genes, Leon wasn't gorilla-like like his father but a perfect mix of lean and wide. Leon's face was tall and angular with wide cheekbones and a sharp wide chin. He was easily supermodel levels of attractive. Leon had gotten into the habit of wearing an emerald green suit with gold embroidered edges that was personally designed by a tailor that Leon made a deal with. The man was masterful with his fabrics but was going bankrupt from the machine-made clothes and in desperation sought out Leon hoping he could strike a deal. Leon kept the man's business afloat in exchange for the man's loyalty and tailor services, a deal Leon was very happy with to this day. Leon hadn't only made a name for himself in the underground areas either, Leon had his own corporation that specialized in all forms of technology. It was a small company but despite that every major company in the world had tried to buy it out from under Leon. The reason for this was because Leon had revolutionized the prosthetic and shipping industries. The company called Titan had a full line of Leon's prosthetic designs as well as anti-kinetic safety crates that sent out weak electromagnetic waves that removed the momentum of the crates while they were in motion. These crates meant that the loss of product due to crates falling for whatever reason was all but eliminated. R.O.B himself had secretly commissioned Leon to revamp Beacon and Vale's anti-Grim defenses. These upgrades only showed up when Grim were detected as they were built below ground normally to prevent tampering. Leon went all out with the anti-tampering mechanisms too, as to do so would require a frankly crazy amount of steps, each harder than the last. It would be easier to just destroy the things. Leon avoided getting into the vehicle field however, since he knew how easily they could be used for the wrong things. Robotics were another field Leon avoided since there were far too many movies about high-end tech betraying mankind and turning homicidal. With so much material saying why not to go that route, Leon religiously avoided it. Some people tried to create robot spies at one point using Leon's prosthetics for the limbs and a custom core and head for the rest. The result was less than good considering that the fresh robot worked far too perfectly and eventually wanted human rights, needing it to be destroyed by the creator. Leon was dragged into that civil case due to his company's product being used in such a manner which was in breach of their terms of service. Leon wasn't in trouble from the event, but to avoid prison the creator had tried to blame him, which got him involved. As an underworld lord, Leon had a full team of lawyers who ripped those people apart in the courtroom like piranhas on cocaine. The terms of service were ironclad thanks to Leon working out all the tiny loopholes in them. Yang had started to develop her womanly aspects and had been making sure that Leon knew it too. Thanks to puberty he had a hard time ignoring them as well, especially when she trained that caused her body to wiggle alluringly. Leon was a stubborn man though and knew that until she turned 16 he had no plans of getting anywhere near that issue. It helped that he was only 13 himself and sex at such an age might be bad for him. RWBY had also started to fill out, though not nearly as curvy as Yang but attractive nonetheless. 2 more years passed and Yang had enrolled at Beacon while Leon had also enrolled secretly to mess with her. RWBY had been also allowed to enroll due to her high school scores and R.O.B allowing her in. Leon had maxed out his stats again during this time and even managed to level up thanks to him finally matching up with Crow in strength and skill, which he apparently considered a high achievement. Chapter 18. Leon fought Crow to a draw. This meant that Leon had matched up to a professional hunter who spent most of his time doing dangerous mission. Leon had all but idolized the grumpy middle-aged man for as long as he could remember, so matching him so a true achievement for Leon. This had allowed Leon to reach level 3, at which time he mentally hoped for some kind of spell. He wasn't disappointed either as he found an instant cast spell called Hellfire. The spell summoned a spark of silver and black fire that he could control at a constant variable mana cost. The fire was easily the most destructive thing Leon had, since the intense heat was enough to wither the surroundings instantly and when fully unleashed erased everything in its way. Leon immediately knew he had finally found a way to use his tail in combat. It took the rest of the time before entry to Beacon was scheduled, but he figured out how to summon the fire at his tail rather than his hands. Leon left after Yang and RWBY did, since he wasn't going to be taking the transport thanks to the fact he could fly to Beacon safely. "It's a beautiful day up here, Houston, not a cloud in sight. Oh fuck bird," Leon sputtered after flying into a rising hawk when he was distracted. "Sorry about that," he yelled at the bird that managed to right itself in midair after he fit it. "Wait, does that make me an airplane?" he wondered but decided against it. It didn't take Leon long to catch up with the transports that flew at a decent speed but not super quickly. Leon posed for the people looking at him from the windows of which RWBY herself was included and waved. Leon waved back before accelerating to pass the transport, leaving the pilots gawking at him as he got further and further away. Beacon was not a new place for Leon since he had been here to chat with R.O.B as well as to install its anti-Grim defenses. Beacon was built on a huge scale with several different cultural styles built into the architecture. The most common was late Victorian era type though, as most of the buildings were made of brick and wood, and he sticks the landing, Leon said with a grin as he gently landed on the stone docking platform building's roof. Now to wait for those two to show up. Should be interesting to see how RWBY acts on her first day, he thought while sitting down to wait, since he beat the transport here by a good 30 minutes. The bulky transports docked nice and easy and would-be students started to leave them with their luggage. Out of all of these people only one noticed Leon looking over everyone and stared at him in confusion until he waved. This seemed to spook the girl as she flinched before waving back and leaving. A few people saw the girl's actions and tried to figure out what she was doing, but their perception was terrible. None of those people had bothered to look up as they scanned the area for whatever the girl had waved at, causing them to miss Leon entirely. Young and Ruby were some of the last people off the transport, along with a black-haired faunus girl who was hiding it for some reason. Young ditched Ruby after that, and Ruby seemed depressed until she tripped over what Leon recognized immediately as Weiss Schnee from his business. To be more specific, Ruby tripped over the heiress's luggage, which turned out to be dust after she started shaking a bottle in Ruby's face. Leon started gliding down quietly towards the two, as just like Leon thought, the powdered dust caused Ruby to sneeze and ignite it. See, this exactly what I was talking about, carelessness. Weiss was going on angry rant until Leon spoke up from behind her. Is there a problem, Miss Schnee? He asked with a friendly smile. The girl turned around and froze in fear at the hulking mass of muscled man right there. She blushed in embarrassment and managed to look up at Leon's face and froze again when she recognized it. Vermilion Drake, she exclaimed in surprise. I go by Leon actually, though don't tell your father since he might try to get a discount, Leon said with a chuckle. What are you doing here, Leon? Ruby asked in confusion. Leon looked at Ruby with the same smile. I'm a first year here, same as you and Young, wanted to make it a surprise, so surprise, Leon said while making jazz hands. Chapter 19. You enrolled here? Weiss asked, surprised at the second-hand information. Leon looked at the girl, who seemed to be trying too hard to seem prim and proper, and nodded. Yes, I admit seeing you here threw me for a loop as well. I figured you'd be enrolled in Atlas Academy, Leon said honestly. Too many people trying to suck up to the future head of the Schnee Dust Company, Weiss said with a sigh. You? She asked, relaxing into casual conversation. Leon ruffled Ruby's hair, making her swat at him angrily. This one and her sister enrolled this year, and I promised Ojban I'd show up when they did, so here I am, though it does help I get to mess with them as well, Leon said with a grin. You are much more playful than during the business calls, Weiss pointed out calmly. Leon laughed. Yeah, business is business and personal is personal, something your father has trouble doing, he said with a calm smile. He hasn't been the kindest person. No, Weiss admitted with a sigh. And what of the mistreatment of the faunus workers? Was that just business? Another unfamiliar voice asked with what Leon could have sworn was a hint of venom. The three turned to look at the person who interjected, and Leon recognized them as the faunus girl who was hiding it. Former mistreatment, that was one of the stipulation to do business with me after all, miss, Leon said, fishing for a name. Blake Belladonna. And why would the Schnees care enough about your business to change their ways? Blake asked, disbelieving of him. Vermilion Drake, CEO and founder of Titan Corporation, at your service, Leon said with a showy bow. Wait, the Titan Corporation, as in the bleeding edge tech company? Blake asked in disbelief. Leon frowned. Did someone steal my company's name? I'll have the piranhas look into it, he said while rubbing his chin in thought. What? No, there is only one Titan Corporation, it's just hard to believe is all, Blake clarified. Leon looked at and shrugged. Never really cared all that much about what people thought, it's easier to get things done that way, he said honestly. I see, but what did you mean by former mistreatment? Isn't it still going on? Blake asked, confused. Leon shook his head. It's not possible, otherwise her father would barely fit in a can right now, he said seriously. What do you mean by that? Weiss asked, very worried. Leon looked at her. One of the abilities my semblance gave is called Devil's Due. Basically it binds two parties together in an exchange, and if one side doesn't comply with the terms, their life force itself rips their bodies apart. Very messy business. Your dad is under such an agreement by his own choice, and if you were to knowingly allow the faunus working for him to be mistreated, then the punishment would activate, Leon explained, and all three of the girls went pale at the mental image. How could you do that to someone? Ruby asked, horrified that the kind Leon could do such a thing. Leon shook his head. I can't force this ability on someone, they themselves must accept for the power to take hold. Before I even use this ability, I inform the other person of the punishment. This means after that point on, the outcome is decided only by themselves, since I would rather not get ripped apart, Leon explained honestly. The girls calmed down, knowing that it wasn't a forcible issue. So if the head of the Schnee company knew about mistreatment, he could only fix it or suffer the punishment? Blake sought to confirm. Leon nodded. That's correct, this has been in place for a little under 2 years now, he said calmly. What about reparations for those mistreated in the past? Blake asked seriously. Leon sighed and shook his head. The best I could do was rectify the mistreatment of faunus workers. I sought to reimburse the few faunus I could find out of my own company's wallet, but few spoke up despite the guarantee of safety, he said sadly. I see, at least you tried. See you later, Leon, Blake said before leaving. Weiss was also not in the mood to stick around, leaving Ruby and Leon there alone. That was until a scrawny blonde-haired guy showed up asking if they knew what they were supposed to do. Weren't you the guy who threw up on the transport? RWBY asked confused. Hey, motion sickness is a common problem, the dude said defensively. I'm John, by the way. John introduced himself. RWBY and Leon followed suit, with Leon teasing John, who seemed terrified of him. Chapter 20. Leon couldn't blame John for his initial fear considering his size and looks, but that didn't mean he couldn't mess with the nervous dude. It was fun watching John turn to look behind him when Leon tapped his shoulder with his tail. The best part was that since John could see both of Leon and RWBY's hands when he got tapped, he didn't think they were the ones doing it. It was only when they got to the locker room that John realized that Leon had a long tail that he could control. RWBY and Leon got a good laugh out of it, and even John thought it was funny once he really thought about it. After leaving their weapons in the registered lockers, the three of them headed to the auditorium like the rest of the first years. It was pretty crowded in the auditorium, and Yang called RWBY over but was stunned to see Leon, who just grinned at her. John got left behind to find himself a good place to sleep while RWBY and Leon walked through the crowd to Yang. What are you doing here? Yang asked curiously. I'm a student here, similar to yourself. Surprise, he said with a wide grin. Oh good, I was worried about not having my favorite body pillow, Yang said with a less than innocent look. Whoa there, you need to see who's on your team after tomorrow first, Leon said while giving himself a little more distance from the thirsty girl. Before that though, I think I'll go make myself comfortable up in the rafters, he said before unfurling his wings and floating up under the whole room's eyes to the rafters where he took a seat. It took everyone in the room a moment to forget about him up there, save a few people who threw him looks every now and again. The rafters were quite wide thanks to the size of the auditorium, giving Leon just enough space to lay down comfortably. To make sure he didn't fall off in his sleep, Leon wrapped his tail around the rafter and his torso, using it to anchor himself. The night passed without incident, and the new students were given breakfast before needing to grab their weapons and follow R.W.B. Leon saw the engraved launch pads and had an idea as to what R.W.B. had in mind. Leon, if you would be so kind as to join Glenda and I over here, R.W.B. said, causing all the rest of the students to look at Leon oddly. I figured I'd be singled out since I can fly and all that, Leon said loud enough for the others to hear. There is that, yes, but your role here at Beacon will be different than them due to your special circumstances. R.W.B. said, but started giving his introduction to the other students, ignoring Leon's confusion. The basics were that the teams would be decided by the first person the students found after landing. It was funny for Leon that John seemed to not understand the basis of what a landing strategy was for a hunter. The poor guy was still trying to figure it out when he got launched off the side of the cliff towards the forest. Hard, care to explain? Leon asked R.W.B. while the blonde-haired female huntress seemed to size Leon up. It's quite clear that you have no real need to be involved in the normal students' classes. You are likely already far more knowledgeable in those subjects than even the teachers themselves, R.W.B. said before sipping his tea. You are instead going to be teaching a special class in your time here, since frankly speaking you are better suited hunting the Grim around Beacon than stuck in a classroom, R.W.B. said honestly. Leon rubbed his chin and thought, fine, but I will only teach on Saturdays and I get to choose the lessons, he said, switching to negotiator mode. R.W.B. thought about it for a moment and nodded. Alright, but do try to make the lessons useful for the students, R.W.B. said calmly. Not an issue at all, the things I'll show them are always useful, Leon said with a mischievous gleam in his eye. Chapter 21. The team-building exercise went off fairly smoothly, minus the small problem of the Elder Nevermore and Deathstalker that showed up towards the end. But they were taken care of by a group of students that included Yang, RWBY, Weiss and John in it. Once all of the students had returned with their artifacts, R.W.B. led the students to the auditorium where Leon stood on the stage behind R.W.B. with Glenda. R.W.B. teamed up all of the students while giving his usual welcome, but there was a change at the end as he turned and waved Leon forward. This is Vermilion Drake and he has been operating as a hunter since he was 10, I have personally verified his knowledge and skill in this regards. Due to these circumstances he won't be joining you as a fellow student but as a teacher. Please be sure to remember this when you interact with him, as he has officially been given all of the authority that comes with his position, R.W.B. said before dismissing the crowd of students to their dormitories. You know I'm going to get challenged right away, don't you? Leon asked R.W.B., who nodded. I believe you will handle that situation without much issue, R.W.B. said before leaving Leon to his devices. This is going to be a pain in the ass, whatever, let's put these guys through their paces, he thought wickedly. The first week of the school year was mostly the students getting familiar with their teachers, but when Saturday came and it was time for Leon's first lesson it was very different. The area Leon chose as his teaching spot was a fairly large outside area on the plateau that Beacon was situated on that he had terraformed temporarily into a forested swamp. Leon had camouflaged himself to blend in perfectly with the area, so when the class arrived none of them seemed to notice him. Man, what was Professor R.W.B. thinking making this person a teacher? He's late to his own class, a sturdy brown-haired guy named Carden complained loudly, getting awkward looks from the rest of the students. First lesson, Leon said, spooking the whole class who looked around trying to figure out where he was. He stepped away from his location letting the students see him. Environmental perception, the subject of today's lesson, Leon said with a smirk. The mind is designed to blend colors and patterns together in order to recognize the surroundings. Much like Mr. Winchester showed, with the correct knowledge this perception can be tricked into ignoring what is right in front of it. The lesson today is to show you not to let your guards down just because you can't see your enemy. There are Grimm who are known to submerge themselves in mud and even leaves in order to ambush hunters. Should I have been one such Grimm, more than a few of you would have been injured if not outright killed in this situation, Leon lectured seriously. Why would we even need to know this anyway? Almost none of us will likely ever use the knowledge, Carden asked, obviously not liking having been used as an example. Leon nodded. You are half right, Mr. Winchester, but a question for the class, Leon said before addressing the whole class. How many of you function in the scouting role? He asked, and close to a quarter of the class raised their hands. That Mr. Winchester is who needs this knowledge, while it is still useful in the case you have no scout and need to take that role yourselves, Leon explained, and Carden wisely remained quiet. Leon then went on to explain the ins and outs of environmental perception as well as showing how they could use it themselves to trick the Grimm. By the end of the class no one thought Leon was unqualified to teach, not even Carden, who had even managed to learn a thing or two. Leon went through this same lesson in a similar fashion 2 more times that day since there were 3 separate classes of first years. Someone had recorded the first lesson on their scroll and posted it on the school site where it got beaming reviews. Ojban watched through the video and patted himself on the back for this idea since it was clear Leon was an excellent teacher. He saw that even the unplanned smearing Carden did at the start was incorporated into the lesson flawlessly. The best part in Ojban's opinion was how none of the other teachers' lessons did anything more than glance over this topic despite how important it was. As Leon explained, this lesson was like gold for scout-type hunters since it fell perfectly in the category of things they needed to know. Chapter 22. I would say my first lesson went pretty good, high-five me, Leon thought while clapping his hands together. I admit that was a very well-planned lesson, though a bit theatrical for my taste, Glenda said after the last student left and Leon started to fix the terraforming. I find it easier to learn when the lesson is attention-grabbing. Should this approach not worked in this case I would have switched to a different one with trouble, Leon admitted with a smile. I would say the lesson was a resounding success since the students seemed very interested, she said, returning the smile. Thank you for your praise, but I doubt you came here to congratulate me. How can I help you? Leon asked, maintaining a friendly body language. I was wondering if you might help me with my next lesson on Monday actually. It's about tournament-style combat, Glenda said honestly. Leon nodded. I don't mind. What did you need my help with? Leon asked calmly. Glenda and Leon chatted about her lesson plan and how he fit into it for about an hour before she thanked him for his help and walked off. Now that's a woman who knows what she wants, Leon thought watching the fit blonde walking away. Oi. Eyes on me, Leon, Yang says, walking up with the rest of Team RWBY as well as Team JNPR. What? Leon asked, confused. Yang huffed. I called dibs. You belong to me first and then you can go looking at others, Yang said, angrily getting weird looks from everyone except RWBY, who was used to it. Leon sighed. How many times do I need to explain that that isn't how that works? He asked, exasperated. Yang pouted. Don't care, I called dibs, she says with a huff. Wait, so you're single? How? Weiss asked in astonishment. Leon chuckled. Is it that hard to believe? He asked jokingly. Weiss nodded seriously. You are handsome, young, powerful politically and physically, and probably the second richest person alive. It's very unusual that no one has tried to snatch you up, she said seriously. Wait, seriously? I just thought he was a normal dude, John said, and his whole team nodded in agreement. Leon laughed at this. Yeah, I can see that. I don't exactly advertise my importance usually, he said honestly. What's the deal with that anyway? John asked curiously. Leon shrugged. I am the founder and CEO of Titan Corp among other things. As a result I am the single richest person on the planet, he said calmly. Titan Corp as in the bleeding edge tech company? Piranikos asked, surprised. Leon nodded. The very same. How else do you think I got a small-scale terraformer for the lesson? Leon said calmly. What's Titan Corp? Nora asked ignorantly. Leon just stared at the girl. What? She asked, seeing the stares she was receiving. Titan Corp is the leading company for prosthetics and anti-kinetic storage amongst other fields including weaponry, Leon explained calmly. Is that important? That sounds important, Nora muttered, and Leon could feel his eyebrow twitch in irritation. I'm going to ignore that and forget we had this conversation, Leon said, taking a deep breath. Young snickered at his suffering and he just glared at her. Don't make me drop you from 15,000 feet up again, he threatened, and she grew pale. You wouldn't, she said worriedly. Keep it up, find out, he said with a smirk. What? Blake asked, confused at the exchange. Oh, she bugged me a lot when we were younger, so I dropped her on a lake at terminal velocity, Leon explained calmly. That sounds very painful, Rin said seriously. Yang just nodded a lot and shivered at the memory. Oh yeah, belly flopping at that speed wasn't lethal thanks to her aura being full, but I guarantee it stung something fierce, Leon said with an evil smile. Right, well, we were just coming to get a heads up on the next lesson you have planned since you know RWBY and Yang, Blake explained calmly, changing the subject. Now that wouldn't be fair to your fellow students, so friends or not you'll just have to wait, Leon said with a smile. Chapter 23. The two teams were disappointed that they couldn't get a head start on their next class but knew he was right. So where have been staying this whole time? I miss my body pillow, Nong asked, giving Leon a flirty look. First, I know better than to tell you that, and second, now I have to explain the huge misunderstanding you just gave everyone, Leon said with a sigh before looking at the rest of the two teams. Right, so Yang has been sleeping in my bed since I was 4, and as RWBY can tell you, she clings onto people when she's asleep. When she said body means it very literally, there is no inappropriate things happening, not for lack of effort on her part anyways, he explains. Yang gets a whole bunch of weird looks from the others after Leon's explanation, but she just returns the stares non-repentant. It's odd that you haven't accepted Yang's advances since as far as I can tell you are of normal sexual orientation, Weiss said confused. Leon shrugged, never really had much interest in that sort of thing since it was so easily available, not to say I'm some sort of nervous virgin or anything like that, since that couldn't be further from the truth, Leon said calmly. Wait, seriously, I thought all men had an interest in that sort of thing, Blake asked surprised. Leon shook his head. Truthfully, most men are interested in the women themselves rather than the fun times they can get. There are exceptions of course, but this is true for most men. If you don't believe me you can ask Rin and John, Leon said honestly, and the other two men nodded in agreement after the girls looked at them. The two teams left after that with Yang looking dejected at not figuring out where he had been staying. Ironically, Leon was actually staying nearby, to be specific in a cave he renovated in secret in the middle of the plateau's cliff face. Without being able to fly, the cave was all but inaccessible since you needed to free climb the plateau to its location. The inside of the cave had been turned into a technophile's paradise with the blueprints to many of Leon's products as well as all the modern living arrangements being available. It was literally a miniature house built into the cliff face and made Leon comfortable. Nobody saw Leon on Sunday since he was out hunting Grim that day, but he showed up nice and early to meet Glenda for her class. He got a raised eyebrow for it from the blonde huntress though, since she wasn't expecting someone his age to get up so early. I don't know if I should feel insulted or appreciative to be considered odd by you, Leon said honestly. Glenda just shrugged. Up to you, she said calmly. The lesson was fairly easy for Leon since his part in it was merely acting like a punching bag for Glenda while she explained the way tournament fights worked. Carden apparently thought that since Leon wasn't really fighting back that he was weak and wanted to give it a go. This did not go so well for him however, as Leon proceeded to thrash the upstart guy thoroughly. Leon had to admit Carden had an interesting semblance though, since it applied light suppression to his opponents, making it seem like he was moving faster than he was. The truth was just that the person subjected to the semblance couldn't move as fast as usual from the restriction. Leon decided to knock Carden's ego down a few pegs, much to his horror, by not only exposing how his semblance worked but by telling everyone how to deal with it. Truth was, if the target of the semblance remained moving at a decent speed, Carden burned through his aura energy very fast. Glenda didn't say anything about Leon making Carden's future fights that much more hard since she secretly agreed with Leon about Carden needing his ego checked. Carden was a well-known bully at this point in the academy year, with the Faunus being his favorite targets. Chapter 24. The rest of the week had Leon out going over his businesses and making life difficult for the Grim near Beacon, of which there was a suspicious amount. It was like someone had used Grim bait on the academy from how common they were despite Leon hunting them religiously. I'll have to ask Dojman about this after my lessons are over, Leon thought as he finished off another Alpha Ursa easily. The next day was Saturday and Leon had quite the lesson planned for the poor students who had no clue the hellish lesson awaiting them. The large outdoor area had been transformed seemingly overnight into a massive obstacle course modeled after the most crazy conditions a hunter may find themselves in. The obstacle course got a lot of curious looks from the students as they arrived, but Leon remained quiet until the whole class arrived. Welcome to the single most irritating class you will have this year, Leon addressed the class with a smile. For those of you wondering about the obstacle course behind me, allow me to explain. You see, hunters may find themselves in situations where running away is the best option. This obstacle course was designed to mimic the most hectic conditions a hunter might encounter while running away. The way the next 4 lessons after this one will go is that each team will run the course while timed, and only if the last person on that team finishes under 5 minutes without dying does that team pass. When I say dying, I am referring to the various traps and subsonic paintball guns installed around the course that if someone is hit by in a lethal way 3 times counts as them failing the course, Leon explained with an amused smile at the horrified expressions on the students' faces. To prove that it can be done, I will run the course myself while handicapped to only using my arms and legs without my wings or tail, Leon said before dashing through the course, masterfully dodging the traps and paintballs, finishing in 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Before some of you start saying that I cheated by knowing the placement of the traps and guns beforehand, keep in mind that they are set to go off at random, so that advantage is nulled out, Leon said before resetting the stopwatch. Leon eyed the class with a malicious grin. So which team is first? He asked calmly. The student teams found the obstacle course a nightmare to challenge, since it wasn't an individual challenge but a team one where if even one person failed the whole team did. The genius thing about the challenge is that it solidified the teamwork between the various teams in the process. When the lesson was over, none of the teams had passed and all of the students had water-soluble vibrantly colored paint on them. No need to look down, everyone. I expected this outcome when I created this course, Leon explained. The course will remain in this configuration for the next week until this upcoming Saturday, at which point I will shuffle the order to keep you on your toes. Feel free to challenge the course throughout the week to better acclimate to this style of action. Class dismissed, he said as the students left exhausted from constantly challenging the course. The next 2 classes didn't fare any better than the first, despite someone having recorded the lesson again in the first class. The other teachers loved the concept behind the course and made sure to tell Leon, with even Glenda praising it. Funnily enough, a few of the older student teams from higher years had come to challenge the course as well, since it was useful even in their cases. The success rate was much higher in the older students' runs, but even those teams had a pretty consistent losing streak. R.W.B asked Leon if he could create an obstacle room based on the same concept as the course but more dynamic and on a wider scale. Leon agreed, and the construction of a new building was undergone near immediately. Titan Corp didn't waste any time with the construction job, and in little more than a week a football field-sized metal building was done. The inside of the building was a hyper-advanced simulation room that even simulated dirt and weather in a realistic manner. The obstacle course that the building put together was far more comprehensive and random than the one Leon created, to the point even Leon had trouble completing some of the random courses it created. This building was open to the students and staff under the name EcoSim Chamber. Chapter 25. Leon didn't even use his own created course, since he knew it wouldn't be useful for him with his stats at B rank. The EcoSim room, however, was very different, since it was designed with even speed-type semblance users like R.W.B in mind. Leon's training with the room was with actual bullets rather than paintballs, since unlike most people his vampire semblance made him damn near impossible to kill. He figured this out when he was ambushed by a pack of wolves while his aura shield was down and he was literally split in half at the waist. The stored life force pulled the 2 parts back together and repaired them in close to an instant, much to the surprise of the wolves and Leon. He didn't know what the limit to this Deadpool-esque healing ability was, but he could tell killing him would be an effort and futility. Apparently Ty had actually known about this for years now, but kept it to himself in fear of Leon abusing the hell out of it. Leon couldn't argue with the man either, since Leon had done exactly that while he waited for his aura to regen against the wolves. The poor Grimm couldn't figure out why they failed to kill Leon despite literally ripping him apart several times. Leon didn't know that he had dodged a very big bullet when he finally killed all of the wolves. What only a small number of people knew was that Grimm spread important information on contact with others of their kind. This meant if even one of those wolves escaped, Salem would eventually find out about Leon's healing that was very similar to her own. Anyway, Leon had trained himself in a far more dangerous manner ever since then. The Eco-Sim room did wonders for Leon's agility and endurance stats, since Leon had learned very fast how much EXP his Falna sucked up to improve his stats. Hunting stronger types of Grimm helped with this crazy consumption, but it was still slow going. What's worse was that it was becoming harder and harder for Leon to find ways to train that improved him quickly. Adventurers, whoa, it was called an Orario. It happened as adventurers leveled up and raised their stats. Eventually one would hit a wall where they would slow down drastically with their improvement as they surpassed the natural peak of their race. Thanks to the boosting ability of Aura, Leon only hit this point towards the peak of level 3 where he was at currently. The problem was not that the Grimm were weak, but that Leon was too strong. Most Grimm no longer challenged Leon to kill. Alpha Grimm still provided a decent challenge, but their rarity made hunting them exclusively very difficult. Had Leon been anywhere other than Beacon, just finding an Alpha Grimm would be like finding a needle in a haystack. He knew this too, which is why instead of finding stronger enemies, Leon decided to make himself weaker. The way he did this was by developing a full-body skin suit that forced his whole body to experience 3 times normal gravity. Despite not lowering his stats, this basically reduced Leon to the same level as a non-awakened person. Only a few people noticed that for every step Leon took, the footprint left behind was much deeper than it should be. Glenda was one such person who asked Leon about it, worried that something was wrong. He explained the situation and even showed her the part of the skin suit covering his torso. Leon could visibly notice his stats rising again at rapid speeds for the next month until they maxed out at 999. Most of the student teams had cleared the course during his 4 lessons during this time. On the final lesson of this type, the last team finally completed the course successfully. Leon made sure to congratulate each of the teams before informing them of the eco-sim room that was much better for this kind of training should they still wish to improve in this regard. Chapter 26. R.W.B was very concerned over the speed at which Leon was gaining physical power. Glenda had reported to him about the conditions Leon lived under thanks to the skin suit he had on at all times. She had added that despite being under the effects of triple gravity, Leon was still capable of fighting on the level of a well-trained unawakened human. This meant that without that suit's influence, Leon was stronger than any other hunter alive minus the maidens. Even worse was that maidens got most of their own power from the magic they inherited while Leon's was purely his own. R.W.B may have been far warier of Leon's power if he realized that the only thing holding Leon back was lack of a feat to level up. This very problem had left Leon in a bit of a pinch, as killing an Alpha Ursa while wearing the suit didn't count since he knew without the suit the creature would be helpless. This was true since stat-wise Leon could just barely match up with a newly leveled up level 4. This meant he needed to complete a feat on that same level in order to level up. To solve this problem, Leon needed to take drastic measures, so he sought out R.W.B. The top of the clock tower was where R.W.B.'s office was, and Leon just skipped the elevator and flew up to the window. Knocking on the huge glass window, Leon watched with a smirk as R.W.B. opened the panel with a confused expression. "Good evening, R.W.B. May I come in?" Leon asked while hovering in midair leisurely. "Couldn't you have just taken the elevator?" R.W.B. asked with an exasperated look. Leon chuckled. "And miss the look on your face?" "Not likely," he said with a smile. R.W.B. invited Leon in and sat back down in his chair while Leon sat on the nearby couch. "What can I do for you, Leon? As you know, I'm quite busy after all," R.W.B. asked calmly. Leon went all business, like flipping a switch. "I need about a month of leave to visit Mount Glen," he said seriously. R.W.B. frowned. "Why do you need to visit Mount Glen?" he asked just as seriously. "I recently hit a limitation in my training and so I need a challenge to break past it. Mount Glen is populated by a few Elder Grimm if my research is correct, making it perfect for this purpose," Leon explained. "Why do you seek greater strength, Leon? You are already nearly unrivaled, so why do you seek higher power?" R.W.B. asked, seriousness written on his face. Leon shook his head. "I want to reach my full potential and this isn't even close," he said with an unshakable pride in himself. "And what about those you leave behind because they can't keep up?" R.W.B. asked curiously. "The only ones being left behind are those who died. Just because I overpower someone easily doesn't mean they are useless." Leon looked R.W.B. straight in the eyes and said, "It would seem my concerns were unnecessary. I will allow you a month of leave at Mount Glen to seek your challenge," R.W.B. said, and Leon left the man's office through the window again. R.W.B. just watched Leon leave with an unreadable expression while he held his mug of coffee. Leon packed a month's worth of supplies in his duffel bags before posting his month's leave on the learning platform so none of the students wonder why he isn't there on Saturdays. Mount Glen was an attempt by Vale to create a second city and expand the space available to people. It worked too until Merlot Industries started to experiment on Grimm under the leadership of the crazy Dr. Merlot, who believed Grimm to be the next step in evolution. The madman disabled the defenses of the city and set off Grimm bait in order to get more Grimm for his experiments. When the city was overrun with Grimm, it was assumed that he died in the chaos since no one was known to have escaped. Chapter 27. When Leon arrived at Mount Glen, he could only sigh at the ruin he found. The buildings were weathered and crumbling while Grimm openly prowled the streets. "Let's hope my regeneration can keep up, 'cause I'm about to do something stupid," he thought before taking a deep breath. "Come at me, you bitches," he bellowed at the top of his lungs. What was Leon's plan here, you may be asking? Simple, really: kill everything. The easiest way to do this was to draw every Grimm within a few miles right to him in one big swarm. Leon left his gravity suit back at Beacon since it would definitely get torn up if his plan worked. The Grimm started to pour out of every nook and cranny and swarmed towards Leon angrily. The sheer number of Grimm was like looking at a tide of black and white sweeping towards Leon. A quick burst of hellfire on either side of Leon created a funnel to keep the numbers of Grimm manageable for him. The fast Grimm like the Beowulfs and Borbatusk were in the front of the swarm and thus the first to clash with Leon. It was a pointless struggle for Leon, as despite his firewalls he still ended up surrounded and covered in sweat as he spun his weapon through the swarm at just barely enough speed to keep them from dog-piling on him. A dozen, 2, 5, 100, 2, 3 Leon slaughtered the swarm and fell into a fugue state where all he noticed was fighting on. Minutes passed as the whole of the city rang out with Grimm cries and gunshots over and over again. The swarm slowed over time as the older members of the Grimm noticed that they were getting nowhere fast. After fighting for an entire 2 hours, Leon stood alone, panting and shivering from overexertion while covered in his own blood. The only reason Leon was still alive was because he killed the Grim at a speed fast enough to restore his life force at a stupid fast rate. I regret nothing he said between pants. Before he could rest though, Leon knew he needed to get to safety, so he forced his exhausted body to move as he flapped his wings and unsteadily rose into the air. A short flight later and Leon was on top of Merlot Industries' decrepit building, far from any Grim's reach. I'm just gonna rest my eyes for a bit, wake me when the world ends, he thought before passing out cold. Leon slept for close to 2 days as his body was simply that exhausted from the stunt he pulled. When he woke up, the blood that had long dried cracked and came off of him like a fine brown dust. Good morning Vietnam, ugh, I need a bath, this blood is all dried out and grainy, was his first thought as he got up. Clouds are made of water, right? He got a clever idea and stripped naked before flying up higher and higher. The wind grew more and more wild the higher he went until he had trouble not getting pushed every which way. Eventually he made it to the lowest layer of clouds that he dived into without hesitation. He regretted that as the water making up the cloud was super cold, which caused him to go through a full body shudder that messed up his flying. After stopping his fall, Leon headed back up to the cloud, only this time he stuck around the outside of the floating ball of water. This let him wash himself with gritted teeth as the blood stuck to him and required thorough scrubbing to come off. The polluted water fell like rain onto the ground and Grim below, who didn't care since they loved blood. It took a whole hour of scrubbing for the grime on him to finally come off, leaving him raw but clean. Landing back on the roof of the Merlot Industries ruin, Leon dug through his bag for a fresh set of clothes and gets dressed. What came next was seeing if his stunt was enough to level up. Chapter 28. Leon felt out his EXP reserves and frowned when he felt the amount of high-quality EXP he had from his stunt. It was barely enough to have a normal level up, but not enough to unlock the developmental skills he wanted. It was funny really that Leon totally forgot about the developmental abilities until after he reached level 3, Lancer, Scyther, and Artillerist, were the 3 developmental skills he had his eye on, since they gave him direct boons when wielding Calamity. There were a whole list of other developmental skills that he was able to get as well, but he preferred hoping for another skill or spell instead. Developmental skills were an interesting subject really, since they were things that the one updating the Falna could purposefully push towards if they qualified for them after leveling up. This monumental upside came with a downside just as large. Developmental skills were static in the boons they granted. This meant that besides crafting-based developmental skills that were always useful, most other developmental skills gave a flat bonus that scaled based on the person with it. This made them heavily dependent on the person wielding them for the effectiveness they had. The 3 developmental skills Leon wanted, for example, each gave a 10% boost done while using a spear, a scythe, or a gun respectively. Thanks to the hybrid nature of his weapon, however, Leon would get a flat 30% boost at all times so long as he used Calamity. This doesn't sound like a huge deal, but keep in mind that at level 4 Leon's physical attacks would reach a few hundred pounds of force, and a flat 30% extra may reach up to an additional 100 or so pounds of force. This didn't even include the fact that his bullet would also be 30% stronger, which, considering the already 50 caliber armor-piercing rounds he used, was a horrifying boost, while the gun would become more and more irrelevant as time went on. Against larger or tougher Grim, the boost would still apply to Leon's other attacks, which would get more and more terrifying. There were of course other developmental skills that he qualified for, but most of them were either crafting related. That or situational, such as the one for boosting him while in the air, which while useful with his wings may cause him to develop bad habits. Regular skills however were usually more mystical or metaphysical in nature, such as Leon's Devil's Due, that doesn't actually augment his power at all but made him a horribly effective negotiator. This wasn't even the limit to the things the skill let him do either, since he was pretty sure he could include semblances and souls themselves in his deals. He hadn't, because of what those things represent. A soul was the literal essence of a person and a semblance was the manifestation of this into a physical space. Leon was worried that by gaining either of those things he would become corrupted by the influence they would have on him. After meeting R.W.B. he was more sure of this possibility, since the man was a mass of various colors to Leon's Sharingan. It was like R.W.B. had been fused with dozens of souls, creating a strange mishmash of colors. Most of the souls had similar qualities such as bravery and hopefulness, which explained why R.W.B. wasn't unhinged, but the various small differences were very clear as well. Leon doubted much of the person that R.W.B. was originally was left after so much corruption. Despite the huge utility that having access to various semblances would give, he wasn't willing to risk going absolutely batshit crazy in exchange. Most of the people Leon made deals with were very different from himself, unlike in R.W.B.'s case, so he stayed away from that potential use of his skill. Another thing different from developmental skills that regular skill had was that you didn't have any say in them at all. An example of this was the Berserk skill that drastically increased your power in exchange for an ever-increasing blood-craving rage that won't end until you get stopped somehow or tire out entirely. From what Leon remembered, the few people who gained this skill in RWBY only used it as a last resort to minimize the likelihood of them killing their teammates. There were also skills that bordered on straight-up reality warping as well, such as Bel Cranel's Liaris Freeze, that literally made him grow based on his feelings and the interest others put on him. Anyone with any understanding of how the Falna works could understand that this was like hacking the Falna to cheat his stats to higher points with almost no effort on his part compared to others. Chapter 29. Leon wasn't saying that Bel didn't work for his power, just that if you consider how long Bel was an adventure before he got the skill to how much he grew after getting it, the hack's nature of the skill becomes clear. Leon knew that there were things that qualified people for the skills they gained, but besides speculation no one knew what they were. Like Leon was pretty sure that his Faunus features and his determination to be a demon for the Grim were some of the qualities needed for the Devil's Due skill, but he could easily be wrong without knowing it. What Leon really wanted was a magic school skill that let him access a whole school of magic rather than needing him to get creative like his Hellfire spell. His current spell is super flexible with how he could use it, but it also forced him to create his own variations to it on the fly. A magic school skill would give him access to a huge amount of pre-made spells that had various different effects. The only downside would be the chance he would need to save perfectly while in combat to use them. Since surviving a grim swarm isn't enough of a feat, what about clearing the entirety of Mount Glen's ruins, he thought with a wicked smirk. Leon flapped his wings, kicking up a small dust cloud from the wind, and gained altitude. From far above the city, Leon memorized the pattern layout before swooping down to the huge broken down wall surrounding the city. I'll start by flooding the streets with hellfire, killing all of the Grim outside before clearing the buildings, he strategized mentally. With Calamity clipped onto his back, Leon summoned hellfire over each of his hands and pointed down the side of the wall. Thick gouts of flame burst down the quarter-mile tall wall and onto the overgrown street below. Like a dreadful hydra of fire, the flames spread and ate everything in their path as they split down multiple streets. It was like the apocalypse for the Grim outside in the city as the merciless black and silver flames rolled over them and devoured them hungrily. Leon was quickly running out of mana using such a potent spell that required so much concentration. But thanks to the unique property of the spell to allow life force as an alternate source of fuel, he could keep pressing it. Leon was practically drowning in life force as the spell advanced, killing an uncountable number of Grim. The sheer amount of life force was so great that Leon was little more than a human-sized blood-red lighthouse to those who could see him. The hunters stationed nearby to keep an eye on the local Grim population took pictures of Leon like this to report later. None of them had any delusions of getting near Leon, however, as anyone with this level of power was not someone they wanted to get anywhere near. The Hellfire had an interesting property of turning more black than silver when fed with solely life force. This meant that despite the fact Leon had covered close to a quarter of the streets in flame, the glow coming from the city was not stupidly bright. Leon cut off the spell after having cleared a quarter of the streets of Grim and leapt down the wall to the scorched and melted pavement below. With a little sound thanks to his wings, he landed softly and began to focus the maelstrom of life force around him between his hands. The glow faded as more and more of the energy was condensed together into a glowing blood-red handful of liquid. This was an idea that Leon had ever since he had noticed how life force seemed to act like a gas when extracted. He wondered if, since the stuff could exist as a gas, he could convert it into a liquid or even a solid. The biggest problem Leon found during his experiments was that he needed a huge amount of the stuff to condense even a single drop of the stuff. Leon crossed his fingers as he swallowed the handful of liquid in hopes he doesn't just explode from overeating, as it were. Thankfully, Leon's worries were unnecessary as the liquid went into his storage area without any fuss and only displaced an equal volume of the gas state life force, which he let dissipate. Leon didn't even have time to celebrate his increase in life force quality before a thick greasy black substance started pouring out of his pores, letting off a vile stench that immediately made Leon throw up. Chapter 30. Even Leon's vomit was filled with the foul sludge which filled his mouth and nose with equally unpleasant sensations. 15 minutes of biological warfare later and Leon was shivering and wheezing from his body's violent rejection of the black sludge. Fuck these clothes, I want this Shinsha bullcrap gone, he thought before consuming the mana that had regenerated in this time along with the gaseous life force he had left to have hellfire burn away the foul black stuff. This also burned away the top layer of his skin and hair as well as his clothes, but it was worth it in his opinion. Fucking impurity excretion, really? Leon questioned angrily. It was not only an unpleasant experience, however, as he soon found when he habitually updated his status. All of his stats had increased by a single point, putting his stats at 1000 each or in SS rank. Leon theorized that the reason this was possible was that by turning his life force stores into liquid form he had qualitatively boosted his body's potential. He raised all of the stats with his ocean of normal EXP to the max, which was 1250. This meant that in order for him to get SSS rank in each of his stats he would likely need to condense his life force into a solid state. This seemed like a hopeless goal, however, as even a quarter of the Grim outside in Mount Glen, which was no small number by the way, created only a handful of life force liquid. So the amount of life force liquid he would need to create even a grain of solid life force would be stupidly massive. At least something good came from that terrible experience. If I have to go through that again, though, I might wish to die instead, he thought with a shiver at the idea. Leon looked like a reverse horror movie as he went from skin and hairless to pale-skinned and hairless. It's a good thing I asked for a month. It would be weird if I showed up without any eyebrows or body hair, he thought, feeling his super smooth skin. Leon flapped his wings and made for the Merlot building that he was using as a temporary hideout to grab some clothes and rest for the day. The Grim in the city steered clear of the quarter of the city streets that had been scorched instinctively. Leon's dinner consisted of wild-caught rabbit and mixed vegetables from a can in a stew made with a few bouillon cubes. Leon loved the nice gamey flavor that lingered in the stew that was pleasantly thick. It was a rugged meal but filling and tasty, and even had enough left over for him to eat it again tomorrow. Clouds gathered through the night and around 7 in the morning it began to rain. Leon had set up a tarp on the collapsing roof over him so he wasn't affected when the rain came. Like usual, Leon woke up at 8 but sighed when he saw the downpour of the rain. Unless I want to get soaked through like an idiot while I fry the Grim in another quarter of the city, I think I'll wait here for a couple days for the rain to go away, he thought while screwing a black special 3-chamber silencer onto the rifle part of Calamity. Doesn't mean I can pick them off one at a time though, he thought with a smirk while lining up the barrel with his Sharingan. Pop, pop, pop. The faint sound of the air parting was the only thing giving away the fact that Leon had even pulled the trigger. In the distance 3 beowulfs could be seen falling over with fist-sized holes in their heads before dissipating. 2 days had passed since the rain arrived, much to Leon's irritation, as his only source of entertainment was terrorizing the Grim stupid enough to walk inside of him. He had even given point scores for each type of Grim like they were clay pigeons, and he was at a target range. Chapter 31. On the 3rd day the sky cleared up and Leon could finally get back to his extermination plan, but first to review my work, he thought, stretching his wings out and walking off the side of the building. 5 minutes later Leon was a good 3 miles over the city, where he could easily the charred quarter of the city that only had maybe a handful of Grim return to it, which he was fine with. If the void he created was so easily filled, he probably would have just gave up on the plan, since it meant there were more Grim at Mount Glen than he thought. I'll go kill those few Grim myself before waiting for nightfall when the Grim become more active to torch another quarter of the streets, Leon decided mentally before swooping down like a bird of prey. The rear Beowulf of this pack didn't even know what happened as Leon speared it through the throat, killing it quietly. Wasting no time, Leon hovered silently behind the next Grim and repeating the process. Soon only the last Beowulf was left of the 10 that was in the area originally, and it couldn't figure out where the rest of its pack went. Leon playfully tapped on the Grim's shoulder, and when it turned around he speared it in the front of its throat while making eye contact. The Beowulf sputtered and coughed black sludge like blood when it tried to howl to gather more Grim, and Leon merely smirked maliciously. Hard to make noise with a hole in your esophagus, am I right? He asked casually, and the Grim just bore its fangs at him. No need to look at me like that. I even left you alive to go tell the others how I killed your whole pack without you knowing, Leon said with a smile. The Beowulf took a cautioned step back to test Leon, but when he didn't even flinch, the thing took the chance to flee. It only got 10 yards away when its body jerked forward and it felt a burning pain in its chest. Looking down, it saw a spearhead sticking out of its chest. I love it when you monsters think I'm giving you hope only to let me take it away again. It's like candy to me, was the last thing the Grim heard before dissipating. Leon lived up to his self-imposed path perfectly by seeming downright despicable when he tricked and tortured Grim, all with a smile on his face. Leon even purposefully allowed a few witnesses to escape in order to hopefully spread terror to the other Grim. It worked too, as the scenes of Leon's terrible cruelty towards the Grim just recently reached Salem. Despite her many years of orchestrating tragedies, Salem was a firm believer of quick deaths. As a result, seeing Leon pulling off the skin of Grim while sprinkling salt over the flesh below it, along with the countless creative tortures he inflicted, deeply disturbed her. What bothered her was how clear it was that Leon was aware of his audience and how he even spoke to them a few times, telling them to spread the story. Salem had seen cruel or psychotic people during her extremely long life. Her servant Tyrion was one such person after all. But she could tell that Leon was a whole different breed of creature. He was unreasonably cruel to the Grim, but she could tell it was not what defined him. Salem could see the abyss in Leon's eyes, not an empty thing but one wanting to devour those foolish enough to stare into it. It was a terrible and yet playful and mischievous thing, a contradiction that she had never seen in a person. To her Leon was hot, cold, cruel and bright, like he simply flipped between states of personality like there was no issue at all. He was unknowable, and that made him attractive to her who had seen the entire world evolve back to where it was now. Something beyond her knowledge was rare beyond all belief, but she knew without a doubt Leon would never join her since she commanded the Grimm. Chapter 32. Leon spent a couple hours playing with the Grimm in the burned-out area, so the sun had began to set by the time he finished off that last Grimm. Places everyone, the show's about to start, he joked mentally as he flew to the next burn point of the high wall to wait for the active phase of the Grimm. At 9 Leon decided to start the slaughter once more and held out his hands, coating them in hell flame. The additional points in the magic stat showed its worth as the flames roared and spread at a much more accelerated rate. The Grimm tried to flee the waves of fire, but it moved forward far too fast, leaving behind nothing as it burned everything away. The cries of the fearfully Grimm and the flood of life force brought a smile to Leon's face. Only 3 hours later and Leon withdrew the fuel for the spell and leapt down again to condense the maelstrom of life force again. He earned yet another handful of life force liquid, this one slightly larger than the last since his actions corralled the Grimm into a smaller area. This handful settled into his storage area like the first, but didn't bring about any change unlike the first. Now that's some good stuff right there. I feel like I could get away with decking God right now, Leon thought, feeling out his body's state with the extra life force. As if offended, a bolt of lightning struck Leon out of nowhere, scorching him terribly. It was a fucking joke, Leon yelled after healing from the wounds left by the bolt. Damn it, now I knew to put on new clothes again, Leon mentally complained as he flew back to his temporary base camp. The next 2 days were a repeat of the last, with Leon torch anther quarter each day and liquefying the collected life force. Once most of the outside Grimm were ash, Leon had about a quarter of his storage full of the liquid life force. For the rest of the month I'm going to clear the building of Grimm while collecting any goodies left over, Leon strategized from his perch on the top of the Merlot building. Leon decided to start from the first area he torched before moving to the next and then the next until he cleared the whole city. Most of the buildings were empty of Grimm, which made it easy for Leon to cover a large amount of houses per day. The first day he cleared 20 small buildings and one large one with only about 5, including the big one having Grimm in them. The next day was a little slower since Leon had a building collapse on top of him. It was a small thing, so he blasted his way out in about an hour. That day he only got 12 buildings done, 10 small, 2 large. This left him with about another 2 days worth of work to finish up this quarter. If the other 3 quarters took roughly the same time to clear, then Leon estimated that he would be done at about the 3-week mark for his leave. He was slightly off in his calculations since there was another 2 days of rain that stalled him. Leon officially finished clearing out the entire city, including the booby-trapped Merlot building, with a little under 3 days left on his leave. When he felt the job was done, he gained a huge amount of high-quality Excelia. He knew without a doubt he could get leveled up, those 3 developmental skills, and if he was lucky, a skill or spell from the amount of EXP he had. Name, Vermilion Drake. Race, Faunus, horned ape/tailed bat. Level, 4. Strength, 10, I. Endurance, 10, I. Agility, 10, I. Dexterity, 10, I. Magic, 10, I. Developmental skills, Lancer, Scyther, Artillerist. Magics, Sharingan, 3 Tomo, Semblance, Vampire, Hellfire. Skills, Devil's Due, Infernal Script, the language of demons should come naturally to a demon such as yourself. Used to draw magic ritual circles and create seals based on the user's creativity. Chapter 33. It was an odd thing suddenly having an entire language's worth of information show up in your head. It was even odder when you have an innate sense of power coming from that language that is in your head. Infernal Script was a strange mix of curves and jagged edges that radiated a sense of power and seemed tied to the fundamental forces of the world somehow. Leon experimented with the script to test its abilities for a few hours and almost died 3 times. The first time was when he made a gravity circle that was close to 100 times Remnant's gravity. If it was for his hellfire not being affected by gravity, he would have ran out of life force to keep him alive before disabling the circle. The second time was when he created a time-based seal in hopes of storing food for an indefinite amount of time, only to have his heartbeat get frozen in time, causing his blood to still. Anyone familiar with anatomy would know how disastrous such a thing could be if not fixed within minutes. Leon had to literally rip out the frozen heart and regenerate a new one in order to save himself. Ironically, his frozen heart had no changes even after a day had passed after he ripped it out, proving he could preserve food this way if he could figure it out. The final time Leon almost died during his experiments was when he captured a Grimm to experiment on. Only for him to accidentally turn the thing into a replicator that could grow clones of itself at rapid pace, since he wanted to try and create a regeneration seal. Besides those 3 times Leon picked up the use of the script at a frighteningly quick pace, only needing the last 2 days of his leave to master it. On the last day Leon created a huge circle on a flat area with a diameter of 10 meters that was filled with infernal script so dense it looked like a solid black hole. The description said I could use this script to summon stuff, so let's see about getting me a familiar, he thought before pouring a huge amount of mana into the circle. The outermost lines of script lit up with a dull golden red glow before the rest of the circle also started to light up with the glow moving towards the center of the circle. Majority of the familiar summoning circle was actual just precautions that Leon added in order to make sure that on the off chance he might accidentally call forth the eldritch god he didn't go mad or allow it to go free. Once the entire circle was lit up, a thrum of power pulsed from it before a rainbow-colored orb the size of a person appeared, then vanished along with the glow of the mana in the circle. In the center of the circle sat an egg the size of a medium-sized dog that was cream with black and orange patterns. Leon cut his palm and the blood that flowed out seemed to defy gravity and float straight to the egg before his hand healed. As the blood touched the egg it seemed to get absorbed and Leon felt an odd sort of mental, or maybe spiritual would be a better description, connection to the egg. The good news is that I now have a familiar, the bad news is that I have no fucking clue what it is until it hatches, Leon complained half-heartedly to himself. Leon stashed the egg in his expanded space bag that he created with his infernal script earlier and flapped his wings to rise through the air. Leon had already killed everything in Mount Glen, including the stuff hiding in the underground, which he simply blasted with hellfire until it collapsed from the pressure. This had caused the entire city that was resting above those tunnels to sink dramatically, but Leon could care less. Before Leon got too far away from the ritual summoning circle he made sure to destroy it with a steady stream of hell flame to melt the whole thing into little more than a puddle of slagged earth. Chapter 34. It took Leon a few hours to reach Beacon from Mount Glen, since despite his flight speed not being slow it wasn't stupidly fast either, at only about 25 miles per hour. That was fast if you were running, sure, but to flying creatures it was at most a little above average. Without a sound Leon landed at his home on the side of the plateau and pushed open the semi-camouflaged red door and walked in. A quick shower and a shave later and Leon headed back up the side of the plateau to inform R.W.B of his return and face the music. Leon knew that the hunters near Mount Glen definitely reported the grand display he did by clearing the city, which meant R.W.B is likely to grill him about it. A few students noticed Leon's arrival at Beacon and began to spread the news by word of mouth. It was funny really that it was only after Leon vanished for a whole month that all the first-year students realized how much they enjoyed his classes. It didn't hurt that there were quite a few females among the students who found Leon attractive. Just to mess with R.W.B, Leon walked to the elevator, which was a fairly standard thing that only had a few buttons. With a click Leon pressed the circular button labeled Headmaster's office and waited for the square elevator to reach the set destination. R.W.B had a confused expression on his face when he saw Leon step out of the elevator and subconsciously looked at the large open window next to him. Leon grinned, knowing that his arrival through the normal way got to R.W.B, who seemed to think he would only show up through the window. "Any particular reason you seem to choose the elevator this time, Leon?" R.W.B asked curiously. Leon just grinned some more. "I knew it would bother you," he said honestly. R.W.B just chuckled and shook his head. "You seem to enjoy doing things that give me a headache. It would seem I've gotten close to a dozen reports about a glowing being that burnt away the Grim in Mount Glen," R.W.B said with a sigh. "Did you know your actions have inspired a new myth about the demon of Mount Glen?" R.W.B asked rhetorically. "Care to explain what actually happened during your month out there?" R.W.B said, less asking and more commanding. Leon sat on the plush leather couch and leaned back. "Well, as I said, I needed a challenge to break through my bottleneck. At first I did the terribly foolish thing and directly challenged a man-made swarm of Grim by yelling at them as loud as I could. That certainly helped, but wasn't nearly enough to let me advance again, so instead I gave myself the challenge to clear out the entire Mount Glen city of Grim. That light show you got reports on was just me doing exactly that to each of the quarters of the city," Leon explained calmly. "After the mass cleansing was done I spent most of the rest of the month killing the Grim that were hiding inside buildings as well as in the underground area that I collapsed, by the way," Leon said casually, like he wasn't talking about collapsing a whole city. "I see, and did you at least complete your breakthrough then?" R.W.B asked while maintaining his cool despite the frankly scary implications Leon's story had. Leon nodded. "Yup, bigger and stronger than ever," he said while flexing. "Might I ask if you already have anything planned out for this upcoming Saturday's class?" R.W.B asked, deciding to change the subject to a less headache-inducing one. "Yeah, I was going to do a lesson on information gathering actually," Leon said with a nod. R.W.B raised an eyebrow. "Oh. And I take it this lesson will also not be of the standard type like your usual lessons?" he asked curiously. "Oh yeah, in fact I was thinking of getting the other teachers involved in the lesson as well. See, the plan is," Leon broke down his lesson idea and R.W.B clapped in appreciation and gave him the go-ahead and even promised to personally help. Chapter 35. Just want to send out this shout out to Thessalantwolf who figured out what the familiar was on Webnovel. It wasn't all that surprising for Leon when he got tackled by Yang and RWBY after leaving Ojban's office. "Sup girls, how you doing?" Leon asked with a smirk at their failure to knock him over. "We checked all the normal spots. Where did you go for the last month?" Yang asked, not missing the chance to cop a feel. Leon ignored that since she was old enough to not make him seem like a perv if he gave her what she wanted. This wasn't to say he was going to be tied down, but that he didn't mind ringing her bells a few times if she wanted. "Well, I hit a bit of a bottleneck in my training and needed to go complete a challenge to get past it. As an added bonus I inspired my own myth apparently," he said with a chuckle towards the end. It was funny to him how superstitious the people of this world were, but considering the Grimm that were literal monsters it wasn't without reason. "Which myth?" Blake asked as she caught up with Yang and RWBY alongside Weiss, "The Demon of Mount Glen, I believe it was called," Leon said casually. Weiss had her scroll open and was looking for any post on the subject. "What?" she exclaimed, apparently having found it fairly fast. The other three girls turned to look at the unusually expressive Schnee, who looked at Leon in disbelief. "It says several hunters saw a red glowing demon thing on the walls of Mount Glen bathing the city in silver-black flames before the entire city collapsed half a month later," she said, and it was the other girls' turns to look dumbstruck. Leon summoned a small wisp of hell flame on the tip of his finger. "I may have gone a little overboard," he said with a shrug. "You destroyed a whole city," Weiss said angrily. "To be fair, the city was already destroyed. I just did a more thorough job of it is all," he said defensively. "How is that any better?" Weiss asked still very angrily. "Because the only thing my actions hurt were the Grimm and no one liked them anyways, so it's fine. Plus as a bonus Vale might be able to expand that way again now that it's Grimm free," he said calmly. Weiss looked like she wanted to argue so badly but couldn't since Leon had a point. Yang, the rest of Team RWBY, just smiled and held back a laugh at the expression on Weiss's face. "Now then Yang, you have two options, since you are being rather stubborn. First you get a booty call with no strings attached, or you get permanently friend zoned, since I have no intention of getting tied to any one woman," Leon said seriously, throwing off the whole team. "But I want all of you to myself," Yang argued against that stubbornly. Leon shook his head. "Tough luck Yang, I am a loner who doesn't need a significant other, in fact I prefer being alone." "You have your choices, now choose," Leon said coldly to really show how much he meant what he said. Yang stomped her foot and huffed, but knew that Leon was finally putting his foot down and meant business. This wasn't a new thing either, as she knew that it was bound to happen eventually, she just hoped for more time. Leon had realized that he needed to force the issue or nothing would ever be done about it during his month of search and destroy. Young eventually slumped down depressed. "Friends it is, I guess," she said sadly. Leon shook his head. "Don't act like I just kicked Svi, you knew this was bound to happen eventually," he said seriously. She nodded. "Yeah, I just figured I'd have more time, you know," she said with a sigh. "Well, at least now you might find someone who could make you happy." "I was not that person," Leon said before leaving the group behind calmly. Chapter 36. Leon flew to nearest Ursa he could find and proceeded to beat it to death with his bare hands. This was not a fast process by any means, but was perfect in that it was great stress relief. Leon felt like shit forcing Yang to choose like that, but he could only grit his teeth and push it forward because he knew that he would one day rise far beyond her. If that day came and she was still hung up on him, she would miss out on whoever was actually meant to be with her. Leon wasn't delusional enough to believe that his unnatural presence in the world didn't change the trajectory of the world's fate. He knew however that he could never settle down since he was far too get up and go, as it were. This put him in pretty much the same situation as Crow, who always seemed to be on the move even when he was relaxing during his visits home. Some part of Crow was always moving like he had too much energy all the time, and that part only calmed when he was traveling. Leon had noticed it over the years, mostly since he himself seemed to suffer the same problem. People like Leon and Crow didn't make good partners since they were too driven to truly sit still and settle down. Yang wasn't like that. She was bubbly and fierce, but she had no problem staying still for long periods of time. She didn't like to do so, but Leon chalked that up to her youth. But after 2 whole lifetimes worth of maturing, Leon was very aware of his personality. This saved the women in his future the heartbreak of him leaving all the time and possibly never returning. The poor Ursa wished to die as Leon smashed it with his fist over and over again, splashing black sludge all over the place. His body was being stained with the blood faster than it could dissipate, and he hadn't even noticed when he killed the Ursa until his fist struck the ground, cracking it. He felt better after taking out his frustration on the Ursa and headed home for the day. The next 3 days passed with Leon keeping an eye on the egg he had until Saturday came, at which point he made his way to his usual teaching spot. Funnily enough, he wasn't actually the first person there this time, as a few students were so excited for his class that they showed up very early. Leon spent an hour chatting with these students as they waited for the rest of the class to arrive. When all of the teams had arrived, Leon spoke up. Today's lesson is a very important one for all of you planning to be wilderness hunters and even has a bit of use for those of you aiming for domestic licenses. Today's lesson will actually last for the next 4 weeks, he explained before pausing as he saw a few hands raised. If you are wanting to know what I was doing for the last month, I had hit a bottleneck in my training and needed some time to break through, he said, and all but a single hand lowered. Yes, Miss Nikos, Leon asked Pyrrha, who still had her hand up. How strong are you exactly? She asked, genuinely curious. At the moment I would qualify amongst the upper 2% of the world's strongest hunters. He answered honestly, and several students gasped in surprise. And where do we fit in that power scale? She asked seriously. Some of you are just below the average of most active hunters while others are close to the elite hunters. But do keep in mind this is only your first years in Beacon while most hunters are graduates from one of the academies, he said, and a few heads dropped in depression before they heard the end of his answer. Now to get back to the lesson, throughout Beacon there are clues that lead to a special item stash. The other professors and even the headmaster has hints towards these clues that you must convince them to give you. The point of this lesson is to hone your information gathering skills, he explained with a wide grin. The first hint I will give you for free, 8 wooden guardians watching over the colorful few. Good luck, he said before taking off into the air dramatically. Chapter 37. Leon made sure to disappear from the class's sight before finding a good spot overlooking the small grove he set the first clue in. The various teams had apparently decided that this was a competition when it really wasn't. Leon didn't care if they thought it was a competition so long as they actually tried to find the clues on their own initiative. This lesson actually had a secret point to it that was the reason R.W.B and the rest of the professors agreed to participate. What none of the students had realized was that this lesson was designed to put pressure on them and stress them out. This would allow the academy staff to judge how the students would act under prolonged stress and begin to adjust their lessons accordingly. This was actually the problem that most graduates faced from what Leon's employees told him. The stress of combat wasn't a problem for them, but anything lasting a longer period of time tends to make them act twitchy. The Faunus hunters ironically were the ones that didn't have this problem due to their constant segregation already making their lives stressful growing up. Not to say this was a good reason to treat other people like they aren't sentient, cause it wasn't. Leon just wasn't going to be a pessimist and say that nothing good came from the shit situation the Faunus were dealt. What Leon couldn't figure out though was why most humans were under the impression that they stood on the same evolutionary step as the Faunus. Faunus had literally all the same things humans did and then more on top of that thanks to their animal traits. No matter how you looked at it, Faunus were superior even if that superiority was usually only slight. There were of course exceptions to this where some Faunus were head and shoulders above the rest, such as Leon. Thanks to his exaggerated traits, which was a rare but not unheard of phenomena, Leon had the superhuman physique of a gorilla and the ability to fly along with the more common sharp sense of smell and night vision. Most Faunus paled in comparison to Leon, so it wasn't even needed to say that humans were also far behind him. Leon had no doubt that the higher-ups of the humans were aware of these facts about the Faunus. Anyway, it didn't surprise Leon at all to see that the first team to figure out his hint was Team RWBY, with RWBY having apparently noodled it through. The girl was scary clever, and that coming from Leon was high praise. It had apparently taken the girl close to 30 minutes to figure out the place described by the hint. Leon had actually chosen this place for the first clue because the 8 trees had grown in a perfect circle with a small flower bed right in the center. The spot felt almost artificial in how perfectly placed it was. It was clear from how overgrown the trees and grass were, however, that this wasn't true. Leon figured he would use the spot for his little scavenger hunt as a sort of sub-clue. Literally all of the clues were located in a scenic location in Beacon like this one. Leon did this intentionally to see how fast the students picked up on the coincidences and started to check other scenic spots without the hints to them. It took the rest of the teams various different lengths of time to get the first clue, but they all did by the time the second class was set to arrive. The next 2 classes were a copy of the first, however each class had a completely separate track of clues leading to very different stashes. This meant that each class had to follow their own clues since the clues of the other classes were useless to them. He announced this to them as well, which made some of the students with that exact idea groan. The grimology professor Peter Port was the easiest source of hints to clues for the students since he was a big softy. Leon thought it funny how Glenda had complained to him that none of the students asked for hints from her when they were in bed. Yeah, the seemingly uptight Glenda Goodwitch had actually used Leon as a stress-relieving booty call after word of his conversation with Yang got out. There was nothing romantic going on between them at all. In fact, it was more along the lines of a business transaction than anything else. Leon struggled to keep up with the woman in bed because she was damn good at using her body against him. His level 4 endurance showed its utility though, and they both came out of the clash satisfied. Chapter 38. Outside of the few times they knocked boots, Leon and Glenda maintained absolutely professional when they met in Beacon. To the point that besides Ojban, who Glenda had told about the arrangement, no one else even knew there was anything going on. Ojban didn't care because, "You are both responsible individuals," as he had said. It was pretty clear how much the other staff members trusted Ojban for Glenda to openly ask his permission on something so private. Leon also didn't need to worry about getting Glenda pregnant since she insisted on him using protection while she was on birth control and even took a morning after pill. Time moved on and Leon started to feel the dreaded level creep as he found it harder and harder to raise his stats even with his gravity suit. It was so bad that Leon could even move around easily despite his body being subject to 5 times Remnant's gravity. He was of course still weighed down by this gravity. If his semblance didn't constantly strengthen his organs that were stressed from the gravity on them, he might have died from this training. The fact that each point in a stat was 125 times stronger than the previous level was starting to rear up. To put it simply, at level 2 each point had the effect of 125 points from level 1, and at level 3 125 points of level 2, and so on. This was the reason that the gap between the level only grew as someone with Falna leveled up. At level 4 it was possible to beat someone at level 5 with great enough effort, but at level 5 this no longer applied. Those at level 6 were simply out of reach for a normal level 5 unless they had just leveled up. While it was true that each point gained was worth more at higher levels, it also made them a pain in the ass to get. Each day Leon was not busy with his companies or Glenda's exhaustive sex drive. He was practically killing himself training all day with the Grim in the nearby forest. It had come to his attention, however, that the White Fang and a professional thief named Roman Torchwick had been heisting obscene amounts of dust from all over the kingdom. The only reason Leon learned of it was because Torchwick had stepped on Leon's toes with one of his heist. Leon's information gathering teams had gotten pictures of Torchwick and all of the people that seemed to be working with him. This included what appeared to be 3 teens around the age of the first years. The biggest problem, however, was the huge plan diagram located in one of the pictures that hinted at a large-scale attack on Vale and Beacon during the Vital Festival. Leon brought all of this information to Ojban's attention since it wasn't just his stuff at risk anymore but a kingdom-spanning issue. If Beacon and the capital of Vale were to fall, it would spell disaster on a global scale, and Leon knew he would also get dragged into it if that happened. Ojban looked through the information with a frown before looking at Leon seriously. "How solid is this information?" he asked. "All business. I personally triple-checked it all. It's legit." Leon had no sign of a smile on his face, just dead seriousness. "If you give me 2 weeks I think I can squash those involved, but I won't lie to you, it's gonna get bloody," Leon said honestly. "Granted, but promise me you'll keep the collateral to a minimum," Ojban said with a resolved look. "I'll try, but they are never gathered in one place, so it will be hard," Leon said with a cold expression. Ojban nodded. "I understand. Report any complications to me and I'll see what I can do. Godspeed, Leon," he said before Leon left the office and Beacon for Vale. Leon made it to the Devil's Den at dusk, and all of the people there tensed up at his presence that screamed blood and death. They could feel it. Death was coming to Vale and they would be right in the center of it. Chapter 39. Leon walked through the Devil's Den stern-faced at the prospect of what he needed to do. He had killed people before. It was an unavoidable part of ruling the underworld after all. But this was different. He was about to set up a chain of events that would mean the death of hundreds. Granted, these deaths would prevent thousands of others, but it left a bitter taste in his mouth nonetheless. Leon walked to the office overlooking the rest of the club with heavy footsteps that made those watching flinch. The reason for this was thanks to the gloomy aura coming off Leon, making his footstep resemble the chiming of a bell. Eric ran most of the manpower of Leon organization from this office, so when he saw Leon arrive looking like someone pissed in his cereal, he waited very seriously. The last time Eric had seen Leon in such a foul mood was when they busted some Faunus slavers who had crates of Faunus children. Eric saw personally that Leon could very much be a demon if pushed correctly that day, and he still had nightmares about the horrible things Leon did to those people. He knew they deserved what they got, but the sheer inhumane torture Leon subjected that crew to haunted everyone there that day. Leon had first cut off the slavers' eyelids so they couldn't look away before he began to pull apart a man slowly like string cheese. He started with the nails, then he slowly took his time peeling the skin from the fingers while spraying a bottle of lemon juice on the flesh below. That wasn't even the worst part either, as Leon used a local anesthetic so the man didn't feel any of it until he had been skinned alive. Leon had apparently timed the time that the anesthetic would last so that it was only after the man was fully skinned that the pain started. The screams are something Eric would never forget for as long as he lived. Leon was a calm and reasonable person to work under, but he had a bottom line that everyone under him learned not to cross very fast. If Leon had that expression, someone had crossed that line by a long shot and there was hell to pay. Eric made himself a tall glass of bourbon before downing it and pouring another as Leon entered the room. Who fucked up and what's the plan, boss? Eric said as Leon grabbed the glass of bourbon and downed it. White Fang and some people working with Roman Torchwick are apparently planning a large-scale attack on Beacon and Vale, Leon said seriously. So this isn't a normal sort of fuck up on their part. I take it you want them to bleed a little for it, Eric asked, maintaining his calm. Not this time, this one calls for a pest control operation, Leon said, taking a seat. Eric lost all composure when Leon said this, as he understood the context perfectly. Leon had his organization set up with various coded titles for the types of activities they would do. There were 3 such phrases that had never been used since they were very morally questionable. Scorched earth referred to losing a sense of rationality and going for mutually ensured destruction if they were ever targeted by a superior group. Pest control referred to killing every member of the target faction or affiliation in the whole of Vale. Code Black was the final and most terrible of the lot, referring to the activity of declaring war on the entire world should they ever gang up on the organization. They are at most only aiming to get more attention. Isn't this a bit excessive, boss? Eric asked, hoping to convince Leon from this course of action. Leon sighed, and Eric could have sworn he looked older. Vale and Beacon are surrounded by a huge amount of Grim just waiting for the opportunity to overrun them. What do you think would happen if a large-scale terrorist attack were to happen? Leon asked seriously. Eric's eyes widened at the realization of what such a thing would lead to. But why would they risk such a thing? He asked in disbelief. Leon struck the table angrily, cracking it. Because it would fucking work, he hissed between gritted teeth, but he stopped and took a deep breath to control himself. The White Fang want to force the higher-ups of the world to the table to demand equality and fair treatment. This would do this, but for all the wrong reasons. If this plan succeeded, the higher-ups would either bend over to make sure it doesn't happen again, or it would mean another war for the Faunas. Leon slumped into the couch, depressed. Pest control is the best method to cut off the White Fang's foolish course of action by making them rethink if the huge losses are worth it, he said tiredly. Chapter 40. There is going to be a lot of blood and backlash if we do this, boss. Are you sure we can't just sit down with Khan and get her to call it off? Eric asked hopefully. Leon shook his head. She isn't actually in control of the White Fang. Most of the members of the White Fang are loyal to Adam Taurus and the Twin Advisors. In truth, even if we went to her, there was nothing she could do, and in fact she may even get herself killed trying. Unfortunately, this is the only result we have, since killing the ringleaders would only make them martyrs, Leon said while staring at the ceiling. I see. What are the rules for engagement then, boss? Eric asked seriously. Spider webs and scalpels, for the majority, but I will personally deal with Torchwick and his accomplices, Leon said with a cold look. May the gods have mercy upon them, Eric said, and Leon finished. Because we shall have none, he said before Eric started sending out orders on his scroll to the Devil's Den members. The whole organization could tell that the White Fang must have sinned on a huge scale for the orders they got involving them. Spider webs referred to gathering the targets together in a trap, and scalpels to using precise explosions to take them out before using bullets to finish all those that survived the initial explosions. Leon designed both actions around the premise that they may need to quietly kill off a large amount of targets. The term quietly in this case isn't in reference to sound but in the amount of destruction the actions caused. Each explosion was specifically made to only barely fill the area of the trap without affecting the surrounding buildings, making the structural damage to the city almost non-existent. It took a week for the organization to pin down the members of the White Fang as well as lure them into the traps. The massacre went off quietly, with all of the attending White Fang members dying off in a single evening. R.O.B pulled some strings to have all of the small-scale explosions written off as mass gas leaks gone wrong. Torchwick was far harder to pin down as his intuition caused him to go into hiding. This didn't stop Leon from tracking the man down on the Wednesday following the massacre. Torchwick thought he was clever, using his much lesser-known accomplice Neapolitan to collect intel and supplies. Leon tracked the girl with a cold gaze as she blended into the crowds in an attempt to throw off any stalkers, but Leon was a pro at following his prey. She disappeared into a few shops only to exit out of the backs cautiously, but Leon knew that trick. Finally the girl relaxed her guard and returned to Torchwick's hiding place, a small apartment that was completely average in all regards. Leon admitted that it was a useful trick of subverting expectations on Torchwick's part, but he called it in with R.O.B to let him know what he was about to do. Leon walked towards the apartment casually, like he wasn't here to kill people, while having a neutral expression. Just as casually Leon covered to back walls and roof of the complex in razor mesh, a thin fabric-like material that sliced through material that touched it like razors. This left Torchwick only two possible routes of escape, the floor and the front. If he went through the floor in a pre-prepared tunnel, Leon would flood it with hellfire. If he went through any of the front parts of the complex, Leon could tag him with all sorts of attacks. Roman didn't know why, but his intuition was screaming at him about danger, and it made him nervous since he should be completely safe. Neo dearest, are you certain no one could have followed here? He asked the girl impatiently. She nodded and held up a book to show she used all the tricks in the book, as it were. Roman could tell she was being honest, so if anyone had found them it likely wasn't her fault. Chapter 41. Roman thought about bailing from the apartment building to a secondary hiding spot he always had set up. He didn't get the chance however as the door to the room shattered as Leon Spartan kicked it off the hinges. Roman wasted no time pointing the bottom of his cane at Leon and pulling the trigger, sending a blast of flame into him. The blast shattered Leon's aura shield and badly burned his chest and arms that he protected his face with. Roman thought Leon was as good as dead after taking a blast like that, but when the smoke cleared he froze. Roman watched in horror as the terrible burns visibly healed and vanished right in front of his eyes like an act of God. I don't suppose we could discuss this like civilized people, Roman asked, not holding out hope. Leon locked eyes with the man. No, he said before the room flooded with hellfire, killing Roman and Neapolitan instantly. Neither of them had even gotten a chance to go for the tunnel before the flame devoured them. Leon didn't believe in giving his enemies the chance to come back later to bite him in the backside. This seemed cruel, but Leon knew that some people simply didn't want to turn over a new leaf, and Torchwick was one such person. As for Neo, she was simply loyal to the wrong person and wasn't going to stop trying to avenge Torchwick if he spared her. Leon callously nipped that potential problem in the bud. Leon reported to Ojban about what happened before heading back to the Devil's Den to finish this matter once and for all. The Vale police force got an anonymous tip to the warehouses that stored the stolen dust and made headlines. For the next 3 days Leon was off the grid, relaxing to relieve the stress of his decisions at least a little. No one could contact Leon during this time as he sent all calls to voicemail and left the messages unanswered. Leon was sitting next to a lake in a place humanity rarely if ever visited, on a lawn chair while holding a fishing rod. There were no concerns while he was here, and the few Grimm that tried to attack him burnt away in an instant. In this location nothing mattered to Leon and he was at peace, fully focused on the rod in his hand. Leon stayed here for 3 whole days and even held his rod as he slept in a chair, simply letting the world move on around him. On the evening of the final day Leon packed up his stuff and flew back towards Vale much more relaxed. Even dealing with the backlash from the operation didn't bother Leon since he was prepared for it. The other underworld groups wanted reassurances that they wouldn't be the targets of such a brutal culling, but Leon explained the circumstances behind the operation and the other groups tacitly agreed on its necessity. The most troublesome meeting however was with the leader of the White Fang, Sienna Khan. "I demand an explanation," the tiger fauness yelled at Leon in the meeting room. He calmly showed her the file on the subject and waited patiently. "This is impossible, I never gave the go-ahead for such an activity," she said angrily, slamming the file onto the table. "And yet such a foolish thing was in the works. It's all there in the file, along with the reason the operation was necessary," Leon said calmly, entirely unaffected by her temper. "I can't believe you think Adam and the Phoenix are snatching power from me. They are the most loyal members I know," she said, glaring at Leon, who was not even slightly intimidated by her. "The fact this was going on under your nose speaks volumes about the subject, but if you were to look through your own records the pattern becomes quite clear. Those 3 have been slowly drawing the White Fang as a whole out of your control and into theirs. Feel free to come back after you see it for yourself," Leon said, calmly dismissing her. Chapter 42. Sienna was not used to being dealt with so easily. It bothered her almost as much as being weaker than someone else. So her meeting with Leon was very nerve-grating, since not only was everything he said reasonable but he even had evidence to back it up. As a tiger fauness she had an innate sense of someone's power, and Leon made her feel like a Titan-class Grimm was glaring at her. She had no clue how he had gained so much power at his age, but she knew that if she actually dared to attack Leon, death was the only outcome she could foresee. Sienna wasn't foolish enough to ignore the things Leon revealed to her either, since if Adam and the Fennec twins wanted to take over she would likely be killed. Gyra, the former leader of the White Fang and current chief of the Faunus, would be targeted after that, since he was the only other person with the influence to stop them. She hoped that Leon was only exaggerating those 3's actions, but she could tell that he was fully confident in his information. A quick search through the White Fang's records proved him right, unfortunately. Sienna was a very crafty woman and knew that exposing the traitorous actions of the 3 would only backfire, so she came up with a clever workaround. She acted enraged at the dismissal of the deaths Leon's group caused. It wasn't hard, and commanded the 3 directly responsible for those people to go kill Leon in retaliation. The 3 were also furious at Leon for ruining their plans, so they didn't even realize Sienna was sending them to their deaths. When Leon was ambushed by all 3 of them while leaving his club, he caught on to Sienna's ploy and applauded her tact. It was only after Leon broke it down for them that the 3 understood that they had been set up. They tried to escape after that, but Leon was level 4 while the 3 of them barely had the strength and skill of a high level 2 or a low level 3. Leon captured them and dragged them away to his pharmaceutical department in Titan Corporation. They would spend the rest of their days serving as guinea pigs for any new drugs or cosmetics the company developed. There was now possibility of escape either as Leon cut off their hands and feet. Sienna didn't apologize for using him to do her dirty work, but Alex was fine with that since he did kill a lot of her people. This outcome served Leon just fine as it prevented those three from becoming martyrs, even if Leon was now considered hated by most of the White Fang. The majority of the populace didn't realize that Leon was the leading non-violent faunus rights supporter since his ownership of the Titan Corporation was kept out of the public eye. When Leon returned to Beacon, he checked the stashes and confirmed no one had found them yet. There were a few teams who were pretty close however, such as RWBY and JNPR, that were neck and neck. Thanks to the fact Leon's lessons were over multiple weeks and he wasn't needed for them, no one he wasn't personally talking to even realized he was gone for 2 weeks. Most of the students actually thought he was simply observing them hidden from somewhere. Glenda made sure he made it up to her for leaving her full of stress for so long. Leon wasn't scared of Glenda herself but was terrified of her insatiable sex drive. "You didn't have anything to do with the massacre of the White Fang members in Vale, did you?" Blake confronted Leon when he was alone. "I did." He didn't even deny it since it was pretty well known by the White Fang members. "Why? What did they do that needed such a cruel treatment?" she shouted at him angrily. Leon explained the details of how the White Fang were planning a huge attack and how Adam and the Fennec twins were taking over the whole group and leading it in a foolish direction. Blake went pale, horrified at these revelations, and stood in place in shock even after Leon walked away, leaving her to her thoughts. Chapter 43. Leon knew about Blake's affiliation, or rather former affiliation, to the White Fang. How could he not when it was common knowledge? Gyra used to lead the group in the past before that position passed to Sienna. Blake trying to imitate her father by joining the group was fairly reasonable. Unfortunately, from what Leon's sources told him, she was drawn into the lies and sweet words Adam told her until she soon realized to her horror that the group was attacking innocents. She left after that and wanted nothing more than to forget her dark past. It would seem fate was not kind enough to grant that wish, however. Leon scoffed when he thought about fate. How could he not when he had met a god that had broken this world's fate by sending a single person into it? Leon could already figure out how the White Fang's operation would have gone had he not been in this world. Sad fact is that they would have succeeded in their attack, which would have been listed as a dark day in the history books. None of that happened because of the changes Leon's presence in this world caused led him to shut that future down. Leon knew that he had shifted the world's fate dramatically but had no clue as to the actual degree he had done so. He shook his head to ignore that train of thought since he didn't need to deal with the potential mental break that diving into it brought. Leon hadn't even realized when he had arrived in the elevator to Ojban's office until it dinged to let him know it arrived. "I suppose he would be able to help me get my head on straight," Leon thought as he hit the button and rode the elevator up to the office. Ojban wasn't surprised to see the weight of Leon's actions pressing down on his mind when Leon showed up in his office. He himself had felt that weight for so long that he couldn't remember a time it wasn't there. "Heavy is the head that wears the crown and stained is the hand holding the sword. And you, Leon, are having the distinct misfortune of experiencing both," Ojban said softly as Leon just stared at the moving gears overhead. "Does it ever get easier?" Leon asked calmly. Ojban shook his head. "It does not, and if it ever did you will have truly fallen into the dark," Ojban said seriously. "It's hard to not think about it all the time, you know," Leon said with a sigh. "With everything you've done I find it hard to remember you are just 15 sometimes," Ojban said and paused to take a sip of his hot chocolate. "What you have is known as the Commander Disorder. You had to make the choice that killing those people saved far more in the future, but it's all those what-ifs that came with that decision that are dragging down your thoughts," he said seriously. Leon nodded in agreement. "I keep wondering about things that I know I shouldn't after the operation was over. Horribly complex what-ifs you could say," he said honestly. "Then all you need is something to ground you in the here and now. For most it's a loved one, but you have already made it clear you have no such person." "We are social creatures, Leon. We weren't made to be alone. It simply doesn't work out when we deny it," Ojban said calmly. "I am not alone, Ojban. I have friends, but romance isn't for me," Leon said honestly. "Find a nice girl, settle down, have kids, stagnate, age and die, the way things usually go for people. I can't even stand the thought of it. It makes me ill even considering the idea. There is always greater heights to reach and I can't stand not even trying to fulfill the oath of awakening just to perpetuate the cycle," Leon said, looking more and more spirited as he spoke. "For it is through power we grasp immortality. Through this we ascend all limitations and burdens. Unending in imagination and potential, I release your soul to seek the infinite and by my hand guide you forth," Leon stated, and Ojban marveled at the majesty and oppression that seemed to roll from him as he spoke. Leon locked eyes with Ojban. "That is my aura chant, the very essence of my own soul laid bare for you to see. Do you understand now?" he asked seriously. Ojban nodded. Each person's aura chant is unique and speaks of the nature of their soul. Your soul is that of a challenger always walking forward and unable to stop. A path that no one else can follow, forcing you to live a solitary existence. You cannot settle down any more than you can betray your own soul, Ojban said sadly. Chapter 44. No need to look at me like that, I'm perfectly fine with my lot in life, Leon said with a small smile. It's rather funny that it took bearing my soul to chase away that pesky gloom in my head, he said with a chuckle. Ojban smirked. Things tend to have an unusual way of working themselves out like that. For example, did you know that the only students who have come to me for my hints are those closest to you? He asked, surprising Leon. Is that so? Figured Carden and his cronies would have the arrogance to demand them from you, but I guess not, Leon said, shaking his head. Mr. Winchester does have some concerning behavioral issues, but he does respect those who are truly capable. You are part of that group in his eyes, interestingly enough, Ojban said calmly. Leon was surprised to hear this, since from what he could tell Carden was just a shallow jerk with racist tendencies. I understand your surprise. It was quite a shock for the other professors as well, since the only one that seemed to have his respect besides me was Glenda. From what we have observed, Mr. Winchester values tangible evidence as his main way of determining who to respect, Ojban explained calmly. Leon nodded. You run the academy, so obviously you are capable, while Glenda is in charge of the combat readiness class, which shows progress actively. My own lessons so far have also been both logical and beneficial for the future hunters, along with easily digestible. The theory holds water about how he decides to distribute respect, but why aren't his fellow students given a level of respect then? Leon asked curiously. That was the only inconsistency that we have found in the theory, since he has shown an active disdain for even those on Team RWBY who are each more capable than himself, Ojban said honestly. Leon looked thoughtful. I think I have it figured out, he said after a moment of contemplation. Ojban looked interested. Oh. And what did we miss? He asked curiously. Leon smirked. It's how passive everyone else seems. Carden is under the false impression that those truly capable control and force their wills on others, he said with a chuckle. It's wrong at best and delusional at worst, Leon said honestly. Ojban thought about it for a moment, and it did indeed explain the inconsistencies that their theory had. That would perfect the theory if it were true, but then we are left with the problem of figuring out how to break him out of this mindset so he can truly grow as a person, Ojban said seriously. Leon grinned maliciously. That's easy, we just need to crush him with the truth, he said with a wicked laugh. Ojban's brows furrowed. I don't follow, he said honestly. All we have to do is crush Carden in a task with all of the people he thinks are incapable. Once he fails to prove himself better multiple times, he will either realize that he was wrong and change, or grow desperate to prove his superiority. Leon paused so Ojban could finish that thought. If he grows desperate, he will likely turn violent, allowing us to expel him, removing the problem, Ojban said with a frown. A cruel but effective plan, I admit, Leon said honestly. What task do you suggest for something like this? Ojban asked, knowing Leon was right. The best task is the one he is most confident in, combat. If he is shown up multiple times in his own specialization, he would be forced to adapt or sink, Leon explained seriously. Leon and Ojban continued to discuss how to solve the biggest problem student of the year and narrow down some of the best candidates to put Carden down. This whole conversation wasn't that odd, since any good teacher tries to correct the failings of their students, and Carden had huge character flaws. Without Leon, neither Glenda or Ojban would be able to fix this problem despite knowing it, since their own personalities couldn't jump to the correct conclusions to do so. Leon, however, had a personality that understood all facets of people and could thus make up the shortcomings of his peers. Chapter 45. The plan was set to begin after the last 2 weeks of the little scavenger hunt that the students were on ended. How it would work is simple really, as Leon would terraform his area into a perfectly flat spot and place a huge cage arena there. Leon didn't want to risk the student thinking he put focus on a single student, so he created pairs of opponents that were designed to be horrible matchups with each student. This meant that while Carden was getting his correction, the other students would be learning to overcome their own weaknesses. During the next 2 weeks, Leon spent most of his time observing the students from the background or hunting the nearby Grim in his gravity suit. Team RWBY was the first to find their class's stash, and Ruby and Young burst into laughter when they saw what was in it, and even Blake had to hold back a laugh. In the stash were enough pins for each person in the class that said, "I found the secret treasure trove," in big bold letters. Obviously they could tell that it was a hilarious prank played by Leon, since he hadn't actually specified what was in the stash. Team JNPR came in second, only a few minutes behind Team RWBY, and they all got a laugh out of the prank pins. The rest of the team soon started to reach the stash after those two teams started helping the others with their own less cryptic hints. The second and third classes were similar in how they eventually all passed this particular test. All of the classes had completed the test by the arrival of the fourth Saturday and arrived at the usual spot to report it to Leon. A few teams who finished the test towards the back of the pack asked him not to fail them, at which point Leon mentioned how he had never said it was a competition. He then explained that the only way to fail this lesson was to not participate. This was a relief for a good amount of the teams who did poorly, but the ones who stressed and rushed to figure out where the stash was felt cheated. No one could complain, however, as it was true that Leon had never once insinuated that they needed to compete to find the stash, they had simply jumped to an incorrect conclusion. Now that that is out of the way, let me explain how the next few of my lessons shall go. Behind me is a state-of-the-art cage arena with viable terrain features. The reason for this being here is that despite the wonderful job Glenda does teaching you about combat readiness, she cannot take the time to actually help you correct your weaknesses. This has left each of you with exploitable openings that Grim and any other enemies will not hesitate to use. Most of you are aware of what these weaknesses are but don't know how to fix them. My next few lessons are to correct this. Leon spoke up seriously. Each of you has been paired up beforehand using both Glenda's and my own personal evaluations of your strengths and weakness to ensure you are pressed in conflict with the worst matchups for each of you. This will allow you to develop strategies to at the very least not leave you helpless in the face of a similar foe. The first matchup is between John Dark and Pira Nikos, in which I will take points off if you don't fight at your best simply because you are on the same team, Leon said, and the two reluctantly entered the caged arena. The terrain inside began to shift and soon they were in a rocky area that was raining, making the visibility poor. Leon had a projector showing the two trying to adjust to the sudden shift in environment. You may begin, Leon called out to them, and they both tensed at the other. The reason these two matched up poorly is that John had trouble dealing with powerful precise strikes that Pira excelled at, while she in turn struggled with defensive type enemies like John with his shield. The match didn't hold any surprise at the ending of it, as Pira had far more experience as well as skill. Chapter 46. The next pair after that was Weiss and Carden. This matchup was designed to hammer how lacking Carden was in combat in the cruelest way possible. The way this is achieved is in thanks to Weiss's semblance, glyph, that made her borderline broken with the versatility it gives her. She had speed glyphs, impact glyphs, weakening glyphs, ice summoning glyphs and even summoning glyphs. If mastered to its limit, Weiss's semblance made her a perfect combatant with power, speed, utility and distractions. Leon's only complaint was that her upbringing had limited the power her semblance could really show. She tended to focus exclusively on a single glyph type at any given time when she actually didn't have any reason why she couldn't just mix them together in a nightmarishly versatile manner. Carden's biggest problem, however, is that he is the exact opposite, as his semblance, pressure, makes the person or thing it was used on feel like they were under increased gravity. Unlike Leon's gravity suit, Carden's semblance was subtle and hard to notice, and as a result most of his opponents think he has gotten faster when in fact they have slowed down. This was a useful ability without a doubt, however Carden wasted it by being a melee combatant focused on brute force while his semblance was geared towards ranged combat. The only reason Carden hadn't been beaten all that often was because most of his opponents focused on close combat as well. Any long-ranged combatant or opponent not slowed by his semblance would roll over him like a landslide. Even with her flawed use of her semblance, Weiss fit this category perfectly, as her glyphs made Carden's semblance useless and let her engage at range. He quickly figured it out too, as Weiss steam-rolled him from range with elemental attacks and boosting out of reach if he tried to approach. Weiss on the other hand thought she had been paired with the wrong person, since Carden was helpless against her, and it showed with the look of dismissal on her face. That look filled Carden with rage, as he was usually the one who had it, but now someone was looking down on him and he was powerless to fix it. Weiss hadn't even broken a sweat by the time the match came to an end, while Carden was panting and crimson-faced from a mix of exertion and impotent rage. Before we take this any further, I would like to propose a little wager, Leon spoke up with a grin. This got the students' attention, including Carden, who looked away from glaring at Weiss, who was ignoring him. I will accept challenges from each of you 3 times, and if you beat me even once you get a perfect score until this training lesson officially ends in a few weeks. The catch is that breaking my shield is not enough to win, but instead you must land a usually lethal blow on me, he said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Pira immediately shot her hand up. Yes, Miss Nikos, Leon asked calmly. Won't you die if we do that though? She asked, genuinely concerned. The rest of the students nodded in agreement, and Leon just pulled out his scroll and dialed Ojban on speaker for the rest of the class to hear. Good afternoon, Leon, is there some important reason you have called? Everyone heard Ojban ask seriously. Alex explained the situation to Ojban, and the man went silent as he listened. I believe I understand your intentions in this regards, but as for the students' concerns, they are unnecessary, since killing you would be impossible for them. Ojban spoke up so the students could hear him clearly. If there is nothing else, I will get back to this paperwork until you inevitably call again for your other classes. Goodbye, Leon, Ojban said, and hung up on Leon. Well, you heard the man. Any other concerns? No. Alright then, the challenge stands. Any volunteers? He asked with a wide grin. It did not surprise Leon at all when Weiss stood forward to challenge him after how disappointing her last match was. "I have always been curious at how strong you are reported to be, so I shall put it to the test," she said nobly. "Alright, then you will be the first challenge I receive, but first let me remove my gravity suit," Leon said calmly, and she cocked her head to the side confused. "Gravity suit? What do you mean?" she asked, not understanding. Leon removed the silk suit layer over the skin-tight gravity suit and pointed at it. "This skin-tight suit subjects my body to the effect of 5 times the normal gravity of the planet, restricting my strength and speed to that of a weak awakener's physical ability," he explained, and the entire class looked dumbstruck. "I've been wearing it for most of the year," he said, and Weiss suddenly felt she had made a mistake challenging Leon. Chapter 47. A circle of infernal script was imprinted into the ground around Leon, and his entire body was covered by a white bubble hiding him from view as he stripped off the gravity suit. The few students familiar with the scripts of the world frowned when looking at the infernal script, as it was drastically different than anything they knew of. A minute later the circle deactivated and Leon stepped out with his normal suit on and his gravity suit on draped over his arm. "Alright then, once I set this aside we will be all set," he said while summoning a locker with his scroll. The target-seeking rocket lockers that the various hunters used were very convenient, as they meant hunters didn't always need to have their weapons with them. Leon knew better than to go anywhere without his weapon, however, so he tended to ignore his own designated locker. In cases like this where he needed to store a small piece of tech that he wants to be absolutely sure no one gets their hands on, it works perfectly. The locker landed on the ground in a vertical position and Leon input the code to fast to memorize and stuffed the gravity suit into the empty container and sent it back. "Well then, Miss Schnee, after you," Leon said, motioning to the cage arena that had reset. Weiss sighed at her pride getting her into this mess and walked back into the arena again. Leon just followed behind her with a carefree smile. Yang and RWBY both shivered when they saw the look on his face, as he only made that face when he was feeling especially merciless in their spars. That face guaranteed a humiliating defeat and a lesson in the mistakes that were made. The arena shifted after Leon and Weiss stepping into the center, but the change was into a thick mud-filled marsh that rose to Weiss's knees. Her face scrunched up at the mire she found herself standing in, but Leon didn't look bothered at all. "You may begin at your leisure," he said without even drawing his weapon. Weiss created a glyph platform above the water and stepped out of the mire and sent a wave of ice through the air, freezing the water below as it rapidly approached Leon. To the surprise of everyone watching and Weiss herself, hellfire appeared in front of Leon and stopped the ice attack effortlessly. The silver and black flames roared as the water within 5 feet of Leon rapidly began to evaporate, leaving him standing on dry land. It was a miraculous sight, as it was like the water was fearful to approach Leon as he raised his foot and shot towards Weiss like a blur. She panicked and used a speed-boosting glyph to try and open the distance, but she was not as fast as Leon with the boost of only a single glyph. Leon clotheslined her, knocking the breath out of her lungs, while the actual damage from the attack was negated by her aura shield. Leon may have stopped, but Weiss was launched backwards by the momentum of the impact, while half of her aura reserves dropped on the measuring device. Leon stood next to Weiss calmly as her chest heaved as she desperately gasped for air. She thought he was mocking her by allowing her the time to recover and used an impact glyph in a dirty backhanded strike. Leon simply leaned his body out of the way before she even swung her arm, and Spartan kicked her under her armpit, knocking the air out of only a single lung this time. As if it was planned, Weiss's aura reserves dropped down to low levels, but it was only her impacting the side of the area that wiped it out, leaving her vulnerable, which by sparring rules meant she lost. Weiss just stared at Leon in horror, and the other students weren't much better, and that, students, is the distance between all of you and the most powerful hunters in the world. Any questions? Leon asked calmly as he stepped out of the arena that had already began to shift again. Chapter 48. No one doubted Leon's claim at standing at the top of the current hunters after that display of overwhelming power. This even extended to the other classes and even the older students, thanks to the fact one of the students was live streaming the entire class. The ease by which he systematically disabled Weiss was publicized, so a very large amount of people, including Salem, who had discovered this student's postings of their lessons with Leon, had seen him in action. Most simply thought he was impressively skilled and powerful, but Salem saw the deeper truth. Leon wasn't even trying in that spar, and Weiss was almost completely defenseless against him. Salem estimated that Leon was likely just below the level a honed maiden would be on if any of them were to truly put in the effort to reach their full potential. Frankly, it bothered her to no end that Ozma seemed to have roped him in. Salem had seen enough of Leon in the videos that the student had posted to know that Leon was definitely not subordinate to Ozma, as she could see his pride that was not even hidden. This left the only option left that Ozma hadn't shared any information on her with Leon, since he was an uncontrollable factor. This meant Salem could still approach him without running the risk of him immediately attacking her. The biggest problem she had however was that she knew that Leon was very familiar with the essence of Grimm after seeing him getting splashed with it in the various memories the witness, Grimm had given her access to. Salem was quite happy seeing him getting exposed to the small amounts that he had as she personally knew how corruptive the stuff was to the mind. Leon's habit of torturing the Grimm had made it so unlike her who tossed herself into a Grimm pool in a failed attempt to kill herself that he was unconsciously becoming more prone to destructive tendencies. Her change was violent and instant but Leon was slowly getting more corrupted as he got exposed to the essence of Grimm. Salem knew that at the rate he was going that Leon would eventually be corrupted enough for her to sway him over to her side. For now though she was content to wait patiently for her prize to come to her on its own. R.W.B also watched the live stream along with the other professors and knew that Leon was by no means exaggerating his own power. This left him conflicted as he knew that Leon would be an extremely valuable asset in the shadow war with Salem, but at the same time R.W.B also knew that Leon was a proud soul that couldn't be forced to heal. If Leon were to be brought in on the knowledge of Salem he would run the risk of escalating the war if she discovered that Leon's semblance mimicked her immortality almost exactly minus the storage amount for the energy that fueled it. This secret was only known to 3 people after Summer had died. Crow, Ty and R.W.B himself were the only ones besides Leon aware of the near unkillability that Leon's semblance gave him. If Salem ever discovered it she would likely drop all of the pretenses of remaining unseen to go all in on acquiring Leon for herself. The worst part was how tempted R.W.B was to directly hand Leon over to her in exchange for peace even if only for a few centuries, a price she would likely jump on eagerly. It wasn't even hard for R.W.B to understand how Salem's mind worked at this point after having died and been reincarnated over the centuries. Immortality was terribly lonely and that was even with him having another person with him during the first few years of his reincarnation. It was far worse for Salem who only had herself for the millions of years she had lived from the first civilization. The temptation of having someone else that could accompany her forever without growing old and dying would be a fatal lure she couldn't resist. R.W.B himself may have filled that role if he had wisely not brought up the mission that the God of Light had given him and turned on Salem. Chapter 49. What R.W.B wasn't aware of despite being aware of Leon's treatment of Grimm was that the essence of Grimm didn't get diluted just because it had birthed a Grimm. Over the years hunters showed more violent tendencies but not even R.W.B who was aware of how Salem had been corrupted realized the source. Everyone simply thought that it was a natural result of being a hunter for so long when in fact it was because of the minute amounts of essence of Grimm that they got exposed to. Leon thanks to his habits was being exposed to far more than almost any other hunter. Leon himself wasn't realizing the problem thanks to his semblance healing the damaged parts of him and the stabilizing ability of the Falna. Much like Salem Leon's body was becoming attuned to the destructive tendencies of the essence of Grimm. Thanks to the divine origin of the essence however the Falna was sucking it up before it became noticeable making the corrupting process far slower than it would have been otherwise. Add in the addition of the Sharingan and Leon's almost entirely unaffected personality-wise despite how much of the essence he was in contact with regularly. The next matchup is between Lee Ren and Blake Belladonna, Leon said snapping the students out of their shock. This matchup was a little special since honestly neither of the two had any huge flaws in their combat style. The problem both had instead was that they were both capable of long-range combat as well as close range but weren't set on either. This led to them being okay at both styles but not nearly as good as someone who focused on only one. If they were over-the-top geniuses like RWBY or Leon they could use talent to fix this but neither of them were that talented. The match took far longer than any of the other matches thanks to how evenly matched in every regard the two of them were. In the end Blake just barely won after the two of them decided to just evolve the fight into a slugfest. Ren had martial arts training but lacked experience using it against people but Blake was the exact opposite thanks to her time in the White Fang where she mainly fought other people. In this instance of skill versus experience, experience won out narrowly. The only matches after that worth mentioning was Yang and Nora's in which both of them were pit against ranged fighters. Both of them had the same difficulty dealing with pure ranged opponents while their opponents couldn't survive close combat and needed to work on that. It showed too since after Yang was irritated enough by the potshots she burst out with her rage-fueled semblance that boosted all of her stats enough to close the distance and lay down the hurt. That semblance made Yang the perfect example of the type of person you don't want to piss off. Theoretically speak Yang's semblance worked similar to the Hulk's power in that the angrier she was the more of a boost her semblance gave her. Nora's semblance however was much more similar to Leon's own semblance in that she absorbed an energy type to strengthen herself. The biggest difference was that Leon's semblance made him pretty much immortal while hers only gave her a base improvement as well as an extra temporary one if she was exposed to electricity. If they were put on a ladder to determine which was superior Leon's would be easily 5 or 6 rungs higher up than hers and towards the top of the ladder. It wasn't the most powerful version of that type of semblance however as the semblances that gave the ability to actually transform oneself into their element along with the other benefits won that category easily. In Leon's case he would not only be nigh immortal but also untouchable since attacks would just pass through him harmlessly. If for whatever reason he was blown apart elementization would let him reassemble without any trouble at all. Chapter 50. Leon had a theory that his semblance evolving into a higher form wasn't a unique trait he possessed, but rather simply made easier because of his Falna. There had been documented cases in the past where a hunter pushed their semblance to its current limit in a highly stressful situation like a grim horde. In a very small handful of these cases new uses or benefits suddenly manifested in their semblances and the hunters get the faint impression of growing heavier. Leon believed that if the full potential of a semblance was dug out it was difficult but not impossible to cause the semblance to evolve into a higher form. Leon's original semblance didn't actually have that much potential to dig out so it was easier for his Falna to just upgrade it when he leveled up. The potential of his current semblance however was leagues higher than his original to the point he still was discovering uses for it. So far he had a larger storage, extreme regeneration, passive strengthening, spell fueling, inefficient life draining and minor heal others that was also inefficient. Leon also knew that his Devil's Due skill also used his semblance to work but he considered it a separate ability since it didn't just need the semblance to work. The tournament lasted for a whole month during which time a few things had happened. First was that Leon's plan had worked and Carden mellowed out considerably, not to say he was pleasant to be around merely that he stopped looking down on everyone. Ironically the matchup that knocked Carden down the most pegs was between him and John. Leon had been secretly dragging John to train during the last 4 weeks and he had grown by leaps and bounds in the process. The only people aware of this change were those who knew John personally and interacted with him often. The training hadn't been easy either for John as Leon effectively beat him half to death before healing him and repeating the process. Normally Leon wouldn't use such a brutal method to train someone but John was lacking even the basics of combat and Leon didn't want to be here spending years fixing them. This led Leon to this brutal but very effective, sink or swim, type training. John was actually pretty talented once he set his mind to something and as a result he completed Leon's crash course in combat training. Carden mocked John as worthless and unworthy to be a hunter but once John figured out that he was actually not weaker than Carden the match was flipped on its head. Carden tried to use his usual suppress and beat down method of combat but John had learned to be vicious after Leon's training and slashed Carden's ankles while blocking. This took out a good chunk of Carden's aura while also tripping him. Once on the ground Carden couldn't recover before John stabbed at him till his shield broke and ended the match. It was a huge upset that only Team RWBY and JNPR had seen coming and Carden's team looked nervously at John who they had been bullying since school started. John paid them no mind however as he was a bigger person than that. Carden himself just stayed on the ground trapped in denial at losing to John who he considered the most worthless person in Beacon. This marked the largest improvement in Carden's attitude as well as in his grades as he started to actually listen to the other professors. All of the students might not have fixed their weaknesses but they at least started to do so by the end of these 4 weeks. To be honest Leon felt kinda bad for the foreign competitors who would face his students during the Vital Festival. He knew for a fact that the lessons he put his own students through weren't covered by the other academies. This meant there was bound to be a gap in skill between his students and the foreign students. This gap would only grow larger however as Leon still had 3 months after this before the foreigners would arrive. The best part was that Leon's class isn't part of the schooling they would get when they came here since he was a unique existence at Beacon. Chapter 51. During the next 3 days after the tournament ended Leon didn't leave his residence much because his familiar connection was telling him the egg was going to hatch. If there was one thing Leon didn't want to miss it was the moment his familiar hatched. This was mostly because he had no idea what the thing was and he was curious to find out. It was on Wednesday that the egg developed its first crack running down its side. Leon was surprised it had taken so long for his familiar to crack the egg despite constantly hammering on it from the inside for 3 days. It didn't take long after that for the first small hole to show up and more soon after that. Eventually the creature was out of the egg and acting like an eager kitten. The creature was roughly the size of a large dog and had black, purple and orange skin. The creature was obviously reptilian in shape but had 4 legs and a set of wings much like Leon's own. From all over its body the creature had small bone spikes protruding while small horn nubs sat on its forehead. Leon had memories of this particular creature since it definitely was native to this world but he could tell how much of a headache it was going to become in the future. Nergigant, the Eater of Elders. Despite how cute and cuddly Leon's familiar seemed at the moment he knew how notoriously bad-tempered the species was from the game it originated in. Leon had to admit that it was an impressive thing to have as a familiar, since once it reached maturity it would be nightmarish to behold. The biggest headache for Leon however showed up shortly after that, where the little thing got hungry and went on a rampage, destroying the furniture and walls. Leon had prepared all sorts of different possible foods for his familiar, but the rambunctious newborn was a consummate carnivore with a monstrous appetite. The entire stock of meat Leon had prepared for the next 2 weeks was what it took to satisfy the small dragon. Leon had a theory that the reason this species ate elder dragons was because they were the only things with enough nutrients and energy in their flesh to sustain them without constant hunting like the Deviljo. To prove this, Leon used his infernal script to summon exactly 1 pound of Zora Magdaros flesh to test. Leon had discovered long ago that if you were creative enough, infernal script could do almost anything you may need. In this case he simply tore out a small amount of meat from the mountain-sized monster native to that world. Leon had also discovered that it was impossible to actually travel to other worlds with the script, since the laws of the other worlds rejected outsiders violently. When he had tried originally he had been disintegrated from his stomach down before he fearfully returned to Remnant. Thankfully Leon's semblance made regrowing his limbs a simple matter of waiting and expending life force. The test results from the Zora's flesh confirmed Leon's theory, as it was nearly 8 times more nutrient-rich than even the best superfood known on Remnant. The results also showed exuberant amounts of an unknown energy that Leon recognized as dragon energy. Leon was thankful that he had the Sharingan that granted him absolute authority on any subject he had already studied. Thanks to his knowledge on cellular growth and cloning, Leon simply started growing the cells of the Zora in order to have food for his familiar. Theoretically speaking, Leon could also make an infant clone of Zora to set loose in the world if he wanted to, but figured the Grimm were enough of an issue so he shouldn't make any more problems. Leon soon discovered that his familiar was male and named it Genesis, since it was the first of its kind in this world. Genesis had some sort of fascination with destroying Leon's shoes when left unattended, not even to eat them but literally just chewing them up and spitting them back out while looking wronged when Leon got onto him about it. Chapter 52. Leon noticed that despite being quick to anger, Genesis was actually pretty relaxed most of the time. As a newborn, Leon was capable of teaching Genesis to control himself when he was angry. This was very easy, surprisingly, as Leon discovered that the familiar bond increased Genesis's intelligence to human levels. Leon theorized that this was because an unintelligent creature, even one as powerful as Genesis, would be more trouble than it's worth since they were uncontrollable. Familiars were meant to amplify and control one's power, but they are also supposed to support their masters and be genuinely helpful. At first glance, Genesis's species seemed like a horrible choice for this, but if you remove or control their bad attitudes and give them human-level thinking ability, it's the exact opposite. Leon proved this when he spent the last 2 days till his next class fixing Genesis's anger issues. On Saturday, Leon, with Ojban's permission, brought Genesis to his class with the small dragon curious about literally everything. It didn't help that everyone who saw Genesis did a double take in surprise and curiosity at him. Genesis didn't mind the attention at all thanks to his innate pride as an elder dragon. This time Leon only terraformed the area to be completely flat, hard ground, perfect for what he has in mind. Leon had realized after interacting with Genesis for the last 2 days that if he were to allow other hunters to summon familiars of their own, that it would become far easier to deal with Grimm. Think about it, most Grimm tend to ignore animals, so if the familiar was careful it could find hidden Grimm or warn their partner of ambushes. Flying familiars or aquatic familiars would be massively useful on land or at sea for all manner of things. Ojban agreed to allow Leon to use the first-year students as a test group to find out if such a useful thing was worth the risk. There was indeed a risk involved with gaining a familiar in that the bond was soul deep, so if one side were to die the other would be struck a very heavy blow directly to their souls. Such a blow may drive the person mad or simply kill them if they are lucky. The worst case scenario, however, is the trauma from the loss echoing and amplifying the wound to the soul until it shatters, erasing that person in their entirety. The benefits far outweighed the risk in Ojban's mind, however, as this meant that humanity might be able to overtake the Grimm. All it took was a single extremely powerful familiar to turn the tide of a horde siege. Ojban's biggest concern, however, was that the dark side of humanity might use the familiars to cause untold destruction, or gods forbid Salem gets a familiar. Leon assuaged these concerns by saying that he could easily add a stipulation in the summoning circle that those with evil or twisted personalities would fail to achieve anything. In the teaching field, as Leon called it, he first drew a large circle of concealing script to prevent the summoning circle from getting out via whoever keeps recording the classes. Next to that he drew an EMP-type circle that would fry any electronical devices the students tried to sneak in to record the process. With those safety precautions in place, Leon then started to draw out the evil rejection modified summoning circle that was just like the one he used to Mount Glen but unnoticeably larger. Leon was just finishing it up when the first student arrived and stared in shock and confusion at the huge opaque dome in the middle of the field guarded by what appeared to be a miniature dragon. It was clear that whatever this scene was, it clearly must be Leon's doing, since the weird letters on the ground making up the circle he had used to change out of his gravity suit. Speaking of the gravity suit, Atlas had been breathing down Leon's neck about him keeping the good stuff for himself. They had even tried to use patriotism to coax him into sharing the secrets of the suit with them. Leon finished with the modified summoning circle when the second team showed up, giving the small dragon and opaque dome a weird look. Leon walked out of the circles and looks at the two teams and simply says, "Wait." The final team arrived 30 minutes later and Leon finally began to speak to the class as a whole. "These symbols on the ground are part of a language that I discovered, technically not a lie, and perfected the use of. They could even be considered magical in nature, but before anyone asked, no, I will not be teaching the language to anyone, ever. The potential of these symbols makes them too dangerous to spread, so they'll follow me to the grave," he said seriously. Chapter 53. That said, I have created a method to summon creatures that can focus and improve your power while also being absolutely loyal to you. Leon paused to let that sink in. He pointed at Genesis, who was looking at the students curiously. "This small spiked creature here is Genesis, my own familiar, and as some of you may have noticed, he has a striking resemblance to a dragon. This is because he is in fact a type of dragon, a Nergigant to be precise. For those curious why he is so small as a dragon, it is simply because I summoned him when he was an egg and he had hatched on Wednesday," Leon explained calmly. A few people raised their hands to ask questions, but Leon stopped them. "The process to summon a familiar merely brings the best fit for the individual in question. But this didn't mean that your own familiars will also be eggs, as many will likely summon adult versions of your creatures," Leon said, and all but 3 hands fell. "Yes, Miss Nikos?" Leon asked as Pyrrha was one of those with her hand still raised. "Where do the creatures come from, since Remnant certainly doesn't have any like that?" she asked, pointing at Genesis. Leon shook his head. "I can't say. I know where my familiar came from, but due to the uniqueness of each person's familiar requirements they could come from literally anywhere," he said seriously. "Is there any risk to getting a familiar?" Pyrrha asked, satisfied with the previous answer. The other 2 hands fell when she asked this, showing their intention to ask that very question. Leon nodded. "There are indeed risks involved in getting a familiar, but I was going to explain those as part of the class anyways." "Is there anything else?" he asked calmly. "How do we take care of our familiars if we don't know what they need?" she asked, and a few others nodded that this was important. "I will help in identifying your familiars as well as the needs of their species as part of the class as well. This level of diligence is to be expected from me as a teacher after all, no need to worry about it," Leon explained calmly, and Pyrrha had no more questions. "The next topic before I answered those questions was about the risk involved with the binding of familiars," Leon said seriously. "These familiars are bound to you on a spiritual level, and as a result, should either you or your familiar get killed, the other will be struck with a wound on their very soul, along with the emotional damage losing the other would cause. A wound on the soul has horribly consequences, with the mildest being agony, the likes of which puts torture to shame. The heaviest, however, is the soul wound and the emotional trauma causing your soul to shatter, erasing you in your entirety. Your familiar is both an additional strength but also a weakness, so guarding their life is doing the same to your own," he explained sternly. "Other than that, the only true risk is if you mistreat your familiar and it retaliates. Remember that your familiars are literally bound to your soul, so you are closer to them than even your own parents or lovers. Treat them like family and you'll never worry about it, but try and suppress or treat them cruel and they may kill you or themselves," he warned, focusing on Carden with his gaze. The boy just sighed. "I get it, I was wrong," he says angrily. Apparently one of the other teachers had told Carden about the sneaky way Leon used to fix his horrible attitude. Having genuinely changed, Carden had seen how much of an asshole he was beforehand, which was quite the wake-up call. It was still a work in progress, but Carden was much more friendly after that. A fair warning, however, is that no one can record past the security dome here to keep the people without authorization from summoning familiars. If you take anything electronic through the security dome, you will quickly find out it was fried immediately, Leon warned seriously. If for some reason some of you fail to summon a familiar, it is merely your own bad luck for not having a compatible soul. This was simply a safety precaution to prevent you all from accidentally damaging you souls during the summoning due to lack of energy, Leon said calmly, lying about why the circle wouldn't work for those with evil or twisted personalities. "With all of this said, none of you are being forced to summon a familiar if you simply don't think yourselves capable of taking care of it," Leon said with a reassuring smile. Chapter 54. No one opted out of the summoning since it was far too tempting to get a familiar that was very powerful like a dragon. Leon could tell what the class was thinking, but since he had already explained how the outcome was decided, he left it alone. "Alright then, since you are all willing to summon a familiar, each of you will temporarily place any electronic devices that you don't want fried into the plastic bins outside the security circle, he said calmly. First up, Andrew Anderson, Leon said, and the boy stepped out and put his scroll and watch into a plastic bin. Follow me into the ritual area, Leon said before walking through the opaque dome. Leon found it funny how the boy had closed his eyes and stretched out his hands to check for solid objects as he walked through the dome. You done being dramatic? Leon asked with a smirk. The boy opened his eyes but froze at what he saw. Leon couldn't blame him either, since the summoning circle was like a huge dense circle of black writing. It was so complex it made the first two look like children's scribbles compared to string theory. The process is simple: walk to the circle and pour your energy into it until it lights up, then wait. If you don't summon some form of eldritch monstrosity, you will then drip a single drop of blood on the circle to bind whatever the familiar is, Leon explained seriously. The boy gulped nervously but stepped next to the circle and crouched down to put his hand on it. Soon the circle began to glow and a small orb of light roughly the size of an infant burst into existence in the center before fading to reveal the familiar. The creature looked like a white tiger cub with leopard spots, but the biggest difference was the whiskers that were as long as its body and feather-like at the ends. Coral kitten, top low danger rating, carnivore with mild electrical abilities, Leon said calmly. Is that good? Andrew asked cautiously. Leon smiled and nodded. Yes, it's a great creature to have as a familiar. Go ahead and drip so blood on the circle to bind it, he said reassuringly. The boy did so, and from the full body flinch that came after the blood sank into the coral kitten, the bond was successful. Take your familiar and go send in the next student please, Leon said, and Andrew grabbed the confused kitten and left the dome. 3 students summoned their familiars with various different creatures showing up, none of which were normal animals. Leon figured it had something to do with how Beacon students were all very talented due to the strict requirements to be accepted into the school. Obviously there were a very small percentage of students who cheated their way into the school, but those were very rare. Up till now the only one Leon has met was John, but even he was pretty talented and so fit in fairly easily. After those 3 came John's turn to summon a familiar, and he nervously followed Leon's instruction and seemed to mentally be praying for something good. Leon would have to assume John's prayer would be what he summoned was a small green creature with black marks under its eyes and a red diamond shape on its chest. Larvitar, mid-high danger rating, Geovore with the ability to evolve 2 times, Leon said with a wide smile. Geovore. Mid-high danger rating? John asked confused. Geovore means it consumes minerals as its main food source, so feeding it won't be an issue for you. The mid-high danger rating is to document how powerful it has the potential to grow and reach. It's an exceptional familiar. Go ahead and bind it before you send in the next student, Leon said calmly. Leon hadn't expected a Pokemon to show up, much less a pseudo-legendary like a Larvitar. Apparently John had far more talent than Leon had realized, but the innate pride of the Tyranitar line would do well to boost John's own confidence, which he desperately needed. The rest of students in the class summoned their familiars, and surprisingly enough none of them set off the evil prevention safety measure. The creatures summoned by the students each had various levels of danger, with the highest being only a couple steps below his own. This familiar belonged to RWBY unsurprisingly, as she summoned another elder dragon, Velkhana. Hers was also a whelp like Leon's, but the need it symbolized couldn't be any clearer. She was too friendly and naive and needed to be more cold and proud of herself. Chapter 55. Carden summoned a familiar that almost made Leon burst into laughter at how well it fit his needs. It was a small brown fox-like creature with a fluffy tail that had a tan tip and mane. EV, high mid-danger rating, omnivore with no set direction of growth until evolution, Leon said while stopping himself from laughing. EVs were notoriously empathetic and humble Pokemon that were fiercely loyal despite their weak strength. Carden was selfish, arrogant and prone to abandon what he found useless, making an EV the polar opposite of himself, which was frankly hilarious. Is this good? Carden asked with a confused look at the adorable little fox Pokemon. Leon nodded. Its current form isn't very powerful, in fact it is only just a little stronger than a normal house pet with a little bit of power. Depending on how you treat it, the EV can evolve into one of 8 different forms with an extreme emphasis on a type of energy that are all very powerful. Until then, however, I suggest you treat it like your own best friend because its species are fiercely loyal. It would be a shame to see it mistreated, Leon said while giving Carden a stern look. Young summoned a bright red potted plant with a face, but Leon immediately banished it with his back covered in a cold sweat. Fucking Flowy of all things, if I didn't know what his deal was I may have unleashed that bastard onto this world, he thought as Yang gave him a weird look. He let her do the summoning again since the first time didn't go so well and no existential horrors showed up this time. Instead Yang got a small green lizardman creature with a tan robe and a lantern in one hand and a dagger in the other. Tumori, low high danger rating, unknown diet and deceptively capable of dealing lethal damage despite its slow movement, Leon said and shivered at the misery this type of creature gave Final Fantasy players who didn't know about it, himself included. Cool, Yang said, binding the little demon without hesitation. Leon honestly felt bad for any enemies Yang got in the future. Blake summoned a small orange dog creature with black stripes and a tan tuft of fur on the back of its neck. Grow lithe, mid-high danger rating, carnivore with fire-type abilities, Leon explained, and Blake reluctantly bound it and left with it following behind her. Weiss summoned a small horned ape with black and yellow striped fur and a thin tail with a tuft of fur at the end. Rajang, mid-high danger rating, omnivore with a strong body and electrical attacks, Leon explained, and Weiss seemed satisfied with this information when she bound it and had it follow her. She's going to lose her mind when she figures out how wild that thing acts, Leon thought with a smirk. The only familiar that were summoned that Leon really paid attention to belonged to the rest of John's team. Ren summoned a creature that was a mix of eagle and horse with wings and brown feathers, hippogriff, high-low danger rating, carnivore with high amounts of self-pride that can fly, Leon explained calmly. Ren silently bound the creature and lead it out. Nora however summoned a sloth-like thing with droopy brown eyes and tan and brown fur, Slacketh, mid-high danger rating, herbivore with a lazy attitude and high physical strength at its final form, Leon explained, and Nora pouted but still bound and carried the thing out. Pura interestingly summoned another larvitar much like John, however hers was male while John's was female. This had several implications as far as Leon could tell that made him fairly curious. He knew there was something between John and Pura, but for her to be so interested in him as to summon the opposite-gendered member of the same species as his familiar, she must have been deeply worried about being incompatible with him. Well, good for you I suppose, Leon said after telling her the information on her familiar, but she just gave him a confused look that he just chuckled at. Chapter 56. This rest of the lesson's time was spent letting the teams get closer to their familiars since they had just met not so long ago. It was a very fast process since the soul bond made both parties inclined to be friendly, so it was simply a matter of socializing between each person's familiars. The easiest team that had their familiars get comfortable with each other was Team JNPR. This was almost entirely because of how close Pura and John's familiars got as soon as they saw the other. Leon chuckled when he saw how the closeness of those two familiars left Pura and John red-faced and embarrassed. Team RWBY however was having serious problems getting their familiars to get along thanks to the headstrong personalities of RWBY's, Weiss's and Blake's familiars. Yang's familiar simply didn't seem to care how the other three acted, and for good reason too, since at the moment it could easily kill all of them without breaking a sweat. Of the three headstrong creatures, the Grow Lithe was the best behaved while Weiss's Rajang was the definition of a wild child. RWBY's Velkhana was just flat out standoffish and arrogant as it chilled its surroundings without care for anyone other than RWBY and itself. The potential power of the team was the highest out of all the teams but also needed the most work to harness that power. Team JNPR came in a close second in terms of power but didn't need even a quarter the work to reach their full potential. Leon wasn't surprised to see that Genesis was still the most powerful familiar amongst those summoned. Leon himself was probably one of the most talented and gifted people to ever walk Remnant thanks to his Falna and Sharingan alone, but add his semblance and he was frankly monstrously talented. Nergigant were actually one of the few species that actually evolved by themselves into their far more powerful Ravager subspecies individually. Most monster species needed several generations and strict resource enrichment to do the same. But if a Nergigant ate enough and lived long enough, they could transition to their Ravager form almost guaranteed. Even more crazy is that the base form Nergigant were capable of going toe-to-toe with Velkhana and even coming out on top. This meant that RWBY's familiar was about the same level as Genesis at the moment but would be left behind as time moved on. The next two classes were much like the first in that no one wanted to miss the opportunity that summoning a familiar presented them. Unlike the first class however, there was a single student between all of the classes who set off the evil safeguard. It was a boy by the name of Cobalt Tyler who had short brown hair and green eyes that was also a dog Faunus. The boy seemed disappointed at failing to summon a familiar but didn't kick up a fuss about it since Leon had told the lie about the safety measure's true purpose. It wasn't until later that night that Leon learned that the boy was a White Fang operative when he led a group of the White Fang to the area that had the summoning circle. Only Ojban was aware that Leon had put warning devices all over that are to tell him when someone trespassed. It was 5 minutes to midnight when Leon got the alarm warning him of someone being where they shouldn't be. The place Leon conducted his lessons was located almost directly above his cave abode, so it only took him a minute or so to reach it after getting the warning. When Leon arrived, he found a team of 6 White Fang members messing with the security circle in an attempt to get it down. Leon assumed this was so they could record the summoning circle and let them have the entire organization summon familiars at their own locations. Thankfully the Infernal script was highly volatile if even a single error was made in the lettering. So when one of the people got the bright idea of just scraping the letters out, all hell broke loose. The sentence that made up the circle went from obscure the inside without blocking objects entering or leaving, to erase the inside without blocking objects entering or leaving. The opaque dome turned red, but none of the white Fang members had even realized that they had just failed their mission by erasing the summoning circle in its entirety. Leon, as the master of the language, knew what had just happened, so he just left them alone with a smirk. There was no need to worry about the circle getting out because of these people, so Leon just waited for them to realize that they had fucked up with a mocking smile. Chapter 57. Leon watched the lucky white Fang member continue to scrape off letters until the sentence was like a weird nonsensical cipher. It was at this point the circle just winked out of existence, like it was rage quitting at this guy's stupid levels of luck. Leon kinda had to agree that the man had gotten within inches of erasing himself or his companions several times with his unskillful dismantling of the circle. Even with those stupid white grim mask on, Leon could see the initially dumbstruck expressions the group made seeing the pit where the summoning circle should have been, followed by anger at failing their mission. It was at this point Leon spoke up from his location nearby. "The funny thing is that the first symbol you scraped off was the one that made you fail your mission," he said with a chuckle. Ironically, despite most Faunas having night vision, none of the white Fang members noticed Leon standing nearby, not even hiding. "When did you get here?" one of the group yelled in surprise. Leon grinned. "I got here about a minute after you lot set off my alarms. I admit it was fun to watch you dance at the edge of death by messing with the obscuring circle this whole time," he said with a casual smirk. "What do you mean?" Cobalt asked seriously. "Well, as I explained in class, I am the only person who understands the intricacies of this language. What I didn't mention was that not knowing what you're looking at and trying to mess with the written script is testing your luck, since the language is very volatile if a mistake is made in the writing," Leon said honestly. "In other words, you've basically been smashing a bomb with a hammer hoping to disarm it," he said grinning. Apparently one of the white Fang members paid attention to the fact that Leon said he was the only person to fully comprehend the language. "We haven't failed our mission if we bring you back with us," the hand said, drawing his sword at Leon. The other members of the group took after the first guy and drew their weapons at Leon, who burst into laughter. "You guys are either ignorant or stupid if you think you have a chance against me, but fine, let daddy give you the belt," he said with a malicious gleam in his eyes. A few moments later the entire group was covered in bruises and welts while tied up. "Now think about what you've done," Leon said mockingly. R.W.B. was not happy getting a picture of Leon posing with the captive white Fang members at 1 at night. When he showed up with security, he found Leon casually using the captives as a chair while reading a book. "Do you know why they were here?" R.W.B. asked, ignoring Leon's behavior. "Oh yeah, it was hilarious. They failed immediately in the most spectacular way," Leon said with a chuckle. "How so?" R.W.B. asked curiously. "Right, so first they were trying to be stealthy but set off literally every alarm I had in place. Then they tried to lower the obscuring circle to record the summoning circle, but ended up turning the thing into a giant eraser that deleted everything inside it. As if that wasn't a big enough mistake, they actually thought they could capture me of all people. I roughed them up a bit as a punishment. You don't mind, right?" Leon said while cackling madly as he remembered it. R.W.B. just rubbed his forehead at Leon's antics as he felt a headache forming. "So they didn't succeed then?" he asked seriously. Leon just waved it off. "Nah, they failed before they even left their base," he said dismissively. "That's good. Now I suppose you'd best be off while we take this group into custody," R.W.B. said, and Leon left through the air. R.W.B. lost sight of him quickly as Leon seemed to blend into the cloudy sky easily. "I feel like this is just the start of the problem," R.W.B. said to no one in particular. Chapter 58. R.W.B. was right, as the mysterious recorder of Leon's lesson somehow set up the scroll away from the students to record the class. This meant it was impossible to use the order the students were called to figure out the identity of the person recording these lessons. R.W.B. was even starting to think that this person was psychic, with how they always seemed to know when their identity was at risk and prepare for it beforehand. It was fine at first when Leon was an untested teacher, but as Leon got more and more into cutting-edge ideas and techniques, it had become a problem. R.W.B. didn't mind the other academies copying Leon's lesson since it would only make better hunters, but the most recent lesson changed that. Leon had introduced familiars in this latest lesson, and every other kingdom as well as the rising faunus nation of Menagerie went into an uproar. Something brand new had appeared, and not like in a technological sense either, as there was not a single thing on this planet similar. Each nation wanted Leon to share his unknown language of power for various reasons and were pressuring R.W.B. to make him. "It's funny they think I can command that man to do anything he doesn't want to do," he thought while looking at the ever-growing pile of paperwork on his desk. Most of it was petitions to make familiars publicly accessible, but those were flat out denied instantly. A good portion of them were sanctions against Leon for denying a valuable resource to humanity. These were trickier to handle. R.W.B. didn't need to worry about them, mostly because it wasn't illegal to not share your own knowledge just because it could help humanity. Ojban knew that this knowledge could also doom humanity in the wrong hands though. There were moves being made by the World Council to force Leon to share his knowledge, but Ojban explained why it wouldn't work, which sent them back to the drawing board. None of the council members even considered the idea of dropping their attempts to get that knowledge, not that Ojban could blame them. As someone who had seen and lived firsthand what humanity could build with a freely usable power, he knew the potential the language held. On the same hand, however, his ex-wife Salem also knew this as well, and if this knowledge spread past Leon, it may eventually reach her hands. Salem, unlike Ojban's thoughts, wasn't worried about this new language at all, since she had a fairly good understanding of Leon's personality after seeing his lessons as well as interactions with Grimm. If Leon said he was taking this knowledge with him to the grave, it would take a literal act of God to stop him from doing exactly that. Capturing or blackmailing Leon were both fool's errands, since he was extremely powerful and unnoticed by most, had even basically taken over Vale with his underground organization as well as his legitimate business. As far as Salem was concerned, Leon was the ruler in the shadows while Ojban was at most a figurehead. The only issue she had is that she knew Ojban was perfectly happy not being in control if it meant peace for humanity. It was a conflicting feeling for her, as on one hand she was happy to see Leon as a ruler, but on the other hand she was bitter about how much Ojban had changed since his first life. She held no attachment to Ojban after clashing with him so much over the years, but she still remembered the love they once shared. Leon himself had been dealing with a stupid amount of paperwork, as he got hate mail as well as petitions for him to publicize his Infernal script. Unlike Ojban, however, Leon had assistants to help him sort through the paperwork for the actually important stuff. The sanctions threatening him with legal action, for example, had Leon pulling on his vast web of connections to threaten back. As a ruler on the underworld, Leon had plenty of dirty laundry he could air about all the leaders of the other kingdoms. The threats against the Titan Corporation were even more laughable, since he would just wipe out all of the tech and info there if they tried to take it over. Then he would start up charging for his products until they begged for forgiveness. If he had any competitors for his products, this wouldn't work, but his ideas were so futuristic that they left all other companies' product on the ground while they were on the moon. This meant if he upcharged his products to ridiculous degrees, people could only grit their teeth and pay that price. This might bring him a lot of hatred, but Leon simply didn't care, as he would point towards the people in charge and say, "They forced me to do this," blame them, and watch as public opinion rips them apart. Chapter 59. Gyra, who was the official leader of the Faunus, was the first to notice that Leon was poised to make their lives miserable and backed out of the planning against Leon. None of the other World Council members noticed this and merely thought he didn't want to persecute a Faunus who was innocent. Every single one of the council members knew that Leon was in the absolute right in this scenario, but the power that his language guaranteed blinded them with greed. It was only after they tried to take everything from Leon a few days later that they learned why Gyra backed out so early. Leon's plan was a ruthless bloodletting on their reputations, as he dismantled the Titan Corp in an instant while releasing every dirty secret they had thought they had hidden to the public. The final nail in the coffin, however, was when Leon publicly announced that thanks to their actions all of the Titan Corp products would now be sold individually and at a 20 times price markup. Leon vanished from the public eye minus the recordings of his lessons training the new hunters with their familiars, leaving the only target for the public's anger the council members. "You know this will cause serious problems if it continues, right?" Ojban asked Leon, who was sipping his own mug of hot chocolate. "First they will get desperate and start taking drastic measures to capture me so they win without losing more than they already have, but we both know how that's going to go," Leon said with a wicked grin, and Ojban nodded. "They will fail and you will kill whoever they send, correct?" he said calmly. Leon shook his head. "I am going to capture and cripple whoever they send while secretly giving them high ransoms," he said, and Ojban shivered as he figured out Leon's plan. It was brilliant really, as the more people they send the more public leverage Leon has available against them, forcing them to redeem the captives who are now worthless since they are cripples. No matter how the council tries to play this scenario to the public, they are the only ones set to lose anything they actually value. Leon had effectively set himself in an untouchable position with a blade against each of their throats while he was completely relaxed. It was honestly terrifying to Ojban. Ojban knew for a fact that while he was technically in charge of Vale, he was much less powerful than Leon in the kingdom. It was to such a degree that if you were to remove Ojban from his spot as ruler and place Leon there, it would change nothing fundamental. In fact, the kingdom would likely grow explosively if this were to happen, with all of Leon's vast resources actually directed towards Vale. At the moment those resources were free to be used, however Leon's whims decided at any given time. If Leon decided to go to war with the other kingdoms, he could do so easily and not feel much of a pinch. Leon could realistically take over the world with his resources, and most of the people alive would support him in this endeavor since he guaranteed a better future. Why didn't Leon do this then, you may be asking? The answer is he didn't feel like it. It was such a cliché thing to do and was simply not worth the effort as far as Leon was concerned. Ojban thought it was rather ironic that despite the countless people with that ambition, the one who could actually do it was too lazy to try. It was reassuring to a degree knowing that Leon wouldn't go to extreme lengths for his ambition, or at least for the ambition Ojban knew of anyways. Leon's ambition had to do with his Falna after all, and no one was even aware of its existence other than him. To those not aware of its placement on someone's back, the Falna is unnoticeable without status thief potions that reveal the originally invisible script. Since that potion didn't exist in this world, no one was even capable of learning about its presence on Leon's body without capturing him first. Chapter 60. The Atlas Council member was the first to send a squad after Leon, but thought to use the family of one of Leon's students to keep Leon from killing them all. Weiss's sister, Winter Schnee, was sent on this mission as a result, but the Atlas Council member was horribly underestimating just how much Leon was willing to be cruel to make his point. As Ojban expected, Leon captured the whole squad with only a small amount of difficulty. For the unimportant members of the squad, Leon ruthlessly cut off all of their limbs and plucked out their eyes and tongues while removing their ears as well. Leon was more merciful to Winter, however, since Leon was friends with Weiss and simply bound her aura with an infernal script sealed directly on her heart. This effectively made Winter into a normal person, unable to use her aura in any capacity. The woman was horrified when she discovered what Leon had done, however, likely because she knew her father would basically own her if she was retired from the military. She had even tried to seduce Leon in order to get him to remove the seal, but Leon simply ignored her. The only comfort allowed to Winter was that Leon had told Weiss of her sister's imprisonment and allowed her to visit her sister. Weiss had tried to convince Leon to remove the seal on, so he showed her the other Atlas prisoners and told her that was the alternative. She threw up when she saw the hellish state the members of the squad were in and decided to drop the subject. She no longer looked at Leon in a barely concealed admiration after that, however, as she had seen a glimpse of the dark part of him and it was sickening. The Vacuo Council member was the next as well as the last to send several squads to capture Leon, but was also sent ransoms for each of the hostages instead of reports of success. Mistral was more cautious than the other two and had prevented itself from sending out people to capture Leon, thus letting it save itself a loss. The only kingdoms not really affected by the actions of the council members were Vale and Menagerie, that had effectively just sat back and watched the chaos. Ojban was on Leon's side to begin with, so it wasn't an issue there from the start. Leon's relationship with Menagerie was complicated, however, as he had made huge strides in advancing the Faunus race. At the same time, however, he had close to 300 white Fang members put to death. The normal members of Menagerie had a love-hate relationship with the white Fang, but the last time so many Faunus had been killed at once was during the war. Leon's slaughter had ruffled the feathers of most of the race, giving him a similar love-hate relationship with the peoples of Menagerie. It was public knowledge why the slaughter had happened in Menagerie, which was the only reason Leon wasn't completely hated but not loved either. Half a month into the last month before the end of the semester, the council final couldn't take the public rioting against them and waved the white flag. Leon had reinforced his position of not allowing a double cross from any of them by having them make a deal with him over it. The Atlas Council member winced at this condition, as he indeed had the intention of double-crossing Leon secretly. As if to prove how worthless the council's attempts were, Leon had tightened Corp up and running like normal a mere hour after the deals were struck. All of Leon's lessons after his classes had summoned familiars had been focused on teaching each individual how to best use their familiar or what they needed to fix in its diet. The last 2 weeks of the semester was no different in this regard. The teams had come a long way since they first summoned their familiars, as each team now had their familiars at least working together. Those who had summoned infant monsters from the Monster Hunter world had seen their familiar rapidly grow up. This wasn't to say the monsters weren't still considered very young or weak, but simply that they were now as big as they would get without time and effort on their part. Genesis was very different compared to the other monsters, however, as he was Leon's familiar and Leon summoned extremely high-quality food for him. This was a privilege that only Leon had as the only person who knew the infernal script. A constant diet of bio-energy-rich elder dragon flesh from birth had already shown its effects, as Genesis was much larger than he normally would have been, as his spikes and hide turning almost black in color. He was transitioning to a Ravager Nergigant already, and he had only just reached physical maturity. Chapter 61. Interestingly enough, the little spat between Leon and the council members didn't affect the students being sent to Beacon for the Vital Festival at the end of the year. The students were given a month off from lessons as the academy prepared to house and support the foreigners coming. Leon was included in this since he was not actually needed for the foreign students. He still helped out around Beacon, but simply because he had nothing better to do. After reaching level 4, Leon's status had improved at a snail's pace even under the effects of the gravity suit. This wasn't so hard to believe since the Falna required stronger and stronger challenges to improve quickly, and while all Grimm still gave Leon EXP, it was not enough to do much normally. Most of the EXP went straight into improving his stats, but since the amount needed for even a single point increase was enormous, it was slow going. The biggest challenge Leon had was creating a form of usable magic with the Infernal script. Creating circles was a static and easy activity, but manifesting magic in mid-air with the script, unbelievably hard. To give an idea of how hard it was like writing essays in cursive compared to plucking the strings of reality with nothing but your willpower and luck. It was a monumental task to complete, so Leon was forced to master each of the individual steps he believed he needed to use this magic. He had theorized a total of 4 steps to use this magic so far, which were visualization, exertion, manifestation and actualization. He was still working on the first step despite the amount of time he had had with the script. Creating solid magic circles in your mind with such a complex language was a lot harder than most would assume. This was actually one of the few things that the Sharingan was useless for, as it is entirely mental in nature, so there was nothing for the eyes to see at this stage. If creating spells was a one-size-fits-all type problem, Leon wouldn't have had so much trouble with this first stage, but since the size, shape and wording of each magical effect required a setup, he was stuck memorizing hundreds of designs. That part was easy though, since once the design was done he could just write it down and store it with his Sharingan. The sheer volume of spells Leon created in order to ensure his magic system was perfect for all occasions was what took so long. Truthfully, if he only focused on a single aspect with his spells, he would probably be on the second or third step by now, but he was a perfectionist. Leon entirely ignored fire magic since his hell flame covered that category perfectly. So far he had created water and earth magic lines for his magic system, but was struggling with wind magic. Leon had even created several healing spells that were honestly the biggest pain in the ass, since the body was stupidly complex and healing someone by giving them cancer would be a bad trade-off. Each and every healing circle was huge and filled with dozens of restrictions and exceptions to allow them to be used without worry. The wind magic was the last set Leon was planning to create, but he was having difficulties condensing the air into anything more than a strong gust. The lightning aspect of air was fairly easy in comparison, since the phenomena that created lightning was very well understood. Leon had already studied the wind-based semblances at Beacon, but only a single one was useful for attacking. The most useful one in Leon's opinion, however, was the air null semblance that removed all air resistance for the user. If Leon had this ability, his flight speed would be way faster, since his own lacking aerodynamics wouldn't play as huge a role in restricting his speed. People simply aren't very aerodynamic, and as a result air resistance was a huge problem for flying faunas. Not surprising at all was that the semblance was listed as a speed type in the register that all governments kept. Yes, there was a list of all the semblances that most people had ever awakened that was made by incentivizing those who awakened their aura to record them for future reference. There were a total of 5 categories that a semblance could be classified under: attack, defense, speed, auxiliary and combination. The first 3 were easy to understand, but the last 2 were very finicky about their classifications. Typically auxiliary was things such as healing, boosting and illusions, while combination is when a semblance takes on the traits of more than one category. Leon's semblance, a vampire, fell into this category since it boosted, healed and increased his power and defense all at once. Chapter 62. Leon was sparring with Genesis topless when the first ship carrying the students from Vacuo arrived. Leon's act of publicly wrestling with Genesis served 2 purposes. First was to show off for the foreigners, and the second was because, much like Leon himself, Genesis always looked for a challenge in combat. Every familiar was summoned based off of what the person needed most at the time, but Genesis was practically identical to Leon in personality. The only difference was the one thing Leon desperately needed when he summoned Genesis originally but got due to the events of the pest control operation: indifference. Genesis simply didn't care what others thought of him or his actions, and minus when Leon tells him otherwise, does whatever he wants. This most was fighting the Goliaths that lived near the borders of the kingdom. These Grim were several story tall elephantine creatures that waited patiently for the chance to kill the people living in the kingdom. They were strong enough to cause serious damage if they were to attack, but since the leaders of the herd were centuries old, they also knew the Grim who did that got killed the most. Genesis was a battle junkie much like Leon, and as a result the Goliath had been targeted for extermination by him. Leon has seen the dragon come back at night with serious wounds more than once, but Genesis knew better than to fight until he died, so it wasn't a problem. Genesis knew that Leon could physically contend with him and insisted on sparring every now and then. Leon had simply took advantage of this to show off for the foreigners. Genesis was careful not to injure Leon with his claws, as doing so would expose the fact that Leon both had a very weak shield and hyper-regeneration. It was little surprise that the 2 of them had drawn a crowd to watch them spar, mostly out of curiosity at the fearsome dragon that was at the dock sparring with its partner. The general public knew about the familiars that had been summoned by this year's freshmen thanks to whoever it was that kept live streaming Leon's lessons. Till now however none had personally seen any of the familiars, so everyone was curious about them. More than a few people were terrified of Genesis because of his looks, but most of the public's opinion was positive. The rules for this public showing was very clear, as it was to first solid hit that was not blocked. This led to Leon and Genesis clashing knuckle to knuckle in a resounding manner. Thanks to his mid-level 4 body, Leon didn't need to shield his fist during this part of the spar. Leon was physically weaker than Genesis, but considering he was an elder dragon, that was to be expected. Still, despite this, Leon only needed to adjust his footing to compensate for the extra force behind each of Genesis's punches. Both of them were skilled fighters however, and it showed as they parried and clashed each of the varied attacks sent at them. Genesis was fond of using feints in all of his attacks, while Leon was more of a redirection and control type fighter. This showed with Leon seemingly on the defense all the time, but only those with a good amount of skill noticed that Genesis was slowly being pushed into a corner as Leon invaded his personal space. Leon's style was precisely about forcing his opponents to make a mistake before ending the fight the instant they do. Genesis lost this round of sparring as he panicked and went for a wide swing that overextended his reach. Leon capitalized on this with a soft hooked uppercut to his chin while Genesis was trying to recover. Genesis snorted in irritation at the loss but cheered up at the applause that the crowd gave the two of them. As an elder dragon, Genesis was innately prideful, so having a strong partner who was applauded did wonders for inflating his ego. Leon's purpose for this display was completed, since he could see the foreign students amongst the crowd looking at him in awe thanks to his Sharingan. Chapter 63. Leon casually strolled around the city of Vale after that, with Genesis who insisted on Leon stopping at every food stall along the way. It was amusing to see the ferocious dragon acting like an overeager child set loose in a candy store. The only real problem was that Leon had to shell out a large amount of lien when Genesis found a taste he wanted to sample. Considering Genesis's mouth was the size of Leon's torso, each sample was most of what the stall had prepared in advance, if not all of it. For most people it would have been a huge meal, but since Genesis was so big it was little more than a small snack. Still, Leon was richer than he knew what to do with, so shelling out a small fortune to indulge Genesis's whims didn't bother him at all. Leon and Genesis ran into Team RWBY while they were in the city along with what was unmistakably an android. Leon almost couldn't believe what his eyes were showing him. A synthetic construct with a soul, according to everything Leon knew. A robot, no matter how realistic, could contain such a thing. Yet here in front of him was undeniable proof that this was not true, but Leon was confused as to why the soul seemed incomplete, like it was split apart somehow. The girl, Penny Polandina, was very uncomfortable under Leon's eyes, mostly because she knew that if anyone could identify what she was at a glance, it was him. Her father had made it clear to her that his own robotics expertise was like the light of a firefly compared to Leon's sun. Meeting such an absolute master in his field was a terrifying thing for a robotic person trying to pass as human. Leon made no move to expose the girl however, as since she had a soul she still counted as a person in his opinion. That was the line Leon drew in the sand when it came to artificial intelligence, the existence of a soul. Without it, no matter how much they seem like a person, all he sees is a piece of tech. This may seem harsh, but thanks to his aura-based Sharingan he could literally see if something had a soul or not, so he was perfectly justified in his ideals. Came to spy on the possible competition? Leon asked RWBY with a small smile after greeting the robot girl. RWBY looked sheepish. What? No, that's crazy. Okay, yes, but please don't get mad at us, she said, trying to lie but immediately realizing she failed and fessed up guiltily, going straight for the weakest link like usual. Huh, Leon? Yang said with a smirk. Oh, how could I not when she's just so innocent and adorable, Leon said while ruffling RWBY's hair. The girl swatted away the offending hand angrily. Leon, she complained while fixing her hair, and Leon just laughed at her. You know most of the foreign students won't be arriving till later this week, right? Leon asked the group with a grin. Weiss looked upset. Seriously? Why are we even here then? She asked, angry at wasting her time. Probably for the 3 R's if I had to guess, Leon said with a shrug. 3 R's? Weiss asked, confused. Rest, relaxation and recovery, Yang and RWBY said together in a monotone manner that was very creepy. What just happened? Blake asked, visibly concerned. Leon laughed. I drilled the importance of the 3 R's into their heads since we were young, he said with a huge grin. He always brought it up when we complained about how lazy he was back then, so it got stuck in our heads, Yang said while giving Leon a spiteful look which he just shrugged off. Are sure you're talking about this guy right here, the guy who owns the most influential company ever? Weiss asked in disbelief. Oh yeah, this bastard could have revolutionized the whole world 1,000 times over if he hadn't thought it was a hassle to deal with. Yang said with a huff. It's just too much work to rule the world. I'm perfectly happy violently killing Grim, thank you, Leon said seriously. Chapter 64. Couldn't you just wipe out the Grim with one of those super secret Omega level weapons you have plans for? Ong decided to toss Leon straight under the bus. He grimaced when she mentioned those weapons since no one was supposed to realize that such things were possible. What are Omega-level weapons and why do you look like someone just shared an embarrassing secret? Blake asked curiously. Omega represents the end, the finish, completion. As a result, Omega-level weapons are weapons to end all other weapons with world-destroying capabilities. Yang had promised to never speak of them after she snooped through my stuff several years ago, he explained while sending a scathing look at the blonde. Why would you design such horrible things? Weiss exclaimed in horror, and that's the reason for my expression when Yang said that. I haven't designed those things. She read through one of my research notes and came across the reference and had me explain it to her, Leon said with a sigh. At the time I was toying with the idea of kinetic bombardment, and at its extreme a weapon capable of Omega levels of damage could theoretically be constructed, he explained honestly. But how would destroying the world solve the Grim problem? Wouldn't that just kill everyone else as well? Blake asked, immediately seeing the issue. Yang is under the false impression that you could control an Omega weapon to destroy only the Grim. If it worked like that, it wouldn't be an Omega level weapon. It's also why I refuse to actually design such a thing, because it's foolish and pointless to design a world-killing device when we need the world to live, he explained while Yang shrank under his glare after being told how stupid her idea was. The Grim are a problem, yes, but we have hunters and weapons capable of ending all but the strongest of them, so there is no need for me to seek a way to commit genocide. Contrary to what everyone thinks, we are not in fact struggling to survive against the Grim. This city is proof enough of that, Leon said seriously. But why would we need hunters if we are not struggling with the Grim? Weiss asked, thinking she found a flaw in Leon's reasoning. He just shook his head. Hunters are part of the reason we aren't struggling with the Grim. An example would be a horde forming far from the city and no hunters exist, so the city panics before getting overrun. In the exact same scenario, if even a single hunter noticed the forming horde, a defense and retaliation could be made well in advance, cutting the losses considerably. The fact of the matter is that hunters rarely actually take the fight to the Grim but are more of a retaliatory force than anything. There are exceptions of course, such as myself, who kills hundreds of Grim in a month, but again I am an exception rather than the rule, he explained calmly. Surely hunters fight Grim like you, more than you seem to think, at least, R.W.B. said defiantly. Afraid not, little one. Sure, some try to at first, but they will either slowly stop to settle in a place they like or get forced to do so because they got crippled. The only other options are those who thrive in it like me, or those who die early because they made a mistake of some kind. Out of all the hunters who are born, only about 0.25% seeks out Grim of their own initiative like me and survive, Leon said seriously. When you all become hunters in your own rights, you will fall into one of the paths beyond my own. None of you are made for my way of living, and that's okay. The world doesn't need more monsters after all, he said before flying away with Genesis. Leon was without a doubt just another monster, and he knew it. At least this monster isn't trying to kill humanity, at least, he thought self-depreciatingly. Chapter 65. Leon seemed to vanish for the next few weeks until the start of the next semester, but that was mostly since he was near the border of the kingdom, clashing with Goliaths alongside Genesis. The shockwaves each of their attacks created rang out for miles this entire time. By the time Leon returned to Beacon, all of this herd had been annihilated and Leon had been doused with a frankly massive amount of essence of Grim. This creates several minute but noticeable changes in his appearance. The largest was how the whites of his eyes had began to show thin black stripes and the tomos of his Sharingan had began to slowly rotate around his pupil. One of the smaller changes was that the silver streaks in his hair had started to widen slightly both on his head and wings. Another minor change was how his skin had began to lighten in color, as if he was not being exposed to as much sunlight as he had been. On a different note, however, the difficulty Leon had fighting the Goliaths allowed him to raise his stats to the lower part of a rank. Once Leon hit the peak of SS rank in his stats, he would need to find another challenge in order to level up, but that was bound to be much further in the future. Leon was pretty excited to notice the slow rotation of his eyes, however, while also considerably worried as well, since from his knowledge such a phenomena meant his eyes were close to unlocking Menjikyu. Having the MS would bring him a step closer to the peak of power, but it was almost always accompanied terrible heartache. There weren't many things that could bring such an extreme amount of emotion to Leon, but the few that he could think of were not scenarios he wanted to ponder that much. What Leon wasn't aware of was that the changes he had experienced were tied directly to his sudden increase in Grim corruption. Keep in mind, even the smallest Goliath was close to a story tall and around the size of an elephant. The biggest member of the Grim type was several stories tall and much bigger in size. So, but cutting open these Grim, Leon was basically dipped in a whole Grim pool for a brief instance several times. This wasn't a huge amount of time for the corruption to advance, but keep in mind that it was cumulative, so it was starting to add up. The commotion Leon and Genesis created and the removal of that particular herd of Goliaths was considered a popular topic in the public eye. Without a large military movement, such a herd of Grimm would never have been eradicated, and even then only if the herd tried to attack the kingdom. It was pretty clear to those aware of Leon's disappearance that he was likely responsible for this event as well as the implications it had. The biggest implication was that hunters with such power were usually hidden away as secret weapons in case of war. With the sudden removal of this herd of Goliaths being made public, it basically told the other kingdoms that such an extreme power had risen. If you went by skill and physical strength, Leon was tied with the strongest normal hunter to ever live. Add on his magic and Sharingan, however, and he had broken into maiden territories of power. That was the absolute peak of power that a normal hunter might ever have access to, and it was also only available for 4 women at any one time. Each of the 4 original kingdoms each had a single maiden that they guarded zealously when they discover who it is. Vale had the Fall Maiden, Mistral the Summer Maiden, Vacuo the Winter Maiden, and Atlas the Spring Maiden. Due to the nature of the maiden's power, however, keeping the power contained and hidden was very hard. When the previous maiden died, one of 2 scenarios happened. The first was that she passed the power to whoever was on her mind when she died if they were female, or it chose the most suitable vessel in the kingdom. Chapter 66. This randomness factor made it so the maidens rarely reached their full potential as far as their power was concerned. In terms of Falna, a non-perfect maiden was at level 5 minimum and level 6 if they reached their full potential. This was in regards to the upper level of power available to them both physically and magically. Leon himself could jump a single level to reach level 5 power just barely thanks to his Sharingan and magic. As a result, Leon just barely counted as a maiden-level powerhouse, an extremely precious resource for the kingdoms. It was a bit funny how ordered the power levels on Remnant were. It was simple to create a multi-level pyramid and sort everyone into a slot. The only real outliers were the twin gods, who no one actually knew the limits to, or even if they had any. The Grimm weren't a part of this pyramid, however, since they grew stronger the longer they lived, so they could only be counted individually for rough levels of power. At the bottom of the pyramid was of course unawakened, unhealthy or crippled people. Not even the advanced tech available could fix every disease on the planet after all. The next level were the unathletic but healthy unawakened people, who made up the majority of the population. Above that was the very skilled or athletic unawakened people, as well as every member of the Faunus race who was not diseased or crippled. There was a reason why finding a fat Faunus was nearly impossible unless they had an animal trait of a fat creature like a walrus or hippo. The whole Faunus race was born physically stronger than baseline humans from the get-go and were fairly lean and muscular without much effort on their part. Above that level was the unskilled awakened individuals of every race, since once awakened the gap between races basically vanishes as the body is pushed towards perfect health. Above this are those who were skilled once while awakened but had been crippled somehow and can no longer improve. Sadly, most hunters eventually fall into this category due to the danger of the job they took upon themselves. Higher than this are the decently skilled awakened individuals, such as the majority of the first-year students of the academies or the mediocre hunters. Above this are the truly skilled awakened and those who were very powerful but have been crippled and can no longer show their full power. Despite what his story might imply, Eric was counted in this category after Leon took him in and whipped him back into proper shape. If put in a fight, Eric had an incredibly high level of power, but because of the limits placed on him because of his prosthetic leg, he couldn't use his full potential without the risk of destroying it. The powerful first years at the academies such as Team RWBY and Team JNPR-John and Pura were barely a part of this category. John fell into the top of the previous level while Pura was on the next level where the truly skilled awakened were placed. This was the same level the actually diligent hunters tended to fall into, which made Pura quite special. Unlike Leon, who had unfair cheats that he knew how to exploit perfectly, Pura was an actual hard-working genius, and the only reason she wasn't stronger was because of her young age. Leon without his cheats would likely fall right next to her in terms of power due to his extensive pop culture knowledge of ways to grow stronger that he would have been able to personally test over the years. The next level was the elite hunters, followed by the elite of the elites that Ojban was at the peak of thanks to his magic advantage. Then there was the average untrained maiden and Leon himself. Then was the perfect maidens, followed by Salem herself, and at the very peak whatever levels were between Salem and the gods. As seemingly infinite beings, the gods can't even be quantified on the pyramid but were above it at all times. Ruby's eyes gave her the unique advantage of being able to greatly damage beings of Grimm regardless of how far apart their levels were. But this could not be attributed to her classification on the pyramid but was considered an exception. This was how every single person on the planet of Remnant was categorized. And in this categorization only 5 people at any single moment stood at the peak of power. This should explain how valuable someone like Leon, who had broken the mold and entered this level, was. Chapter 67. The only people in the world who had an idea of what level of power Leon actually was on was Ojban, Salem and himself. Ojban knew thanks to the small clues left behind when Leon did all of these great feats of power and he need to cover them up. Salem however got all of her information at a slight delay thanks to the time it took for the memories to be transferred through the Grim population. There was of course her human agents living in Vale as well, but Leon was a very private person most of the time, so the information they could gather was spotty at best. Still, both of the exes wanted to get Leon on their sides and had plans set in motion to complete this, even if the reasons for this was different for each. Ojban was hoping that if Leon had enough time he could finally see Salem sealed away. Killing her was impossible, but if Leon was strong enough he could suppress her long enough for Ojban to trap both of them in an unbreakable box. Yes, Ojban wanted to sacrifice Leon in order to get rid of Salem and achieve world peace finally. This was a for the greater good type of idea that he knew could have disastrously consequences if it failed. But it was completely worth it to betray Leon in exchange for finally completing the mission the God of Light gave him. In order to accomplish this goal of sealing Salem away permanently, Ojban knew he would need to sacrifice the entirety of his remaining magical ability as well as his current vessel's remaining life force. A seal fueled by such a sacrifice would prove unbreakable by anything save godly intervention. Salem on the other hand actually didn't have nefarious thoughts on Leon, ironically, unlike Ojban who was on the side of good. Salem was more of the mindset that even if she couldn't be friends with Leon, she at the very least didn't want to be enemies. She was hopeful that she could have a friendly relationship with Leon thanks to their shared corruption making them similar-minded. But even if that wasn't enough, she was certain she could at least reason with Leon to stay out of the conflict between her and Ojban. Had she known about his semblance, her plans may have turned more possessive in nature, but what ifs didn't make the world work. Meanwhile, Leon was preparing his next lesson in his cave abode, entirely unaware of the spinning threads of fate circling around him as the two largest figures in the world made plans around him. The lesson Leon had planned had to do with the vital tournament at the end of the year, to be specific the change in the rules this year involving familiars. A change had been introduced to allow the participation of familiars in the tournament. The problem was that Leon was required to allow the foreign students to summon familiars of their own in order for them to be allowed. This was a sneaky political move by the council, who had decided if they couldn't directly have his knowledge they could at least get a few people with familiars to balance things out. Despite the headache this caused him, Leon couldn't just lash out at them since it was a perfectly valid concern. The familiars gave their owners an absolute edge in all things combat related thanks to their greater numbers as well as the familiars' own power. Leon had decided to present this opportunity to the foreign students simply so his own don't get superiority complexes. The entire next 3 days would be devoted entirely to allowing the foreign students to summon familiars, or at the very least attempt the summoning. Leon had the sneaking suspicion that there was going to be a considerable amount of people triggering the evil safety measure and failing, however, which may prove problematic. Atlas was in his opinion the most likely of all the foreigners to fail since the people sent were likely in line to join the military. Of course this could also be entirely wrong since none of the kingdoms knew about the familiars 2 months ago when they sent the students out to Vale. Chapter 68. What none of the students who currently had familiars had figured out, however, was that nearly every single familiar was vastly stronger than most hunters. Ojban and the other higher government officials had figured it out, however, after Genesis killed several Goliaths. Leon's familiar was just as exceptional as he was, and that meant that the other summoned familiars likely were the same. If even a single familiar got even close to the level of power shown by Genesis was summoned by each of the kingdom's students, they would be happy. The biggest thing Leon had to overcome was the off chance that one of the foreign students had a photographic memory. This wasn't an issue when it came to the beacon students since Leon could simply check their file for such a thing beforehand. The other kingdoms, however, had only provided the bare minimum amount of information in regards to the students they sent. As a result, Leon didn't know if any of them had the rare photographic memory and needed to plan around this. The solution he came up with was to place an extra circle around the summoning circle that made the circle inside it unreadable. No matter how good someone's memory was, if they simply couldn't see the summoning circle they couldn't try and steal it. The reason Leon insisted that the summoning circle not be made public was threefold. First, if someone summoned an eldritch anything and didn't know to banish it before it caused problems, it would be a pain in the ass for Leon to get rid of it. Second, despite what he had told Yang and the others, he may actually eventually take over the world as a feat to level up in the future. If there were whole armies of people with familiars, then the process of taking over would become far harder. Finally, the bad eggs of the world getting a hold of the summoning circle could end very badly since Leon knew it was possible for someone's personality to change based on their experiences. If someone like that had summoned a familiar beforehand, they now have a far greater power on hand for any evil plans they made. These reasons meant that Leon was not going to allow any slip-ups when it came to the summoning circle. Creating the protective circles in the ground around where the summoning circle was going to be set was easy for Leon. He didn't remove the obscuring dome circle so that no one gets suspicious when he had the foreigners do their summonings. Literally all of Leon's students showed up to see what the foreigners got for familiars and even set up a large group picnic while they watched. If there was ever a way to make people nervous, this certainly the most hilarious method Leon had ever seen. Having such an audience watch as they summoned their familiars made the foreigners a good deal flustered. The biggest reason for their nervousness was that this was a show that had nothing to do with their own skills. The most hilarious scene, however, was Carden, whose proud stare was ruined by the adorable brown creature getting a belly rub on his lap. The dude had been spoiling the little fox Pokemon rotten since he summoned it with top-quality food and grooming session along with careful training to improve its strength. Despite the initial weakness that the EV had when it was summoned, Leon was surprised to see that under that well-taken-care-of fur was densely packed muscles and fairly strong energy currents. Leon was relieved to see that Carden actually treated his familiar properly and had even turned it into a powerful aid to his own strength. The rest of the students couldn't really bring their familiars along with them everywhere since they were rather large, but Yang didn't have this problem. Seeing that little demon made Leon shiver, even though a lot of the female students were fawning over its cute appearance. In Leon's opinion, that thing was by far the most dangerous familiar ever summoned, completely by virtue of the fact it could theoretically kill gods if it could pop its unique ability. Chapter 69. All of Team JNPR had their familiars along with them minus Ren, whose familiar was too large as a hippogriff. None of the Pokemon summoned as familiars had evolved yet, but Leon was certainly looking forward to when they did. The one thing Leon was most looking forward to about the summonings was figuring out roughly from how many sources the familiars were drawn from. So far he had found only 5 in total: Monster Hunter, Pokemon, Final Fantasy, Harry Potter and the Elder Scrolls. Out of all of these things only a single familiar had came from the last one in the summonings. It was hard to identify at first because of the form it took, but Leon remembered an obscure reference of them looking like that sometimes. The familiar in question was a storm elemental in the shape of a saber-toothed tiger. Leon was embarrassed to admit that he had no clue what need the thing filled for the girl who summoned it, since it was more a huge mass of magic than an actual creature. Yeah, Leon knew that they were an actual living thing, but all elementals were simple creatures that worked mostly off the commands of others or instinct. Leon was fashionably late to make the foreign students even more nervous as he landed Genesis on a nearby area, since he was huge at this point. As a Ravager, Nergigant Genesis was easily the size of a Greyhound bus, and the black spikes and horns on his body made him extremely intimidating. More than a few foreigners backed up subconsciously at his presence even after Leon stepped off his back. "Welcome to the first of many days most of you will have with me. My name is Vermilion Drake and I will be catching you up on the nuances involving familiars," he spoke up with a smirk. "Raise your hands if you have seen the recordings of my classes involving familiars," he commanded, and every one of the foreign students raised their hands. "Excellent. Since that's the case, I won't waste time re-explaining the risk and principles behind the familiars. As you can see from my own students who have brought their familiars as well as my own familiar, what you summon can vary extensively. That said, please line up in a nice orderly manner and we'll begin," Leon said, walking over to the obscuring dome calmly. He stopped just outside the opaque dome and turned to look at the foreign students with a huge grin. "I almost forgot," he exclaimed, and they looked worried. "Due to an incident following the summoning of my students' familiars, I have added a new layer of protection to the summoning circle to prevent people from trying to memorize it. It does not interfere with the circle's functions though, so I'm sure none of you mind," he said, and watched most of the foreign students make faces. It was to be expected that the students would have been ordered to try and memorize as much of the circle as they could. Leon had basically just told them to give up on any such thoughts since he had made it impossible to do so. Most of the higher-ups watching the live stream of the event were stomping their feet and raging out at Leon's actions. The students had indeed been told to try and memorize the summoning circle by the higher-ups, but none of them had expected Leon to suddenly increase his security measures moments before they could even try. The look on Leon's face made it clear that he knew all about their plans and wanted nothing more than to step all over them. They had all learned the hard way not to underestimate Leon despite his young age after he used their past mistakes to run a smear campaign against them. That didn't mean that having Leon string them along before ruining all their hope was anything less than infuriating. It was like he made it his mission in life to make them miserable lately after they tried to steal from him unjustly. They had even gotten hand-signed gift baskets from the man to their homes in the most passive-aggressive threat ever, wishing them long lives. Chapter 70. The gift baskets were by far the best ideas ever as far as Leon was concerned, since it both got his threat across and was entertaining to watch unfold. The kicker was that for those he gave them to who had families, it seemed totally harmless to those families, but was actually him threatening them via the guilty party. Only a single person who received the gift basket had the courage to explain the truth of the matter to their family. That person is divorced now. Cruel threats aside, Leon was fairly mild in his reactionary actions when he could have simply killed all of them and been done with it. None of the foreign students were aware of any of this, however, so to them what Leon did seemed perfectly normal. After all, it made sense to add extra protections after someone tries to steal your work, and it slipping his mind could be explained away in a bunch of ways. State your name as you approach for the records of your familiars, Leon said while holding out a clipboard with a special list stating all the foreign students' names with a blank space next to it for the familiars that get summoned. The first person stepped forward from the line, Jack Cabbot, and Leon found the name on the list and sent the boy through. The boy sent his energy into the summoning circle and Leon relaxed slightly as nothing nefarious came through. Instead, a small creature in the shape of a cat with bat wings and a scorpion tail appeared in the center of the circle, Manticore, mid danger rating, carnivore with dangerous venom and a short temper. Send in the next person, Leon said as the boy bound the creature and left the obscuring dome. This process was repeated for the rest of the foreign students, and Leon was surprised to note that there was far less failures than he expected. In fact, only 4 people out of all of the foreign students set off the evil safety measure. There was a slight hiccup, however, when a student who wasn't on the list showed up, Sun Wukong, the blonde monkey, Falna said as he entered the obscuring dome. Leon stopped the boy with his tail as he frowned at the clipboard in his hands. You are not registered as part of those sent by the other academies, care to explain? Leon said with a serious look. My buddy Neptune Vasilias got chosen to head over here, so stowed away to tag along. This whole familiar thing seemed interesting, so I decided to give it a go, Sun said, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish expression. Leon had a headache after listening to what he said, since as irritating as it was to suddenly have an extra person show up, he couldn't really say much. Go fetch Neptune to speak for your truthfulness and maybe I'll let you summon a familiar, Leon said with a sigh. It only took a few moments since Sun walked out of the obscuring dome and yelled, Boy! Neptune the Teach wants to see you, get over here, loudly. Leon rubbed his forehead and was mentally debating whether he should spare the world and kill the boy before he became a nuisance. Reckless, free-spirited and foolish, this was the type of person Sun Wukong was as far as Leon could tell. This was by far the worst kind of person in Leon's opinion, as they were natural troublemakers despite usually being good people normally. Ignoring the laws and rules that make no sense to you or simply don't apply in your case is one thing. But people like Sun Wukong tend to ignore every law or rule regardless of whether it made sense or not. The fact the boy had brazenly showed up in front of Leon, who had an actual list of those who were here, and casually say he was here out of curiosity and stubbornness was proof enough. Neptune entered the dome with Sun and had an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry about Sun's actions, we think he was dropped as a child, he said despite his friend's betrayed look. Chapter 71. So I take it his isn't some sort spy then? Leon asked calmly, and Neptune nodded. He'd give himself away instantly since he just can't keep his mouth shut, he said with a shrug. All right then, I admit that I am curious to see what you summon, Mr. Wukong, so I will allow it this time, Leon said and penciled the boy into a blank space on the list. Neptune went to walk out of the dome, but Leon stopped him. You may as well stay since he's the last person who will use this circle, he said calmly. What do you mean? Neptune asked, confused. I only created this circle so that my own students didn't get handicapped in the tournament. Once all you Foreign Kingdom students had your opportunity, I'm going to erase the entire thing to prevent anyone having funny ideas again, Leon explained honestly. Seems kinda like a waste, Neptune said seriously. Leon shrugged. Maybe, but it's mine to do so, he said calmly. Sun finally powered up the summoning circle, and like all the other summonings, a swirling orb manifested in the center, and from the size Leon could tell it was a small creature. Leon had to stop himself from laughing when he saw what had been summoned, which Neptune and Sun both noticed. The creature was yellow and brown with a semi-humanoid shaped torso, and both its 2 arms and legs ended in 3 claws. A short thick tail was behind it, and it had a narrow jaw but wide skull and closed eyes. R.W.B, low high danger rating, omnivore with powerful physic abilities that is known for its patience, intelligence and caution, Leon said with a smirk while stopping himself from laughing. Neptune however did not stop himself from laughing when he heard Leon's description. From the data Leon had collected, it was rare for a summoned familiar to have a completely opposite nature to its summoner, but if that person desperately needed those traits, it could still happen. This was what made the situation so funny, as Sun had summoned the pinnacle of the opposite of his own traits. Neptune had figured this out near instantly after Leon's explanation, but Sun couldn't figure out what they found so funny. It was only after he bound the R.W.B to him did he find out, as Neptune explained it. It was entertaining to see that when Sun wanted to rush out to brag, the R.W.B locked him in place with its psychic powers. The chaos Sun could get up to had effectively been solved by his own recklessness in an ironic twist of fate. Everyone got a kick out of seeing Sun having to get his own familiar's agreement before he could do anything. The boy in question was miserable however, as he was psychically restrained almost constantly. The R.W.B. was very gentle in its restraint, so Sun wasn't hurt by it, but he was uncomfortable being suppressed so thoroughly. An interesting thing that Leon had noticed between his own students and those from the other kingdoms was that his own students had more powerful familiars as a whole. The foreign students have only a quarter of the students summon upper-tier familiars like elder dragons or pseudo-legendary Pokemon. In comparison, nearly half of his students had summoned such creatures, and even had a few only a step below his own familiars such as RWBY's Volcana, Shiro. The closest any of the foreign students got was one boy called Granite Lee, who summoned an infant behemoth. The beast was as big as he was and was merely an infant of its species, so when it grew up it would be frankly massive. If put on a scale it would fall just under RWBY's familiar but above most others save Yang's familiar that was tricky to accurately place. Once everyone was clear, Leon erased the circles on the ground with a gout of hellfire, turning the ground into liquid rock in an instant. Almost everyone was startled by this action since there was no warning at all before Leon just erased a small plot of land. Chapter 72. Now that the bothersome part is done, we can move on to the secondary part of lesson, Leon said, not even seeing the need to draw attention. The whole crowd of foreign students was watching Leon along with their familiars. The first thing all of you need to understand is that I don't care what your background is, nor do I care if you disagree with how I do things. You are here to learn from me, so if I tell you to do something it serves that purpose even if the request seems foolish or pointless, Leon said, giving all the foreign students a hard look. It looked like Leon got his point across since most of the crowd made a subconscious effort to straighten their postures. Leon smirked when he saw this, that said, you should be made aware that I have a bit of a tricky streak in most of my lessons, so if your mind isn't very sharp you will suffer more than the rest, fair warning, he said with a chuckle that made everyone shiver. For the rest of the lesson each of you who has summoned a familiar will spend getting to know your new lifelong companion. As for the few of you who were unable to complete the summoning, you may leave if you so wish, as none of my lessons shall prove very useful for you. That said, feel free to socialize with your teammates' familiars if they summon them, as they are now your responsibility as well, Leon said before a glow shone from his eyes and a chair made of hardened earth rose from the ground that he sat on. This was a small piece of the earth magic Leon created channeled through his eyes rather than his hands or feet. This was a unique feature that this system of magic had compared to what one would normally expect. It was also a sort of shortcut that skipped a few steps of magic casting, letting Leon use it to a small degree even though his hasn't actually left the first stage of development technically. The result was far weaker than if you were to actually use the magic correctly, but for a simple chair it was fine. The action had confused and surprised those who were aware of the flames Leon was well known for, as this was manipulation of an entirely different element. Don't go staring at me like that, I have already explained where this power came from, so get to work already, Leon said, seeing the looks he was getting. His explanation was taken at face value and the foreign students started to try and communicate with their familiars. It was entertaining to see the looks that showed up when each person realized that understanding them was easy for their familiars, but the opposite was not true. In order to effectively communicate, each person had to quickly figure out the method their familiars used to do so, or teach their familiar to write. This was what Leon had done with Genesis as well, since Genesis's species communicated via grunts and roars with posturing as well. Leon could roughly translate these things with a bit of effort, but for in-depth understanding between them Leon taught Genesis how to use the common alphabet. What was Genesis doing while this lesson was going on, you may ask? Sleeping, or to be more specific, napping. As stated earlier, Genesis had almost the same personality as Leon himself, save for the fact that he was uncaring what others thought of his actions. This meant that if it wasn't something that may increase his power later, Genesis was too lazy to care in most cases and simply slept instead. At Leon and Genesis's level of power, any training they do was highly destructive to the surroundings since they needed to push their limits. Needless to say, such training would be a very bad idea in a teaching environment, and so Genesis napped instead. Leon as the teacher, however, was needed to watch over the students to ensure that no accidents happened. Thankfully, the only real issue was when a summoned Pikachu got overexcited and tazzed its owner accidentally. The poor girl who owned the creature had an afro for the rest of the class, earning laughter from the others. By the time the lesson was over, about half of the foreign students had figured out a rough way to communicate with their familiars. The most irritating thing for Leon after that was writing up a report on the eating habits of the familiars he knew of and make suggestions for the rest, since Beacon had to cover those extra expenses while the foreigners were here. Chapter 73. The biggest expense for the new familiars were those belonging to the exotic appetites, such as the onyx that ate literal metal. The behemoth ate an entire cow daily as well, which was a huge expenditure in and of itself. This was until Leon scienced his way to cheating with his clone Zora Magdaros flesh that was way more nutritious than beef. So nutrient heavy in fact that a mere pound of the stuff was all it took to fill the behemoth whelp to the point of lethargy. Monster hunter carnivores were simply built more needy resource-wise, which is why none of them had a problem eating their body weight of such flesh. Leon shrugged off the cost of the cloned flesh since the most expensive part of the cloning process was a one-off expenditure unless you used up all of your starter culture. Sure, it took a steady drip of money to keep the cells replicating without damaging them, but it was only a tiny amount at a time. The most expensive familiars such as the onyx were beyond Leon's aid, however, since the only thing they ate cost a good amount per meal. The new burden on the finances wasn't enough to cause problems for Beacon, but it certainly tightened the budget by a good chunk. The next 2 days Leon had the foreign students show up with their familiars so he could catch them up on the relevant training exercises that his own students had already learnt. Leon snickered at Sun when he showed up physically bound over his familiar, who looked downright fed up with Sun. Apparently the R.W.B. knew that Leon's lessons were extremely important, but Sun had wanted to ditch them to goof off instead, and R.W.B. was having none of that. Honestly, Leon felt a bit bad for the boy, as he basically got stripped of most of his autonomy when he bound the R.W.B. For a person like Sun, this was by far the most torturous thing that had ever happened to him, and he had dealt with discrimination all his life as a faunus. To make matters worse, Leon could tell that Sun was refusing to try and meet some sort of middle ground with R.W.B. out of stubbornness. The boy loathed the idea of giving his whimsical lifestyle in any way, so he was stuck in a vicious cycle with R.W.B. reining him in forcefully. Now that everyone is here, I will now go over the second lesson, or rather the first real lesson about your familiars. Assuming each of you has reached some sort of balance with your familiar, you should now be able to begin reaping the benefits that having such a thing entails. If you pay attention, you should be able to feel your familiars with your eyes closed. This feeling is what I call bonded tether. It works as an indicator of where your familiar is at all times, as well as a way to understand the condition your partner is in, Leon explained seriously. The biggest benefit that this gives you is in the case either of you get captured or put in danger, the other can find you with a rescue party or reinforcements. For your familiars, they can feel your aura reserves to determine what is going on, such as if they were to suddenly drop from a sneak attack, the familiar would immediately seek to aid you. At a deeper level, it is even possible to share senses to gain a better understanding of the situation. The second benefit each of you got but may not have noticed was that your aura reserves have received large boost in amount and potency after your familiar was bound. This phenomenon is what I call soul resonance. Thanks to the bond being between both your own soul and the soul of your familiar, both are supported and nourished by the other, allowing a rapid growth in aura that would normally only occur over a very long amount of time. As a result, despite your young ages, you each should have the aura reserves you normally would have only gotten after triple your current age was reached. Leon explained patiently as the students started verifying that, yes, this was in fact true. Chapter 74. There are of course more benefits than this available to each of you, however those are case-specific to your familiar. For example, it is possible to acquire some abilities of your familiar through the bond you share, or even traits specific to them. I myself gained an extra durable skin that is coated in a flexible but strong layer of material, causing my own defense outside of my aura shield to increase greatly. He paused so this information could sink in. It may have seemed like Leon told them a weakness of his, but since he didn't state what that material was in addition to his aura shield, meant that he actually didn't. Today's lesson is for each of you to try and discover what these extra benefits that you got from your familiars are. I will of course be making rounds to help those who may not have any easily identifiable benefits, Leon said seriously. That said, I have commandeered the sim chamber for the day in order to give all of you suitable environments to test your theories, he said, pointing to the large building in question. The whole group followed Leon over to large silver building in awe, as they have heard about this building before they left their own academies. It was a facility that invoked envy in all the other academies, thanks to the fact it was only possible because of the very person leading them to it. As Leon had explained before, the knowledge of him being the founder and CEO of Titan Corp as well as a genius inventor was public knowledge. The fact that he was a very powerful hunter as well was merely icing on the cake as far as the foreign students were concerned. When the group entered the building, they were surprised to see that at first glance the huge interior was entirely smooth and empty. This changed to awe, however, as Leon began speaking into the air in an authoritarian manner, and the building shifted as transformed to accomplish his demands. The room had changed in mere moments into a weird agglomeration of different natural environments, and even had an area for weightlifting as well as a pool of non-chemical filled water in case one of them got water breathing. It was barely noticed by anyone, but Neptune had stiffened slightly at the large pool of water while his familiar seemed excited at the sight. It was very well hidden, but Neptune was terrified of large bodies of water, and he had a sneaking suspicion that the benefit of his own familiar was ironically water-related. The reason for this was because his familiar was a dirty brown and gray fish with slate-blue fins roughly a little larger than a football. Leon had identified this creature as the Pokemon Phoeba, that was a humble creature which evolved into one of the most beautiful Pokemon Milotic. It was also definitively a water-type creature, which was doubly ironic for Neptune, who was afraid of the water and was pretty narcissistic. Alrighty then, everyone, try and figure out what benefit your bond has brought with the various areas in this room, and remember that if you truly can't think of anything to come see me so I can help, Leon said while taking a seat on a nearby boulder. The group scattered towards whatever area they thought might be useful. Some of the benefits were discovered pretty easily, such as the increased strength given to the partner of the behemoth. Some of the others were much harder to figure out, however, such as the benefit that Sun's R.W.B. gave him. His benefit was actually an increased intellect that he only noticed after someone was trying to figure out the upper limit of their benefit, and he did the multiplication near instantly. Through all of this, however, Neptune had not left the starting area and was trying to pass off exercise as experimenting. Leon noticed the looks the boy kept giving the pool, however, and figured out the problem with his actions thanks to Neptune's Phoeba looking at the water longingly. How did Leon decide to fix this problem? With a hard toss from behind. Quite a few people stopped what they were doing when Neptune screamed like a little girl as he flew through the air straight towards the pool. It was rather entertaining to see Neptune thrashing about and still screaming after sinking to the bottom of the pool, despite the fact that it was clear he was fine. In fact, Neptune hadn't even noticed how he was breathing without any trouble at all at the bottom of the body of water, while his familiar looked embarrassed at him nearby in the same pool. Chapter 75. Congratulations, Mr. Vasilias, on gaining the enviable gift of water breathing, Leon said loudly so Neptune could hear him over his own dramatic performance. Neptune froze when he heard Leon and tentatively opened his eyes, only to come face to face with his unamused familiar. It was fairly clear that he could also see under the water perfectly without needing goggles. The boy looked around in shock at his situation, and he was conflicted to say the least. His original fear of deep water was because he had almost drowned as a child, but now that he could breathe underwater, that seemed kinda stupid. How do I get out of here? Neptune asked, embarrassed seeing so many people staring at him. Swim out, of course, that, or just stay there until the end of the lesson where you will automatically get ejected, Leon said before going to sit back on his boulder. Neptune was speechless at Leon's nonchalance at his dilemma. If he knew how to swim, why would he ask? Leon effectively just told him to figure it out on his own, which admittedly was a good thing to know how to do. Seeing that Neptune could breathe underwater, those with water-type familiars all jumped in to see if they also got lucky, but only a girl with a Grindilo was able to also breathe underwater. None of the 7 people with flying-type familiars, however, had entered the wind tunnel area to test their air resistance, which bothered Leon enough for him to directly tell them to do it. Besides that, Leon didn't really need to do anything for the rest of the lesson since the students mostly had it figured out. The only real exception to this was a timid boy much smaller than everyone else at 4 feet tall that had a pygmy dragon as his familiar. The poor guy didn't have a clue what the foot-long tiny dragon could have given him other than an inferiority complex. Leon fixed this by tossing the boy straight into the volcano area that was filled with fire and high temperatures. Your familiar is a fire dragon. If it didn't give you a gift based on that principle, there's something wrong, Leon said as the boy looked dumbfounded at not getting burned or even feeling hot at all. The rest of the lesson was merely just Leon watching the students testing their gifts. The next day, Leon was going to give the foreign students the last piece of knowledge they needed to get caught up with his own students. It was a funny thing really that his own students had much more time to absorb this knowledge than the foreign students before they were taught the next piece. Not that Leon gave a shit how hard this made this on the foreigners, since the only reason they got the summoned familiars to begin with was so his own students could use their familiars to dominate the tournament at the end of the year. The quality difference between the students Leon went out of his way to improve compared to the foreign students wasn't a gap that was so easy to bridge. These 3 lessons were the only ones the foreign students would get from Leon compared to Leon's own students having classes with him for the rest of the year. This is officially the last lesson all of you will have with me before you go back to normal schedules, so pay attention. Leon started the next day in front of the foreigners. This final lesson is also the most important one you will have, so listen up because it's time to talk about your futures. Now the longer you and your familiars live, you will slowly get more and more in sync as far as your souls are concerned. As this progresses, the traits belonging to each of you will start to bleed over, with the theoretical limit being you achieving fusion with your familiar. This state can be achieved much earlier, however, if you and your familiar strongly wish to achieve the same goal while focused on each other. I will demonstrate this with my own familiar Genesis, so pay attention, Leon said seriously. Leon walked in front of Genesis, who shared his own steely expression, and Leon began to flare up his aura while focusing entirely with Genesis. The peak, he said softly, and Genesis let out a low rumble from his throat and a huge burst of light covered the two of them. When the light faded, a 9-foot-tall titan with thick curved black horns and black spikes all over its body stood before the foreigners. The titan had 2 sets of wings and a thick spiked tail extended a distance behind it. Each hand was tipped with long black claws and each limb was covered in hard bands of muscle and thick black scales. A pair of draconic pupils with 3 tomos circling them stared down at the students imperiously. Chapter 76. This fused form had a suppressing effect on everyone and everything in the area, and the entire group had trouble not falling to their knees. This is the fusion of familiars with their partners. If the conditions are right, each and every one of you can achieve a similar form. The lipless, vaguely humanoid face spoke with a deep, rough, bestial sound that made the whole group shiver. Another flash of light, and both Leon and Genesis appeared now separated and obviously tired despite only being fused for mere moments. Any questions? Leon asked while sitting down on a pre-prepared chair. Quite a few people raised their hands after calming themselves once the suppression of the fused form wore off. Yes, Miss Denter, Leon chose one of the people at random to get the ball rolling. How exactly do we also achieve fusion like that? The girl asked excitedly. Leon watched as about half of the raised hands lowered at the question. Well, the short version is there is no exact method. The long version is that both you and your familiar must have a single firm goal in mind to even have a chance to succeed. Beyond that, however, there are a whole lot of variables that I honestly don't know that also need to be filled to succeed. The worst part is that as far as my research confirms, the difficulty and variables are different for each pair of partners. I had only discovered this form by accident thanks to the personalities and goals of myself and my familiar Genesis being nearly identical. In other words, you are on your own as far as figuring this out goes, Leon explained seriously. To be honest with all of you, the only reason you are even being told about this form was so you aren't surprised later if you accidentally access it, he said honestly. Most of the group looked disheartened at this statement, but they could also understood what Leon meant. The likelihood of them actually gaining access to that form was very small in Leon's eyes, and the possibility of them being able to use it like him far lower. None of this was stated outright, but it was clear to the foreign students that this was how Leon thought. A few of the students looked at Leon hatefully because of this disregard for their potential when they were used to others calling them talented. Leon didn't deign to give these looks any of his attention and merely spent the rest of the lesson answering questions in regards to the fused form and its abilities. The gist of his answers were, "Fuck if I know, you figure it out." The recordings of Leon's lessons with the foreign students angered the higher-ups of the other kingdoms because it was clear that Leon was not teaching to the best of his ability. Anyone who had seen his previous lessons could figure out that Leon was doing the absolute bare minimum to get the foreign students out of his hair, which was favoritism at best and disdain at worst. While the higher-ups of the other kingdoms pitched a fit over the unequal treatment of their students giving Ajman a headache, Leon was preparing his next actual lesson. Salem was immensely interested in these familiars that Leon had introduced to the world, since she had long discovered the entirety of what her powers were capable of, and so she literally couldn't grow any stronger. But with this fused form she could break this limitation and grow even further. The biggest problem she had was that she couldn't figure out how to remove the safety measure Leon said he put on the circle to prevent people from dying in the attempt to summon a familiar. Salem wasn't bothered by the fact that according to Leon, failure could shatter your very soul, since if she died permanently she would have succeeding in spitting in the gods' faces. The twin gods had cursed her to live forever, so if she finally managed to end herself it would mean she defied them to her last. She could tell from Leon's appearance in the most recent videos that the corruption was reaching critical levels, so he would soon be hers. Chapter 77. At least this was Salem thought was going to happen, and to be fair, in any other person this may have been true. But the intense negative emotions that the grim essence was filled with was like steroids for the Sharingan. Leon's eyes were almost constantly absorbing these aspects of the corruption in Leon, leaving behind the darkness and destruction parts to influence his mind and body. Thanks to the Falna, the effects of these aspects on Leon's body weren't bad for him at all, as instead they were changed into fuel for his improvement. What no one seemed to be aware of was that the gods who had abandoned Remnant were actually just watching it from an invisible area. "Look, brother, at how the mortal thrives from my power stolen from those failed creations of mine," the black wispy-horned humanoid said smugly. "Yes, it is an interesting thing to witness. Did not your essence usually kill the mortals in contact with it?" the light-based horned twin asked calmly. "Indeed, destruction and darkness ill-suit those frail mortals, but after that being interfered by adding that strange mortal, an exception seemed to now exist. I am pleased by it," the dark twin said with a happy inflection. "We only agreed to allow that being it's whimsical when it promised us a change to be brought by this mortal. Look at how the fate of this world of ours has changed so greatly in the short span this mortal has been here," the light twin said also with a happy inflection. "Yes, we had agreed to allow that mortal's soul to be reborn in exchange for him bringing the world to heel, but he has proven to be a disappointment, not even capable of controlling the troublesome woman set on defying us. This new being has already proven himself capable of satisfying us, though his ambition and the potential to ascend are of a concern for us. Even as we speak he refines his existence closer and closer to divinity," the dark god said seriously. "It is of no concern whether or not the mortal can ascend to us, as at most we will have a third member to balance us out even more, one not of you nor I but both," the light god said before they grew silent once more in their observation of the world. Leon would have been flattered by the importance the gods placed on him had he known, but since he was entirely unaware he merely continued his daily life. In the week leading up to his next actual lesson an interesting thing had happened. His cliffside abode had been discovered by someone thanks to Genesis being spotted arriving there. That person had posted this discovery on the school forums which immediately caught the attention of all of the professors save Glenda and Ojban as well as all of the students. Leon had needed Ojban's permission to even construct the abode while Glenda had been brought there regularly for stress relief. Other than those two however not a single other person had known the location of Leon's abode until now and it showed because of the interest everyone had in it. Leon had gotten several unannounced visitors in the form of repelling students as a result. All of them were disappointed to see that Leon's living area looked pretty normal on the inside and even when Leon was asked why he lived here of all places he just shrugged. I have big working wings so I mean why wouldn't I live here, he said nonchalantly. The funny part was that no one could really argue with Leon about this because he wasn't wrong and on second thought most people agreed that it might have been weirder if he didn't make use of his wings. What no one save Glenda herself realized was that all the blueprints and half-finished gadgets that usually littered Leon's home were missing. She had seen them in her many visits but had always respected his privacy in this regard and never tried to examine any of them but that didn't mean she didn't notice them missing. It was clear to her that Leon paid a lot of attention to the forums and had prepared for the eventuality of other less polite people visiting him and removed his private stuff. Chapter 78. The most irritating group of visitors had to be teams RWBY and JNPR amongst who RWBY and Yang made themselves right at home. By that of course I mean they raided his pantry for all the high-end snacks he kept there. The others were more conservative in their raiding and merely sneaked off with their own chosen snacks. Blake stole his salmon jerky while Ren took his banana chips and Nora his jumbo marshmallows. Weiss was the oddest and actually made off with one of the caviar tins and a bottle of truffle sauce. Yang and RWBY both tried to get away with whole armfuls of various types of cookies and stuffed crackers which Leon put a stop to quickly. Seriously, you act like you're starved at the damn school with as much as you've grabbed, you didn't even leave the oatmeal raisin cookies, Leon complains while confiscating the majority of RWBY and Yang's stolen goods, but you have all the good stuff that we can never find. Yang whined while RWBY gave him her biggest puppy dog eyes. It was ineffective. Leon sighed, I literally have an entire branch of my company making these things which is why I even have them or did none of you deign to look at the logo on the packaging, he asked with a frown. It irked Leon just a little to see literally all of the pantry thieves look at their stolen loot right in front of him to confirm what he said. Oh, they collectively said and Leon felt his eyebrow twitch. Oh is right, not a single thing in your sticky fingers has been released to the public yet and are here so I can serve as a guinea pig for their quality. Not that I mind since most of them are great, he explained calmly. But since all of you minus John and Pyrrha are so eager by all means dig in, Leon said with a malicious grin. RWBY and Yang wasted no time opening the loot Leon let them keep and biting into the cookies they had inside. The more cautious of the two teams waited for their reactions after they started chewing the cookies but stopped midway through with confused faces. Why are these cookies really sweet? I mean they are good but kinda uncomfortably sweet, RWBY said not understanding how a simple chocolate chip cookie was able to be ruined like that. Maybe if you read the actual title of the thing you are eating you would understand, Leon said with a smirk. The two girls turned the packaging to look at the front side of it and had dumbfounded looks when they read the text, familiar cookies. Seriously? Yang asked in disbelief. Leon laughed at the looks the two girls had at the realization that they had just ate food meant for much bigger and less sensitive tongues. Yes, I had noticed most of the familiars summoned couldn't really taste much of their food and started working on making snacks for them to enjoy, he explained with a wide grin. The funny thing was that the only thing not meant for familiars was the banana chips that Ren stole. Those were mine, Leon said and everyone turned to look at the boy who guarded his loot defensively. But why the caviar and truffle sauce though? Weiss asked looking at the containers in disappointment. Oh, Genesis loves the stuff but since I don't like paying for gallons of the stuff for him to enjoy it I needed an alternative. Leon explained while taking the two packages and giving them to the amused dragon nearby. Everyone watched as Genesis pulled open the tab for the caviar and dumped the whole container in his mouth like a softball-sized glob of green stuff. They saw him visibly shiver in pleasure as he crushed the little eggs on the roof of his mouth. Following that they watched the dragon pull a large piece of meat out of the refrigerator and dump the bottle of sauce over it and go to town happily. He's quite well taken care of as you can tell. Now if you want something actually meant for people I have a separate pantry for that, Leon said with a smirk. Chapter 79. Why do you have two pantries? Nora asked confused. That pantry is almost entirely his as well as a trap for unruly guests. The actual people food is in my hidden second pantry, Leon said with a grin as he moved a false wall away to show his second walk-in refrigerated pantry. That seems kinda over the top don't you think? Blake asked seeing this second pantry. Leon just gave her a, "Are you serious?" look that shut her up immediately. "Now then, I will allow each of you to take one thing from the pantry. Don't try to be sneaky, Ruby, I know all your tricks," he said as the girl got a glint in her eye making her deflate. Leon just shook his head at her antics and watched the group grab something out of the pantry, each including John and Pyrrha this time. The two of them had refrained from trying to loot Leon's food stores for two different reasons originally. For Pyrrha it was a matter of her being too polite to do such a thing, but for John it was because Leon terrified him too much to risk it. Leon didn't say anything even after Ren grabbed something from the pantry. "Well then, now that that's done with, why are you all here?" Leon asked casually. We felt like it, I guess," Ruby said hesitantly. Leon sighed. "So you mean you just decided that rather than I don't know study, you would come visit me instead?" He asked for clarification. "Pretty much, yep," Yang said shamelessly, "so long as we are clear about that. Since you are all here, you may as well make yourselves useful and help me give Genesis a bath," Leon said, and Genesis gave him a betrayed look. "Don't look at me like that, you stink and have dried blood all over you, so it was bound to happen anyways," Leon admonished the spoiled dragon. "Okay, so I get it sounds like he needs a bath, but why do you need help to bath him from us?" Weiss asked confused. "Are you kidding me? Look at all those spikes. Do you have any idea how long it takes to get the stuff caked on between those? Ages. It takes me fucking ages to get all of that clean. What's worse is he makes things harder by trying to avoid the brush because he's ticklish," Leon said exasperated. "Wait, the massive murderous monster is ticklish?" John asked, stunned at this revelation. Leon nodded. "Yeah, his species can ignore flesh wounds but take a rough brush to them and it's like ants walking over their skin. It's honestly a pain in the ass to deal with when it comes time to clean up," he said with a sigh. "Enough about that though, come on buddy to the bathroom so we can both get this over with," Leon said, and Genesis moped his way into the massive white room down the hallway. The bathroom was a massive 5-foot long and wide room with a silver ceiling dotted with holes and a smooth white sloped floor that had a drain in the center of the room. At the near wall there was a sink and toilet as well, but they felt almost out of place in the huge nearly empty room. "Why the hell is your bathroom the size of a small house?" John exclaimed in surprise. Leon pointed at Genesis, who was in the middle of the room. "I had to upscale every part of my house after he reached his current size," he said honestly. "Let's start with a quick rinse before we bust out the brushes to save him some trouble," Leon said before speaking up at the ceiling. "Initiate spring rain for a duration of 5 minutes," he said, and the group watched in awe as the entire ceiling started dripping warm water like it was raining. The warm water washed over Genesis, who didn't mind this part of the cleaning process, but the black water flowing towards the drain from him showed how much he needed it. "State-of-the-art rain caster shower system, patented and designed by yours truly," Leon bragged shamelessly. Ruby gave him the biggest puppy dog eyes she could muster. "Can I live here please?" she asked with a pitiful appearance. Chapter 80. Adorable, but no, this is my personal shelter, and if I say yes to you your whole team will eventually join you, so no you cannot, Leon said calmly. All of Team RWBY complained in unison. "My point exactly," Leon said with a smirk. "It's so unfair, we all have to share a room and you get all of this to yourself," Weiss complained, and the rest of the team just nodded. "First, I'm a teacher, and second, I work alone, otherwise my team would also be here," Leon shot that argument down immediately. If you've ever argued with a strong-willed woman who really wanted something, you would roughly understand the next 5 minutes of back and forth between Leon and all of Team RWBY. The girls were stubbornly trying every avenue of attack in order to get what they wanted, but Fort Leon was impenetrable. This lasted until the water turned off in the bathroom and Leon ended the conversation. "Enough, the brushes are under the sink, let's try to make Genesis's misery as short as possible," he said firmly. The girls looked disappointed but get over to the sink nonetheless and each grabbed one of the thick horsehair brushes. Team JNPR did the same and Leon spoke up before they started scrubbing Genesis down. "Before any of you start, I feel like I should warn each of you about what not to do so as to prevent Genesis from trying and most likely succeeding in tearing you apart." Everyone froze when Leon said this. "There are a total of 3 areas to avoid on him if you don't want to be killed. First his belly, second his throat, and finally his head and back, to be specific his horns and spine. Each of these areas only I myself may clean as his partner, but if any of you try he will try to kill you, so don't get any funny ideas, understood?" Leon said, and everyone nodded seriously. "That said, the rest of him is fair game, so go nuts," Leon said to lighten the mood. Not really surprised that each of the teams started working on Genesis's legs rather than any other part of his body since they were the safest options. Leon himself meticulously but carefully started cleaning Genesis's head and neck while ignoring the pitiful look his familiar was giving him. The brush that everyone was using were specially designed by Leon to house and release a powerful organic and safe detergent when in use, so soon enough each spot scrubbed started to get covered in soap foam. Unlike the normally white color of soap foam, however, this foam was black from all the gunk that was getting taken off of Genesis. The two teams got a kick out of how Genesis seemed to shiver constantly as they scrubbed away the gunk on him. They were very careful not to get near any of the areas Leon told them about, but soon enough it was time to rinse off the big dragon again. This time though it was merely a short minute-long rinse, since it was meant to only get rid of the dirty bubbles and now loose gunk on Genesis. Once all of this filth was rinsed off, everyone could start to see some of the natural colors on Genesis that had been covered before. To be specific, the orange and purple stripes and areas that had been covered in a thick layer of filth were revealed, much to the two teams' surprise. "Wait, so he's not actually black?" Blake asked in surprise. Leon shook his head. "No, far from it, in fact, it's just that he is usually covered in filth since he really doesn't like baths like this. His actual coloration is why his species were known as harbingers of twilight, since the orange and purple of their bellies were similar to sunset as they flew overhead." Leon explained proudly. "That's actually pretty cool. How do you even know so much about the familiars anyways? I mean, I've never even heard of most of them, and yet you identified and categorized how dangerous they were right away," Pyrrha mused out loud. Chapter 81. "Yeah, now that you mention it, that is kinda odd," Blake added, and Leon paled slightly, not liking this topic at all. It wasn't very hard to understand why the topic made Leon uncomfortable either, since his reincarnation to this world via divine intervention was his greatest and most dangerous secret. "Perks of having mastered that language, I'm afraid," he lied without any hesitation. "I'm a bit jealous at all the benefits that weird language of yours gives you," Weiss said before pausing to take a deep breath. "Also, what's up with your eyes? They've been spinning this whole time somehow, and it's creepy as hell," she said honestly. Leon looked surprised and confused at this news, since he found it hard to believe that his eyes were on the verge of Manjiku when he hasn't been stressed at all in quite a while. "It seems there might be something wrong with me that I haven't noticed at all," he thought seriously. "Thank you for bringing it up, since I was unaware of the situation." He thanked Weiss seriously. "Is something wrong with you?" Ruby asked, concerned, but Leon shook his head. "I feel fine, but I'll still go get myself checked out after my next lesson," he said reassuringly. The topic was left alone after that, since Genesis's rinse was over and they all worked on giving him his final scrub before he got his last rinse and was now clean. The orange and purple really stood out against his otherwise black hide. The two teams left after that, since Leon shooed them away with the excuse he had work to do. The truth was, he really wanted to study his eyes to figure out what was going on with them. If he had another person with Sharingan, he could study their own visual prowess to see if it was the same as his, or if he had indeed reached the peak of what a normal set of them could do. Leon knew that his Falna might also extend to his Sharingan since they showed up on his status, but he didn't know to what extent this may happen. In fact, as far as Leon knew, he may not even need an emotional trigger for his eyes to evolve into the Manjikyu form. If that was true, then it was completely normal for his Sharingan to be acting the way they are, since he had just recently hit the lower end of a rank in his stats. None of this mattered, however, when Leon checked his eyes carefully in the mirror and discovered the thin black streaks in the whites of his eyes. What are those? Have they always been there? He pulled up all the memories that his Sharingan stored and discovered that before he killed the Goliaths with Genesis they hadn't shown up at all. That's not the only difference either. The silver streaks in my hair have also expanded slightly. The hell is going on? He thought, slightly concerned. Leon used the top-of-the-line medical tech at his company to scan his body for any unusual things, but even the cellular biopsy of his ocular tissues revealed no visible abnormalities in the cell structure. This meant whatever was affecting his was likely more spiritual in nature than scientific, which left him in the lurch. The research on spiritual topics was mostly conjecture or downright unprovable in most cases, while the actually useful information was practically barbaric or useless to Leon. One such example was the aura transfer research Leon had borrowed from the secure servers of Atlas. Apparently the goal of this research was to figure out how to safely transfer semblances and aura to other people artificially. The current machine designs Leon found for this worked on literally ripping the energy from one still living person and forcefully stuffing it into another. So far, according to the research logs, 90% of both parties died during the process, and the remaining 10% were insane or spiritually crippled. Not only was this information useless to Leon, it also disgusted him, since he could literally see the results of a similar thing having happened in Ojban with the similar but different colors that made up his aura. Chapter 82. Honestly speaking, the only reason in Leon's opinion that the man hadn't gone insane was his powerful will and the fact the other auras were really similar in nature to his own, lowering the conflicts between the two. It was pretty clear to Leon, however, that this fusion still came at a hefty cost, since he had been able to notice the part of the soul in charge of magic had been stunted because of this fusion. When Leon had identified the magic in Ojban's soul, he had been originally shocked, since only he himself had an integrated magic system as far as he had seen. Leon could tell that the magic in Crow was of a foreign nature due to the different color it had compared to his own aura, while for Ojban the color was only barely different, and had Leon not been familiar with the difference between magic and aura he might not have even found it. If aura moved like air, then magic was like water, similar but different. To someone without magic the two might seem the same, but they were in fact not. Leon's Sharingan gave him a massively unfair advantage when it came to this field of study since he could actually see the differences. Leon was concerned about these small changes in himself but was frustrated that even when he observed himself to the best of his abilities he saw no sign of any foreign thing in his aura. While Leon was mentally having a panic attack, the twin gods were watching in amusement. This mortal doesn't seem to realize that he had absorbed my stolen power fully and as such is in no true danger, the dark god said amused. He cannot be blamed for not understanding these truths when even those fascinating eyes of his cannot see inside himself very well, the white god said calmly. Those eyes truly are an interesting thing, it almost perfectly accentuates myself much like those silver eyes you scattered into the world. Though the faint traces of divine nature within them is of concern since it is not truly balanced against those silver eyes, unlike if I were to send a set of eyes based on myself, the dark god said seriously, it is of no consequence to us the unbalanced nature of those eyes until the mortal manages to reproduce. At which time your power's influence may balance the offspring's own eyes with those of the silver-eyed tribe, the white god said, and they both went silent again. Meanwhile Leon had decided to take a trip to see R.W.B to get his input on this situation. If anyone knew something about this problem it was likely the only other magic user Leon had ever met who was quite a bit older than him. The funny thing was that Leon could tell thanks to his Sharingan that R.W.B was way older than he appeared thanks to the growth that aura and souls experience over time. Leon's theory was that R.W.B had kept his youth by infusing the aura of similar people into his own, which explained the strange difference in age each of the different colored auras had. Leon could see this being a cruel sacrifice R.W.B made in order to have a qualified leader around at all times, which is why he didn't feel any disgust at R.W.B over it. Still, nonetheless, if R.W.B was as old as Leon thought or even close, he was the best option to figure out what was wrong. Leon walked into the elevator with a serious expression and hit the button to take him to the top of the clock tower. It was a normal day for R.W.B for the most part as he peacefully filled out the paperwork of the day and checked the progress of the students who caught his eye. This changed when the elevator doors opened and R.W.B saw Leon step out. Good evening Leon, is there something I can help you with? He greeted before visibly flinching when he made eye contact with Leon. He recognized the black streaks in Leon's eyes, how could he of all people not after all? Chapter 83. I thought you might know what was going on with me, Leon said seriously as he took a seat at his usual spot on the couch. How did this happen? R.W.B asked without a shred of warmth. This was possibly one of the worst situations R.W.B had never even conceived as possible. Yet here in front of him sat Leon, who was for all intents and purposes immortal, with the same signs of corruption as his ex-wife. One corrupted immortal who was only slightly above average when they got corrupted had brought the world to its knees. A corrupted immortal who was also a once-in-a-thousand-years genius may well end the world in its entirety. R.W.B was merely thankful that the corruption was much weaker than it was with Salem, as Leon seemed completely unaffected in all recent videos of him. I wouldn't have noticed the problem if Weiss hadn't pointed out the rotation of the tomos in my eyes. Usually this was a sign of evolution in my eyes, however the known conditions, which you are aware of, have not been fulfilled, so I went to verify this personally and discovered the change. After looking through my memories as well as the videos going back, I narrowed the time of the change to when Genesis and myself killed one of the Goliath herds. I admit that I have scoured my body in every conceivable manner for any cause. But I have found none, and all the research on spiritual things are useless to me. You were my last hope of understanding what has happened, Leon explained seriously. Was there anything unusual about when you killed the Goliaths? Try to remember the details. Anything that was different than usual, no matter how small, R.W.B said, genuinely trying to help. The only thing I can remember that was different was getting swamped with that black sludge that Grimm are filled with every time I killed one of the Goliaths, Leon said, frustrated. R.W.B went silent for a moment to ponder about this, to try and figure out how this was relevant. Then it hit him when he remembered the source of the Grimm from his first life as Ozma. The origin of the Grimm had always been lost to most of the world after the gods wiped out all life on the planet thanks to Salem's actions. Only those that R.W.B or Salem had told were aware that the Grimm were in fact failed attempts by the god of darkness to create life that he used special pools filled with his power to create. R.W.B knew that the Grimm continued to be born from these pools even now, but had always assumed that the effect of the sludge inside Grimm to be harmless and different than the pools themselves. But what if this belief was wrong and the effects were simply weaker than diving into the pools like Salem had done in a vain attempt to kill herself? Leon could see that R.W.B had come to some sort of conclusion. What is it? He asked. R.W.B looked conflicted, however, as on one hand he had indeed figured out what the problem is, but on the other he would need to reveal Salem to Leon in order to explain it. This topic was one of the most secretive ones in the world, with only a handful of people being aware of it. Leon was the one person R.W.B never wanted to share this information with, not out of spite or anything like that, but because Leon was the type of person to go challenge Salem directly if he thought he could grow from the experience. In the end Ashbin decided to mix a bit of lies into the truth. You have a very rare affliction called grim corruption that only happens if someone is exposed to large amounts of the black sludge inside grims. Ashbin said seriously. Let me guess there's no cure either, Leon asked with a sigh. I'm afraid not, Ashbin said honestly. Well, how long do I have? Leon asked sadly. I think you may have misunderstood me. As far as I'm aware it's not terminal but more the type of mess with your mind. Disease than anything, Ashbin clarified. Chapter 84. Mess with your mind, how exactly? Leon asked confused. It was unusual if what Ashbin said was true, since Leon couldn't think of any instances when his thoughts were different than normal. It's not like most diseases of the mind where it is easy to tell one is being influenced. Instead, the one inflicted with it is more prone to burst of anger or violence, while other destructive tendencies also get heightened. What you may not believe is that the counter-emotions aren't affected by this increased destructive nature and actually seems to get twisted to follow along instead, Ashbin said with a melancholy look. Are you sure? I haven't had any such issues, Leon asked for clarification. Ashbin froze when he heard this, since it was the last thing he had expected to hear. He didn't think Leon was lying either, since in all the time he had known Leon he had never seen the man lie about anything so important. What's different between them? He pondered seriously. Ashbin was nothing if not a clever man who figured out the crux of an issue quickly. It's those eyes. If the theory that they were created by the god of darkness holds true, then it means Leon might actually benefit from the usually corruptive influence, he thought astonished. Humor me for a moment and explain how your eyes work again, Ashbin asked with a hopeful look. Leon could tell Ashbin seemed to have figured out something, so he obliged. The activator is the first surge of intense emotion, the second is from intense anger, the third is from the sorrow of loss, the activator the next stage is the loss of what you hold most dear or another extreme emotion, Leon explained seriously. That confirms my theory then, Ashbin said with a sigh of relief. Leon tilted his head sideways in confusion, which Ashbin noticed and elaborated. Your eyes could be said to be fueled by all sorts of negative emotions, correct? He asked, and Leon nodded. My theory is that rather than affecting your mind, the disease is actually getting devoured by your eyes, leaving you almost entirely unaffected by it. The residual traits are likely the cause of the unusual changes in appearance. Simply put, you are the only person on the planet who doesn't need to worry about having it, Ashbin explained with a slight smile when he saw Leon visibly relax. Leon couldn't be happier with this news, as not only did he no longer need to worry about the subtle but concerning changes in his appearance, but that he had finally found a way to evolve his eyes without the normal trigger, or so he thought. The truth was that while the influence of the essence of Grimm made the process easier, the genuine emotions were also still needed, just not in as much intensity. If normally he would need to feel an overpowering level of emotion, now he simply needed a highly intense one instead. The problem was still that the emotions needed to be genuine in order for him to evolve his Sharingan to a higher state. This meant no matter what, Leon needed to be put in a terrible position where his emotions reached a fever pitch. For now though, he was still forced to wait at the brink of evolution while he focused on his other attributes for improvement. Leaving Ashbin's office, both men were happy with how this short but vital conversation turned out. Ashbin because he didn't actually explain who the previous people with Leon's affliction were, and Leon because he now had a clean bill of health. Should probably go inform Ruby and Yang that I'm fine before they go and do something stupid, Leon muttered as the elevator descended. He was too late however, as when he finally got to the dorm rooms of Team RWBY and JNPR, he found books literally spilling out of the room belonging to Team RWBY. Picking up one of the books, Leon sighed as he read the title, 100 Obscure Diseases. Obviously it was a medical book. The door to the room was open, and looking inside, Leon saw both teams with dark rings under their bloodshot eyes poring through a frankly huge amount of books. Chapter 85. I don't know if I should be happy you all want to go to med school or upset at your lack of faith in me, Leon said with a smirk, getting 8 bloodshot sets of eyes staring back at him blankly in return. I was coming over to let you all know that it wasn't anything to worry about, but now I suppose I should send each of you to bed, he said before watching each of the 8 people breathe a sigh of relief and passing out from exhaustion. Leon just shook his head with a small smile as he carefully carried each person to their own beds. The books Leon checked to see if they belonged to a library, of which about half of which did, so he stored them and left to return them. Leon wasn't really surprised to learn that the 2 teams skipped out on dinner the next day. They looked fairly normal when they arrived at his class, since it was Saturday and every student looked forward to his classes. Leon watched from nearby with a small group of people dressed in ninja outfits as the entire class looked around in confusion. Leon made a hand signal and the group of ninjas reached the group of students near instantly and marked most of them with red paint on a vital area. The few students who successfully reacted to the ambush were noted down by Leon before he dropped the light refracting sheet he used to hide from the students. The lesson for today is how to deal with ambushes, and as that red paint on most of you can tell you, it's important, he said with a smirk at the embarrassed looks on most of the students. Can anyone tell me the first mistake most of you made when you found yourself under attack? He asked, and Pyrrha like always raised her hand eagerly. Go ahead, Miss Nikos, he said, and she started talking. Most of us panicked and made the situation worse for the rest, she said, looking like she wanted to be praised, but Leon shut that down. You are mistaken, I'm afraid. No, the first mistake most of you made was not observing your surroundings despite knowing my absence was unusual. Your surroundings will always give clues about most ambushes that are not set up long before you even arrive in the area, Leon said calmly. Leon raised his hand to begin to list the clues with raised fingers. First clue was that I was absent, the second clue was the lack of any insect or bird song. The third clue was the footprints that showed exactly where each of my assistants were hidden. The final clue was the obvious and heavy killing intent. Each and every one of them were directing at you. All that went ignored. He finished with a stern look. I am disappointed in the carelessness each of you showed when arriving here unprepared for whatever strange but useful lesson I may have planned, he said honestly. The most concerning thing, however, was how most of you ignored the warnings your own auras gave you. Each and every one of you have had your auras for an extended period of time and should know better than to ignore them, yet look at your performance. 7 different sources of bloodlust targeted you and only 7 of you managed to react to it, Leon admonished, making most of the students look even more embarrassed. That said, I aim to fix this reactive nature most of you have shown, Leon said with a grin. The first thing each of you need to understand is that in most ambushes the ones hiding are after your lives. This in turn means that in most of these times at least a faint bloodlust will be in the air and your auras will warn you of this. Your first goal is to memorize the feeling your aura gives you when exposed to sudden bloodlust while you are relaxed, Leon said with a grin. My wonderful assistants will randomly be subjecting each of you to exactly this for the next week. The grin grew. Chapter 86. The rest of the lesson was dedicated to the students meditating and Leon and his assistants randomly hitting them with bloodlust. By the end of the lesson each of the students had roughly familiarized themselves with the warning that their aura gave when subjected to bloodlust. The next class followed the same track as the first, only this time a few of the more studious of the foreign students showed up to participate in the lesson. Leon wasn't even surprised that the Atlas students didn't need the lesson, as they looked for an ambush the moment they noticed something wrong. Leon flat out told them this too, which they could only shrug and leave after, since it was true. Atlas was highly militaristic and as a result it trained its huntsmen in the art of warfare, of which ambushes are part. The rest of the lesson after that was mostly the same, with the exception of a girl fainting from stress after the meditation bloodlust wave started. Leon had expected such a thing might happen, as there were a few anxious-natured people in his students. The rabbit girl herself was one such person, but Leon knew that had a lot to do with her faunus features, since rabbits spooked easy. For the students the next week was hell on earth, as when Leon said random he meant it, and some people got hit with bloodlust while sleeping at odd hours of the night. Meanwhile Leon had a small problem that showed up in his less legal business. Someone had been hit the recovered warehouse of dust and vanished into the wind with it. Leon was sure it had nothing to do with the White Claw, as they were still too wary of him to try his patience like this. This left the 3 people who had been working with Torchwick or some unknown player looking to make a sudden splash. The most irritating thing was that whoever had done this made sure to keep everything much more secretive, unlike the previous thefts. The true culprit was indeed the 3 people who had slipped through the net during the pest control operation. Unlike before, however, the actions taken this time did not have Salem's blessing, as she had cut contact with these 3 entirely. Unfortunately, they had mistaken this as a sign to figure it out on their own, as she was disappointed in them. You really think we can sneak into this year's Vital Fest without familiars? A dark-skinned girl with green hair asked the pale brunette, looking over a set of plans. I admit that man's purge was unexpected, but you know who is behind us, Emerald. Failure simply isn't an option. Besides, we don't need to participate in the tournament ourselves, merely wait in the wings for the perfect moment to strike, the girl said smoothly. Why do I get the distinct impression you are underestimating that man with your plan, Cinder? A lean man with silver hair asked from a nearby wall he was leaning on. Cinder frowned at the question. I know that man's setups increase the difficulty of the mission, but that doesn't matter if we blend into the crowd. We can rely on Emerald's illusions to sneak past the guards and plant the rest of the bombs so we can draw the Grim over, she said calmly. Let's just hope nothing pops up to put a hinder on this plan like last time. We got lucky to be away when the purge happened and I would rather not needlessly die, the man said before going quiet. Meanwhile Leon was still trying to figure out where the thieves went, since they seemed to just vanish into thin air. It was confusing, as all of that dust was not in any location someone could use to hide it in Vale. The empty warehouses were empty and the full warehouses had the products they were supposed to have. Hell, Leon even had the sewers checked but again came up empty-handed. The lack of clues made Leon uncomfortable because he was well aware of how dangerous that amount of dust was in the wrong hands. Chapter 87. Salem was unaware of what Cinder was planning, or else she would absolutely not sit back and watch as Leon's animosity skyrocketed if Cinder succeeded. The small glimpses of information Salem had on Leon's power meant enraging him was little different than unleashing a nigh unstoppable force to kill you, suicide with extra steps. Oddly, no matter how hard she looked, Salem had never seen any indication of Leon getting medical treatment either. This was concerning, as it meant he either didn't require it after getting injured or he had simply never been injured to begin with. These sound similar, but they had very different levels of significance, with the later being much more concerning for Salem. Leon's genius was a well-known fact globally, but book smarts rarely translate well to combat genius as well, and if he had never been injured despite the way he hunts, he would undoubtedly be considered a combat genius as well. Salem had seen a few of these over her long life, and each one had always been a pain to kill even before they fully matured. An example would be the woman known as the Grim Reaper, decades ago, who was a member of the Silver-Eyed clan as well as a combat genius. Salem had lost literally all of her powerful subordinates in the process of attacking the woman, and even till today wasn't 100% sure she was dead since no body had been found. Salem had recuperated her losses since then, but learned from her mistake of underestimating such people. Leon was different than any genius Salem had ever seen, as he not only rose to a level of power that she suspected was on par with a maiden, but he had done this at only 15 years old on top of his businesses. Such a genius had only appeared a single time in the form of the Beast God, who along with the artifact of creation created the entire Faunus race and was unrivaled even until his disappearance. That's right, disappearance, not death. No one, not even Salem, knew where the man went, but he simply seemed to just vanish from the world after his work was done. If Salem hadn't known for a fact that Ojban's identity was not the same, she would have been confident that it was just another of her ex's ploys, but the man simply couldn't be in two places at once. She had sent an ancient Grim to kill the Beast God at one point, only for the man to reverse kill the Titan in the only known instance of someone felling such a monster. Such prowess forced Salem to hole up in the Dark Lands in fear of getting sealed away should she be discovered. Salem was fairly arrogant, but she knew that even if killing her was nigh impossible, sealing her on the other hand was a much easier prospect. If someone could ever overpower or catch her off guard, they could rip her apart and seal the separate pieces far away from each other, effectively removing her till she was released somehow. The fact Leon appeared to be another such monster growing steadily made her slightly nervous, but since she knew he was corrupted, she was fairly certain she could bring him to her side over time. Unfortunately, even now her bad habit of not sharing her plans was coming to bite her, since Cinder is scheming up a plan that Leon killed nearly 1,000 people previously for planning. Meanwhile, Leon stood before his class with a smirk at how rough they all looked, but satisfied at their progress. Much like the previous lesson, Leon and his assistant set up an ambush on the path to his teaching area, but all of the students became vigilant when they felt their auras warning them. Even though none of the students were caught off guard, they still made it to the teaching area, where they relaxed thinking they were safe and had passed the test, only for the dirt below them to grow chains and capture all of them. Oh. Looks like you activated my trap card, Leon said from hiding with a mad cackle. Chapter 88. If it wasn't obvious by now, the next thing you'll need to learn is how to identify and avoid traps, Leon said while stepping out of his hidden location. Still chained, the students simply glare at him as he shows up, but he ignores them. All of you have no doubt improved greatly during this week. However, despite this, almost all of you still fell into a trap due to carelessness. Once again, there were signs of this all around you if you looked, such as the loose dirt under your feet that was normally hard, Leon said calmly. The chains released the whole class right after Leon finished speaking, before vanishing like dust. The reason for this was because of the self-destruction mechanism Leon added to the capture circles. These creations of Leon's actually had no use outside of traps and imprisonment, which was why he didn't use them very often, since removing the challenge just makes his training harder. For this lesson, however, they served perfectly as an example for his students with a minor tweak. Now that the fun part is over, I will now explain how this lesson will go. I will narrate a situation and you will think of a way to set a trap in it, Leon said calmly. Remember that I expect each of you to give me your answers. In addition, I will only listen to each of you for a single trap in order to ensure each of you answers. The first scenario is that a hunter is walking through a swamp, much like that of the first lesson I gave each of you. It's early morning and the hunter will arrive in your area in 2 hours. How do you trap him? Leon asked calmly. The first person to raise their hand was actually not Pyrrha like normal, but Carden, oddly enough. Leon gave him the go-ahead and he began talking. What would I have available with me at this time? He asked seriously, and Leon nodded. An excellent question to start off with, and also the most important, as no matter what you are limited by your resources. To answer your question, however, you have your standard hunter loadout with rope, a tarp, and your weapon and clothes, Leon said calmly. Carden thinks about it for a moment and gives his version of a trap for this scenario. First, I will camouflage my rope and tarp with the available mud and moss before rigging a wide-mouthed snare under the murky water set to pull them prone. Then I'll set up the tarp nearby in order to attack while the hunter is busy struggling against the snare. he said seriously, and many of his classmates nodded at how effective such a trap would likely be. A simple but effective method for this scenario, but would you like to know a better version? Leon asked with a smile. Carden seemed rather interested in this and nodded. Your plan is of course still there, however in addition you use the branches of nearby trees to create spikes hidden under the water so that the hunter takes additional damage when they fall. You could also likely poison said spikes with local wildlife since swamps tend to grow poisonous things, Leon said with his smile, and after thinking about it for a moment Carden agrees that is an improvement on his own idea. Feel free to relax for the rest of the lesson Mr. Winchester, you've passed with flying colors, Leon told the boy, who nods and takes a seat nearby on the ground. The rest of the class were excited at how easy this lesson seemed. After that however it became clear that while some of the scenarios were easy to plan, a trap for others were anything but easy. One such example was when building your evil lair and you needed to account for any possible variables when planning your traps. The caveat was that you also had unlimited resources but were unaware of who your opponent was nor their abilities. This sounded easy at first glance, but it was in fact a deep pit of calculations and hopeful thinking to even begin to account for as many variables as possible. Chapter 89. This lesson was a resounding success, since by the end of it each of Leon's students had a much better understanding of all kinds of traps even if they didn't realize it. The pranksters in the class obviously didn't even need this lesson since they were good at making traps to begin with. The week following this lesson a sharp spike in pranks occurred, but Leon refused to admit it was likely his own fault. Not that it mattered anyways, as Glenda punished him for it regardless with a rough treatment when she came over for stress relief. Leon knew better than to complain about it, as the last time he did she gagged before getting even rougher in her handling of him. If it wasn't for his aura and semblance, Leon was sure he would have been covered in bruises in uncomfortable areas. The next lesson Leon had planned however was on an entirely different topic than ambushes, since he had prepared his students decently in his opinion. Before the lesson Leon sent out a notification to his students to bring their familiars for his next lesson. This confused many, but they still did as requested by him since he obviously had something in mind. When the first class arrived with their familiars they were surprised to see Leon standing there in full armor with his weapon in spear form. Leon's armor was like nothing they had ever seen before, as it was made of overlapping plates of black metal with the exceptions of the knees and elbows that had spiked caps. Leon's armor didn't have a headpiece, but it did have armored scales covering his wings and tail. The tip of Leon's tail even had a sharp thick needle built into its armor to give him an extra way to stab if he felt the need for it. Today we have a very unique lesson that will continue for the next 5 months. Every Saturday for the next 5 months I am going to be challenging each and every one of you and your familiars in a little event I call War Games. The way a war game works is simple. When it's your turn you get to choose the type of combat exercise that you want. These include capture the flag, duels, Oni call, castle defense, heist off, and of course brawling. Your job as the challenged is to try and defeat me while using your familiar while I am handicapped in a random manner. The only constant in these games is that I myself will not be using my own familiar. Before any of you ask, I will explain what Oni call is since I created it myself. Basically you look at the colors that you and your opponent have on or are, and in the next clash both of you can only attack that single color on your opponent. Each color is rated based on how dangerous it is for both parties. For example, black is a high rated color due to the pupils of the eyes having this color. You can only get hit in a high rated spot 3 times before you lose, 15 times in a medium rated spot and 30 times in a low rated one. Each color called however allows for only a single attack, however, as any past the first won't count towards the score. With this said, the pairings will be entirely random for these challenges, so none of you can plan when you get challenged, Leon finished explaining, and the entire class looked nervous. At the same time however they were excited at the idea of fighting Leon and getting a taste of a top-tier hunter. Let's begin then, Leon said as he produced an object that looked suspiciously like a magic 8-ball. As it turned out it was pretty similar in that he shook it to activate it, however it only caused a name to appear before said name was deleted from its digital database. The first name that showed up was Percy Green, a boy with average grades who summoned a Pidgey as a familiar. Chapter 90. Percy Green, Pidgey familiar, plant manipulation semblance, weapon is a sword called Fang Spring that also has a short-range shotgun feature. Leon mentally went over the information he had on his first opponent. Can we have a castle defense game? The boy asked nervously. Leon nodded and spoke up. Configuration 3, he said loudly, and the ground nearby rumbled and opened up to reveal a fully constructed small fortress. This building rose from under the ground until it looked like it had always been there. You have 15 minutes to get familiar with the building before I begin my assault, Leon said before taking a seat. Percy knew better than doubting Leon, since there was honestly no reason for him to lie about his actions. Instead, Percy took Leon at his word and began familiarizing himself with the castle while having his familiar set up traps around the area. Thanks to the open nature of this battle, these actions were seen by both Leon and the boys' classmates. In a normal siege-type scenario, these strategies would give him an edge. Unfortunately, I am no normal foe, Leon thought calmly. Soon the 15 minutes were up and Percy had holed up in the easiest defendable location in the castle while his familiar patrolled the air above. Leon stood up and began to casually stroll towards the castle with his weapon propped up on his shoulder. This confused the rest of the people watching, but for different reasons depending on how sharp their eyes were. For those without sharp eyes, Leon simply seemed to have little skill with his weapon, but for those with sharp eyes it confused them why the hand holding the spear shaft was so low. To be specific, his right hand was much lower than the center of the shaft that would normally be the area a spear user would hold. Thanks to the fact that Leon's lessons were live-streamed as well as recorded by an anonymous student, it had become a regular habit for many to tune in on Saturdays to see if there was anything new. On one hand, this was fantastic for the public's opinion of the hunter schools, while on the other it let people collect information on Leon. Only the most skilled could notice what Leon's hand placement actually represented. The location Leon was holding the spear was used exclusively for ambushing opponents thanks to the use of gravity to stab forward. The way it worked was by pulling the elbow of the hand holding the spear behind your back while tilting your wrist to make the spear look like it was falling forward. If done correctly, the spearman could then thrust the spear forward with the lowered hand, giving a longer reach for the instant of the attack. It was an extremely advanced technique that was also very situational in its use thanks to its tricky underhanded nature. What Leon was going to use it for, however, was completely new. Historically. Everyone watched as Leon calmly walked directly to the barricaded entrance of the castle before a small orb of silver-black flame the size of a marble formed at the tip of his spear. The rest of the technique was executed perfectly. However, that orb at the tip of the spear detonated in a single direction the moment Leon's spear tip was going to pierce the entrance. An explosion rocked the entire castle as Leon's attack blew to entrance wide open with flying splinters of wood and metal aimed entirely inward. Everyone watching was left speechless at the brutal but simple manner Leon breached the castle's defenses. The more knowledgeable people were excited at the clever use of an otherwise disadvantageous technique to switch the use from ambush to a powerful piercing attack. It was a little more complicated than this, but basically Leon used the structural pressure points of a sphere, which are in a straight line from top to bottom, to direct the energy of the explosion in a single direction via a powerful thrust. If Leon had struck the orb at the wrong angle, he would have been engulfed in his own attack, but through perfect execution he was entirely unaffected beyond the loud sound from the explosion. Chapter 91. Percy was rather uncomfortable with how easily Leon seemed to bust through the front gate, but didn't think he was cheating thanks to the destructive way Leon had done it. In the process of busting in, Leon had ruined a good amount of the traps in the inner courtyard. Leon didn't stop at the gate but continued walking forward, only this time he had a proper grip on his weapon. Percy's familiar tried to send glowing star-like projectiles, but with rapid after-image-like thrusts he struck each and every one without stopping. Didn't know Pidgey could learn that. Neat, Leon thought casually as he advanced towards where Percy was holed up. Truthfully, Leon could simply flatten the entire castle if he wanted to, since the power of a rank stats at level 4 were no laughing matter. Do so, however, would defeat the purpose of this lesson. Up until this point Leon had only used the strength of a decently skilled hunter. The reason for this was to teach his students what they may face in the future should a war start up again. Leon didn't expect a war anytime soon, but he knew the bad habit of all militaristic nations and prepared for it anyway. When you greedily search for greater power, you get the itch to test that power in battle. Leon channeled his itch towards the Grim. However, Atlas is much less likely to target such a futile goal. Since no one seems to know where Grim come from, going all out against them without any reason beyond testing your power seems pointless. As a result, Atlas doesn't build weapons against the Grim but rather weapons of war. Leon knew that while it was not their true purpose, hunters would also get inducted into armies should a war happen. These war games were sort of mini simulations of the various different types of warfare they may encounter in the future should the worst come about. As if to prove this, the higher-ups at Atlas recognized the purpose of these games and was definitely not happy about it. While it was true that these games made the hunters stronger, it also indirectly challenged the military lead Atlas had on the other kingdoms. To the higher-ups of Atlas this was unacceptable, but after the last time they openly clashed with Leon they learned to suck it up. Percy waited in the fortified tower located at the far end of the castle courtyard that only had a single entrance and had a narrow curved stairwell that made it hard for invaders to attack. Leon acknowledged that it was a good strategy on the boys' part, but the difficulty in attacking was only for the right-handed majority of people. For Leon, who could use his left hand to wield his weapon at a slight disadvantage, it wasn't a problem. The biggest obstacle for Leon was actually the Pidgey that kept using ranged attacks to successfully slow him down. To be specific, the moved gust that he had been hit with that considerably slowed him down thanks to the harsh winds pushing him back. It didn't damage him thanks to his aura, but the hair-thin slivers of green energy in the attack sliced across his shield with every use of the move. If someone were to tell Leon that Pokemon weren't magical, he would beat them to death with a sandal. The fact that almost everything the creatures did contained a type of energy was almost directly the same as when a spell was used. Thankfully magic all had an energy cost to it, so after stalling Leon with about 15 uses of the move, the Pidgey was greatly exhausted. Leon didn't give the bird time to recover as he dashed forward at the fastest he could go while still holding back to his current level of power. This let Leon finally make it into the tower that Leon then found to be booby-trapped to hell and back. I know I told my students to be prepared, but this is just ridiculous. Who carries this much rope on them at once? Leon complained inwardly. Chapter 92. Leon looked at the stairwell that had been crisscrossed with ropes in random and irritating ways. The ropes weren't the trap, however, but rather the support for it. The actual trap was the vines that grew along and between the ropes that had inch-long thorns with an oily exterior. It was clear to Leon that Percy had modified the vines to have these thorns with his semblance. Leon wasn't fooled by the seemingly easy-to-overcome trap, however, and didn't move to cut any of it down. If I had to guess, the vines were modified to shoot their thorns if agitated, he thought while examining them closely. It was well hidden, but at the base of the thorns there were small orbs that Leon assumed launched the thorns. For most people this trap would stop them in their tracks, but Leon had already figured out the fatal flaw in it. Unless Percy was willing to exhaust himself by manually controlling these vines, he had likely set them to go off at any sign of tampering. This was both a strength and a weakness, as if someone went to cut them with a blade serious injuries await them, but on the same hand a single well-placed bullet may detonate the whole setup prematurely. The Pidgey had undoubtedly gone to the top of the tower to wait for Leon along with Percy, so when Leon simply backtracked out of the doorway he wasn't attacked. A quick pull and twist of his wrist caused Leon's weapon to change into its pure rifle state, much to the people watching's confusion. Unless the person filming the lesson wanted to give themselves up, they simply couldn't follow Leon into the tower with a camera, and as a result no one knew what obstacles Leon had encountered. All the people watching knew was that Leon had entered the building for a brief moment before backing out and morphing his weapon into a rifle state. The next thing they saw was Leon leaning himself against the outside wall and firing his rifle into the building. Those watching were confused about this set of actions until the sound of crackling came from the tower and a burst of nail-like thorns were blasted out the open doorway. At that point Leon's action were understood as him safely disabling the rather cruel trap in the tower. Leon ducked into the tower immediately after the thorns passed by and dashed towards the vines that were glowing as Percy tried to recover the trap from up above. Leon was having none of that, however, as he hit the ropes and vines at the bottom of the stairs with a burst of hellfire. Percy frowned as he felt the plants at the bottom of the stairs vanish along with the wave of hot air that rose to him in the tower. Percy knew that the plants at the bottom of the stars were the most important for his trap, but now that they were gone Leon arriving was only a matter of time. A few minutes passed and Percy had a confused expression at why he hadn't heard or felt the rest of the plants go off for this entire time. This lasted until he suddenly found himself with a scythe blade pressed against his throat from behind. The truth was that Leon never intended to take the stairway to reach Percy, but rather was going to fly up to the window that the Pidgey went to. Setting off and destroying the vines at the bottom of the stairs was to serve as a misdirection as he silently rose up and ambushed Percy from behind. "It's funny how easily people seem to forget that I have working wings," Leon said with a chuckle from behind Percy. The boy's eyes widened in understanding. "You were giving me a false impression of how you would act from the beginning," he said with a sigh. Leon removed his blade from Percy's throat. "No need to feel down. Against most people your trap would have been a pain to deal with. It was quite good," Leon said with a smile. Chapter 93. Percy was less depressed looking after hearing Leon's words, but it was pretty clear to everyone watching that he lost when they left the castle. A quick spoken command and the castle was lowered back underground to be repaired and changed into a different configuration. The rest of the class was eager to give these war games a go, since even if you were a type of training they also looked pretty fun. And so time flowed onwards, with 5 months soon passing by with only a few noteworthy changes. The first was that Leon had managed to raise his stats to the peak of a rank thanks to his intense training when he wasn't busy with other things. Even with this improvement Leon still found himself complaining about how slow he was progressing with his Falna. After all, as far as he knew he still had 2 whole letter grades left before he could attempt to find a way to level up. The worst part was that not only was his progress slowing down the higher his stats got, but that his gut was telling him that something big was coming and he was getting desperate to grow faster. Leon was sure it had something to do with the stolen dust, but the trail had gone cold and he couldn't find the ones responsible even after all this time. To add insult to injury, Leon's eyes had begun to ache as they had reached their absolute peak and were but a single traumatic incident away from evolving. This was a unique situation, as even for the clan they originated most who achieved Manjikyu had never truly pushed their eyes to the limit before doing so. Even the progenitor of the Eye Indra himself had not done so, much less his descendants. The third thing that had occurred was that John and Pyrrha had finally taken Leon's advice and hooked up after a definitely not rigged talk under the moonlight. Okay, so admittedly Leon may have engineered the situation, since he was plain sick of the two of them dancing around the issue when it was obvious to the world they were into each other. Awkward romantic tension is only entertaining for a short amount of time before it starts to get irritating to watch. Leon was so fed up with it that he flat out called the two of them out during one of his war game lessons and complained about it to them while being live streamed. The most hilarious part was that their familiars were also in agreement about them needing to just hook up already. An interesting event had happened during this last month, however, as General Ironwood from Atlas had decided to take control of the security of Vale for the Vital Festival. As if that wasn't suspicious enough, Crow had stuck around after showing up at the start of the month. For RWBY and Young this was just a pleasant surprise, but for Leon it meant very bad things, since Crow only stayed in one spot if there was danger. Leon hadn't made a fuss over it, but it was pretty obvious that Ironwood did not like playing nice with Leon anymore. The reason Leon knew this was that the amount of attempted break-ins for the Titan Corp had risen dramatically since he had shown up. The constant failure and subsequent death of so many of his people was beginning to grate on Ironwood, as he was constantly in a foul mood and stormed away with gritted teeth at the merest sight of Leon. Ojban could only sigh at this when he saw it, but didn't interfere, since he trusted both Ironwood and Leon not to do anything bad for Vale. Leon didn't give a shit about Ironwood's efforts and had even went so far as to openly read information from Atlas's secure servers right in plain view of Ironwood just to mock him. The man had even started to have to take blood pressure medicine after his constant rage caused one of the blood vessels in his eyes to burst from the pressure on it. Even with his aura, Ironwood needed to wear an eye patch for 3 days after that. Leon laughed his ass off at it and passed lots of pirate jokes between him and Crow. Chapter 94. This most amusing part of this final month before the Vital Festival was how everyone kept trying to sucker Leon into participating in the upcoming prom. "Come on, you are super loaded, you could totally help," Yang complained loudly from Leon's couch. "Could I?" "Yes, will I?" "No, after all I won't be participating and you all seem to have it covered," Leon said, ignoring her while eating a oran berry that he summoned. He had a fondness for the stupidly sweet fruit that was also a bona fide superfood. The things literally healed injuries in moments after all. Sure, the healing ability of the fruit was wasted on him, but it was filled with calories, which was super useful since Leon burned the things like dried leaves in a bonfire. This was a side effect of having a higher level thanks to the Falna. It was the reason adventurers seemed to be able to put away huge amounts of food easily. "I still don't know why you are being forced to work so hard during this time anyways," Weiss said honestly. Leon shrugged. "The Vital Festival is a huge event and requires all hands on deck in order to ensure nothing goes wrong," he said honestly. "Due to a certain event that happened a while ago, I am very most in agreement to give my full support to the festival. As a result, however, I am too busy to take part in the prom this year, I'm afraid," Leon said calmly. He wasn't lying either, as he was indeed very busy with the various things around the whole of Vale and Beacon to prepare for the Vital Festival. Whether on his legal businesses side or the less than legal side, Leon had a plethora of tasks and checklists that he wanted finished before the festival arrived. On the Atlas Core side, Leon needed to beef up the security at all parts of the city with top-of-the-line defensive measures. This sounds easy in theory, but even Leon had to jump through a fuck ton of hoops just to even begin the planning stage of this act. That's right, the planning stage. See, it turns out that the City Council of Vale was extremely strict when it came to any form of large-scale modification to the city. The fact that changes Leon was proposing were militaristic in nature only made the rules stricter. Even after a month, Leon had only just had his plans accepted by the council thanks to Ojban twisting their arm a little. The council had tried to run a stall tactic until the Vital Festival was over before flat out denying his plans on grounds that they weren't necessary anymore. Leon picked this up and had a talk to Ojban about it, who in turn put his foot down as the World Council leader of the Kingdom of Vale. Needless to say, the City Council could only grit their teeth angrily as they passed the plans Leon had submitted. The actual installation of the security measures would still take another week at the minimum and 2 at max. This means Leon's new measures will be up and running just before the Vital Festival, which was a relief. On the illegal side of things, Leon had cracked down on all the other illegal organizations that operated in a nefarious manner. This meant a sharp decrease in drug and slave trafficking along with assassination and general thuggery from the mob-like organizations. The few that tried to stand against Leon's actions were silenced, permanently. This made a good amount of the other organizations nervous of the guillotine that was Leon's organization hanging over their heads, daring them to fuck up. The Spider's Den was the only illegal organization that was in the know about why Leon's organization was behaving in this manner and tacitly gave support in their own way. The Devil's Den had ironically made Vale safer than ever with the tyrannical manner that they pressed down on the throat of the illegal groups in the city. Chapter 95. The things Leon needed to do for Beacon however were the most numerous, as he needed to create the venue with security and comfort in mind, check and triple check each of the defenses, fine-tune the tournament portion to the introduction of familiars, thin the surrounding grim population drastically and deal with Ironwood's bullshit. Each of these things in addition to the others left Leon with very little time for any relaxing task such as the prom. While he couldn't explain all this to Yang and the others since they were merely students, he could still point out how busy he was. It still seems rather unfair that you have to deal with whatever it is you are busy with all the time, Yang complained. I'm a teacher amongst other things, it came with the job, Leon said with a shrug. But why can't you help us with the prom? Blake finally stuck her nose into the conversation. Leon sighed, the prom is an event held by students for students, of which I am not. To put it bluntly, I'm simply being petty at getting left out, he said with a chuckle. Everyone was left stunned at this answer but couldn't find a way to argue with it without sounding like a child. I never even thought about such a possibility, Weiss said apologetically, and the rest nodded. Be weird if you did, it has nothing to do with any of you as students after all, Leon said with a shrug. On a totally different topic, how's John's training been going? He asked curiously. He still has trouble with taking the initiative to attack on his own, Nora threw the boy under the bus with no hesitation. But what if I hurt someone? John defended his action angrily. Leon rubbed his eyes in irritation at the boy's answer. We have been over this already, John. Hurting others is literally the point of combat, whether it's Grimm or people. This fact is the same. Besides that, every single person in this room is leagues more skilled than you. Hurting them would be a feat in and of itself if they were serious, he said in exasperation. This was the single biggest problem John had in his training for the past 2 months. The boy was very hesitant to strike his friends even while they are beating him left and right. Besides this, however, the boy had grown rapidly into a decently skilled combatant and had even developed a rudimentary style for himself. The biggest problem he had compared to the majority of his classmates was the experience using his combat style in practical situations. Compared to the years that most have had to hone their styles, John only just created his this year, and it showed. The only reason he didn't lose immediately in most fights was because of his stupidly large reservoir of aura. Attacks that would drain the average student's shields could be tanked with little effort thanks to this fact, making him a durable target at the most. John just looked away in embarrassment at how easily Leon shot down his defense and directly attacked him with facts. It would seem that the gentle approach won't work in your case. Unfortunately, this leaves you with the hard way, Leon said seriously, and John looked nervous. What's the hard way? Pyrrha asked worriedly. Leon grinned maliciously. I am going to trap him in an illusion that can only be broken when he attacks one of you with the intent to harm you, he said sinisterly. That seems rather extreme, Blake said with a worried expression. Leon laughed. As I said, since the gentle method doesn't work, the only one left is the extreme one. He will either get over his hang-ups or will be trapped in an endless illusion of him getting beaten to death by versions of each of you, he said, and they all shivered at the idea. Leon made eye contact with John and his eyes flashed briefly. Training begins now, he said dramatically, and John went limp on the couch much to the others' horror. Chapter 96. Is he going to be okay? Pyrrha asked, seeing John limp with his eyes closed and a copious amount of sweat coming out of him. When everyone looked away from John to Leon, however, they were horrified to see that a line of blood had fallen down his face from his eyes. Ruby rushed over with her semblance in worry immediately. Ariuak. What happened? Can I help? She asked 3 questions super fast in her panic, while Leon merely groaned and rubbed his eyelids from the dull pain he suddenly had in his eyes after hitting John with his illusion. Note to self, don't try to mess with someone's perception of time lightly, Leon complained while rubbing his eyes. Meanwhile, John woke up with a start and looked ready to throw hands with the world in his own panic. Dying sucks, doesn't? Leon stated seriously. John relaxed after seeing he was back in the real world and glared at Leon. How the hell do you even know what that's like? He yelled at Leon, pissed and very worried. Leon opened his eyes to stare John right in his eyes. Personal experience, he said honestly. Don't ask, it doesn't matter what happened, he said before the next question could be spoken by John. Can one of you explain what the hell you are talking about? Weiss asked, frustrated at not understanding the conversation. The illusion I placed him under affected every one of John's senses, including his perception of time. Such an illusion was highly stressful on my eyes and as a result made several of my blood vessels burst, but in that short amount of time he was out, John experienced the pain and sensation of being beaten to death by Nora. To be more specific, he experienced as very much dulled down version of dying, Leon explained. The actual experience of dying is far worse, though the small taste he got was plenty to fix his problem hitting one of you. Leon added while magicking some water to clean the blood from his face. This was the biggest thing Leon had done is the time that had passed, complete the system of magic for his infernal script. Once the most difficult first part was done, Leon had no trouble at all actualizing the spells into reality. In this case he made a small tweak to a water ball spell to make it harmless for his purpose. There was a big downside to this indirect method of cast spells however, in that the energy consumption was nearly 3 times higher than with Hellfire. This meant that even for roughly equivalent power a spell would cost Leon way more to cast than if he used Hellfire. The versatility this type of magic gave Leon however more than made up for it as far as he was concerned. Wait, is that what you mean when you say personal experience? You've died before? Yang asked in horror. No reason to get all dramatic about it, but yes, I have indeed died before, though I was revived shortly afterwards. Leon lied without any qualms about his experience with death. As I said, however, it's not important what happened. Leon shut down that conversation. It was clear to everyone that while there was more to that story, Leon was done talking about it and they all backed off. RWBY was still fussing about Leon's eyes, but he told her them had already healed so she could stop worrying about it. How could your eyes heal so fast when General Ironwood took 3 days for even a single rupture, much less the multiple you had? Weiss asked in disbelief. Oh, that? My semblance gives me extreme regenerative abilities. I even regrow my arm at one point, Leon said with a shrug. You lost an arm? RWBY exclaimed in horror while subconsciously looking at one of his hands. Lost it to a Beowulf ambush, but I grew it back a bit after that, so it's fine. Leon blew off their concern, since for him regrowing an arm is not even close to the limit of his semblance. Chapter 97. How can you act so casual about growing back a whole limb? Weiss exclaimed angrily. Leon sighed. For you it's an incredible feat, but for me it's just a normal thing, he explained calmly. None of the others said anything after that, since he had a bit of a point. Now if you all have nothing else, I would like to relax for the rest of the day, Leon said, effectively telling them to shoo. Ironically, 5 minutes after they left, Glenda showed up and began to strip immediately before Leon could even say anything. 2 hours later. Geez woman, what's got you so stressed? Leon asked between pants while a messy-haired blonde was resting on his chest. You know damn well what, Glenda said with a small angry huff. Okay, to be fair, you deal with the festival every year, Leon pointed out. While that's true, I had no way to deal with all the stress it brings until now, she defended herself with a slight blush, like she didn't just try to wring him dry. You could have at least been more gentle. I'm quite fragile, I'll have you. No, Leon joked, making Glenda roll her eyes. Says the guy who shrugs off bullets like they are mosquitoes, she said with a small smirk. Who told you such a malicious lie? Bullets sting a whole bunch, I'll have you know. Leon feigned offense. Glenda giggled lightly at his antics. Don't think I have forgotten that you are also stressed about something as well, she said with a serious look. You can talk about it, you know, she said reassuringly. Friends with benefits, huh? Such a strange concept, but who am I to question a good thing, he thought with a sigh. My instincts are screaming at me every day that something's coming and I have no idea what, Leon said seriously. If it was anyone else I may think you are worried about nothing, but I've seen those instincts at work before. Do you think it has something to do with that theft of the recovered dust? She asked, trying to be helpful. My gut tells me that it has something to do with it, but all the trails just seem to vanish without a trace. Even Spider has been helpless to find any clues to the perpetrators, and it's bothering me to no end. I have had every single populated area in the kingdom searched thoroughly at this point, and yet all that dust just vanished into thin air. I am halfway tempted to believe the thieves have some sort of hidden lair under a mountain or something, Leon said with a frustrated tone. Well, no matter what it is, I am sure you have it covered in those rather satisfying plans of yours, she said with a seductive lilt at the end. Leon rolled his eyes. You insatiable women, he said with a smile before going back to work as it were. Meanwhile, in a dark area lit up with generator-powered lamps, 3 people were talking while several others worked nearby with a large amount of dust. It is rather ironic that man's purging of the criminals is what made our operation possible in the first place, Cinder said with a small smile at the people going about their roles. Emerald nodded in agreement. He did force quite a few people to desperation with his actions, not that I can blame him. Last time we had all this dust, he got word on our rough plan and exterminated everyone involved. Us stealing it back must have made him very nervous, she said honestly. Yes, though it is unfortunate that he increased the security so much as a result, making the impact of the plan less than I had hoped for in the beginning, Cinder said, slightly annoyed. So long as we get what we are after, I don't see any reason to complain about the low body count, Silver said from a crate he was sitting on. It would have made a greater statement if the numbers were higher, though you are correct that only the prize at the end is what matters, Cinder said calmly. Chapter 98. The month passed smoothly after that, and on the last day of the month the end of the year prom was held. Leon had briefly taken a small amount of time to check up on the event and was satisfied at how it was set up. In the end it was shown that he simply wasn't needed to make the event a success, as everything was going fine in it. The main planner Coco Adele was a former student of Beacon who stuck around doing odd jobs for Ojban with her team named CFVY. She was an extremely detailed individual and had even been part of a fashion agency due to her skill and vision in the field. Under her guidance the prom was a resounding success with all the students having a great time even after Yang spiked the punch. That act was what sent the prom into a chaotic event as most of the students who had never had alcohol were obviously lightweights. John had even shown up in a dress to the event as part of a joke that everyone got a kick out of. None of them could know that next week hell awaited them. The next day was the start of the next year and the first day of the week-long Vital Festival that had Vale filled with foreigners. The first 3 days of the festival were filled with the preliminary rounds of the fighting tournament in order to create the official tournament's brackets. Most of Leon's students qualified for the main tournament but only a quarter of the foreign students made it otherwise. Leon could tell that his students had their work cut out for them as those foreigners who qualified were the best of the best amongst their peers. Meanwhile Cinder and her people had already infiltrated Vale and began setting up their own event in weak points around the city. Cinder's plan was both simple and complex at the same time as first she placed dust explosives all over the city but especially on the outer walls. Once the time was ripe she would detonate those explosives before using the chaos to move the tide of Grim nearby Beacon into taking over. Thanks to the artifact hidden under Beacon no matter how much Leon hunted the Grim nearby Beacon and by extension Vale's was always had large numbers. Add on the fact that no one knew that inside the Mount by Mount Glen an ancient wyvern slumbered except Salem and Cinder it would become the deciding factor in Cinder's plan. The sheer amount of negative emotions that would come from Vale during her event was sure to awaken the monster and draw it to her. While all of this was going on Cinder would sneak into the academy and finish off the maiden she had attacked previously completing her powers. Once Cinder has the full force of a maiden she will be unstoppable by anyone at Beacon. Leon was watching over the stalls set up all over Vale and Beacon for the festival as the head of security for this part of the festival while Ironwood was in charge of the city itself. It was clear however to anyone who saw Leon that he was extremely on edge as his entire being was screaming warnings at him. This made him glare at everyone while radiating a slightly suffocating aura as he tried to remain vigilant of everything. Even Crow found it hard to approach Leon while he was like this as Leon felt incredibly dangerous to his own instincts. The man had even stopped drinking temporarily after seeing Leon so high-strung as he was intimately aware of how sharp his instincts were. Leon was so agitated that small sparks of hell flame popped around him occasionally as his magic reacted to his emotions. Unfortunately being nervous and worried like this wasn't a trigger for Sharingan evolution or Leon would have gotten Manjikyu already many times over. This lasted until the third day of the festival when Leon's instinct spiked and hell on earth descended. Chapter 99. The earth shook as close to 36 explosions went off throughout Vale instantly busting several holes in the outer wall and killing close to 200 people immediately. Leon burst into action without hesitation and rushed through the air with his wings to render aid. Using Hell Flame to boost himself Leon hit high speed as the air screamed past him while he flew. The wind pressure alone caused great damage to his body but he ignored them for speed. Leon arrived above the city in only a minute before dropping out of the sky next to the detonation site of the bomb to begin looking for survivors. Cinder's forces reared their heads at this time however as bullets began to impact Leon's shield while he was distracted moving rubble to free a survivor. Similar clashes happened all over the city as the terrorists started their assault. Having been caught unaware the city's defenders initially took heavy casualties and the group of terrorists who attacked Leon were sure he was dead after blowing several holes in him. He was not. No, Leon wasn't dead, instead he was absolutely livid as hell flame erupted from him as his body regenerated and his vision grew much sharper suddenly. In his eyes 4 black dots like smaller pupils circled his actual pupil and the knowledge of his eyes' new abilities entered his mind. The level of animosity Leon felt at this moment was so great his eyes had evolved and the terrorist couldn't breathe from the bloodlust that filled the area. Turning to look at the terrorist Leon suddenly vanished in their vision as the ground he was previously standing on cratered and a sonic boom rang out. This was the ability of Leon's right eye, Rakurai or lightning strike. This ability allowed Leon to accelerate to wherever he was looking at extremely high speed like lightning striking from the sky, hence the name. The terrorists were dead before their bodies could even react as Leon literally smashed into them at Mach 4. This impact burst the men like watermelons while Leon's much more durable body merely ruptured several organs and broke all his ribs. Grievous injuries for anyone else but thanks to his semblance Leon was already recovering. Blood poured from Leon's eyes as a massive red skeletal figure began to form around him before shrinking and covering his body like an armor. This was the ability of his left eye, Kami no Keshin or Divine Incarnation. This ability directly affected the Susanoo ability of all Manjikyu condensing that absolute defense even further into an armor over the user. The signs of corruption directly faded from Leon's eyes after they evolved, and thanks to his personality and rage at the moment of evolution, Leon gained the powers of a juggernaut. He was what you got when an unstoppable force fused with an immovable object. The speed to be beyond stopping and the defense to be beyond harming. He was beyond pissed. The life force lake that Leon maintained at all times was rapidly depleting as it was used to maintain Leon's eyesight as he fully utilized his new eyes. The damage his eyes suffered from activation was negated by his semblance, but only so long as he had stores left over. Leon knew this and flashed high into the sky with his new ability before raising his hand and unleashing a rain of hellfire arrows at every terrorist he could visibly see. The flaming dark red bone-like armor around Leon along with his now armored wings, tail and horns made those who saw him think the devil himself had come to punish the wicked. Even the most unreligious of people were in awe and horror as the screams of the terrorist filled the air as literal hell flame fell like rain. Not all the terrorists simply accepted their deaths at Leon's hand and shot at him with everything they had, but the armor made this a futile effort. Hell had descended to earth and the devil had come to spread his rage to the wicked. Chapter 100. Soon all the terrorists were dead, however, as if to add insult to injury the alarm for an approaching grim horde went off throughout the city. Leon snarled in anger at the sound before shooting off across the sky to intercept the grim horde. Meanwhile the students of Beacon had mobilized to render aid throughout Vale. As a result, Ojban was unable to find Pyrrha to convince her to take the Fall Maiden's remaining power, forcing him to grab the best option available instead. A separate group of terrorists had been waiting to stop the students of Beacon from interfering. This group included both Emerald and Silver, who targeted the two most bothersome teams consisting of teams RWBY and JNPR. Each of them had a team of 5 with them for their ambushes, which failed thanks to Leon's lessons on the subject. Even though the ambushes failed, a few members of both teams were hit with a couple bullets before reacting. TSK, and here I was hoping this would be easy. Think you can do me a favor and just die without fighting back, Silver said as he rushed his targeted team, RWBY. Cover us, Weiss said before she and Yang jumped out of cover to change the flow of the fight. RWBY took shots at Silver's team with Blake preventing them from shooting at the two and forcing this fight into a direct confrontation. We don't have time to waste in a drawn-out gunfight, engage already, Silver yelled to his team, who rushed out of cover to join the melee. Silver himself struggled against Weiss and Yang, who played dirty by forcing him to divert his focus between them seemingly at random. The 5 members of Silver's team were barely average when it came to combat prowess and so were quickly dispatched by RWBY and Blake, leaving Silver alone to deal with the whole team. Shit. I'm not dying to, crunch. Silver's thoughts were cut short as a large spiked dragon crashed into him from the sky, killing him instantly. Genesis had felt Leon's anger through their connection and it had made his blood boil with rage. He had been guarding the far side of the forest against the Grim when this happened and abandoned his post without hesitation to return to Beacon, only to see some people attacking the people Leon was close to. Taking prisoners was not even a thought in Genesis's mind, and so he immediately went for the kill on the leader of the group. The whole team could see and feel the bloodlust rolling off of Genesis after he literally crushed a man to death and couldn't build up to nerve to get mad about it. We need to go, RWBY yelled at the dragon as the team wasted no time rushing off again. Reiwa, Genesis roared and killed the incapacitated members of Silver's team before rushing into the sky to find more targets. All of this had happened in the same span of 15 minutes since the bombs had gone off, and Leon was already beginning to feel the strain on his eyes. In this short period of time he had burnt through half of his life force reserves, but the ongoing crisis demanded he keep it up. Leon heard the approaching horde after landing on the fields outside Vale's wall long before he saw them. The sound of hundreds of large powerful feet marching near each other was deafening. I need to save as much energy as possible, he thought seriously as he deactivated his left eye's ability as well as his Susanoo to preserve as much of his power for the upcoming battle. Genesis slammed into the ground next to Leon, dripping in fresh blood that Leon didn't even need to figure out its source. You take care of those pests in the sky and I'll handle the ground forces, Leon said seriously, and Genesis nodded with the same cold glare as Leon. When the front runners for the horde showed up, Leon dashed forward along with Genesis' weapon drawn. Chapter 101. Leon dashed across the open field as fast as he could, and right before he hit the horde he leaped into the air and pushed his Susanoo to its limit. First the rib cage and spine formed, followed by the arms, legs and head. Unlike most Susanoos, however, too, the skull of Leon's had 2 horns from the start. Soon red energy flesh crept over the entire giant skeleton, followed by a thick scaled armor and a spear made of the same energy in the huge being's right hand. The dark fiery Susanoo crushed some Grim as it landed heavily on the ground imperiously. I've got 5 minutes at most before I run out of life force. I hope it's enough, Leon thought before he moved. The giant swung its spear in a wide arc, decimating a huge portion of the front line of the horde. Leon didn't stop as he slashed and smashed every Grim he could find, but even the massive amount of life force he was getting from the dead ones was barely sufficient to extend the time he could continue by a few seconds. The horde was unlike any Leon had heard of, however, as it truly seemed to never end. Blood poured from his eyes constantly as they were damaged and repaired over and over again, but despite the agonizing pain, Leon pressed on. While most were trying their hardest to repair or at the very least block off the holes in the wall around the city, a few others watched Leon holding back the horde almost entirely alone. For some, they felt threatened by such an extreme level of power, while for others they felt nothing but sorrow. Crow and R.W.B were part of the latter, as Leon had told them of the ability they see him using right now and what was needed to do so. R.W.B alone realized that Leon was firmly in the realm of maidens with this show of force, and while he was glad this power belonged to someone on humanity's side, he knew that there was no way Salem wouldn't come to know of Leon now. None of this mattered right now, however, as Vale and Beacon were under attack. "Give 'em hell, kid," Crow said under his breath as he rushed to secure Beacon from attacks. He didn't know what the attackers hoped to accomplish with this attack, but he knew that Beacon couldn't afford to fall even if it meant more lives lost. It hurt Crow's heart to know that he was choosing the greater good over the lives of the innocent, but he bottled up that pain and pressed forward, like always. Meanwhile, at the relatively nearby Mount Glen Mountain, an avalanche of stone rained down as the mountain shook from the monster awakening within. Leon didn't know how many Grim he had killed at this point, but he ignored the screaming pain radiating from his eyes as he continued his massacre. Almost a minute later, however, Leon felt an intense amount of dread as he heard a loud unknown roar coming from the distance. Moments later he saw it, a massive black creature with wings the size of buildings and thick white armor covering its car-sized head and massive powerful body. A Titan-class Grim had arrived, and as if that wasn't bad enough, it was a near-mythical wyvern to boot. The existence of wyverns had always been a topic for debate, as if anyone had ever seen the things up close, few lived to tell the tale, and most people didn't go looking for powerful Grim on a whim. Leon didn't hesitate to abandon the horde of Grim the moment he saw the ancient wyvern approaching. Most of the horde consisted of small fries that could still be dealt with by the hunters in the city. But this things was a whole different story. Even as he was right now, Leon felt oppressed by the wyvern, showing how deep its own power went. It wasn't enough to make Leon think of it as a hopeless cause, but it did tell him he was outgunned in this fight. Happy holidays, people. I apologize for not posting yesterday, but it was Christmas and I was busy. That said, I will also not be posting on the 29th due to the fact it is my birthday. I again apologize for that, but it is what it is. Chapter 102. The Grim were an odd bunch of creatures who didn't act in the same way any other animal did as far as aging was concerned. Most creatures reach maturity and then, barring a few exceptions, stop growing. The Grim completely ignore this as a whole and instead grow larger and more powerful as time goes on, and even more unfairly is that they are biologically immortal. They don't age, as it were, at all, meaning if the right circumstances are met they can grow without limit. Not all Grim are born equal either, as some are born much more powerful than others. Wyverns are one such type of Grim, capable of spewing fire and generally being much stronger physically than other Grim at birth. The approaching wyvern was both a superior Grim and an extremely old one, making this fight even harder for Leon. The only saving grace was that unlike most Grim that grow old by slowly surviving many fights with people, this one had hibernated to reach this point, making it fairly inexperienced combat-wise. This showed when Leon and Genesis arrived in its path before Leon activated Rakurai and slammed into its face at Mach 4, disorienting it. Not injuring the beast, only making it slightly dizzy, showing its sturdiness. "This is going to be a pain in the ass," Leon said after regenerating from splattering himself on the wyvern's face. Genesis was just as stoic about this problem, as he could feel the power coming from this Grim. "Distract it while I try and clip its wings," Leon yelled out to his partner, who accelerated towards the beast face. Unlike Leon's speed that was beyond, the wyvern's ability to react to Genesis was still within the reaction speed of it, as shown when it opened its jaws to spew flame at him. Genesis' barrel rolled to the left, barely dodging the thick building-sized stream of yellow flame that left him uncomfortably warm just from the residual heat. The wyvern began to hover in place rather than continue its flight towards the city, which was Leon's plan to begin with. While Leon and Genesis were keeping the ancient wyvern occupied, the forces of Vale had marshaled at the wall to repel the approaching horde. "I'm worried about him, young," R.W.B said as they all waited for the horde to approach with their familiars. "Me too, R.W.B, me too, but we have to believe he knows what he's doing. You saw how he held back the entire horde for 3 minutes by himself after all," Yang said, trying to sound reassuring, but her own concern was clearly visible. She may have accepted that he wouldn't ever be hers, but that didn't mean they weren't as close as siblings. Besides that, they had grown up together and Leon had always been a firm guardian of both of them, so it would have been stranger if they weren't close. Nova, Ruby's familiar, was not even a little concerned about Leon or Genesis, since she was more aware than her partner of the power they kept concealed behind their lazy personas. The rest of the familiars were the same, which confused their partners, who were nervous about the fight Leon was in. Meanwhile, Cinder was taking advantage of lack of people in Beacon to make her way to the place she felt the other part of the maiden power. She wasn't even surprised to learn that it was coming from under the clock tower that had Ojban's office at the top of. Salem had told her that doing things like that was a bad habit of Ojban's after all. Cinder's experience as a criminal made finding the hidden panel with the button to the secret location underground easy. The trip down was fairly long, showing just how deep the shaft went in the earth. When she arrived and the elevator doors opened, she saw the scene of Ojban and Ironwood trying to transfer the rest of the maiden powers to another girl. A quick flex of her own incomplete powers speared both the maiden and the other girl, killing them and sending the Fall Maiden's complete power into her. Chapter 103. Run, James, Ojban yelled before putting up a greenish glowing barrier, just in time too, as Cinder flooded the area with fire, putting the power of a maiden on full display. Ironwood wasted no time fleeing through the escape tunnel while Ojban held back Cinder. The man knew that unlike Ojban, if he died there was no coming back for him. She told me so much about you, how you would likely act during a panic, everything. Using that information I painstakingly crafted a plan to take Beacon from you, though admittedly there were some rather irritating setbacks thanks to that man you had teaching seemingly on the spur of the moment, Cinder monologued. Like most villains, Cinder just couldn't help gloating once she was sure she had the upper hand, much to Ojban's irritation. You have to understand that over the centuries Ojban had been dealing with people just like Cinder who all monologued for no other purpose than to hear their own voices. The sheer amount of times he had been in a position to suffer from others monologuing was enough that it had gotten old quickly. If it wasn't for the fact he needed to give Ironwood enough time to get to safety, Ojban would have likely just let the flames kill him so he didn't have to listen to it. Once Ojban was sure Ironwood was out of reach, he allowed his shield to drop and the flames wash over him briefly before turning him into ash. Cinder was left speechless at how little Ojban had fought to remain alive and didn't even realize that he had basically killed himself just so she would shut up. For most this wouldn't be an option, but since Ojban knew he would simply return between 3 and 4 weeks from now in a new body, he didn't mind at all. Cinder just shrugged off the strangeness of his death as her simply overpowering him before using her new powers to fly up the elevator shaft in order to welcome the ancient wyvern to Beacon. During all of this, Leon was learning the hard way why it was so hard to kill ancient titans like this one. Each slash with his weapon in scythe form or bullet in rifle form barely penetrated the dense hide, proving to be little more than an irritation for the beast. The only thing that worked fairly well was the hellfire Leon used with his attacks that now covered the entire wyvern. The magical fire would only ever stop burning if Leon could not afford to feed it an energy of some type, making the minor damage start to add up over time. Even though as a Grimm the wyvern wasn't very smart, it could still realize this fact and work to fix it. The beast had chosen to ignore Genesis entirely in favor of ending the only thing actually endangering its life, Leon. OHSHIT, Leon thought before raccouraying away as the beast moved surprisingly quickly to snap its jaws at him from behind like a snake. Thank God for this ability, Leon thought with his back covered in cold sweat at how close he had gotten to getting eaten. Leon had no doubt that if any other type of Grimm were to eat him somehow he could survive long enough to cut his way out. But even hellfire did little to this wyvern, so he would definitely want to avoid such a fate in this case. The wyvern looked slightly confused why its sneak attack failed, but went for another attack almost instantly afterwards. This time the wyvern opened its mouth and Leon got all of a second to flap his wings in order to dodge to the side before a massive gout of flames scorched his previous position. Leon thought he was going to be able to slowly wear the beast down to nothing, but that changed when the spiked tail of the wyvern suddenly slammed into him and impaled him before sending his body flying in multiple pieces with his head smashing into the ground, knocking him out. This sealed the fate of Beacon to be overrun with Grimm, for now. Chapter 104. Leon only had enough life force left over to regenerate his torso and organs after the huge consumption of his Sharingan had drained away the majority. Thankfully the Manjikyu reverted back to the 3-tomo state, removing the drain on his life force. Unfortunately the emptiness of his reserves meant that the less important injuries such as his limbs and the concussion that rendered him unconscious didn't get fixed, leaving him out of commission until he naturally healed enough to wake up and fix it manually. Genesis swooped down to collect Leon carefully before flying to the city in hopes of finding out what they should do now. With Leon and Genesis gone, the wyvern continued its flight towards Beacon unimpeded, making the defenders of Vale despair. Shortly afterward the official evacuation of Vale began, with Crow taking both Team RWBY and Team JNPR with him to take refuge at Ty's country cottage. Many people were displaced to the remaining kingdoms after the fall of Vale, as the wyvern had nested at the top of the now broken clock tower of Beacon. Those with a keen eye however would notice faint scars along the entirety of the wyvern's body from the hellfire that had eaten away those areas permanently. Cinder was very unhappy when she saw the state the wyvern was in when it arrived finally, as she knew even at her current power that she would be nearly helpless against the beast. The fact that someone had the power to actually hold back the wyvern as well as leave it in such a state left her very uncomfortable. It wasn't mortally wounded or even badly hurt, but its skin and armor looked scorched and charred, and unlike most Grimm, the wyvern was actually left with scars from the injuries. Salem on the other hand was incredibly conflicted, since while Cinder did indeed complete her original mission, Leon had likely been rendered into a dreadful state as a result. This was one of the bad parts about her immortality and corruption, obsession. Till now Salem had only had a few things she had been obsessed with: power, the gods, Ozma, and now Leon. These obsessions were the reason she maintained her sanity despite the millions of years she had lived since the first civilization. Her obsession with Ozma had morphed after his betrayal into her wanting him to suffer as she has rather than her seeking to have him back again. Ironically, it had seemed as if the gods agreed in this manner, as the method Ozma used to reincarnate left him broken and in horror as he slowly subsumed the soul of the person he was sent into. Sure, if he didn't actively try and take over, the process could be drawn out, making the other person's passing less sad, but the end was always the same, only Ozma was left in the end. Now Salem wanted to possess Leon for her own, as he was special and she wanted to have that for herself in some manner or another. Leon only showed up being carried by Genesis unconscious and missing all of his limbs including his wings and tail at the cottage days later. Ty and Crow were the first to see the wretched state Leon was in and rushed over to help him. They had known that Leon had clashed with the wyvern but weren't aware of what had happened to Leon after that, as he had been missing this whole time. The only reason Genesis had been able to find out where to go was thanks to his ability to track elder dragons, honing in on Ruby's familiar. Genesis's arrival had created quite the commotion, which got the attention of the two teams in the cottage who had been in foul mood since the evacuation. They were horrified when they saw the state Leon was in, and Ruby and Yang rushed over to make sure he will live. Ty and Crow reassured them that Leon would be good as new shortly after he woke up, and that it was merely a waiting game at this point. "I'm back, peoples. Had a great birthday and even got a Switch to treat myself, so that's a fun new toy. I will be updating as per usual unless some unforeseen incident happens." Chapter 105. "Honestly, the kid's semblance feels like cheating half the time," Crow said calmly. "What do you mean?" "He told us that he had regenerated an arm once, but even that seems small compared to his current injuries," Weiss said confused. "Oh yeah, I know that story too, but the version he gave you was the watered-down version. See, what had actually happened was that during that ambush he was cut in half, from shoulder to waist," Crow said, running his hand from his left shoulder to his right waistband. "He didn't just grow back an arm but rather most of body instead," Crow explained honestly. "He's pretty much unkillable at this point," Ty chimed in agreement. "That's insane. Surely such a powerful semblance has just as big downsides, right?" Weiss exclaimed in an attempt to rationalize what she just heard. Ty shook his head. "The only limitations are the limited pool of life force and the severe inefficiency of using it on living things. At least those are the only limitations that he has found till now," he explained honestly. "There is actually another," Leon said as he woke up with a huge headache and an empty feeling in what parts of his body he still had. "Ugh, did someone get the number of the truck that hit me?" Leon joked as Ruby tackled him, which aggravated the frailty of his current body. "You big dummy, we were worried about you," she said tearfully. "As much as I would like to sit here and let you hug me to death, it's really hard to keep my semblance from eating you right now," Leon said seriously. It was true too, as now that he was awake his instincts were fighting against his reason to try and drain the nearest source of life force in order to recover. It was only thanks to Leon's intense will that he was fighting the deep-seated urge off, but it was a serious matter nonetheless. Ruby shivered and leapt away from him when he said that, frightened like a spooked cat. The lack of physical contact with a living thing eased the raging urge, but it was still there just below the surface. "We can talk after someone throws me out the window so I don't damage the house when I try to move. No need to worry about injuring myself though," Leon said seriously. Crow wasted no time at all, grabbing Leon and tossing him right out the window, much to the horror of the other watching. Before he hit the ground, a dark red rib cage with a single skeletal arm of huge proportions manifested around him and cushioned his fall. This brought a dull ache to Leon's eyes, but he ignored it as the single arm pulled the rib cage and by extension Leon over to a nearby tree. The incomplete Susanoo vanished and Leon rolled his torso into touching the tree and began to siphon away the life force within. The small wounds such as his broken ribs and torn muscles rapidly fixed themselves as his body burned through this life force infusion. Thanks to the scarred-over nature of his limb nubs, no life force went there, but instead went after the things that were counted as not healed. For those watching from the room, however, it was a horror show as the tree shriveled and died visibly under Leon's touch while he was clearly improving in health. The fact he needed to drain the life force from living things could be considered a restriction in their minds after seeing this. Now I need to stockpile some more life force until I can regrow my limbs, Leon though totally ignoring the now desiccated tree he was leaning on. The incomplete Susanoo reappeared and Leon repeated the process of draining an entire small grove of trees of their life force. Thankfully Leon's fear of him needing to stockpile life force in order to recreate the liquid state his stores had before he used it all didn't happen. In fact the life force that he gathered condensed into liquid on its own since his semblance had adapted to holding life force in that state. Chapter 106. After devouring the life force of 34 different trees Leon decided he had enough stored away to regrow his legs at the very least. Boy Genesis, get over here and help me out for a minute, he called out getting the nearby Genesis's attention. The dragon sauntered over lazily while making sure Leon saw him yawn. Leon's eyebrow twitched in irritation but he didn't say anything about his familiar's attitude since he still needed its help to regrow his limbs. Okay, so I need you to cut off the ends of the nubs on my right arm and leg, Leon explained seriously. Genesis gave Leon a, "Are you serious?" look that made Leon sigh in exasperation. Yes, I realize how that sounds, but until the healed parts of my limbs are gone I can't regrow them, he explained, and Genesis just nodded in understanding. Much to the horror of those watching, Genesis raised his right claw and precisely slashed down at Leon's right nub, cleaving it off at the shoulder. Leon didn't even flinch from the pain but focused on regrowing the limb anew. First the bones grew out, followed by the veins and muscles, and finally the skin and nerves. It was like watching a dissection in reverse almost, which didn't sit well with those not used to graphic sights. Besides the creepy scene, the members of the two teams were surprised to see that Leon had a brand new arm that, besides being pale, looked completely normal. Hearing about it is one thing but seeing it is a whole different thing. That's some creepy stuff right there, Crow said honestly, and everyone else couldn't help but nod in agreement. Leon flexed his new arm in order to get a feel for it since regrowing limbs always left a funky sensation behind. Good, okay, now do my right leg, Leon said, and Genesis wasted no time at all cleaving the nub away. Much like the arm, the leg regrew in the same way, but this time Leon used his new arm to hold the growing limb off the ground to keep dirt and rocks from being grown over by flesh. Leon's store of life force was depleted the moment the limb was finished, and he used Genesis as a crutch to stand on the fresh limb. He was incredibly lopsided with only a single arm and leg, but at least he could move around without using Susanoo and damaging his eyes. With this I can finally start truly recovering, Leon said softly before crouching down with his new leg and shooting into the distance thanks to his level 4 strength. Those watching were left speechless at Leon's actions as well as his strength despite his incomplete state, and he lost against that Grim, Weiss exclaimed in horror. There's a reason you don't hear stories about people beating ancient Grim like that one, Crow said seriously. Uncle Crow, you're pretty strong, right? Ruby asked curiously. I'm pretty up there, yeah. Why? Crow said, confused what that had to do with the conversation. If you and Leon were to fight, who would win? Ruby asked after hearing his answer. Crow chuckled, finally understanding what she was trying to figure out. It would even be a fight, Leon would win instantly so long as he didn't decide to play around with me, Crow admitted honestly. I don't know exactly how strong Leon is, but I'd wager you could count the number of people who could clash with him on one hand, he said seriously. Meanwhile Leon himself was rocketing through the forest in search of any stray Grim that Tai or Crow had missed. The reason for this was because while he could just drain life force from trees, it suffered a huge inefficiency problem where he only got about 20% of the life force this way. Killing something gave the entire pool from within whatever it was, and due to how abundant and hated Grim were, they made the perfect targets. In order to not fight barehanded since his weapon had been flung away with the tail sweep, the wyvern hit him with, making it lost to him for now. Leon had created a sharp earth spear with magic to use. Chapter 107. Leon's first victim was a Beowulf that didn't even have time to react before its skull was pierced through. The life force that Leon got from it was easily equal to 3 trees, proving how much more effective this method was in comparison. For the next 4 hours Leon thinned the Grim population in the surrounding few miles to almost nothing. During this time he had cut off the nub of his left leg and regrow that as well as his left arm and genitals. Yes, since those had also been removed as part of the wyvern's attack and were not vital organs, they had not been regrow, forcing Leon to do it himself. It was an uncomfortable process to say the least, thanks to how sensitive that particular area was. The only limbs Leon hadn't regrown yet were his tail and wings, since they were in hard-to-reach areas of his body and he would rather not mutilate himself in unnecessary ways. Still, this hunting trip paid off as Leon was mostly recovered and even had half of his life force storage full, leaving him much safer. No one was surprised when he showed up later at the cottage with most of his limbs back. It's strange seeing you with only a single Fauna's trait. It was odd seeing the extras at the start, but I got used to it and now you seem incomplete, Blake said when Leon walked up to the kitchen to get something to eat. Not to worry, I'll get Genesis to help me regrow those in a bit, Leon said with a shrug. You know how bad that sounds, right? Blake asked with a roll of her eyes. Leon grinned, of course I do, that's half the fun after all, he said cheerfully. Blake rolled her eyes again, keep talking like that and I may fall for you, she teased. Leon chuckled, nah, I'd rather not make your dad happy thanks, he said sarcastically. Blake looked confused at this, what do you mean, she asked curiously, as a member of the World Council your dear old dad is one of the few people who actually understands the full ramifications of me hooking up with someone. I am rich, powerful in every sense of the word, handsome, genius and to top it off actually a pretty nice guy most of the time. If you hooked up with me it would give your father the leverage he needed to use my resources for his cause and give him the best son-in-law he could hope for, there is literally no real downside to it for him, Leon explained while creating a sandwich. He's not like that, Blake said defensively. Leon shook his head, you misunderstand me, I didn't say your dad was manipulative or insensitive, merely that he would be thrilled at the benefits that he would gain if you pursued such a route. I am well aware of Gyra's personality thanks to my unique position after all, he said honestly. How would your resources be worth so much to the cause? Blake asked confused. Leon chuckled, you remember the deal I have with Weiss's father correct? He asked and she nodded. That entire deal was a minor side effect of the influence and power I personally hold, so what exactly do you think would happen if I were to actually put my full resources behind the Faunus equality movement? He asked and Blake's eyes widened in realization, but you are also a Faunus, why haven't you? She asked, both confused and angered at him. Because the Faunus don't need a savior to swoop down and lift them up. No, what they need is the motivation as a whole race to stand up and say enough is enough. While the White Fang may have started to go too far in how they act, the idea behind their acts is correct. Frankly speaking, I am simply not needed to fix the problem, Leon said seriously. That's not to say I don't help out as well, there's a reason my company hires Faunus for the majority of its staff after all, he said before walking off with his huge ham and steak sandwich, leaving Blake to her thoughts. Chapter 108. Regrowing his wings and tail was a short affair that Leon completed while eating his sandwich with Genesis's help. Regrowing the tail was especially difficult as Leon needed to sever the base of his spine where the thing was attached originally. Still, despite the trouble it took to have it back, Leon was happy being whole again. Once he was returned to his peak state, good as new, as it were, Leon updated his Falna to see the changes that had happened since his last update before the battle. The results weren't surprising at all. Name, Vermilion Drake. Race, Faunus, horned ape/tailed bat. Level, 4. Strength, 910, S. Endurance, 960, S. Agility, 910, S. Dexterity, 915, S. Magic, 925, S. Developmental skills, Lancer, Scyther, Artillerist. Magics, Manjikyu Sharingan, left, Kami no Keshin, right, Rakurai, Semblance, Vampire, Hellfire, Infernal Script. Skills, Devil's Due, Infernal Script. Leon knew that unlocking the Manjikyu would cause his stats to jump a bit, so him going from the top of a rank to the start of S rank in his stats wasn't that strange. The fact his endurance had jumped so greatly though to the top of the middle of S rank bothered him, however, as he knew exactly why it did so. His body had been thoroughly exhausted after getting struck with the wyvern's tail and needing to regrow his torso and organs hastily. Even worse was the huge concussion he suffered as his head impacted the ground that may have been fatal had just a smidge of life force having been used to preserve the brain's functionality. All in all, Leon came uncomfortably close to death, and it showed on his status. The only reason Leon had even woken up after the 4 days rather than months or years later was because Genesis had sent small burst of life force from his kills during that time through his connection to Leon. Neither Genesis or Leon realized this, however, as it was a hidden trait of their bond in particular, much like how Young now seemed to always know where her target's weak points were or how Ruby was practically immune to the cold. All familiar bonds had similar things, however actually being able to see what they are is an entirely different matter. In normal cases this hidden trait was useless for Leon, however in this case it was very useful. Leon walked over to Crow in the living room and plopped down next to him with a content sigh. Despite all my resources, I still haven't found a more comfortable couch, Leon said with a chuckle. Now there are plenty of more comfortable couches out there, this one's just got sentimental is all, Crow said before sipping from his flask. Maybe you are right, Leon admits while staring at the ceiling. So what are you and the others going to do now? He asked curiously. Probably hang around here for a couple weeks before heading towards Mistral to meet up with a friend. You, Crow said calmly. Kick ass and take care of my businesses, so the usual I suppose, Leon said honestly. Crow sat up and looked at Leon seriously. You don't have the crazy idea of taking on the wyvern again, right? He asked seriously. Leon chuckled. Do I seem that reckless to you? He asked jokingly. Yep, Crow answered without any hesitation. Leon grabbed his chest where his heart was. Doof, you wound me deeply sir, he says in mock outrage. Leon grew serious after that however. All jokes aside, I think I'll be avoiding that particular beastie until I level up, as it were, he said honestly. Crow relaxed after hearing that. You barely survived the last run-in with that thing and I'd hate to see you die over something as foolish as pride, he said honestly. Leon just chuckled. Don't get all sappy on me now old man, I'm not so easily put down you know, besides I'm pretty sure RWBY would never forgive me if I up and died so pathetically, Leon said with a smirk. Yeah, that girl's got her mother's fire in her alright, a little too much sometimes, Crow said with a small frown. Chapter 109. It's those eyes, they are part of her aura and make her subconsciously act a certain way. I have been trying to figure out how to remove their influence on her safely but I have had no such luck, Leon said seriously. I thought so. Speaking of eyes, I noticed the creepy skeleton thing you summoned, Susanoo I believe you called it. Want to talk about it? Crow asked casually. Leon sighed. I had always assumed that the thing that would push my eyes to this level would be a traumatic incident like one of the girls getting maimed in front of me or something, but fate is a fickle mistress, Leon said with a sigh. After taking a moment to calm himself, Leon continued, that day when the bombs went off I dropped everything to go help the citizens, which as you could imagine had my nerves frayed to begin with. But when I was digging through the rubble to save a person I found I was ambushed by the same bastards who had set the bombs to begin with. Leon clenched his fist so hard blood dripped from his palms. I should have noticed it you know. I was so focused on saving that person however that I ignored my surroundings and I was punished for it. Leon sagged in the couch with a depressed look. They shot through me killing the person in the rubble and I just snapped. For a moment the entire world faded away and all I knew was self-loathing. What if I was faster? What if I made better defenses? What if? That was all I could think of in that moment, and in that moment of all-consuming self-doubt my eyes evolved. Leon looked at Crow with his Manjikyu activated. Crow could see the pain and self-loathing in those eyes like an echo of the moment they became like this, eyes that reflect the heart he thought while his own heart ached at the sight. Crow didn't say anything but merely offered his flask to Leon who shook his head. I can't run away from this, that's just not who I am. There's nothing wrong with you wanting to drown your problems but if I tried to a part of me would die and I refuse to allow that, Leon said with conviction. You're a better man than me then, Crow said before taking a sip from the flask himself. Nah, you probably have more baggage than me is all, Leon said honestly. Speaking of baggage, any idea what happened to Ironwood and the other professors? He asked curiously. Word is Glenda has taken over as the head of the new Beacon Academy she set up in the old abandoned Vale library. Peter Port died in an ambush while trying to save someone much like yourself and Oblek and the others joined Glenda in her endeavor. From my sources your underworld organization has taken to acting as an impromptu police force since the actual police were hit with a bomb killing most of them, Crow said casually. That was one of the safeguards I left in the organization in case something like this happened after that incident, Leon explained honestly. A good call it seems as they have done a great job according to my source. As for Oz and James, from what I know Oz was killed while holding back the mastermind behind the whole event, Crow said but froze when an intense bloodlust rolled over him from Leon. Sparks of hellflame popped in the air around Leon as his face was fixed into a snarl exposing his fangs. Who was it? Leon didn't speak loudly but the word held such emphasis that they almost felt physically heavy. Crow couldn't breathe as his lungs stopped working from the existential threat he felt with his entire being sitting next to him. The bloodlust vanished as soon as it appeared however as Leon forcibly controlled himself after seeing the state Crow was in at his outburst. Sorry about that, it's a bit of a trigger for me, Leon apologized. Chapter 110. I get it, but damn if it didn't feel like you were about to take my head off, Crow said honestly while stopping the shaking of his hands. I tried so hard to prevent the exact thing that ended up happening so I am ever so slightly absolutely vivid at the person behind it, Leon said putting a dark emphasis on two of the words. Yeah I can tell, but anyways the security cameras you installed showed the culprit when James pulled them the day after. From the public records the girl was known as Cinder Fall, had a pretty bad upbringing before apparently killing her abusive parents and vanishing about 10 years ago, Crow explained. The man pulled up the image of Cinder entering the clock tower that the hidden camera took and Leon angrily took out his spare scroll he retrieved earlier that day from one of his hidden safe houses nearby. There was no doubt as he opened a specific file and on the screen popped up the image of Cinder, Silver and Emerald in the warehouse with Torchwick. It was her the entire time. I assumed it was Torchwick's idea, but it was hers instead, Leon exclaimed angrily. But didn't you end everyone involved during that incident? Crow asked confused. Leon shook his head. Those three weren't in the city at the time and I assumed that after the operation they would avoid returning. But they actually had the courage to enact their plan even after that setback, Leon said through gritted teeth. Crow looked thoughtful. According to the cameras she hasn't left Beacon yet, thought the wyvern has taken up residence there along with a small army of Grimm, he said seriously. Leon had a wrathful smile. How far away would you say Beacon is from Vale? He asked ominously. Crow had the feeling Leon was about to do something foolish. 20 miles, why? He asked suspicious. I'm about to drop a bomb on Beacon and I needed to know how large I could make it, Leon said seriously. Can you do that without getting the wyvern's attention? Crow asked, not outright telling Leon not to do it because he also really wants Cinder dead for the evil she created willingly. Oh yeah, I'ma drop that bitch from the lithosphere, Leon said with an angry smirk. Do you even have a bomb you can drop from that high? Crow asked seriously. Not at the moment, but give me a day or two and I'll give everything there a rude awakening, Leon said with an evil glint before leaving the house for his safe house. He had work to do. 2 days passed after that and they were stressful days for Cinder, who couldn't figure out for the life of her why she couldn't access the artifact chamber or why she was so anxious. The sense that something terrible was coming for her had suddenly appeared this morning and she had been maintaining a soul barrier around herself in caution as a result, yet nothing had happened yet even 3 hours later. She wasn't tired even after maintaining the barrier this long thanks to the fact nothing was hitting it, letting her recycle the spent energy without issue. This nervous feeling lasted until exactly 12 o'clock noon when it changed. That nervousness changed into an overwhelming feeling of danger, making her thicken the barrier to the greatest extent she could, even if it burnt through 90% of her energy stores. On the outside area of Beacon, the only warning the Grim got was a whistling sound before a silver spear-like object 3 meters long and a foot width crashed into the ground. A wave of pure destructive force exploded out on contact from the spear-like object, shaking the earth for 5 miles all around as a mushroom cloud of silver-black flame rose from what used to be the Beacon Plateau. It was a clever thing Leon had made his bomb. In truth, he shaped a large amount of fire-resistant metal into a hollow cylinder with a pointed tip. He then inscribed the inside and outside of the thing with infernal script to create an intense pressure inside it that would only be released on impact, that he filled with 2 whole days of compressed hell flame. The wyvern survived the explosion but suffered terribly as it was covered in burnt or simply erased parts and had even had a wing severed from the force. Cinder's barrier kept her alive, but the sheer impact force took her and her barrier flying away at extreme speed, leaving her greatly injured upon crash landing, losing an arm while scaring the rest of her body, horribly ruining the look she was so proud of. Chapter 111. The world had very mixed reactions to the mile-wide hellfire detonation when the people who had gotten rid of the Grim in Vale and were repairing the city saw the massive mushroom cloud of fire from where Beacon Saturday. Most people were of the hope that the authorities had finally made a move to kill the wyvern and Grim that had nested there. Those sharp-eyed enough noticed that the flames were the same as a certain individual who had vanished after showing a massive amount of power after the attack on Vale and Beacon. For Salem it was like Christmas came early, as thanks to her obsession with Leon she recognized those flames in an instant. So you were merely biding your time before punishing that foolish girl. How very like you to teach a lesson to her in such a way, Salem thought with a smile. Since he abandoned the horde to face the wyvern, the people videoing Leon fighting were unable to capture the exact moment Leon lost to the beast. As a result, Salem was under the misunderstanding that Leon merely tactically retreated from the battle, since it was a lost cause, rather than get knocked out and dismembered for almost an entire week. James Ironwood was not having a good time, however, when the video hit his desk back in Atlas, as it implied several bad things for his own ambitions. The first was that the Titan Corporation and all its drool-worthy tech was still strictly hands-off. Ironwood had hoped Leon died so he could legally subsume the company using his political prowess, but with Leon still alive and in a bad mood from the looks of it, he had to trash that plan. The second was that as much as he hated to admit it, he had no chance at all of defeating Leon in battle after witnessing the maiden-like power Leon showed previously. In order for him to unite the world under the rule of Atlas and by extension himself, Ironwood knew he needed to be unrivaled in power and skill. Leon removed any possibility of that being true. Ironwood had been lauded as a military and academic genius, but he knew without even a shred of doubt that his talent compared to Leon's was like a candle to the sun, not worth mentioning. The proof of this was plain for anyone to see, as it took Ironwood decades of hard work to reach his current position, whereas Leon took a mere handful of years to rival and even surpass Ironwood. It was clear to see the difference in talent. The final nail, however, was the sheer devastating power behind the attack Leon had obviously launched on the new inhabitants of Beacon. Ironwood's many years of military leadership experience told him that any army he had would be decimated in an instant under a similar attack, meaning uniting the world by force was now functionally impossible. As far as Ironwood was concerned, Leon might as well have been created by the god to spite his efforts and keep him in check. What was even worse was that Ironwood's paranoia had been going haywire ever since he saw Leon casually reading a highly restricted document in front of him. Even after going through the system over and over again, Ironwood still had no idea how he had hacked into the servers without being detected. To make matters worse, overhauling and fortifying the software was impossible if no one could find any weak points, despite there obviously being some. Theodore, the headmaster of Mistral Academy and secret traitor to humanity, was in a panic at the fact that Leon was still alive. The man knew that Salem had been paying close attention to Leon and had pressured him greatly to provide more information on the man. The problem was that the man was an enigma that had no social media accounts or public information on his origins. The little Theodore had been able to get from the redacted files Ojban made only stated that Leon grew up under the care of Tai Xiaolong in the late summer rose, but that was it for his origins. Chapter 112. Besides the paperwork necessary to be a functioning person in society, there was absolutely nothing anywhere regarding Leon. What was most frustrating for Theodore was that Ojban somehow managed to get Leon certified as a hunter without including the details of his semblance in the documents. The only information about the semblance was that it was called vampire, but as for how it actually functioned, Theodore had no clue. The entire public was aware of the familiars the man had suddenly introduced, including his own dragon familiar named Genesis that was just as strong as Leon himself if the reports were to be believed. The most valuable piece of information was also what had been causing the other kingdoms to pull their hair out in frustration. The mysterious magical script that Leon had created somehow that made familiar summoning possible in the first place, amongst other amazing things. Salem herself confirmed that the language did indeed operate on a type of magic after testing a few of the characters that those videos managed to record. The part that frustrated everyone, however, was that despite knowing the language existed, any attempts to recreate the entire language using the few characters as a base has been met with absolute failure. Sure, the extrapolation programs that existed now were beyond capable, however the weird part of the language was that none of the letters had any commonality for the programs to find, making progress in this way impossible. It was almost like each letter was part of an entirely different alphabet, leaving the higher-ups of the council very frustrated. Normally the inventor of such things would be forced to hand over their knowledge and even life for the good of mankind, but Leon was functionally untouchable, as he made abundantly clear when they tried previously. Meanwhile, as Theodore had a headache, Gyra was patting himself on the back for not joining the actions against Leon previously. While it was true that the purge Leon had conducted previously in Vale didn't sit well with him, Gyra understood why it was necessary after Sienna explained it to him. The act still got Leon on the rest of the White Fang's shit list, however, since neither Gyra nor Sienna planned to explain why Leon's actions were necessary. Gyra tried to avoid stepping on Leon's toes, however, because much like Leon had explained to his daughter, the Faunas don't need a savior, so the help Leon does give is very welcome in the meantime. It didn't hurt that Leon was apparently close with Blake and her friends, which gave Gyra a measure of comfort about his daughter's safety. Leon himself could care less about any of that earlier that same day, however, as he dropped his explosive gift on the plateau below him. Unfortunately, Leon couldn't see the aftermath of his act as the mushroom cloud blocked his vision, so he incorrectly assumed he killed Cinder, since asking for a corpse as proof after something like that was the height of unreasonable. The fact that the wyvern wasn't dead was certainly surprising for Leon, considering he had literally nuked the damn thing, but Ancient Grimm weren't a joking matter. Still, Leon was satisfied with this result and flew towards Vale, whistling an upbeat tune as he went. To say the city was in a panic when Leon arrived would be an understatement, as it was pure pandemonium. Leon watched from one of the rooftops as his men worked to restore the order of the city, and Leon just smiled as he felt his shadow stretch and rise into a person. "You know that doesn't work on me, Zeke," Leon said, not even looking behind him at the man who had suddenly appeared. The man was dressed like a ninja with his face and body covered by black cloth. "I'll get you one of these days, boss," the man said with a sigh. "How's the situation looking?" Leon asked seriously, and the man straightened up before reporting the situation to Leon. Zeke Gray was the top intelligence gatherer for Leon's organization and had fallen in love with the idea of being a ninja years ago when he discovered his semblance, Shadow. Chapter 113. After graduating from Beacon, Zeke sought out methods to perfect his stealth and recon abilities but ignored his combat capabilities, causing them to become very rusty. This is not to say that this was an incorrect choice, since not everyone can juggle the balance between two different hunter types. Zeke traded his combat ability for mastery over all things stealth-related. This changed, however, when Zeke was forced into a melee with a grim horde to protect the city that he barely survived at the cost of both his left arm and right leg below the knee. Left in desperate straits, Zeke used his stealth expertise, what remained anyways, to become a professional thief. He was good too, as he remained uncaught for nearly 6 years despite the flaws his fake limbs created. One day Zeke had heard of the super-advanced prosthetics of the Titan Corporation that had none of the defect of the other models and were even slightly better than normal limbs. This had caught his attention, as he couldn't remember how many times he had almost been caught because of the current prosthetics he had. Zeke cased the corporation building for 2 weeks before getting the confidence to get the prosthetics and get out undetected. That was obviously not what had happened, as the corporation building was personally outfitted with security measures that would make even the most paranoid person blush. Things like pressure-weighted floors, hallways that became endless if a person without clearance tried to take them, and even trained fish in tanks that hit a button every time someone passed their tanks, telling the security forces who double-checked the cameras to verify that person's clearance. Zeke was left speechless when he learned that the reason he was captured was because of a bunch of well-trained fish in a tank he ignored. Leon was not someone to pass over talented people and made Zeke a deal he couldn't refuse, and the rest, as they say, is history. Let's not keep Eric waiting. I want to be done with this mess by month's end after all, Leon said before flashing forward over the rooftops. This was Zeke's favorite part of working for Leon, the fact he had someone just as good as himself at stealth if you were to remove his semblance, if not even better. No one noticed the two men flitting about over the tops of the buildings in the entire 5-minute journey through the city to the Devil's Den. Leon wasn't surprised to see the club with constant incoming and outgoing foot traffic, even if most of the people involved didn't work for him. It was easy to tell who did and didn't belong to the group, as all of Leon's people wore an unforgeable badge pinned to their chest in the shape of a pair of bat wings crossed over a sword. The reason they couldn't be forged was that each pin was actually an advanced life monitor that set off the security measures if not synced to the system. Anyone who thought they could just use a badge that looked the same to infiltrate the group quickly learned that it wouldn't work, as not a single spy had successfully infiltrated so far. An added layer of insurance Leon had was that he personally made a deal with each and every member of his group that guaranteed their loyalty or cost them their lives in a horrific manner. This dissuaded people from trying to officially join to work as a double agent, because they then become double agents against whoever sent them or die. A few people looked like they wanted to question Leon as he skipped the line, but the reverence and respect the Devil Den members showed him made those people bite their tongues. All of the Devil's Den members were excited to see Leon, since they were sure that now he was here the situation would stabilize quickly. Eric also noticed Leon's entrance and sighed in relief, since he had been drowning in work this past week as Leon was missing. No one knew if Leon had survived his fight against the wyvern, but Eric knew how ridiculous Leon was and had faith he would resurface eventually. Chapter 114. Leon walked up to the office area with a focused expression and a firm gait, so no one tried to stop him for a chat, even if a few looked like they wanted to. Leon opened the thick door to the office and walked in with Zeke. "Good to see you, Eric. I think you should get up, I have work to do," he said seriously. "Just keeping the seat warm for you, boss." "Do you need a rundown?" Eric asked while getting up so Leon could sit down behind the desk. Leon nodded and Eric started talking about the damages to the city as well as the moves the other underworld organizations have taken to exploit the situation. "There is also Miss Goodwitch who comes around periodically to look for you," Eric finished. "The damage to the city can be repaired with the assistance of the Titan Corp. Ignore the other organizations' actions at the moment, but keep an eye on them to make sure they don't cross the line. As for Glenda, feel free to inform her of my presence here," Leon said calmly before pointing to the map of the city opened on the desk and began to set the wheel in motion to fix the chaos in the city. Glenda knew Leon was involved when the Titan Corp began to take action alongside the Devil's Den, who started doing more than the barest minimum of acting like a police force. She could practically see his hand guiding the city back on track in the most efficient manner as the crime rate and chaos in the city began to aggressively drop. As much as she wanted to go personally verify that he was alright, she knew she would only serve as a distraction for him right now and focused on her own work. Things started to look up for the city after that, as the Titan Corp not only repaired the city wall but also reinforced it. The older parts of the city that had been damaged in the explosions and horde were torn down and rebuilt in record time. The same could even be said for most of the other damaged parts of the city as well. The biggest problem came in the form of the other underworld organizations that didn't like how quickly things were getting set back in order and tried to cause delays at every corner. Leon was patient with these people despite their constant hampering, since he was aware of how such a rare opportunity was something they would be unwilling to see ripped away. As a result, he didn't take any action against them since they hadn't gotten violent in their methods yet. One of the smaller gangs who were in on this harassment got tired of barely making any progress on keeping the city in chaos and turned to violent methods shortly after this, however. Much to the horror of the other underworld organizations who had similar thoughts, the entire gang was quickly and violently removed from the city after that. These other organizations got the message loud and clear about where the line was drawn and could only grit their teeth and stay put. At the end of 2 weeks, Leon had repaired the order in the city and had even sneakily added a few small improvements beneath the city that consisted of a vast secret secondary city foundation underground. Leon took inspiration from Mount Glen that had a functioning society underground for the longest time before they made a mistake and dug into a nest of underground grim. Creating a whole city underground obviously took more than 2 weeks, but with the high-level tech Leon created, setting up a rough foundation was totally doable. Leon's idea was that, much like in the case of Mount Glen, if it became necessary, the populace of Vale could retreat underground until the hunters could slowly clear out the city above. For now though, the empty tunnels will serve as a farm with crops being grown and stored for later. Chapter 115. Thanks to the extensive work Leon did during these 2 weeks, he finally wasn't needed to oversee Vale's infrastructure anymore and finally got the chance to relax. You know, you could have visited sooner, right? He asked while laying in bed covered in sweat with the equally sweaty blonde draped over his chest. You were busy fixing the city. I could wait, Glenda said honestly. I'll be leaving soon to increase my training. That fight was a rather rude awakening for me, to be honest, Leon said with a sigh. I know, even now we are still collecting pieces of you outside the walls at random, Glenda said with a slightly disgusted face. Leon chuckled. Ah yes, the incidental leftovers I tend to leave behind when I get injured. Out of curiosity, has anyone found my weapon yet? He asked with a smirk. Leon knew that his weapon would undoubtedly be stuck in the most unusual place, since that is just how things tend to work out in this world. Glenda pouted at the teasing question, since she also knows this was the case, and as a result she definitely didn't know where the weapon was. No need to pout, the thing was made of insanely sturdy stuff, so it will be fine till I can get to it, Leon said calmly. Are you sure you have to leave? Glenda asked softly. As much as she was loath to admit, Glenda had indeed gotten rather attached to Leon over this past year. We've had this conversation already, Glenda. I won't be tied down until I simply can't grow anymore. While it was fun to spend this time at Beacon, it was always just a distraction from my goal, and now it's over, he said with a sad sigh. The conversation ended there, as Glenda simply couldn't bring herself to spend her last night with him in an argument. The next day Leon formally left Vale behind to explore the wilds of the world and bring himself to the peak. It will be a long journey filled with all sorts of strange encounters and powerful foes, the likes of which the world has long forgotten. At least that's how the story is supposed to go, but it won't be going anywhere if I can't find my damned weapon, Leon said angrily after having searched all over the place outside Vale for his calamity for 3 whole days. Fuck the pretenses, everything burns, he yelled before pumping out waves of hellfire in every direction to clear away all these trees blocking his sight. Leon had officially lost his patience with looking for his weapon and decided to flat out destroy the forest to find it, since it was fireproof and the forest was not. He found it stick up out of a huge boulder with the spear blade and half the handle penetrated into the stone. Leon was not gentle at all as he extracted his weapon by grabbing the handle sticking out and Spartan kicking the boulder apart. Shards of stone flew everywhere and a cloud of dust exploded from that spot. A full power kick from a high level 4 was horrifyingly powerful, which was shown from the collateral damage that happened from this attack. All's well that ends well, Leon said as he walked away, completely ignoring the unreasonably high amount of destruction he had caused just to retrieve his weapon. Let's go north, Leon said to no one in particular as he started walking to the right of the sun directly overhead. Leon knew flying would definitely be a faster method of travel, but he was in no hurry since he had no real destination in mind. Rather than zoom over the land, Leon wanted to fully take in his surroundings as he made his journey to the unexplored corners of the world. One would assume that all the futuristic tech available in this world would allow people to explore every part of the world, but the Grimm always foiled these attempts. Try to fly and explore. Hordes of flying Grimm will hunt you down zealously. Use a boat on the sea. Massive sea serpent Grimm literally everywhere. Exploration was a slow and agonizing affair for humanity to undergo, thanks entirely to the Grimm, who have a raging hate boner for humans from birth. Chapter 116. Leon walked for 3 days before he had a frankly crazy encounter while he was facing off against a group of Alpha Beowulfs that had packed up. Each member of this pack was maybe slightly smaller than the average Ursa, which made it pretty clear they were each an alpha variant of their species. The pack was extremely cautious when circling Leon, as unlike they had expected, he was extremely relaxed rather than afraid. Leon hadn't even drawn his weapon from his back this entire time, but had taken to standing slightly slouched with his hands in his pockets. Even with this sloppy-looking form, the Beowulfs as natural hunters could tell he didn't actually have any openings they could attack. One of the Grimm got impatient however and rushed at Leon from behind with its left claw outstretched, only for it to feel agonizing pain from that very same limb when Leon's left foot hit it. The moment the Beowulf moved, Leon had already twisted his upper body and pivoted on his right foot and sent out a kick with his left, all in an instant. As far as stats were concerned, Leon was almost 2 whole levels above these Grimm, since they were around the start of level 3 and he was at the peak of level 4 with abilities reaching into 5. This meant that the sheer force behind Leon's kick shattered the arm of the Beowulf without any real trouble at all. The strain of such sudden exertion on his muscles wasn't a problem for Leon, since his semblance removed it instantly. If Leon was in the world that the Falna originated, his semblance would be considered a massive cheat even if he was a normal person with average talent, merely from how hard it would allow him to train without worrying about injuries. Add on the Sharingan, his fauna species and his own incredible talent and he would quickly become a popular topic in that world amongst the gods. Unlike in that world however, where the dungeon would allow him to grow extremely quickly since there would be constant challenging opponents, this world's powerful enemies were few and far between. This was the reason he had been stuck as a level 4 for almost an entire year despite his terrifying training regime. When he was even more restricted while under Tai's care, he grew much slower, which was why it had taken him so long to reach level 4 despite having the Falna for close to a decade now. Anyway, the howl of pain from the Beowulf had apparently drawn the attention of an exploration hunter by the name of Opal Gervain. Opal was a woman with a frankly Amazonian body that was just stacks of muscles and dark bronzed skin covered in scars wherever you looked. She had short blonde hair tied back in a small ponytail and green eyes. What caught Leon's attention, however, was her weapon that was actually a thick stylized clever blade attached to a serrated chain with the end being a pipe rifle. Opal came into the conflict like a hurricane of blood and death as she literally ripped the Grimm apart with her weapon. First she swung the chain blade in such a way it wrapped around one of the Beowulf's throats before yanking the chain hard, tearing the beast's neck from its body in tiny pieces. As far as Leon was concerned, her fighting style was barbaric but efficient, as it seemed designed to kill in the most painful but quick way possible. "So you come here often?" Opal asked with a savage grin after killing the first Beowulf. Leon burst into laughter at how shameless this woman was. Waving his hand, the rest of the Grimm were engulfed in hellflame, turning them to ash in an instant. "Not much you?" he asked with an equally savage grin. "Ahaha. Finally someone with a decent pair on them. I was beginning to think all the current hunters were all boring prudes." Opal Gervain, first-class explorer, she said with a wide smile while holding her still grim blood-covered hand. Chapter 117. Leon grasped her outstretched hand without any hesitation. "Vermilion Drake, I go by Leon though," he said while squeezing her hand hard enough to let her know he was physically strong despite his lean figure. "Message received, violent stranger," she said, pulling her hand away with a grimace. "And here I was trying to be nice," she said in mock disappointment. Leon shook his head. "Those things weren't even a warm-up for me." "Speaking of warm-ups, have you seen any powerful Grimm in the area?" he asked curiously. She shrugged. "Depends on what you mean by powerful. Alphas sure, but nothing I couldn't handle with a good plan," she said honestly. Leon shook his head. "A pity, I was kinda hoping for a centaur or maybe even a manticore," he said before turning to continue his journey. "Hold up there, Leon," Opal said seriously as she grasped his shoulder. Leon turned to look at her with a raised eyebrow. "Is there something else?" he asked calmly. "You know why I'm all the way out here in the middle of nowhere, but what's your excuse?" she asked seriously, looking for a challenge. "Since I can't find one at my level in the usual areas, I figured out here would probably work better for that," he said calmly. "I admit you seem pretty tough, but all it would take was a single mistake to end up dead, and you have been causing a ruckus since you showed up in this area. Notice the lack of sound around us? That's from that blazing aura you have had going this whole time. Been tracking you for close to a day now, which is pretty hard to understand since it's like you didn't stop walking to rest at all," she said seriously. "Oh, this aura isn't meant to be turned off. Here, watch," Leon said while withdrawing this aura to the point his presence seemed to vanish in Opal's senses. She was surprised to see how great of a control over his aura Leon had, since most people tended to ignore the fact they could use it beyond their semblance and shields. Moments after Leon retracted his aura, Opal heard crashing sounds and felt the ground shake as trees in the distance began to be plowed over as something started making its way towards them fast. She held her weapon tightly as whatever monstrosity Leon's action summoned bowled over tree after tree before busting into the clearing, making her jaw drop. Sure as the air she breathed, in front of her face stood a very spiky and very unhappy-looking dragon whose every breath was like steam. "This big teddy bear is Genesis, my familiar, and the reason I've had my aura flaring so much," Leon said, walking over and patting Genesis on his side. Opal was slapped herself hard. "Definitely not dreaming, so it must have been that mushroom I ate earlier," she said to herself as if trying to rationalize what she was seeing. "Out of curiosity, how long have you been out of range of the nearest scroll signal?" Leon asked, seeing her reaction, since it meant it had at least been half a year if she didn't know about Genesis or himself. "About 3 years or so, but what does that have to do with the mythical beast you are petting like it's a fucking cat?" she asked seriously while refusing to take her eyes off Genesis. "It has quite a bit to do with him and myself actually," Leon said before he took a portable signal generator from his backpack and began setting it up. The scroll towers could send signals across entire continents, much less to the northern part of this one, so Leon merely needed to boost that signal to a range their scrolls could pick it up. The slight pinging sound that came from their scrolls proved this piece of technology worked, since it meant they were picking up signal. "Well, while you do that, I'm going to set up camp and its defenses," Leon said before walking to the edge of the clearing and slowly making a circle with them inside it. Chapter 118. The defenses weren't anything special for Leon, just a wide ignorant circle that made Grimm subconsciously ignore and go around that particular area. Leon set up this circle by literally walking in a circle around the area with his aura stamping the ground below him the Infernal script as he went. Once that was done, he began to pull out a large tent and other camping supplies like a Bunsen burner and portable shower. The reason he could store such a ridiculous amount of things in his bag had to do with where he got it from. When planning for this trip, Leon had noticed that he would need a stupidly large bag for all of his things unless he wanted to rough it out in the wilds, which was unacceptable. Much like when he summoned other items from other worlds such as the berries from Pokemon or the meat from Zora Magdaros, the bag he was using was borrowed from another world. To be specific, the Harry Potter world, since he didn't want to risk a scientific product doing something crazy like imploding into a black hole if he were to take, say, a sylph bag from Pokemon. Magic was found to surprisingly be nearly identical between this world and the world of Harry Potter, so a space-extended enchanted bag from that world still worked without any problem at all. Leon theorized that this was the reason magical familiars from that world had little trouble surviving in this one. Speaking of familiars, it looked like Opal had gotten caught up to that point in time already if the look she gave Genesis and then Leon was anything to go by. It was the kind of look you would expect an explorer to have when they discovered something interesting. Excitement, curiosity, and caution were the emotions contained in that look. Leon knew them well since he had seen them on many of his Titan Corps scientists who were effectively given free rein in the research. As much as most people would like to think hard work always triumphs over passion, the truth of the matter was that you needed both in order to succeed. If a scientist was given a topic they didn't like even a little to work on, even if they worked hard on it, they wouldn't make quick progress thanks to their own attitude about the matter holding them back. On the other hand, when given a topic they were passionate about, the progress would skyrocket as they poured their heart and soul into the research. For most companies this was simply not a feasible thing to do if they sought to make a profit, but that was where Leon's corporation was different. Rather than profit, what Leon wanted and created the company for was innovation on any and everything possible. As advanced as the technology of this world seemed, the fact of the matter was that most of it happened in the last 4 centuries when tech geniuses popped up like mushrooms and rapidly improved the world. What this meant was that if those geniuses stopped appearing, then while the world wouldn't stagnate, it would slow to a crawl as far as advancement was concerned. This was obviously not a good thing for humanity if they relied on geniuses for their growth in their entirety. This was where Leon Corporation, that had no concerns about profit, came in with their open research policy that allowed the constant, albeit usually small, advancements in multiple fields at once. Got rather sidetracked there for a minute, Leon thought after leaving his introspection. Opal walked over to him a few moments later with conflicted appearance and an image on the scroll in her hand. "Is that you?" she asked, holding up the scroll to show Leon an image of his Susanoo slaughtering the horde of Grimm. Leon nodded while rubbing his chin with a disapproving look. "Yeah, but man, whoever took this only got my bad side. Honestly, I'm rather offended," he said with a serious expression. "That's not the point. Something is wrong with you, you have too many abilities," Opal said angrily at his nonchalance. Chapter 119. Leon laughed. "Is that all? I had assumed you actually had a valid concern," he said with a smile. Opal sighed in exasperation. "First you have that weird flame of yours, which is fine, I can believe it's your semblance, that is if it wasn't for the fact your semblance is called vampire. Then you seem to have some crazy ability to make deals with people that have fatal consequences if broken. As if you simply decided that that wasn't enough, you subverted the entire world's perception that magic doesn't exist by creating an entire magical fucking language that let you summon frankly unheard of creatures from who knows where and bind them to someone's soul. As the cherry on the top of the absurd cake, you have whatever the fuck this shit is that looks like you suddenly turn into a fucking giant," she listed angrily. Leon nodded eagerly. "Yup, that's definitely all true. What of it?" he asked curiously. Opal looked about 2 seconds away from having a vein burst from irritation at how calm Leon was at being grilled. "Spill it. Are you some sort of god come down here to mock the rest of us?" she asked seriously. Leon shook his head. "While there was divine intervention involved with my eyes, the rest is from my own effort," he said, not technically lying. "Wait, so some of those crazy abilities are from your eyes?" Opal asked, confused but quickly simmering down. "6 of them to be precise," he said with a nod. "Which 6? She asked curiously as her nature as an explorer started to show. "Perfect memory, illusions, energy vision, Susanoo, Rakurai and Kami Keshin," he said, counting them out on his fingers. "Hold up a minute, I didn't even mention 3 of those," Opal exclaimed. Leon shrugged. "I simply haven't felt the need to explain any of that to anyone until now. Since I have a sneaking suspicion you were going to follow me around for a good long time, I figured you should at least get to know what you signed on for," he said honestly. Opal had a sheepish look on her face when Leon flat out pointed out her own thoughts. "To be fair, it's quite lonely out here and my old team ditched me to go settle down, leaving me out here by myself," she said with a slight sad expression. "It happens," Leon said with a shrug. Opal nodded. "Yeah, I had plenty of warning thankfully before they left, so I wasn't left in a lurch," she said with a shrug. She then looked at Leon. "Don't think you can trick me into forgetting about the rest of your strange abilities by making me reminisce though," she said seriously. "Worth a shot," he said with a shrug. "As I said earlier, the rest of my abilities were entirely from my own effort." My hell flame is a type of magic and the devil's dew is an extension of my own semblance that lets me store and manipulate life force, he said mostly honestly. The only part of what he said that was not actually true was that it was because of the Falna that his efforts manifested in such a way. While it is true that the Falna is merely a tool to bring out the full potential of the person it resides on, the fact remains that the direction this manifests is dependent on the person themselves. In Leon's case, most of his manifested skills and magics are demonic in nature due to his determination to be a demon for Grimm. Right before you get all freaked out ladder, I should probably warn you that my semblance also lets me regenerate from any damage as well as regrow my limbs, so if I get impaled or something don't flip out, okay? He said casually. Are you sure you're not some sort of god, because that is not something people can do, she said seriously. Leon nodded. Yup, just a dude with some really broken abilities and the knowledge to destroy the world if he wanted, he said jokingly. Chapter 120. Hold the fuck up, you can destroy the world, Opal asked with a panicked expression. Leon shook his head. That wasn't what I said. What I actually said was that I had the knowledge on how to do so. Not like I ever plan to use the knowledge or share it for that matter, since you know I sort of live here after all, he said with a slightly joking tone. Thank the gods for the small mercies, Opal said with a sigh of relief, but Leon gave her a funny look at that statement. You do know that the entire reason the world is covered in Grimm is because of a god, right? He asked seriously. Opal was taken back by this. What do you mean? She asked confused. R.W.B told me that apparently the Grimm were supposedly created by the god of darkness as an attempt to imitate life, but obviously they were failures. After that, rather than erase his mistake entirely, he just ignored them despite the fact they began to propagate the entire world, and later when he and his brother created humanity and the Grimm started to attack them in hatred, he still ignored them. Fast forward to today and now the entire world is infested with the damn things, all because a god refused to fix his own mistakes, Leon explained honestly. Opal looked conflicted, since despite how badly she wanted to believe that the gods wouldn't do something like that, it actually explained where the Grimm came from. As an explorer, she knew that the Grimm were completely different from literally every other creature on the planet, and this explanation explained why. Then again, R.W.B seems to think these eyes of mine also came from the god of darkness, so who knows, Leon said with a shrug. Is that all you wanted to know? He asked calmly as he went to start boiling some water in a pot over the Bunsen burner. Pretty much, yeah, she said honestly. Great, since that's out of the way, help me with this stew. I have a bit of game left over and some seasonings, but I could use some vegetables as well, and I reckon you probably know all the tasty forages around here, Leon said with a grin. Geez, I literally just joined you and you are already putting me to work. I see how it is, she joked before digging through her own rather large bag and taking out a few plants. There were some purple tubers as well as some long red peppers and a plant with a green color and yellow smooth bulb at the bottom, snake roots, Sichuan chilies, and wild onions. Leon correctly identified each of the plants, much to Opal's surprise. Did you even need my help? She asked suspiciously. Not really, but I just didn't feel like going to look for the plants myself, and Genesis would probably just go drag back a whole deer and call it a day if I asked him, Leon said with a shrug. How are you so strong if you are both this lazy? She asked exasperated. Leon snickered. Trade secret, I'm afraid, he said with a wide smirk. Jokes aside, I trained to the point of snapping my muscles to get to this point, he said honestly. Right, broken regeneration and all that, she said with a look of understanding. Pretty much. Now to let all of this stew for about an hour so we can eat, Leon said while waving a pocket knife through the ingredients faster than Opal's eyes could follow and tossing them in the pot with the meat of the rabbit he caught yesterday. The two of them sat around in a couple folding chairs Leon pulled out of his bag. When asked about it, Leon explained that it was a magically expanded bag with separate compartments with different environments meant for preserving ingredients. Opal was honestly a bit envious, since something like that would have made her job 1,000 times easier. According to her, the hardest part of being an explorer was finding yourself without any known resources to eat, leaving little choice save experimenting with the local fauna. Chapter 121. It was a cruel practice that all explorers had that involved capturing a living herbivore such as a rabbit and force-feeding them various unknown plants to see what was safe to eat and what wasn't. Opal herself had seen several creatures die horrifically from the things she forced them to eat, including one that sped up a deer's metabolism so much it starved to death 5 minutes later. Ironically, it was these very same unknown but dangerous plants that supplied the exploration-type hunters with their fortune, since at diluted amounts they tended to be potent medicines. An example of this was the very same plant that made the deer starve is now included in the IV drip so that the medicine that patients are given is absorbed by the body faster. This always made Opal feel better about the experiment, since she knew that the animal's sacrifice wasn't in vain but helped the rest of humanity. Ironically, Leon had always taken the place of the animal in this scenario, since his semblance basically made him immortal and his incredibly high endurance stat on his Falna made him innately resistant to most forms of poison. The biggest problem he had with this method was that he only knew what the plant did after he ingested it. Sure, he was able to roughly determine what was and was not edible based on sight alone, since as most botanists are aware, plants tend to grow subtle or sometimes not subtle signs that they are edible or not. For the off chance that the plant showed no signs or simply couldn't be trusted, the taste test was used to determine the plant's use. Snake root was one such plant, as it looked poisonous with its purple roots and leaves. The truth of the plant was that it was entirely harmless unless it started to sprout roots much like a normal potato. Flavor-wise, snake root was like a slightly buttery version of a Idaho potato, so it was quite popular to be used when cooking out in the wilds. The two people sat around chatting about whatever topic happened to interest Opal at the time about Leon, while occasionally adding her own tales into the mix. Like that, the night passed uneventfully for the new group, letting them get a good night's sleep. The next morning at dawn, everyone woke up and began to disassemble the camp, with Leon working on the circle that kept the Grimm at bay all night. It was rather funny actually, as apparently there was a single Grimm circling around the camp in frustration, since it could smell that there were people here, yet it never seemed to find them. This Grimm was rather unusual, as it was a single lone Beowulf that had horns on its head along with an extra set of limbs, making it look almost like a strange type of insect. Obviously this was a variant Grimm that had gone unnoticed until now, so far from civilization. When Leon found it, he was quite surprised as a result, and even used his self-made magic to capture the thing in a tight orb of earth with no exits so he could study it. Opal gave him a confused look when he rolled the orb into camp, but he explained about the Grimm he had found, which stoked her own curiosity as well. A short bit of spell work later and the Grimm was strapped to a stone table Leon had created while he dissected it alive. Opal recorded down what Leon discovered into a file in her scroll titled Unknown Variant X-01 that had detailed photos of the various anomalous parts on the Grimm and descriptions of their possible uses. This sight was not for someone with a weak stomach, as Leon sliced one of the horns open in order to see a cross-section of it, along with him peeling aside the skin on one of the extra limbs to look for any differences. In the end, the Grimm died in agony as he pulled it apart piece by piece while making notes of any abnormalities he discovered. Chapter 122. The rest of the day was fairly boring after that, as they traveled further north than any known recordings of people having reached safely. This was mainly due to Leon and Genesis killing the large groups of Grimm, both normal and alpha. Even though Leon had a huge amount of EXP from his kills and he sent it all into increasing his stats, they were still crawling forward slowly. While it was true that it was possible to force one's status forward using weaker enemies, the process was very inefficient, but at this point that was the only real route available to Leon, since he had no dungeon with ever more powerful monsters available to him. Opal was left pretty much speechless, as rather than slowly moving forward while trying to remain undetected, Leon bulldozed his way at a rapid pace. She couldn't exactly bring herself to complain about it either, since in this one day she's made more progress than in a month on her own. Half of the reason they could move so fast was that the visual prowess of Leon's eyes let him guarantee they hadn't passed by any unknown plants within his visual range. That was basically as far as it was possible to see, and with the ability to see energy as well, Leon could see the hidden plants as well, making him doubly sure not to miss anything. At the end of the day, as the sun dipped into the horizon, the group reached the northern coast of the continent. Leon wasn't surprised to find that it consisted of mainly steep rocky cliffs, since he had a sneaking suspicion the gods loved the damn things. Leaving Opal standing at the edge of the cliff, Leon took flight over the water in order to search for any caves they could bunk in for the night. Luck was on their side, as around a mile to the left of Opal there was indeed a cave close to the top of the cliff. The fact it was home to a few Nevermores was totally irrelevant to Leon, since a quick use of Hellflame erased all traces of the things. After that, Leon used his magic to carefully carve out a set of stairs into the cliff side leading to the cave, so he didn't need to carry Opal for her to get inside. The cave was fairly small originally, but Leon had no problem turning it into a room big enough to house Genesis and the other two without issue. He first expanded the size while creating supports for the structure as he went, before creating a smoke hole as well as a few ventilation holes leading to the surface above. Leon even added a drain hole under those in case it started to rain, so the water didn't flood the cave but rather got redirected under the cave to the cliff face and sea below. These changes alone made the cave an excellent place for people to stay at, but just to show off, Leon also added a door to the cave as well as stone wood burning stove under the smoke hole. The final touch Leon added was a special kind of moss that glowed brightly, lighting the cave up nicely while also cleaning the air. In the end, the cave had been turned into a rather nice little hole in the wall. Opal was rather excited at staying the night in the cave, since the entire area was incredibly close to looking like an actual house from the inside. "So now that we are at the coast, what's the plan here?" Opal asked while chowing down on a bag of chips Leon had gave her from his bag. A lot of people complain about how unhealthy potato chips were, but for hunters who burn through calories like air, they made the best snacks. "First thing tomorrow I'll head high up above us in the air to scout out the nearby land masses. We will plan out our course from there," Leon said honestly while eating some marshmallows. Chapter 123. Much like he said the next morning, Leon used his hellflame to rocket high above the ground with a special set of goggles on that prevented the frost of space from covering his vision. As for the rest of his body freezing or falling apart, Leon had a sort of space suit on to prevent that. The twin gods were left fairly speechless when he hit orbit and turned around to observe the entire world below. They had honestly never even considered the idea that a person would be able to reach such heights. This rather extreme measure paid off for Leon, however, as he could now visually see the entire exposed surface of the side of the planet he was on. He wasn't surprised to see a whole lot of totally undiscovered islands out at sea around the continent that was also slightly different in shape than the maps showed. Once the entirety of this side of the planet was memorized, Leon used his hellfire to send him orbiting around the planet at extreme speed so he could truly create a globe of the planet as his map when he got back down. Moving at that speed would have killed any other person, but thanks to Leon's semblance and peak level 4 endurance, he was merely in agonizing pain. Still 2 hours later, Leon had officially circled the entire globe a single time, letting him slow down gradually before descending at an also very slow pace. The slow re-entry into the atmosphere was more so he didn't catch fire than anything, but another hour later he no longer had to worry about it and dropped into a nosedive free fall towards the earth below. 30 minutes after that, Opal noticed him hurtling at frightening speeds towards the sea, only for him to unfurl his wings and pull up out of the dive into an extremely fast glide instead. Once Leon was done bleeding off his momentum, he casually flew over to the cliffside where Opal was waiting and landed. "Well, you were gone for a few hours, so I'm guessing you got some good information." "Well, go on, spill it," she said eagerly. "Oh, I'm about to blow your mind," Leon said with a grin as he began to channel his magic into the ground to recreate a stone globe with all the details he captured during his worldwide trip. Opal was confused at first when she saw him create the round base of the globe, but her jaw dropped when he began to form the details on it. She was more and more astonished when details not seen on any map she ever saw began to pop up, including an entire extra continent above the one they were currently on. That continent had an odd shape, however, like that of a dragon. Strangely enough. "The fuck did you go to get this much information?" she exclaimed when he was finally done. "Orbit," he said casually while using his magic to add color to the globe as well, since it looked weird being all the same color. "The fuck is orbit?" she asked, confused. "It's a few miles above the last layer of the atmosphere, right at the edge of space," he explained calmly. "Space, as in the place the moon is at?" she asked with a horrified look. "Don't give me that look, it's super easy to reach that high if you know how," he said honestly. "Why haven't you shared this information then?" she asked, confused. He shook his head. "Because it is already common knowledge, it's just that no one has noticed it yet," he said with a shrug. "Enough about that though, I found our next destination," Leon said before pointing at an island on the globe that was north of their current position. "This little spit of sand is an undiscovered island that is sure to have all sorts of goodies on it," he said with an excited look. "That sounds all well and good, but unless you have a boat in that magical bag of nonsense, we aren't going anywhere, since you know I sort of don't have wings and all," Opal said seriously. Chapter 124. "Who says I don't have a boat in my bag?" Leon asked with a teasing smile. Opal rolled her eyes. "So how exactly do you intend to get to that island without carrying me?" she asked curiously. "Tisk, you're no fun at all." "Since we don't have a boat on hand, I simply have to make one is all," Leon said casually. Opal raised an eyebrow. "Pretty sure that would take a rather long time to do, or at least it would for a normal person," she said sarcastically. Leon grinned. "I'm not a normal person though, so give 5 minutes, 10 tops, and we shall have our vessel," he said with a wicked glint in his eye. Opal felt the muscles in her face twitching about 6 minutes later when she saw that the vessel, that Leon crafted out of metal he magicked out of the ground. It was a little smaller than Genesis, but the shape was what was causing her so much distress. The thing looked like a massive bullet with a sharp point and cylindrical body that had 4 small wings attached to it. The back of the thing wasn't flat like a bullet, but rather caved in like a bowl with a suspicious hole in the center of it. Opal's concerns were verified when Leon opened the hatch and she saw the seating arrangements. There was 5 seats in the cockpit set up in roughly the shape of a triangle, with the seat in the middle having a hole in the back that lined up perfectly with the hole in the strange bowl-like back end. The controls also sent off alarms in her mind as they looked very much like those of the flying machines she has seen before. The only reassuring part of the thing was the fact it had a wide clear windshield that let those inside see out. "Where's the engine?" she asked seriously. Leon grinned widely. "You are looking at him," he said with a snicker. "If I die from this death trap, I'm going to haunt you forever," she said spitefully before getting in the vehicle and strapping on the 8-point harness on the seat. Leon chuckled before sitting in the seat with the hole in the back of it and grabbing the hatch to close it and lock it. Once he was strapped in, Leon grabbed the controls and smiled excitedly. Boom! With a deafening explosion, hell flame burst out from behind Leon into the hole with extreme force, launching the vehicle off the side of the cliff. Opal's heart was in her throat both from anxiety as well as the sudden high G-force she was subjected to. It was only after she saw that they weren't falling that the panic faded away and she grew excited at the rapidly passing clouds she could see through the windshield. As far as she knew, no one had ever moved so fast beyond Leon, who could go even faster apparently. Unlike Leon, however, her body would fall apart at such speed, so he purposefully toned down their travel speed to what a fighter pilot back on Earth might experience. For a skilled hunter like Opal, such speeds were rather intense to experience but not detrimental at all, no matter how long she was subjected to it. Leon saw how relaxed Opal had become with this method of travel and decided to mess with her a little and angled the wings down, causing the whole vehicle to nosedive towards the sea. "The hell are you doing? Pull up before we die," Opal screamed at Leon, but he just started to laugh maniacally but didn't slow down or pull up at all. What Opal didn't know was that the bullet shape of the vehicle wasn't designed exclusively with air travel in mind but rather for underwater and air travel. Normally hitting the water at such high speeds would mean instant death, but Leon had a stupidly well-rounded system of magic in his pocket that just so happened to have a spell designed with this in mind. Chapter 125. Just before the vehicle struck the water, three things happened simultaneously. First, Leon cut the flow of energy to the Hellfire. Second, he activated his spell that coated the entire vehicle in a layer of glowing silver, and finally he reignited the Hellfire to continue pushing them forward. This all happened so quickly that Opal only just barely managed to catch it before she found out that they were below the surface of the water already. "The fuck just happened?" Opal asked, confused why they weren't red paste in a crashed can. "I used a spell to shift our inertia evenly towards the sides for the split second we were to strike the water, letting us slip in without issue," Leon explained. Opal sighed. "You know, I really hate you sometimes. Everything made sense until you showed up. Now it's like I have to question everything, not to got insane," she said tiredly. "Meh, you'll get used to it," Leon said with a shrug. "Gods, I hope so," Opal thought, but still hadn't regretted teaming up with Leon yet, since this last week and a half have been the most thrilling she's had in years. After that, the two remained quiet for the next 5 minutes until the island became visible in the distance and Leon pulled the vehicle up out of the water while throttling the flames back to slow down. They still slid along the beach for about a mile, but at least they arrived on the island safely. As a bonus, in the process of sliding to a stop, Leon had seen a water attribute dust deposit right at the edge of the island's forest. As anyone could tell you, a new source for dust of any kind was extremely valuable, which was the reason that in most cases the Schnee Dust Company used forceful methods to control any that are found. While that company didn't have a monopoly on the market, they had suppressed all their competitors to the point they may as well have had one. Most of the time, water attribute dust was used as a method of heat control in machinery and lacked practical combat roles, so it was still very valuable. Leon was surprised that no one had realized that the water dust could be turned into high-pressure water cutters before he showed up, which had raised its value considerably. Until then, most precise cuts into material had been done by lasers that burned through so much energy that the process was extremely expensive. With the introduction of the water cutters, the cost of those precision cut parts dropped to almost a fraction of the original cost. As a military nation, Atlas had obviously profited the most from this particular innovation, since the cost of their mechs had dropped a whole lot to construct. It was rather funny that it was thanks to Leon that Atlas improved so quickly, despite the higher-ups of the nation positively hating him for being against giving them exclusive access to his products. Leon knew that all militaristic nations would always eventually try to take over the world, and had basically slowed this inevitability down to almost a halt by arming the rest of the world on the same level as Atlas. Got sidetracked there for a bit, Leon thought, before unstrapping and standing up from his seat. Grabbing the handle of the vehicle, Leon twisted and pushed the hatch open, letting the salty air from outside in. It was accompanied by an oddly sweet aroma as well, much to his surprise. Not willing to risk it, Leon pulled out a gas mask from his bag and handed it to Opal, who put it on without any fuss. Both of them were aware that most natural poisons were sweet in flavor and smell, so the mask was a good method of preventing airborne poison from being inhaled. Thanks to his peak level 4 body and semblance, Leon was very hard to poison to begin with, which is why he didn't use a gas mask of his own. Keep in mind, there wasn't a single poison on this planet that was made for a superhuman physique such as Leon's, unlike in the world of the Falna, where they were very common to encounter. Chapter 126. At first glance, the forest looked to be comprised of normal-looking trees, but you truly paid attention, you would notice that the leaves and bark of the trees was covered in a shiny translucent substance. Leon noticed this detail and swiped a small amount of the stuff off and put it on the tip of his tongue. Tui. He immediately spat it out with a frown as he lost all feeling in the tip of his tongue. "So what's the verdict?" Opal asked seriously. "Poison seems like a neurotoxin as well. How valuable," Leon said as he started carefully peeling off a square of bark with his weapon to place in a jar. Leon knew all about the unknown plants discovered by the explorers and had made sure to bring at least 100 sample jars with him precisely for when he came across an unknown plant. It quickly became apparent however that this wasn't going to be enough as the two traveled further into the island's forest. Everywhere you looked there was a different highly toxic plant or animal, so that the entire forest was quickly labeled as not safe for human inhabitants. This forest alone is a veritable treasure trove of poison, to the point in fact that I am pretty sure everything here is lethal to some degree. How fascinating, Leon said while idly handling a bright yellow and black frog that had mistaken him for a tree. Poison dart frogs were well known back on Earth, but Leon was surprised at the fact a similar creature existed here in Remnant. Unlike Earth however, it was clear this type of frog was not at all special on this island that was its natural habitat. If you are done showing off, I would like to continue our exploration now, Opal said from under her full hazmat suit. This precaution was found to be necessary when she accidentally brushed against a fern with her left hand and had it swell up and turn purple within 2 minutes. Leon was quick to cast a detox spell on her from his healing series to fix the problem. Still, rather than having her wait in the car as it were, Leon broke out the hazard suit he had stashed in his bag. The reason he packed it to begin with was in case he found an area that was acidic and he didn't want to constantly burn through his life force reserves. Ironically, since the hazmat suit was brown in color, Opal had become a sort of moving perch for various animals that mistook her for a tree. Leon's favorite was by far the small mouse that had dendrotoxic purple fur that had nested up in the shoulder pocket of the suit. It was an incredibly friendly species for some reason, as it had no problem at all accepting food from Leon. For Leon himself however, he tended to interest the more mobile of creatures like frogs and even a huge viper the size of an anaconda. Opal had no problem with normal snakes and had eaten some of them before, but the massive highly venomous yellow reptile unnerved her greatly, especially when it coiled up around Leon and casually ate the frogs that seemed to land on him. Leon's probably the only person in the world who wouldn't be shitting bricks in his current position. She thought idly as Leon basically ignored the huge serpent and even seemed to take pleasure in stroking the thing's spine like it was a cat. I do suppose we should head into the deeper regions for a more in-depth survey of the island, Leon said before gently coaxing the viper onto a nearby tree and heading towards the center of the island. Ominously, the creatures that had flocked to the two of them started to leave as they approached the center of the island, and it became clear why as the trees started to be covered in thick webs the further they traveled. Leon had even started to torch the ground they walked on because it was covered in the sticky substance. The owners of the webs however did not appreciate this action of his and quickly made themselves known. Of course it just had to be giant fucking spiders, Leon said in exasperation as he saw the meter-wide arachnid with a purple and green body approaching. Chapter 127. No one would have to know if you just torched all of these things, right? Opal asked with her best puppy dog eyes. Leon chuckled as he skewered the dog-sized spider with his spear, killing it instantly. I won't waste such valuable creatures just because they look like something from a horror movie, not even a good one either, because what sort of ambush predator just blatantly walks up to their prey? If I didn't know that the animals on this island simply have never had contact with people, I would be insulted, he said honestly. Well, let's see what nifty properties this particular specimen has in store for us, shall we? Leon said before he started to dismantle the spider's corpse and test each type of fluid and tissue he found in the process. By the end of the process he had a dark expression, since his test had told him that the only thing the spiders were good for were their large silk sacs, as their poison was a standard hemotoxic substance that many of the other plants and animals on the island had in spades. Opal had a smug face when she saw how irritated he looked at the results. So valuable creatures, huh? She asked mockingly. Leon huffed. I had assumed that since they are the apex predator of the island that they were special in some manner, but I admit I was mistaken in this regard, so feel free to kill as many as you like, he said with a noticeable edge in his voice. Opal laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Don't get your panties in a twist over some worthless bugs, Leon. I was actually starting to think you weren't real from all the crazy stuff you are capable of. Gods know I have had weirder trips before, she said with a laugh. Leon shook his head at her before grinning. Should I take that as a personal challenge? He asked calmly. Opal shivered. Nope, absolutely not. I'll definitely go insane if you start breaking my sense of reality any further, she said seriously. Leon shrugged. A pity. Enough joking around. Do you need my help to commit genocide on these spiders, or do you think you can handle it? He asked casually. Opal rolled her shoulders and drew her weapon. I think I can handle some oversized bugs, she said confidently before immediately getting stuck to the webs on the ground. She quickly coated her shoes in a shield in order to unstick herself and not get stuck again. You didn't see that, she exclaimed, embarrassed at her mess up. I give her 5 maybe 10 minutes tops before she forgets to maintain her aura shield and gets stuck again, Leon thought with a smirk before carefully using his hellfire to burn away the webs around him without damaging the plants underneath them. This was a great exercise in precision with his magic that allowed him to increase his magic stat slightly faster than the rest. About 7 minutes into this clearing exercise, Leon heard Opal curse loudly in the distance between the sounds of her slaughtering the spiders in waves as they swarmed her. It would seem they are not the apex predators because of uniqueness but because of their numbers. How boring, he thought before ignoring the commotion Opal was causing to continue clearing the webs away. Opal didn't slow down on her slaughter since the spiders were very weak, but their sheer numbers had caused her to stop making forward progress. To the point in fact that Leon had managed to catch up with her despite the clearing exercise making him move forward very slowly. "Sure you don't want me to tag in and take out the majority of them?" he asked after reaching her position. "I haven't even broke a sweat yet but they keep showing up faster than I can kill the little bastards. I'm rather pissed about it to be honest. Also don't think I haven't noticed you taking whatever that red energy is from all these things I've killed," she said pointedly without stopping her slaughter at all. Chapter 128. Leon shrugged. "It's not like you have any use for the stuff in Desida. I just so happen to have been looking for a good place to gather a huge quantity of it at once anyways," he said honestly. "I'll forgive you if you tell me what it's for later since as you can tell I am kinda busy," Opal said before focusing fully on the task at hand. "It's not like me trying to solidify the life force is that big a deal, so what's the harm telling her, right?" Leon thought, not realizing the twin gods were very concerned about it. "The anomalous mortal is trying to press on the bounds of his mortality again, brother. Should we intervene?" the god of light asked seriously. "No, his semblance is not of a high enough state to allow him to start shedding the shackles on his existence any further than he already has, even if he has not realized it," the dark god said calmly. "But at the rate he is progressing I fear the mortal may reach that point in the next 3 years. The world was not designed to handle the presence of an ascender like him and the previous one whom they called Beast God." The god of light remained serious in his speech. "Should the mortal begin to strain the balance we shall warn him against his actions, and he refuses to listen like the last one we shall deal with him the same as the last," the dark god spoke coldly. The twin gods both shivered however when these words were spoken as a third voice spoke up from past their perception. "That simply won't do at all, no siree," the voice said, and the twin gods watched in horror as a blindingly bright hand tore through the void and pulled space itself apart to manifest the rest of the being it was attached to. A tall man with a lean muscular figure and lion ears on the top of his head walked out of the void fissure as it started to close. The man also had a pair of eagle wings folded behind his back, but the most striking feature was his right eye that filled with the most incredible patterns and also radiated the highest amount of power. The man ignored the looks on the twin gods' faces as he looked at the planet in the distance with a nostalgic expression. "I thought we had agreed that both of you were to remain hands-off in regards to my pet project down there," the man said before slowly turning to look at the two gods who looked very nervous in his presence. "And yet I happened to overhear that you were planning to erase him despite him playing by the rules, or am I mistaken, brothers?" the man asked seriously before a heavy pressuring light started to crush down on the two gods. "What would you have us do? Ignore him as he brings upset to the balance we uphold in that world?" the dark god asked angrily while shrugging off the pressure for a brief moment as his divinity flared out. The man shook his head. "I helped reforge the world to a time before my own presence there once before as penance for my actions, so why not simply ask me to do so again once he leaves?" he asked calmly. When neither of the twins replied, the man rubbed his eyelids and sighed. "Is it because I outrank both of you now?" he asked and saw the two avoid his gaze. "Look, I get that you may be a little sore about your imperfections since you are two halves of the same higher god and can't reach that level without fusing as a result. But come on, shouldn't you be happy that your little brother is doing well?" the man asked in exasperation. "You didn't visit us for 1,000 years. And then you have the nerve to show up randomly one day, fix the mess you made and then immediately throw an anomaly into the world and leave again," the light god said in outrage, causing the man to wince slightly. Chapter 129. "Yeah, that's fair I suppose. Honestly the 1,000 years had more to do with that old man than anything. He just insisted on taking his sweet time teaching me the ropes," the man said with a sigh. "Besides I doubt you two even care about that so much as the fact I refused to join your little game with this world. As you may recall I wasn't much for patience even when I was mortal and divinity just made it so much worse," the man said honestly. "Still you could at least try and join us for a short while, a couple decades at a time at the very least," the dark god said smoothly. The man was left speechless. "This whole thing was just a charade to get me to agree to visit more often wasn't it?" he asked, not actually expecting an answer. "It was, as the mortals say, all an act." "Yes," the god of light said smugly. Meanwhile Leon was mentally deciding whether or not he should tell Opal about why he needed so much life force or not. On one hand there was literally nothing she could do about the information, but on the other he would actually need to explain his semblance and its implications in the process. This internal debate lasted up until the time he felt an agonizing twitch in his life force storage area as a single tiny speck of gold appeared there. Leon could instinctually tell that this was the tiniest piece of solid life force, but rather than being a joyous thing it left an ugly expression on his face. The reason for this was because he could feel the oppressive power contained in that minuscule grain threatening to tear the storage area apart. Leon had an idea as to why this was the case as well, since he had a theory in the works that explained this perfectly. To be specific, the theory of semblance evolution and boundaries he had started working on after his own semblance evolved as a result of his Falna leveling him up. There had been records of the past of what happened if someone pushed their semblance too far. If that person's semblance had matured enough, or they were in a situation where they either had it evolve or they died, the semblance could safely evolve into a higher tier. However, in the case where neither of those situations were true and someone forcefully broke their semblance's limits for whatever reason, well, only one person was recorded evolving their semblance safely while the rest were either killed or crippled due to their bodies and or souls not being able to bear the new weight of them. Leon was sure that the reason for the pain he was feeling from the tiniest grain of life force was because his semblance simply wasn't capable of handling solid life force at the moment. This was obviously not something he was happy to discover, and unfortunately for the spiders he felt the need to vent his anger. Opal was caught off guard as a massive wave of hellfire exploded from Leon before rushing past her to the horde of spiders. The part that made her skin crawl, however, was how silent it was that the chittering massive spiders were incinerated in an instant. One moment the droning cacophony of sounds from the spiders filled her ears, and the next was a deafening silence. This silence only lasted a moment before more spiders rushed out of the forest ahead towards them to fill the huge emptiness Leon had made. Opal remained completely still as Leon walked past her, as all of her instincts told her not to move a muscle. He wasn't aware of it, but the aura Leon was releasing was so filled with his irritation and power that for someone with much less strength like Opal it felt like she was standing next to an angry dragon. Leon's every step was accompanied by waves of hellfire, and to Opal, who was watching from behind him, it was like the devil had appeared on earth bringing destruction with his mere presence. Chapter 130. The flames licked at Leon's skin but didn't burn him as he walked further and further into the forest. The sheer desperation to stop him that the spiders showed proved that he was starting to get close to the nest. Leon didn't care, however, as he simply allowed his anger to drive his fire forwards in a sort of fugue state. Nothing else mattered to him at the moment but the death of this entire species of spiders. Soon enough Leon reached the nest, where he fully unleashed his flames, and like a tidal wave they rolled over and devoured everything before them. Hoo! Leon let out a deep breath once there was simply no nest left other than slagged earth. Venting was such a great way to relax in Leon's opinion, as most of the time after you are done you always feel much better. The rest of the day was spent with Leon and Opal clearing out the stranglers as well as the rest of the webs. Feeling better after your temper tantrum? Opal asked with a smirk when she caught up to Leon after they were done. Much better, yes, thanks for asking, Leon said with a smile. Opal rolled her eyes. So get to it, explain what that red stuff was and why you needed so much of it, she said seriously. Leon shrugged and explained how his semblance worked as well as why he was collecting so much life force. Opal rubbed her forehead as a headache formed. So let me get this straight. You are basically immortal so long as you don't run out of life force, and you have discovered that you can hold a higher quality and quantity of the stuff by gathering a fuck ton of it and condensing it into a different state of matter, she asked seriously. Leon nodded. That is what I just said, just simplified a lot. It is true though, yes, he said honestly. Opal sighed. You know, I think I can officially state that your whole existence is broken beyond belief. Even those ridiculously powerful Grimm took a huge amount of time to reach that level, but you are barely 16 if the news on you is true, she said with a long suffering sigh. Even worse is that you don't think this is enough and you want even more power somehow. How a person can even get as strong as you so fast is off as well. You are hiding something important to figuring out how you grow so fast, she said seriously, and Leon had to stop himself from visibly twitching at her deductions. She was correct, of course, since the missing detail was the Falna hidden on his back, but he definitely couldn't let anyone know about it. Most of his abilities could be explained away to a degree that was acceptable, but the Falna was the direct result of divine intervention, and explaining that was bound to not go well. The least that would be asked of him was why he was so special as to receive the attention and gifting of a god compared to everyone else in this world. This didn't even include the massive worldwide target that every single person in the world would have painted on his back. Religions would spring up around the globe hailing him as some sort of savior, and anti-him groups would also pop up since his existence conflicts with majority of the religions already up and established around the globe. The biggest concern, however, was that the human race would see that he was a faunus and assume that the entire race was blessed by the divine and seek to erase them in fear. There were other horrible repercussions to the secret of the Falna getting out as well, but these were just some of the possible scenarios that could come about. Nope, I am simply that talented, Leon said while acting proud. Opal gave him a serious stare down as if trying to catch any hints of deception, but Leon was a master at controlling himself. I still don't think it's fair that someone like you exist while the rest of the world is stuck at normal levels, Opal said with a sigh. Chapter 131. After that little chat, Leon started to collect as many samples of each unique thing he could, which numbered up to 100 before cheating and flying up to orbit to reach Vale within an hour. Dropping off the samples, Leon restocked up on the containers but learned from his lesson and grabbed 4 times as many as he had before in hopes it would be enough. Opal and Leon both spent the next 2 days collecting the various different samples and exploring the island for any interesting things. Interestingly enough, they had discovered a single ancient necklace in a cavern under the spider's nest that made Leon very nervous. The reason for this was the faint golden glow that came from the thing that was suspiciously similar to the tiny grain of solid life force he had in his storage. Compared to that grain though, it was clear that this glow was of a massively higher quality and concentration. Leon would have needed to be an idiot not to realize that this necklace was an artifact belonging to the god of light and life. Why here of all places? Is it the fact no one has been here before? But then how did this thing get here? Leon thought with a frown. Opal noticed how on edge the strange glowing necklace was but simply couldn't understand why, since as far as she could tell it was a benevolent item. What's got you so spooked, Leon? This thing is harmless, see? She asked while holding the necklace up on her palm. Leon had a sour expression. The glow coming from that necklace is pure concentrated life force in such an intensity that it is visibly noticeable. I can only think of a single thing that could have made it like that, Leon said seriously, and Opal paled when she figured it out. Not surprisingly, she dropped the necklace like it was suddenly made of molten metal and backed away from it with visible terror. A divine artifact. I thought those were myths, she exclaimed in horror. Leon nodded. I knew the gods existed but I didn't know they had left behind any actual items behind, he said seriously. This complicates things greatly, he thought with a frown. The god whose influence was on the necklace was catching up with his younger brother when he noticed the man frown. What is it, brother? The light god asked, confused. The other god with the animal features spoke calmly despite his frown. The little mortal has discovered the necklace Salem had on when you cursed her with immortality. I am worried that it may cause him to explode thanks to his semblance should he touch it, since it is filled with your life divinity, he explained honestly. The god of light turned his attention to the world and did indeed see that this was the case, as well as how the 2 mortals had figured out it was tied to him as well. I had forgotten about that item resting there after Salem discarded it all that time ago. What do you suggest? The light god asked calmly. I was going to see if I couldn't trade it from him, since I think it wouldn't be fair to simply steal it from him, the other god said honestly. As if on K, another rift was opened in the very fabric of reality and a woman with short black hair and silver eyes walked out. Looking around, the woman was surprised when she saw the world over in the distance. So this is where you have been for the past few days, huh? She said as she turned to look at the god with animal features, who had a sheepish expression like he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. I can explain, dear, really I can, he said with a pleading expression. The woman rolled her eyes at his antics. You'd think after all this time you'd have at least had the decency to tell your poor mistreated wives you were going to visit your other family, she said, acting hurt. Chapter 132. When the woman finished speaking, 5 more tears in reality appeared as 5 more women walked out from them, much to the man's horror. A woman with long messy blonde hair and a fiery aura, a woman with short black hair and cat ears, a woman with white hair and a frosty aura, a woman with silk smooth blonde hair and a green diamond tattoo on her forehead, and finally a woman with long silver hair and a rather revealing purple dress. The man blanched in terror as each of the women locked their gazes on him angrily. Oh. Now this is a sight for sore eyes, the woman with messy hair stated as she looked at the planet in the distance with nostalgia. The other women look over when she said this, and 2 of them also get a nostalgic look on their faces. The other 2 didn't know what that planet was, so they went back to glaring at the man who was sweating buckets at this point. The woman with silver hair looked at the twin gods and frowned. Dearest husband, those brothers of yours you spoke wouldn't happen to be those 2, would they? She asked softly. The man sighed, knowing he was already in trouble with his wives, so he may as well try and appease this one as much as he could. They are indeed my 2 brothers, so try to play nice, Freya, he said, recognizing the frown on her face. Freya narrowed her eyes at the man seductively with a mischievous smile. Oh. And how will you punish me if I misbehave, I wonder? She asked with a husky lilt to her voice that made the man gulp his saliva subconsciously. Geez woman, you are insatiable, though I suppose that kinda reflects on me for marrying you, huh? The man said with a deep look before shrugging and accepting his weirdness. Hold on a minute, this world is all wrong. What did you do, Alex? The woman with messy blonde hair asked the man with animal features with a frown. I think I have figured it out, the woman with white hair said before flexing her divinity to create an image of Leon. This person is the only one who doesn't fit in this world, and he even seems to have our dear husband's Falna on his back as well. It would appear that our husband has started to pick up that old bastard's hobby, she said seriously. Alex didn't even try and defend himself, since it was very clear that he was guilty of this to anyone who paid any attention to Leon. He couldn't exactly curse Leon for making waves in his new world, since from what he could tell, reincarnators couldn't seem to help but create chaos in whatever world they are in. Alex himself was no different when he himself was one before he became a god, though the perks he got were leagues more broken than the ones Leon got, making his path to power less about struggle and more about just sitting on his ass and waiting to get a power-up. Good times, Alex thought with a look of nostalgia and a small smile. Wipe that smile off your face, mister. You are still in trouble for not telling us where you were going, remember? The white-haired woman scolded Alex angrily. It was only a few years, it's not a big deal, okay? Alex said defensively. 15 years is not a small amount of time, 5 of his wives said at the same time, while Freya actually agreed with him on the subject so remained quiet. Unlike the other women, Freya was born divine, so she was very much aware that 15 years was like the blink of an eye to gods who had nothing but time. Living so long with the ability to basically do whatever they wanted tended to make the gods extremely bored and blurred the time together. Case in point was that it had taken all of Alex's women 15 years to even realize that he was missing and go looking for him. Chapter 133. A week had passed during this time, and Leon felt like pulling his hair out during most of this time, as he had a series of straight-up crazy events go off back to back. The first was that the being that sent him to this world originally just randomly spawned a bright shining golden letter between Opal and him as they were walking. As a result, Leon was forced to explain the letter's source, which opened a whole can of worms with Opal, who was stunned at the realization that Leon had actually met a god and was now even getting letters from them. Opal wasn't religious by any means, but she knew it would be a good idea not to keep a literal god waiting, and hurried him into reading the letter, out loud of course. The fact that when he did, the necklace got sucked into the letter followed by 2 bottles labeled with his and Opal's names on them replaced it happened left Leon dumbfounded. There was no explanation or even warning before they were effectively forced to trade the necklace for whatever was in these 2 bottles. Leon wasted no time downing the contents of the bottle with his name on it, since he doubted the god wanted to kill him, much to Opal's horror. She may have gotten used to Leon interacting with the poisons on the island, but to suck down something supposedly sent by a literal god was beyond reckless. She was sure that her caution was warranted when Leon groaned before secreting a foul-smelling oily black substance from all over his body while also throwing the same stuff up. Unlike Opal, however, Leon knew exactly what was happening since he had experienced it once before. After an hour of just constant purification, Leon directly discarded his modesty to incinerate all the foul-smelling stuff on him along with his clothes. Opal was left speechless when he did this, since he was completely naked until he dug out and put on a set of clothes from his magical bag of bullshit. Leon ignored Opal to update his Falna, which explained to him what had just happened when he looked it over carefully. Opal couldn't know, but the reason for this Xianxia episode was the same as last time, as after he drank the liquid in the bottle, the tiny grain of life force sucked up the rest of his stores, growing into a tiny golden pebble. This triggered the purging of the impurities that Opal had seen, but Leon was more interested in why he didn't feel like he was going to explode despite him being clearly unable to handle solid life force before. Name, Vermilion Drake. Race, Faunus, horned ape/tailed bat. Level, 4. Strength, 946, S. Endurance, 1015, SS. Agility, 934, S. Dexterity, 937, S. Magic, 1048, SS. Developmental skills, Lancer, Scyther, Artillerist. Magics, Manjikyu Sharingan, left, Kami no Keshin, right, Rakurai, Semblance, Greater Vampire, Hellfire, Infernal Script. Skills, Devil's Due, Infernal Script. It was clear to Leon that despite his stats not actually increasing, the liquid that was in the bottle directly evolved his semblance into the next stage. This explained why he was suddenly able to safely house solid life force. But the most exasperating thing for him was that now his aura reserves that had just barely managed to start working normally now were back to barely being able to maintain a shield. Having an aura that was not strong enough to work as a shield while also controlling your semblance was a huge pain to deal with for Leon, but at least he was used to it at this point. Leon had to test the new abilities of his evolved semblance as soon as possible, but had to hold off on that when a huge orb of chaotic colors appeared in the sky at the edge of the island above the sea before vanishing and dropping 10 people into the sea out of nowhere. I'll answer your questions later, but first we need to go see who the hell just teleported to the island. Also, I suggest drinking that bottle as soon as possible, it's some good stuff, Leon said before taking off into the sky. With his wings. Chapter 134. Opal was still very suspicious about the contents of the bottle, but decided that Leon didn't really need to lie to her about it and downed it like bad medicine. After having had her semblance, endurance, for decades, she was extremely familiar with how it operated. To her surprise, however, she felt her aura reserves drop drastically to about the same level it was when she graduated the academy. The most surprising thing is she could immediately tell that the abilities her semblance gave her had increased dramatically. The easiest change to notice was that she could feel a sort of energy entering her body from the ground now. Leon meanwhile quickly arrived the edge of the forest where he landed and walked out from between the trees as 10 water-logged individuals trudged out of the water looking miserable. Leon felt his face muscles twitch in irritation as he immediately recognized all of them despite one of them being technically new to him face-wise. It was a boy about 13 or 14 years old with semi-dark skin and brown hair with freckles all over his face. Leon's Sharingan however showed him the person's aura and he couldn't help but burst into laughter while pointing at the boy, which drew the large group's attention to him. "R.W.B, you look so fucking adorable, ha ha ha, I feel like I'm going to die." "Ha ha ha," Leon shouted between laughs. The boy looked confused for a moment before zoning out for a second and having his eyes start glowing slightly. "So you already knew about my curse?" "This it seems, Leon," R.W.B's voice said from the boy's mouth, sending a shiver down Leon's spine. "Man, that is creepy as fuck, just so you are aware," Leon said seriously. "I know, right," Young exclaimed in agreement as she wrung out her hair of sea water. "So I have an idea how you lot managed to get here, but just in case, can someone explain what happened on your end of that little space jump?" Leon asked while setting up some crude chairs with his magic. The 10 people all gratefully sat down before Crow started to narrate the events that followed the last time they saw Leon. Apparently Weiss's dad tried to recall her to Atlas, which obviously didn't happen since she refused to leave the others. Besides that, the two teams were headed to Vacuo after picking up R.W.B's latest incarnation Oscar while in a village. It was only today when they were halfway there that they were suddenly sucked into the spatial disturbance and spat out in the sea nearby. Leon nodded in understanding before raising his hand to the sky and holding up a single finger. It came as a surprise to the 10 others however as a bolt of lightning struck him out of nowhere despite there not being a cloud in the sky. "Stay out of my life, you bastard." Leon ignored his scorched clothes as he yelled at the sky. Are you alright, Leon?" "No one is up there, you know," Ruby asked worried. Leon chuckled. "Yeah, I'm fine, I was having a bit of an argument with God is all," he said honestly. Everyone except R.W.B thought Leon was joking, but no one knew his thoughts on the matter. "Anyways, welcome to Poison Island, where literally everything from the forest inwards is toxic," Leon said with a grin. "Why have I never heard about an island like this before?" "Not to brag, but I am pretty in the know about stuff like this," Crow said confused. "That is because my companion and I were the ones who discovered it about 3 days ago. She should be here shortly since it's a bit of a hike from where I left her to here," Leon explained honestly. "She?" Young asked with a raised eyebrow. Leon shook his head. "Nothing like that, Opal is an explorer-type hunter that decided to tag along with me after I left Vale on my journey," Leon said, giving Young a scolding look for her dirty mind. Chapter 135. Young completely ignored Leon's look and acted like she hadn't just made an inappropriate implication. No one knew, but a certain blonde woman far away cringed when she saw this unfold. Much like Leon had said, Opal walked out of the forest in her hazmat suit 15 minutes later, which reinforced Leon's words about the island being covered in toxic things. "Oh, thank the gods, it's just a bunch of normal people this time. The last person I came across has made me question my sanity constantly for the last couple weeks," Opal said honestly. Leon rolled his eyes. "Now you are just being dramatic, it was only once a day," he said jokingly, and everyone laughed. Opal quickly checked herself over to make sure there were no hidden passengers from the forest before removing the hazmat suit, making everyone save Ran, Crow, Oscar/R.W.B and Leon flinch at how stupidly muscular she was. Seeing such an amount of muscles on a woman was very rare, so their surprise over it was normal after all. Young realized immediately why Leon shot down her implication the moment she laid eyes on Opal's physique. Not many men would feel any lust over a woman with more muscles than them after all. Leon caught Opal up on the information he received about how the others got here, to which Nora mentioned Leon's joke about talking to God along with him getting struck by lightning, which made Opal stiffen. Everyone decided to join Leon and Opal in the journey until they could figure out an actual goal besides wander from kingdom to kingdom, helping where they could. This forced Leon to fly back to Vale in order to get more hazmat suits and supplies since he didn't have enough for 12 people. Leon didn't know why, but for the next week he was miserable because every time he turned around some crazy event popped off, like some divine being was purposefully messing with him. The funny part was that he wasn't wrong either, as far away in the small divine pocket Alex helplessly watched as his wives took turns playing pranks on Leon and one other person, with the exception of Freya, who merely gave the rest ideas. There wasn't anything Alex could do to fix this issue because each of his wives seemed to be enjoying themselves and he didn't want to be a buzzkill. While the pranks on Leon were harmless, on a totally different part of the world that was covered in darkness and grim, Salem was having it much worse. At random points in time she would spontaneously explode in a shower of glitter before reforming thanks to her immortality. As if that wasn't bad enough, somehow every one of her actions were twisted into reverse, which was massively disorienting. When she adapted to doing everything in reverse and as such correctly, the twist had been removed and she was left frustratingly disoriented again. The worst part however in Salem's opinion was when the Grimm all seemed to go into heat and grow male genitals that they wanted to use on the only female Grimm, her. This was obviously the work of some higher power but confused her as neither of the twin gods would do such strange things. Even Alex was horrified about the level of cruelty his wives were inflicting on Salem despite the fact she had been punished for causing some of their deaths and indirectly Alex's own. Women were spiteful and grudge-holding creatures and it was so much worse when they were also divine as well. For Leon though he had to deal with a grim horde from out of nowhere, a literal meteor and the air of the island suddenly having alcoholic effects. He was fine since his level 4's rank body was basically immune to most kinds of alcohol but besides Crow who was already drunk perpetually the rest were greatly affected. Things got crazy when the others got intoxicated as Leon needed to literally create a soundproof room for John and Pyrrha who got affectionate shall we say. Ruby was ironically a sleepy drunk while Weiss was a funny one and Blake was a sad one, Yang though was a very touchy drunk as she felt up literally everyone until Leon restrained her. Needless to say Leon was not having a very good time dealing with all of this. Chapter 136. Leon was a weird mix of patient and impatient that made him far to figure out for most people but this past week had made him very tempted to permakill himself just so he could give that god being a piece of his mind. Alex saw this and was forced to intervene and get his wives to leave Leon alone since if he actually did that Alex had no doubt Leon would get his soul erased in an argument with his wives. The women were disappointed at Alex's interference until he pointed out how far Leon would go to confront them if they continued. Leon was suspicious when the air of the island returned to normal and the others started to sober up, except Crow of course. Opal and Ojban were both horrified at the level of interest and interaction that the gods seemed to show in Leon for different reasons. For Ojban it was out of the concern that another person like Salem would be created as a result. Opal however was more or less worried that they might cause some sort of horrible disaster just to test Leon. Leon himself however remained paranoid for the next week and refused to leave the island even after collecting one of each sample as well as documenting them all. This was a frustrating development for Alex and his wives since it proved they had been a bit too overzealous. It was boring to watch a paranoid person refuse to do anything until they were sure they were safe. Still this only lasted for a week before Leon's impatience got the best of him and he refused to sit still any longer. Pack up everyone, we are heading back to the mainland, Leon yelled getting everyone's attention. How though? Blake asked curiously. Leon flexed his magic and soon enough a much bigger version of the vehicle he and Opal used to get here showed up piece by piece. What on earth even is this thing? Weiss asked checking the vehicle out with a confused expression. Nope we are not doing that shit again. Opal put her foot down much to everyone else's confusion. Seeing everyone's confusion she explained what sort of insane method of travel the arrow-shaped vehicle was. Yeah I think I would prefer a normal boat thanks, Weiss said immediately reject Leon vehicle and the rest unanimously agreed much to Leon's disappointment. Fine, way to ruin my fun he said with a slight pout. Opal grins, someone has to she said cheekily. And Leon rolled his eyes. Another flex of his magic and the him-powered death rocket transformed into a large boat with 12 seats and no engine. Oh yeah, this I can work with, Opal said after checking the vehicle over to make sure Leon didn't add any hidden surprises. It took everyone 15 minutes to pack up the stuff and get strapped into the boat. Let's go, Leon shouted while cackling like a madman as he sent the boat rocketing forward with his hell flames. Everyone else in the boat held on for their lives as the wind stung their faces despite the wind shield thanks to the stupid fast speed they were moving. The worst part for everyone was when the boat hit a wave and they got soaked as it busted through without slowing down at all. 2 hours later and the main continent came into sight but as they saw the cliff face on the coast they wondered if they were going to circle the coast to find a beach. What no one expected however was for Leon to create a burst of hell flame under the boat in order to propel it into the sky. Everyone besides Leon collectively felt their hearts skip a beat when he did this as they went over the cliff and then down onto a huge field where it skipped to a stop. The first thing Opal did when she got off the boat was deck Leon right in the face, break her arm in the process since his body was way too sturdy to be hurt like that. Chapter 137. Leon just kept grinning despite getting punched in the face because he was just thrilled looking at all of them having trouble not losing their breakfast. Remind me to never trust Leon to drive again, Crow said while leaning over a tree to toss up the alcohol in his stomach. Ugh, everyone moaned in agreement as they also struggled with their stomachs that were trying to rebel. Oh come on, it wasn't that bad after all, that wasn't even half as fast as he could have been going, Leon said with a mocking smile. Yep, it's official, he's insane, John said before he lost his battle and hurled onto the grass. What happened to the guy that was super calm all day and taught the arguably best class at Beacon? Blake asked while take a seat on the ground to try and relax or tense everything. Leon chuckled, oh I haven't changed at all, the only difference is the circumstance behind my actions. As a teacher I needed to set an example, but out here I am free to do whatever I want, he said honestly. Was he always this intense growing up? Ren asked, and Crow, Ruby, and Yang all answered at the same time, you have no idea. Everyone burst into laughter at this while Leon just ignored the implications behind their answer. Everyone managed to recover after about 10 minutes, during which Leon disassembled the boat into its base elements that he dispersed into the ground equally. Alrighty then, anyone want to throw their hat into the ring and come up with a destination, or should I decide again? He said, knowing full well they wouldn't let him choose anyways. We need to figure out where we are first before we can figure out where to go from here. Crow said seriously. Hold that thought, Leon said before digging into his bag and pulling out the globe he made previously. On the side of it that had this continent there was a suspicious glowing red. We are here, Leon said, pointing at the dot. Crow was left speechless for a moment before sighing and rubbing his forehead to try and ease the headache he has. Of course you have a globe of the world that tells you where you are on it at all times. Anyways, we seem to be several weeks' walk north of Vale and the Beacon Crater, so that's as good a place as any, Crow said seriously. It was quickly decided upon that they would head down that way on foot since no one wanted to experience Leon's travel methods again. Leon didn't mind since he needed to drop off the samples at his company anyways. Unlike what the other were expecting, however, Leon didn't actually spend all his time walking forward since he was able to fly and run extremely quickly. Most of the next 3 weeks were spent with Leon zipping about through the sky slaughtering Grim and having played dog fights with Genesis, who had caught up to the group along with the other familiars. I can never get over seeing these things traveling with us, Crow said honestly as he looked at the strange conglomerate of familiars led by Genesis, who was clearly the most powerful of them all. Considering how the rest were much more subdued in his presence along with his size that dwarfed all the others, it wasn't hard to tell. No one could tell from looking at it, but the little yellow-eyed lizard thing covered in an oversized robe holding a lantern and knife was the most terrifying of all of the familiars, however. None of the other familiars seemed to mind the thing's presence, but Leon refused to even consider getting anywhere near it, much to everyone's confusion. Alex, watching from the divine dimension, however, was also fairly uncomfortable with the thing's presence since he wasn't sure if it could hurt him as well. Neither explained their discomfort over the cute little familiar to those around them, however, but warned them not to anger it under any circumstance. Chapter 138. When the group finally started to get close to the area Beacon used to be, Leon had them stop. Wait here for a bit while I go check on the situation of the wyvern, he said seriously before taking off into the air. I hate when he does that. What are we supposed to do now? Just sit here and wait? Weiss asked angrily. Crow leaned against a nearby tree and drank from his flask. If you already knew, then why did you even ask? He asked rhetorically. Weiss stomped her foot and growled at his words, but could only snort and keep her anger to herself since he was right. I get it, Leon's hard to stomach even on his most mellow days, but you have to understand that he is different from everyone else. Despite being a year younger than even you, he is both the strongest and smartest man on the planet. A little bit of eccentricity is to be expected, right? Crow said after seeing Weiss still smoldering in anger. Then why is he even traveling with us then? She asked in anger. He isn't, Ruby said quietly, but everyone heard her. What? Weiss asked, surprised at what Ruby said. Ruby shook her head. Leon isn't traveling with us, we are traveling with him. It sounds the same, but it's not, since like Uncle Crow said, he is different than everyone else, than us. Leon doesn't need us to travel with him, but we need him to travel with us, that's the difference, she said with a serious expression. It grew quiet as these words pressed down on the group, who knew they were true but collectively hated it. It's lonely at the top, R.O.B said through Oscar's mouth, surprising everyone. Leon is alone even with us around. Before I died this last time I could barely be considered close to him in power, but now he knows no one who is his equal anymore. He is isolated, alone. He travels with us not because we can help him in any physical way, but because then he can have those he cherishes with him to hold off his reality. He is alone. R.O.B pauses to let his words sink in before continuing. He's immortal, but most people fail to realize what that actually means. Time will go on months, years, decades, centuries. Through all that time Leon will be forced to watch as all of you grow old and eventually die while he hasn't changed very much at all. He knows this and thinks he is prepared for it, but he isn't. The fact he hasn't isolated himself proves it. He cares too much, and in the end he will suffer for it, just as I have and just as Salem has. This is the future he has in store for him, so even if he acts unusual, the only thing normal people like the rest of you can do is try to support him, while you still can. R.O.B goes quiet and recedes into the depths of Oscar's soul as he is overcome with self-pity. The mood was heavy as the weight of R.O.B's words settled over the group, and they simply had no way to argue with them. Meanwhile, Leon himself was soaring high above towards the black lake that used to be Beacon Academy. The Hellflame bomb had dug out a huge crater and blacked the top layers of soil while melting those below into a solid state, making them hold water. The last time it rained had filled the crater with water, leaving a massive eerie black lake behind. At the edge of the lake lay the ancient wyvern in a massively different state than the last time Leon had seen it. Every inch of the grim's skin was mottled and pockmarked with scars from the hell flames while half the tail and an entire wing was missing. One of the eyes was dull from only just being regenerated from the feasting the ancient wyvern had done on other Grimm to recover. Since all Grimm shared a similar origin and essence, consuming others allowed them to accelerate their healing, but since they were usually killed before this could be seen, it was unknown. Chapter 139. Leon saw the state that the wyvern was in but wasn't surprised considering he nuked the thing with hellfire. What did surprise him was the signs of human activity at the sides of the lake, as if someone had frequently come to the lake but was ignored by the massive Grimm there. Leon finished scouting the area like he said and headed back to the group to let them know what he found. Leon was confused about the strange looks he got from the whole group when he got back, but decided to ignore that and start explaining what he saw. The wyvern is in no position to be a problem for us as we pass by, however I noticed that there was signs of human activity in the area, which is fairly confusing to be honest, Leon said calmly, and everyone but Leon and Opal had a similar expression show up on their faces that said we should still get a move on since I honestly don't want to press our luck. Additionally, I have a hot blonde with my name written on her waiting for me, so I am admittedly eager to arrive, Leon said with a lewd smile, getting laughs out of most of the group save R.W.B and Crow, who knew he wasn't making a joke. Contrary to what one would expect, the relationship between him and Glenda wasn't actually known by any of their students, including Yang and R.W.B. Even though Leon and Glenda weren't teachers anymore, neither felt like changing this fact. It only took the group another day of walking to reach Vale, at which time everyone was surprised to see that not only had the city recovered from the attack but had even improved considerably. Leon not so subtly mentioned that it was his doing that made the city like this, thanks to his company. No one doubted him either, since the effect that the Schnee Dust Company had on Atlas with its resources had also had a similar outcome. The difference, however, was that unlike the Schnee Company, Leon Titan Corp was massively ahead of the rest of the world in multiple fields, so when it rebuilt the city in its image, the city underwent a qualitative change. The entire city looked like it had started to get swallowed by gold and ivory, as the new building were made of materials that had these colors but were way stronger and more high-tech. This didn't even start to mention the basketball-sized globes of light that replaced the street lamps and provided much more light that weren't attached to anything, they literally just floated in the air with moving from their spots. Hard light generation tech, Leon said proudly when he saw the group staring at the globes. No one was going to stroke Leon's ego in the group, however, as it only made him more unbearable when they did, much to his disappointment. Jaws dropped, however, when the group reached the center of the city and saw a massive set of buildings in the same gold and ivory scheme but with a much grander and imposing structure that had a large white sign with black lettering that read, New Beacon Academy. At this point R.W.B made a joke which surprised everyone including Leon and Crow. Looks like you are playing favorites, Leon. Not even my beacon was so grand, I can't help but feel rather jealous, the ghost man said from Oscar's mouth. Is it a bad time to explain that the new buildings are pretty much indestructible then? Leon asked sheepishly. What? Everyone exclaimed loudly at the same time, making Leon flinch. Okay, so the ivory-colored stuff, besides looking nice, is actually a non-Newtonian material that is also fire, water and acid resistant to the point of being almost immune to them. While the gold-looking stuff is actually a programmable metal alloy that took on whatever properties it was programmed to have. The internals of the walls are also degradation resistant to the point the whole build would look the exact same and function the exact same 1,000 years from now with only some slight discoloration, Leon explained proudly. Chapter 140. You know, I am not even mad at how tacky the place looks. That's actually pretty impressive, Yang said honestly, and everyone nodded. Leon sighed. Okay, I can agree that it looks a bit cringe-worthy, but to be fair, that's just the way the materials turned out, he admitted with a sigh. It grows on you after a while, a female voice said from the entrance to the academy with a faint chuckle. Everyone turned to look at the source and noticed that it was Glenda Goodwitch herself standing there in her usual outfit of white shirt and black slacks. The thing that drew the most attention, however, was the slight bulge of her belly that could only be one thing, much to Leon's visible horror. Leon threw all anonymity to the wind and exclaimed in shock, how, much to the surprise of everyone save Crow and R.W.B. None of the people in the group were stupid, so it only took them a few seconds to figure out that Glenda and Leon had hooked up at some point. Glenda blushed and looked away from Leon sheepishly. On the last night you were here I may have gotten a bit careless, she admitted awkwardly. Leon looked like the soul had left his body at this admission as he grew bloodlessly pale and he had a vacant expression. Now there's an expression I never thought I'd see Leon make. Congrats kid, you're a father, Crow said while patting Leon on the shoulder. To the surprise of everyone, Leon presented no resistance and fell flat on his face when Crow did this, since he had fainted on his feet. A week passed since then and Leon had been going around the whole world to grab literally the best possible things for his newly discovered offspring. Leon knew he would be a bit of an absentee father due to his goals, so he insisted on providing the world to his child if it meant they were healthy. Top-of-the-line microfiber diapers, a custom-made cradle that had so many defensive and protective features that it was practically capable of killing an army of Grimm without disturbing the child within. Special formula and food summoned from entirely different worlds that had extraordinary effects on infants, and even a sentient AI in the body of a humanoid android that was designed entirely for prenatal and child care. Leon was going so far above and beyond that even R.W.B was horrified at the sheer insanity of the things he was seeing pop up at Leon's behest. Glenda was included in this spoiling, as well as Leon pampered her excessively while threatening anyone who even got close to her like an overzealous guard dog. It was a totally different form of mania compared to Leon's normal insanity, and Glenda was surprised to notice that she had even started growing taller after this past week of consuming whatever the strange but delicious foods Leon gave her were. Leon knew this was because of the Sea King flesh he had been feeding her from the One Piece world that was so nourishing that it tended to cause those who ate it for a prolonged period to grow taller and stronger regardless of age. Glenda noticed this when went to the doctor, and they told her that her muscle density had almost tripled in the last week. Young meanwhile was in a sulky mood the entire week after the news that Leon was a father suddenly hit the group. RWBY was excited to be an aunt, but Young was jealous of Glenda, who had taken the spot she thought would have been hers not long ago. Young knew that she couldn't have Leon all to herself and had made peace with that, but to see the current situation she couldn't help but wonder, what if? Still, it didn't come as much of a surprise when the group consisting of Crow, Oscar, and both Team RWBY and JNPR decided to leave Leon and Opal behind to go toward Vacuo under R.W.B's suggestion. Leon and Opal saw them off with Glenda, who was defensively covered in Leon's wing like it was a leathery blanket. Chapter 141. Once Leon was absolutely certain that neither Glenda or the baby growing in her belly lacked for anything, he headed out to the Beacon Lake. His goal was whatever was there that drew the surrounding Grimm and had apparently been unaffected by the nuking Leon had done right above it. Besides R.W.B, not even Salem was aware of what relic was stored beneath Beacon, merely that there was one. Salem had her people digging into the hard bottom of the lake roughly below the area R.W.B's office once stood, but it was slow going. Thankfully the strange heat that the Grimm went into ended a few weeks ago, so Salem didn't need to ignore her forces any longer to hide from the Grimm. She graciously replaced Cinder's lost arm and leg with Grimm versions, since despite Cinder enraging Leon she had technically completed her original mission. Salem had made sure to have regular contact with her forces after that to prevent any other misunderstandings from happening. Salem had noticed the hatred that Cinder was harboring towards Leon, but when Cinder tried to suggest attacking Vale and the new Beacon Academy, Salem scolded her harshly. Salem's agents in Vale had informed her of how protective and caring Leon was towards the headmistress of the new Beacon Academy, who apparently was bearing his child, and she knew that Cinder's plan was no different from suicide with extra steps. Salem had to admit that she was rather jealous of Glenda Goodwitch, who went from being mostly insignificant to being one of the single most sensitive people in the world at the turn of a dime because of Leon. Instead of Cinder's original hope, Salem instead sent her towards Vacuo to get the relic under that academy after she had made a deal with Raven Bronwyn, who had the maiden needed for it. Leon could see the energy of whatever the thing below the lake was only when he activated his Manjikyu, and even then it was very faint. This faintness wasn't from the item being weak, but rather from Leon being unqualified to lock onto its energy with his eyes. This realization surprised Leon greatly and made him curious as to what exactly R.W.B could have hidden below his academy. Unlike Salem's people, however, Leon drew the attention of the still recovering wyvern that recognized him in an instant. This made Leon suspicious, since he had originally assumed that the wyvern simply hadn't noticed the people at the lake because it was trying to recover, but this proved that wrong. Something simply didn't add up with this situation, and Leon didn't know what. Not that it really matters in the face of overwhelming power, Leon thought with a malicious grin at the wyvern that was charging a breath attack. In an instant Leon used Rakurai to slam the wyvern's mouth shut the moment it tried to launch its attack. The furious flames burst inside the Grimm's throat since it had nowhere to go, causing severe internal damage. The wyvern ignored this to fling Leon off of it before snapping at him with its jaws, making Leon use Rakurai again to avoid it. Not as hard as before, but I still need to be careful not to needlessly get hit and waste life force, he thought seriously. Merely having the Manjikyu active was burning through his life force quickly as it struggled to prevent the damage to his eyes that the cursed state did. Leon summoned his Susanoo and slammed a glowing grey fist into the wyvern in retaliation for its attempted attack, knocking loose a tooth. The wyvern roared and charged at the massive full-body Susanoo with its legs since it couldn't fly anymore. It was a brutal slugfest between Leon and the wyvern, but Leon held out long enough to land a killing blow. Leon deactivated his Manjikyu and landed on the ground covered in sweat and panting as the EXP and life force of the wyvern flowed into him. Compared to any other Grimm he had ever killed, the wyvern's life force and EXP were of a whole different quality, not to mention quantity. Chapter 142. In fact, the sheer volume of EXP was overwhelming for Leon, despite him pouring it into his stats just as fast as he was getting it. The same could be said for the life force, as the crystal in his storage area grew rapidly, nearly tripling in size even though it had barely grown at all since he got it. It was at this point that Leon started to understand why Ancient Grimm were considered unbeatable to everyone in the world. They are probably the equivalent of Monster Rex's, he realized with a serious expression. If I go off of the information shown in the anime, then this wyvern was a little stronger than the second Monster Rex of the dungeon, Amphisbaena. If this is right, then it explains why I had so much difficulty killing it, since it would normally take a large group of high-level adventurers to kill Amphisbaena. Leon nodded in understanding at these thoughts. Let's see what all this fuss is about, Leon said to no one in particular as he jumped into the lake. The water was crystal clear, so it was easy for Leon to find the area that the faint energy patterns were coming from at the bottom. Using his earth-type magic, Leon started to shift the hard stone bottom of the lake away layer by layer until like a dam he hit a cavity, causing the water to drain from the lake into it. It was clearly not a very large room, since the water level of the lake only dropped by about 3 feet before settling again. Leon swam down into this room but was surprised to see that it was entirely empty save for a single pedestal that had a bronze crown with sky blue crystals socketed on it. Leon was surprised at how plain this strange artifact looked, as he had assumed previously that something greater than his own Manjikyu must be exceptional looking. Leon reached out to grab the crown with a disappointed look, but the moment he touched it he recoiled with a look of horror. The moment his finger touched the crown he saw what could only be the future, as it was a scene of him deciding on his developmental abilities after he hit level 5. Leon's horror came from the fact he knew that anything that showed the future was usually more of a curse than a blessing to possess. Not once had Leon ever heard of an artifact that saw the future that didn't cause the wielder to meet a terrible end. Leon used his magic to immediately try to destroy the crown, but he quickly learned that the thing was indestructible, as even his best effort didn't even scratch the thing. Leon could only have a defeated expression at this and use his magic to encase the crown in a sphere of super durable and dense carbon to prevent it from touching his hands before he collected it. The energy that the crown released wasn't impeded by the thick material around it at all and still radiated out at the same rate as before. Leon left the lake after that and decided since he couldn't destroy the artifact he would hide it somewhere no one would ever find it, the moon. The moment he made this choice the twin gods were left speechless while Alex and his wives laughed. Can he do that? The god of darkness asked in confusion. The god of light wanted to say, no, but that wasn't actually true in this case, since Leon could in fact hide the artifact of choice on the moon. The biggest problem, however, was that if Leon hid the artifact on the moon, then the twin gods' plan to eventually return to Remnant would basically go up in smoke. This was obviously an unacceptable outcome for them, and taking a page out of Alex's book, the god of light shamelessly snatched the artifact from Leon and gave him a prenatal semblance booster potion that was labeled as such. Leon meanwhile was left looking at the labeled potion in his hand in shock and confusion, as one moment he had the carbon-covered crown and the next it was swapped out in a bright flash of light with this bottle. Chapter 143. Pretty sure this is not an equivalent trade, Leon said, staring at the bottle in his hand with a frown. He eventually shrugged and decided it wasn't his problem anymore before heading back to Vale to do what he did best and give the potion to his child. Leon took his time returning, since he was in a pretty good mood from killing the wyvern even if the prize at the end got swapped. Glenda was cautious of the suspiciously labeled potion at first, but after she got a whiff of it she had a serious craving to drink it and decided to trust Leon not to do anything bad for his child. Besides a pleasant warmth in her belly, Glenda didn't feel any different, which she found odd, but Leon reassured her that it was because the potion didn't affect the mother. This was true since the potion of mystical in nature, which meant that it only affected the targeted individual, which was the unborn infant in this case. Time passed after that, with 5 months coming and going without anyone really noticing. A few things happened during this time, however, that should be noted as important to some degree. The first was that Leon and his Titan Corporation had renovated the entire city with a similar design to the new Beacon Academy. This had caused the rest of the world to give the city the title, White Jewel, much to the pride of those living there. The second thing that had happened during this time was that Leon finally maxed out all of his stats at SSS 1500 and leveled up to 5 since he already had the feat of solo killing the wyvern. His new status was as follows. Name, Vermilion Drake. Race, Faunus, horned ape/tailed bat. Level, 5. Strength, 25 I. Endurance, 25 I. Agility, 25 I. Dexterity, 25 I. Magic, 25 I. Developmental skills, Lancer, Scyther, Artillerist, Sealer. Magics, Manjikyu Sharingan, left, Kami no Keshin, right, Rakurai, Semblance, Greater Vampire, Hellfire, Infernal Script. Skills, Devil's Due, Infernal Script. Leon didn't get any more magics or skills when he leveled up, but he did grab the Sealer, developmental ability, since it was perfect for his Infernal Script. Unfortunately, Leon noticed immediately that the amount of EXP and vitality he needed to increase his stats had quadrupled from when he was level 4, meaning reaching level 6 quickly was little more than a pipe dream. That was fine though for Leon, since he knew that his goal was not a sprint but a marathon, and he just needs to take his time rather than rush. The third thing that had happened was that Glenda had summoned a familiar for herself under Leon's advice and ended up summoning a confusing creature. The thing in question was the very definition of flexible, as it took on the form of whatever someone feared most, a boggart. Leon banished the thing when it appeared, since it changed to a scene of him surrounded by the corpses of those he held dear. Leon's greatest fear was that he would watch helplessly as everyone around him was killed violently. The second attempt on Glenda's part was much better, as it was a dark green and tan-furred creature with a wide mouth and eyes. It was a munchlax, much to Leon's joy, since the moment he saw it he fell into a laughing fit. Glenda was a strict no-nonsense organized woman, and munchlax by default were almost the exact opposite of this, with gluttonous and lazy personalities. She reluctantly bound the thing to herself despite this, however, since ironically she had a soft spot for cute things and munchlax was adorable. Another thing that had happened was that Gyra had made a trip overseas to discuss trading between the people of Menagerie and the Titan Corporation. Gyra made it clear that while he didn't like the way Leon handled the situation with the faunus, he at least understood the reason behind it. Leon told him honestly that if there was a better way he would have taken it in a heartbeat, but as it currently stands this was the best possible method to improve their lives. Chapter 144. In the end, Leon and Gyra settled a deal where a branch of the Titan Corp would open on Menagerie in order to improve the faunus's quality of life there. Another thing that happened during this time was that Leon and Glenda discovered the gender of the child to be female. For Leon this didn't change anything, but for Glenda it made her relieved that she would be able to relate at least a little with her daughter. Both of them knew that the child was definitely going to have Leon's eyes, but beyond that they had no clue what mix of traits the child would have from each of them. The best guess they had was the gene projection Leon created after using a machine to create several possible outcomes. An interesting thing that each of these possibilities had in common was that they each had at least one of Leon's faunus features, whether it was the tail, horns, or wings, each one had at least one of them. Another similar feature between all of them was that the child was going to be gorgeous, because as it turned out mixing the genes of two attractive people made another, who knew. It was quiet beyond that, however, minus the stories of chaos that Leon got from other parts of the world, such as the small-scale battle that had taken place at the Vacuo Academy. There was also the mass exodus of the faunus from the mining sites of the Schnee Dust Company. The treatment of the workers there had improved thanks to Leon's deal with Jacques Schnee, but the attitudes of the people working for the company had not, so the faunus collectively left. This was understandably cataclysmically bad for the Schnee Dust Company that was suddenly unable to meet its quotas. Jacques Schnee had built the company up to its current point on the back of faunus labor as his foundation, so now that they were gone he was left with a highly unstable footing. This wasn't all negative, however, as this allowed Nicholas Schnee to take over the company as his father retired in the face of this situation. Nicholas Schnee was extremely smart even by Leon's standards, and it showed as he downsized the company while forcing it through a complete overhaul. It was a painful transition for everyone involved, but Leon knew that the Schnee company would come out better than ever afterwards. The Menagerie branch of the Titan Corp showed its use during this time as it provided work for the now jobless influx of faunus from the Schnee company. As an added bonus, this also gave the economy of Menagerie a massive improvement as the quality of life started to skyrocket from the sudden inflow of currency. This honestly wouldn't have been so easy if the entire world didn't run off of the same currency, lean. Without conflicting currencies there was no need to convert the money into another form at a loss, meaning that it was as though millions of dollars were suddenly getting sent to a small backwater country. To a wealthy country this wasn't anything to even care about, but for a poor and struggling country like Menagerie it was game-changing. The cherry on top was that Leon had even created an education center in that branch of the Titan Corp that was completely free and didn't scorn the older people who didn't have access to proper education growing up. Public education ensured that the few diamonds that existed in the populace were uncovered and polished to a high shine. Leon didn't expect to see 10-year-old geniuses or anything like that, but the number of scientists, doctors, and engineers was bound to explode from this point on. Sienna Khan was left with a bittersweet taste in her mouth, however, at these changes, since she could tell that over time the white Fang would simply no longer be needed and would dissolve over time. While this was a good thing for the faunus, it still hurt to see an organization you put your heart and soul into slowly fade away. Chapter 145. Today was much like any day in that Leon awoke and immediately checked on Glenda and the baby before starting to work on making breakfast. It was strange to see considering who was doing it, but Leon had always preferred to do things himself rather than having servants do it for him. The pregnancy had taken its toll on Glenda, so she tended to sleep in more now rather than getting up early anymore. This wasn't to say she was lazing about, since nothing could be further from the truth. Even now at 7 months pregnant she insisted on doing her duties as the headmistress of New Beacon. With the new architecture in Vale and Leon all but ruling the kingdom at this point, the criminal underbelly of society had been driven underground, literally. The underground area Leon made and was working on in secret had been, coincidentally, discovered just as the criminal organization were beginning to get panicky at the lack of avenues available to them. Before they could use a whole bunch of old or abandoned areas near the loading docks for their businesses. Now however everything entering and exiting Vale was individually checked and scanned with special tech courtesy of Titan Corp that made it impossible to bring in contraband. The underground solved this by opening a new way to bring in their goods from outside as well as send them out. The higher-ups for these criminal organizations however knew that this was all intentionally done by Leon to keep them under his thumb but were helpless against it. Either they played by his rules or they vanished, there was simply no other options. Leon didn't care about them however, as he had his own devil's den in charge of this side of things under the ever-diligent Eric. While Leon and Glenda were eating the food he had prepared, the doorbell rang much to their confusion since neither were expecting a guest. When Leon pulled up the feed on the camera at the door, both he and Glenda was astonished to see Ironwood himself standing outside alone. The two shared a look but Leon just sighed and got up while Glenda went back to her food. Leon opened the door with an annoyed expression. "I assume you are here to give me some sort of an ultimatum again," Leon guessed calmly, leaving Ironwood speechless for a moment. The man frowned. "I can see how our previous interactions might give you such an impression, however I am not here, officially anyways." "May I come in?" he said after fixing his emotions. Leon was highly surprised by how cordial the man was being considering his stern personality. "Alright, you've stoked up my curiosity so I'll play along. Yes, you can join me and Glenda since we were in the middle of breakfast," Leon said with a shrug before moving over to allow the man in. Despite his many shortcomings, Ironwood was at least familiar with the various customs since he noticed the shoes lined up neatly by the door and removed his own without a word. Leon had no problem admitting that this tradition was stolen by him from Japanese culture simply because it was indeed a good way to keep dirt from getting tracked in. The Faunus of Menagerie also had this custom, but it was not considered absolutely necessary to adhere to. "Good morning Glenda, it is rather later but allow me to congratulate you on the baby," Ironwood said sincerely when he saw Glenda. "Thank you James, it was a rather surprising turn of events for me to be honest," she said with a small smile. Ironwood nodded in understanding. "It came as a shock to most who were familiar with you as well, myself included. I will admit though from my reports you had exquisite taste in who fathered your child. Even if I don't like the man in question, he still seems like a fairly competent parent so far," he said honestly. "Did he just compliment me or insult me?" Leon asked from nearby with a conflicted expression. "Both, but considering how James and you tend to clash in many ways that's probably the best you can expect," Glenda answered with an amused smirk while Ironwood nodded in agreement. Chapter 146. "To be fair, he started it most of the time," Leon said with a shrug while Ironwood visibly flinched at the words but couldn't deny them. "Oh. Well, in that case maybe I shouldn't mention how you openly spat on James' authority multiple times then," Glenda shot back, making Leon shut up before he dug his hole even deeper. "Alrighty then, not to be rude or anything, but why, exactly, are you here?" Leon asked Ironwood curiously. The man sighed. "As much as I am loath to admit it, all of this," he gestured at the white and gold city outside the windows, "has forced the rest of the council to see you as the next greatest thing since the hero king of years past. I cannot honestly say that I don't see why either, since the kingdom of Vale has made a quantum leap forward technologically speaking since your arrival." The man sighed in disappointment. "Prosthetics, synthetic materials, communications, medicine and even weaponry have grown so much that it is almost impossible to compare the before and after state of the city since your arrival," he said honestly. "What I don't understand is why you are so passive," Ironwood said with a frustrated expression. "Ah, I think you are under a bit of a misunderstanding," Leon said with a chuckle much to Ironwood's confusion. "How so?" The man expressed his confusion earnestly. "From what I gather you are an ambitious man, Ironwood, and you probably think someone like me shares those same ambitions," Leon said, and Ironwood nodded in agreement. "What you misunderstand is that my ambitions are vastly different from your own," Leon said, and Ironwood looks at him in disbelief. "Yes, what I aspire to obtain is completely different than what you want. See, you want to unify the world and dispel the grim once and for all, which is a noble goal to be sure. I on the other hand only want to push the limits of my strength until I simply can't anymore. I don't want to rule the world, and even all these amazing things you've seen me create are merely hobbies that I don't care about all that much. That is the difference between us, Ironwood. You want a better future no matter the cost, and I simply don't care about what happens to the world so long as it doesn't try to stop me," Leon said honestly. "That's selfish and foolish. What do you think would happen to you if the world fell apart and you did nothing to stop it?" Ironwood asked angrily after hearing what Leon said as it spat in the face of all his beliefs. "Not a thing. Let me let you in on a little secret that Ojpin hid from everyone. I'm basically immortal. I no longer age and can regenerate from even the most severe injury without any issue, including those that would normally be fatal. Even if the world fell apart I would be fine, Leon said, causing both Ironwood and Glenda to freeze. My semblance lets me take the life force from any living thing and store it within my body. This life force heals me constantly so that I don't age, nor can I truly suffer any injury because almost an instant later it's gone. Unlike almost everyone else in the world, I have all the time in the world to do whatever I want with. There's no rush for me at all, Leon said, and Ironwood deflated in a defeated manner. Has this whole conflict with you been a pointless waste of time then? He asked seriously. Pretty much. Even if you somehow had succeeded, all I needed to do was take everything back. Wiping you out is also a possibility, but I prefer not dragging unrelated people into my own problems, Leon said with a shrug. Glenda and Ironwood were both left horrified at how casually Leon spoke of mass murder, and they both realized immediately that he had already done something like that before. It was a sort of open secret that the White Fang had been purged violently from Vale a while ago due to a terrible plot they had, but besides Ojban and Leon no one knew that the order to do so was given by Leon personally until now. Chapter 147. Yes, if it's for the greater good then I am willing to stain my hands with blood. You of all people should understand that, General Ironwood, Leon said after seeing the looks on both their faces. It's different in my case. I am accountable for my decisions, Ironwood defended sternly. Leon rolled his eyes. Please don't lie to my face. We both know that if you really wanted to you could assume control over Atlas without any real trouble at all, he said, making Glenda now look at Ironwood in horror that only grows when the man can't bring himself to deny it. Do you know why wiping out your forces still serves the greater good? Leon asked, making Ironwood and Glenda focus on him again. Simply put, you have an itchy trigger finger. The more power you try and gather, the more the temptation to use it grows, and eventually you will fall to that temptation and make it the whole world's problem. Don't bother trying to argue since your actions and thoughts speak for themselves, Leon said honestly, and Ironwood pales as he realizes that Leon was right and he was indeed slowly falling into the pit he dug for himself. The true reason Ironwood had shown up here today was completely put on the back burner in the face of this horrible realization. How do I fix this? Ironwood asked seriously. Leon sighed. You have a few options but none of them are easy. Are you prepared for that? He asked sternly. Glenda slapped the back of Leon's head however angrily. Just tell him already and stop being so dramatic, she said with a huff. Leon chuckles and shakes his head. What a buzzkill, he complains half-heartedly, only for Glenda to glare at him threateningly. Fine fine, you win. Simply put, you need a new focus for your development, Leon said calmly. Ironwood looked stunned at this solution, mostly because it truly did sound simple, but the more he thought about it the harder he realized it actually was. He decided to switch to a scientific route from the militaristic one he was currently on. First he would need to cancel the various military contracts he had to grind the development of more advanced weaponry to a halt. Then he would need to create even more contracts with those companies for scientific apparatus instead, while funding the academy towards science rather than warfare, which would require even more shuffling of personnel. See that expression on his face? That's him realizing exactly how deep the abyss he dug was and how hard it will be to fill it in, Leon said to Glenda, snapping Ironwood out of his thoughts. He's right about that, it really is a deep pit that I have been standing on the edge of, Ironwood said self-depreciatingly. Depending on what direction you choose I may even be able to help you fill in that hole of yours quite easily, Leon said with a smirk. The only real option that Atlas has is science, due to that always improving to fuel the military with better equipment, Ironwood said honestly. Oh yeah, I know, doesn't make hearing you say it any less satisfying though, Leon said with a chuckle. The best part is that I can basically turn Atlas in an entirely scientific direction in about 4 months, 6 if your people are as hard-headed as you. Leon said casually, leaving both Ironwood and Glenda speechless. What? You don't secretly take over and remodel an entire kingdom if you don't know how to get things done efficiently, Leon said defensively at their strange looks. I suppose he has a point, Glenda said with a sigh, and Ironwood nodded in agreement. After that Ironwood worked on hashing out the details of this cooperation with Leon, while Glenda made sure Leon didn't take advantage of the general, much to his dismay. One would think she would take the side of the father of her child, but no, as always she was very pragmatic and neutral. Chapter 148. 2.5 months have passed since then, and in this time Menagerie and Atlas have undergone startling changes. Menagerie definitely had the greatest changes since it was much less advanced compared to Atlas. While it was true that it was only a few million lean circulated into the economy of the kingdom every month, it caused a huge boost in many fields as the now very well paid and treated Faunus workers started to buy luxuries from the Titan Corp. The most commonly purchased luxury was of course the special ivory and gold buildings that now covered all but the most stubborn parts of Vale. Thanks to the fact Leon had no competition for the materials needed to make the primary components, he could basically charge extremely low prices for these buildings. Honestly speaking, none of the workers could actually afford the buildings by themselves since they weren't paid that well, but if say 15 or 20 of the workers pooled their resources, totally affordable at that point. The biggest change however was that the public free education Leon had set up he had in an unbelievably lucky occurrence actually found several hidden geniuses. Most of them were older than someone should be for the level of education they had, but Leon had expected that such a thing may happen since tutors were the main form of education in Menagerie. Leon's personal favorite had been a small girl with lemur faunus features that had what would be called the Hag's Gift in the Harry Potter world. This was to say she had a frightening level of talent in regards to all facets of medicine from herbs to ratios and even a sort of sixth sense in regards to the outcome of experiments and what is useful or not from animals. Leon had to be restrained by both Gyra and the close-to-date Glenda verbally in order to stop him from directly snatching the girl up with insanely high and generous offers for education and employment. While Leon knew that the rest of the industries could be slowly improved by averagely talented people over time, a genius in medicine was thousands of times more precious, especially if it was one like this girl. Atlas instead had made great strides away from militarization, even though there was quite a bit of backlash from the higher-ups at this decision on Ironwood's part. Much like Leon had pointed out, however, Ironwood forcefully seized control of the entire kingdom nearly effortlessly thanks to him having the loyalty of basically everyone there already. As promised, Leon took care of a massive amount of the problems that Ironwood needed to deal with to really start this transition by basically throwing money and resources at them until the voices of discontent were silenced. Leon ended up losing about half his total wealth doing so, but considering he was literally richer than pretty much the entire world minus maybe the gods themselves, he was not bothered by it at all. The rest of the work was left to Ironwood, however, once Leon wiped the slate clean as it were for him to build up from. An interesting thing to note was that Ironwood had actually insisted on a deal with Leon to prevent him from knowingly relapsing into his bad habits fully. Glenda was uncomfortable with this since Leon had explained how devils do work to Ironwood with her present, and as such she knew that if Ironwood or Leon fell through on their side of the deal, a very painful death awaited them. Leon had to begrudgingly admit that Ironwood had a firm will, as he didn't even hesitate for an instant before pressing for a deal again. Leon was lenient on the details of the deal in order to give Ironwood a little bit of wiggle room thanks to Glenda's stern glare. The biggest event, however, as far as Leon was concerned, was that about half a month ago Glenda gave birth to the baby. Much to everyone's horror, however, the little girl had a small pair of horns on her head much like Leon and had her aura already activated. No one had to guess her semblance, however, as she seemed to have an offshoot of Leon's own that involved blood rather than pure life force, which went out of control almost immediately. Chapter 149. Birth was a messy and unpleasant process to begin with that tended to have quite a bit of blood and pain involved for both the mother and child. Leon saw the aura of his daughter start to flare the moment she was born and wasted no time sealing it with his own semblance. This reduced her to a normal screaming infant rather than a fully awakened blood-controlling one on a rampage. It was a good thing he did seal her aura when he did, as the blood on the floor was mere moments from turning into razors and attacking everything. Thanks to the regenerative ability that aura gave, Glenda was fine shortly after giving birth and was well on her way to recovery. But Leon was rather impatient and injected her with a bit of life force, setting her in perfect shape instantly. "You know that there are people who need that far more than me, right?" She of course nagged Leon for it immediately. "Meh, I don't know any of them, so bad luck on their part, one guess." Leon shrugged it off as usual, however. "I swear sometimes you make no sense at all," she said in exasperation. "Don't know what you're talking about," he said as he rocked his daughter in his arms covered in a one-of-a-kind super soft silk blanket while playing with bright hell flames in the shape of various animals overhead. "She's barely been in the world for a few hours and you're already showing off to her," Glenda said with a playful smile. "If you have any complaints, take it up with the mesmerized infant," Leon said, and Glenda grew silent since indeed the little girl was reaching out eagerly at the flying flame animals overhead. Over the next few days Glenda got a kick out of Leon since their daughter, named Tabitha Goodwitch, had Leon wrapped around her little finger from the get-go. She so much as whimpered, and either Leon himself or even more hilariously Genesis would show up to check on her. The baby room was massive specifically because of the ladder of the two barreling through. It was clear that the little girl was definitely her father's daughter, as most infants would likely be terrified of Genesis, but she used his massive horns as toys whenever she could. With how attentive Leon was, the little hellion was a quiet child since her needs were met almost before she could vocalize them. Leon ignored basically everything else for close to an entire month before Glenda kicked him out of the house for hogging the parental duties. It was rather hilarious actually, since while most parents are always trying to pass the duties off to the other, Glenda was feeling very angry at Leon for taking all of them. Despite not taking care of any business in an entire month and a half, there was very little Leon was actually needed for, since he had everything set up through his own people very efficiently. The few things Leon actually had to deal with mostly involved the various political ambassadors from the other kingdoms who wanted to bother him for his tech basically. Leon's answer, like always, was, "Pay up." It's funny how fast a politician will drop the subject when told to actually spend a large amount of money on something. There are exceptions to this of course, such as Atlas's ambassador who wrote out a generous check without a lick of hesitation. This made most of the other ambassador uncomfortable since they were very reluctant to try and match Atlas in zeal. Besides politics, Leon also needed to deal with the large amount of Grimm that had started migrating towards Vale after the artifact was removed. Much like he had assumed, the level up to 5 had slowed his stat gain to a painfully slow snail crawl due to how stupidly strong he was. It was not lost on Leon that his physical stats alone basically made him immune to small arms fire even without his shield, and gave him the strength to literally explode weaker Alpha Grimm with a single bare-knuckle punch. Chapter 150. Most maidens were classified as level 5 due to the level of power immediately given to them upon gaining that title. However, what wasn't noticed most of the time was that their physical stats almost were unaffected by gaining that power due to its elemental nature. Leon on the other hand had both the elemental power to match a weak maiden as well as a physique that fell on the same level of power. The reason a physical fighter was considered weaker than an elemental one at this level was because of the range that each of them could operate at. Save a few exceptions brought on by technique, physical fighters were forced into close quarters in order to do any real damage. Elemental power users however could effectively fight both at range and up close, barring a few exceptions. Leon, unlike any of the maidens, had to actually grind and polish his power to reach their level, and now that he was vastly more dangerous than any new maiden since he needed very little time to adjust to the increase in power, as it wasn't a quantum leap forward unlike their own. What Leon failed to realize however was that the way the Falna went about increasing one's stats was a sort of evolution over time on a genetic level. This meant that whatever his level of power was when he had kids was set as a much easier target for them to reach since their genes had already had that potential unlocked. Leon got Glenda pregnant when he was almost a peak level, normal, level 4, meaning his daughter has an absurd level of talent. Should Leon have been in the world the Falna came from, he would know this since it was so commonly known that it was never actually explained in the show. This talent began to show in little Tabitha however, as she quickly started to cleverly figure out little things that most infants never would notice on their own. An example of this was how despite being only half a month old she had already figured out how to unlatch her crib and go over to her plush box of toys. For a human infant this would be impossible since they lacked the strength required for this. However, Tabitha was half faunus, with her faunus side being extremely powerful physically. Leon's improved genes had brought this power to the forefront right from birth, so Tabitha was nearly as strong at a 2-year-old. On one hand, Leon and Glenda was proud of how talented she was, but on the other horrified at how difficult it will be to raise her if this continues. Unfortunately for both of them, there was no way to seal away her talent till she was older, unlike her aura. Not all hope was lost however, as it became hilariously clear to both of them that despite her intelligence, Tabitha was in fact still an infant that required long periods of sleep. "Ugh, I need a shower and maybe some cake," Leon complained as he got back home from exterminating the 3rd Grimm horde in the last week alone. Sure, he didn't really have much trouble doing so, but that didn't mean he wasn't covered in dust, sweat and blood. Glenda just chuckled at him when he spoke, while Tabitha just gave him a funny look from her mother's arms. "Couldn't you just burn all of that stuff away?" Glenda asked, while not really paying him much attention as she was focused on some paperwork. Leon shrugged. "I might be rich, but these clothes are really hard to make, so I would rather not. Plus you always complain about how I smell like brimstone and sulfur when I do that," he said casually. "Well, excuse me, that I don't want to feel like I'm sleeping in an active volcano at night," Glenda retorted. "Meh," Leon said non-committal as he heads to the shower room while dragging Genesis behind him, while the huge dragon sends Glenda pleading looks to help him. Glenda was on Leon's side however, since if Genesis was going to interact with Tabitha so much, he needed to be clean first to prevent her from catching anything he may unknowingly and literally have on him. Chapter 151. Salem was left with a very large problem thanks to Leon's movement into the other kingdoms. As much as she wanted to avoid getting on his bad side, it was clear to her that if she doesn't start making moves herself, Leon might very well unite the entire world under him. This was obviously not good for her, since thanks to the argument she had with Ozma when he betrayed her, she knew of the condition the God of Light stipulated for the twin gods' return. Basically, the requirement was for all of humanity to work in harmony with each other. If all 4 of the divine artifacts were brought together and this condition was met, then the gods would descend to live amongst the people again. To any normal person this sounded like a good thing, but Salem hated the gods with every fiber of her being, so she wanted to keep them out of Remnant permanently. Even an idiot could tell that Leon's actions had the potential to bring humanity together under one roof. To counteract this possibility, Salem knew she needed to step on Leon's toes a bit. She sent her most powerful creation to date to attack Atlas and effectively ruin Leon's hard work in reforming it. Monstra was a massive Grimm that Salem slowly grew over her extremely long life after Ozma's betrayal, specifically to flood the kingdoms he was so proud of with a never-ending horde. Though to be fair to Leon, Salem was planning to sack the kingdom anyways, but his actions merely pushed that plan forward. Salem had also discovered a very big problem recently when her people reported on finding the artifact chamber under beacon empty. The migration of the Grimm in the area to other locations verified the fact that the artifact had been moved recently as well. The biggest problem with this new information was that Ozma had long since left the area by the estimated time of the artifact's movement, and the lack of aura for it in Vale also meant Leon didn't take it. This meant that someone had snatched up the artifact, and now she had literally no clue as to its whereabouts anymore. As much as she hated Ozma for what she has suffered because of him, she could at least acknowledge that he was smart to place each artifact under heavy protection in each of the original kingdoms. Now that there was an artifact unaccounted for in the wild, Salem now had a chance to snatch it for herself without a huge amount of preparation. If she could get whatever the artifact was as well as the one in Atlas, Salem would effectively own half of the full set. With this in mind, she sent out Monstra as well as one of her less used creations that she called Scouts, which were tiny and weak avian Grimm the size of mice. That's only redeeming feature was their extremely fast flight speed. Grimm were naturally drawn to the aura of the artifacts, and by using a whole swarm of scouts, Salem could scour the entire world in a short order to find the missing artifact. The last time Salem used these Grimm was when she initially started to race against Ozma to snatch them up. Leon noticed the fast-moving tiny Grimm almost immediately as the swarm started out their search at the now abandoned lake before spreading out. Even after exerting himself in order to catch one for examination, he didn't learn much from the thing besides the fact that they were fast as fuck. The only thing Leon had ever seen that was faster was himself using his hell flame to propel him forward, which should explain how stupid quick they were. Leon needed to use his Rakurai in order to capture one of them instead of chasing it futilely due to its ability to make sharp hard turn on a dime at that extreme speed. Leon could only chalk that particular feat to the fact Grimm don't actually have organs in the traditional sense, and as a result didn't need to worry about the G's crushing them. Chapter 152. The anatomy of the Grimm was an interesting topic that Leon had in-depth knowledge of due to his method of handling them. See, rather than flesh and blood of various types and functions, the internals of the Grimm were closer to barely shaped sludge than an actual organ. In people, organs are complex and detailed things, but for the Grimm they were extremely simple in that they basically served no real purpose other than wasting space. Leon had even experimented on these organs to see why they caused the Grimm to die when damaged. What he discovered was that when the organs became damaged, that particular organ liquefies and damages the rest of them, causing a chain reaction that ends with the Grimm dissolving into smoke. This explained the reason for the powerful external defenses, since without them the lightest injury would result in the Grimm's death. What concerned Leon, however, was when he pulled the small unknown Grimm open, he immediately noticed something off. Unlike the normal Grimm's organs, this type of Grimm had an extra few steps forward in complexity and the barest hint of a familiar type of energy maintaining it, mana. Leon had a grave expression when he noticed this and wasted no time at all dispatching the bird Grimm after finding this energy. Magic was a versatile and troublesome thing in that with enough time and skill multiple layers could be interwoven together to create complex spells. It would not surprise Leon then to know that Salem had indeed added a sense-sharing function to the scouts. Normally this function remained dormant until one of two conditions were fulfilled. First was if the scouts were captured, and second was if they found their target. The moment Leon captured that particular scout and began his examination, Salem was just as equally observing him through it. Salem was left extremely confused by what she saw, however, as not only was Leon no longer corrupted by the essence of Grimm, but his eyes now had a completely different look compared to what her agents reported. She easily figured out that his lack of corruption likely had something to do with this new shape of his eyes, but the actual significance of it was lost on her. This wasn't strange considering how Leon had only explained how the Sharingan worked to people he felt he could trust. At the moment that list included Ojban, Crow, Tai and Glenda, since Tabitha was likely going to eventually unlock her own Sharingan. Leon knew without a doubt that since he was the progenitor of the Sharingan in this world, any child he had was basically guaranteed to have the same eyes. Rather than leaving Glenda to suffer while trying to understand how to raise a child with these eyes, Leon explained everything he knew about them up to Manjikyu, since he hoped Tabitha was never put in a position to unlock it. In the terribly case she did, Leon left a magical box with the information in it that could only be opened using the Manjikyu. Looking at Leon's eyes through the scout made Salem's heart rate increase, as she could sense a sort of familiarity to them that she couldn't figure out. Salem could also not be blamed for this, since despite having personally witnessed the god of darkness and tasted his aura, Leon's eyes were completely different than the gods, unlike the silver eyes of RWBY that came from the god of light. As a result, she sensed the faint influence of the god of darkness in Leon's eyes but failed to make the connection. If Leon ever managed to evolve his eyes into the Rinnegan, this would change immediately, since the Rinnegan would likely be the same purple color as the god of darknesses. This was unlikely to ever happen however, as the requirements to evolve the Sharingan to that point were monstrously high even for Leon. Still, this familiarity that Salem felt only made her desire Leon for her own even more and would be the source of a great time of peril in the near future as she began to make plans. Chapter 153. Leon was in a terrible mood for the next few days as he scoured through every historical document he could get his hands on to try and figure out where this magic came from. It should be mentioned that the energy signatures of magic and semblances were different in how they appeared to the Sharingan, which is how he knew the difference. Leon only caught a break in his search for an origin point when he heard Glenda reading a fairy tale to Tabitha. Reading to infants helped them learn language a little faster despite them not actually understanding what was being said. This particular story was called The Dark Lady and the Night of Light, and told of a kingdom long long ago that was ruled by two extremely powerful people, namely the Dark Lady who could command the Grim and the Night of Light who had great power granted to him by the gods. The story told the story of how the Night of Light received a quest from the gods, but the Dark Lady refused to allow him to pursue it, and the two fought over it, with the Dark Lady swearing vengeance on the world over the betrayal of her lover. Leon didn't know how much of the story was complete nonsense, but the description of the Dark Lady fit the bill for the magic he found in that bird Grim, with one problem: time. For this story to have been relegated to a fairy tale, an extremely large amount of time would have needed to pass, which should result in everyone involved being dead by now. Keep in mind, up to this point in time the only semblance that granted immortality to any real degree was his own, as far as the records show anyways. The only thing that came to mind as to how someone could still have the abilities of the Dark Lady at this time was if it was similar to the Schnee clan's hereditary glyph semblance. Leon was not 100% sure if magic was hereditary, since Tabitha had shown no signs of it at all even when he scanned her his Sharingan. Leon was obviously not aware that Salem and Ozma's children had only shown an aptitude for magic when they hit puberty. Thanks to the full story only being known by Ozma and Salem herself, this information would remain out of Leon's hands for some time now. Leon soon discovered another problem after learning of the Dark Lady, however. How do you find a person or group of people who obviously don't want to be found? He asked no one in particular as he lazed about on top of the new Beacon Academy building. This caused him quite the headache since he had exhausted all his avenues of search save manually. It's possible that these people are behind a lot of the stuff that shows up in the history books, he muttered with a thoughtful look. If either Ozma or Salem knew that Leon was starting to look into the shadowy dealing they had throughout history, they would both curse, though for entirely different reasons. Ozma would curse because it would likely lead Leon straight to Salem, and Salem would curse because it would highlight all of her horrible actions in the past. Leon didn't notice it until it literally struck him, but Opal threw a rock at him to get his attention. Sure, the stone nearly bounced off his shield harmlessly, but it didn't make the fact it happened any less unpleasant. Leon lazily rolled off the roof and glided down with his wings to go see what Opal wanted so badly as to throw something at him. I thought you had homework to grade or something after you took Port's place as the studies of Grim teacher, Leon asked with a yawn. I already finished all of that yesterday. Anyways, I figured I'd come see about trying to convince you to take up your old teaching gig since I got tired of hearing the students asking about it, she said honestly. Yeah, no, I am quite satisfied with my current freedom, thank you very much. Plus, if you really wanted to have such a class, there are literally hundreds of active or retired hunters who could fill the role, Leon said while stretching like a cat. Chapter 154. Tried that once, it didn't go so great since the guy we hired was not really elite material, if you get my meaning, Opal said with a sigh. Like he was weak or like he had some moral problems? Leon asked, since her description left a lot to interpretation. He was weak enough that when a student challenged him he lost. After that we had to let him go since most of the student body complained, Opal said in exasperation. Yeah, I can see how it would be hard to replace the literal strongest man on the planet in a teaching position, Leon said with a smug look. If you are done stroking your ego, maybe you can give us a suggestion on how to fix this problem, Opal said with a roll of her eyes. Well, there is always I don't know, not having that class, Leon said casually. Can't do that either, since that's the entire reason I came to bother you to begin with, since the students keep seeing you lazing about on the building and asking the rest of us to get you to take up the position again. It's super irritating, I'll have you know, Opal said with a huff. You know I am only here because Glenda insisted on going back to work now that Tabitha was born and she recovered, right? Leon asked with a plain expression. Literally everyone knows that. It's one of the reasons no one complains about the infant on school grounds. Most people are afraid you'd curb stomp them for it with how stupid protective you are with that little girl, Opal said with a sigh. Well, they aren't exactly wrong about that, though to be fair she's my first child so I'm allowed to be protective, Leon said defensively. Yes Leon, we know, still it would be nice if you could at least try and get the students to back off about it, Opal said hopefully. Fine, I can give a little speech if that'll get you out of my hair, Leon said dramatically, like it might actually kill him to help. Great, Emma, go get the students piled up in the hazard room. Opal ran off before Leon could try and stop her. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Might as well get this over with, Leon muttered as he started to walk nice and slowly. The resulting speech from Leon definitely got the students off of the teacher's back, since he all but directly threatened each of them for making him need to come give a speech at all. The only good news out of the entire ordeal as far as the students were concerned was the news that Leon was going to install a permanent familiar summoning circle in a heavily defended room. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, not his part, as he had taken the data of how effective the hunter students who had familiars were compared to normal ones. Unsurprisingly, they were multiple times more useful since the unique traits they got from their partners in addition to the lack of interest the Grimm showed towards the familiars made them head and shoulders above most normal hunters. Leon didn't plan on making the familiars a publicly accessible thing though, since having stronger hunters benefits everyone, while the owner of a donut shop could live without a familiar. As for the few hunters who may become criminals after graduating, it wasn't going to be a problem since they would be massively outnumbered. Leon wasn't bothered again for the next month save for the day of the summoning where he was needed to identify the new familiars and their needs. Funnily enough, multiple people tried to infiltrate the summoning room to test their luck, but the heavy security measures Leon had set in place included script along the entire room captured each of them. The funniest was a pack rat belonging to one of the criminal gangs that was sent because the gangs felt he was expendable. Leon gave the gang in question a heavy slap when he not only allowed the boy to make the attempt but when he succeeded personally had the boy join the Devil's Den after rescuing the kid's family. Chapter 155. It was a cold day in Atlas that was filled with heavy snow as a blizzard had blown over the city, obscuring vision of what was outside the city. As a result, the city only barely had any warning when a massive horde of Grimm slammed into the hard light shield of the city. This shield was created by R.O.B during one of his past incarnations through the use of the artifact of creation alongside the original city as a symbol of hope for mankind. For a time it worked too. Unfortunately, humanity is an innately flawed and violent species that can misuse even the best intended gifts. For Salem though, the city was an eyesore because what it was meant to symbolize was like a direct insult to her ideals. After so long, I can finally remove this thing you created so long ago, Ozma, Salem said to no one in particular from the internal palace that sat inside Monstra. This Grimm was a titan by every classification as it was the size of the entire city. It had a distinctly whale-like appearance save for the tail that was more like that of an eel. Along its side were long powerful fins that acted like wings to keep it in the air. The most terrible feature of Monstra, however, was the innate ability it had to spit out an endless stream of Grimm essence that actively corroded anything it touched while also turning into more Grimm. Monstra was Salem's pet project that she had been growing for years as her most powerful siege weapon to destroy this city once and for all. The people of Atlas were nearly helpless in the face of this overwhelming attack but didn't start to panic until the hard light shield that had always protected them showed its first crack. It was public knowledge that the shield was also the only thing keeping the city in the air, so the moment the shield formed a crack, evacuation orders went out swiftly. Ironwood almost fell into despair at the situation as all the weapons that Atlas had fell short. In the end he swallowed his pride and took the only chance he thought might work. He called Leon. As unfortunate as it was, this siege came at the worst possible time as the Maiden of Atlas was extremely sickly at the moment. Leon was confused when Ironwood called him but assumed that something had cropped up to stop the conversion of the kingdom. When Ironwood explained the situation, however, the laziness in Leon vanished and was replaced with seriousness. "I'll be there shortly," Leon said over the call before hanging up. Leon rushed over to Glenda to inform her of his departure before ignoring everything to lock onto the moon above with his vision and activate his Rakurai while in his spacesuit. In a single instant Leon's body was crushed flat from the extreme Gs before regenerating in the moon's small and thin atmosphere. In the eye that used Rakurai, the sight drastically dipped for a moment before Leon's semblance repaired the damage done to it. Leon ignored that however and shot away from the moon with a massive burst of hellflame to circle the globe, since Atlas was located on the opposite side of the planet from Vale. Once in position, Leon summoned his Susanoo before activating Kami Keshin to clad himself in an ultra-thick and durable armor before hellfire rocketing straight at Atlas. The phenomena of Leon's descent caught the attention of the entirety of Atlas's population as well as Salem, who could only curse when she realized what it was. Much like what he appeared, Leon slammed into Monstra like a meteor, sending a shockwave in all directions for several miles. Under such a strike there was simply no way Monstra could stay airborne as it crashed into the ground, hard. Even after that impact Monstra was still alive, albeit heavily injured since Salem had fortified the Grimm during its creation process. Leon released his Kami Keshin and his Susanoo grew back into its massive form and roared, letting Ironwood let out a sigh of relief as he knew Leon was here now. Chapter 156. Leon wasted no time at all slugging Monstra with his Susanoo, causing it to recoil away from the city. This interrupted the stream of essence coming out of it, effectively cutting off the Grimm Horde's reinforcements and letting Atlas make headway into repelling the attack. Salem was left with a very big dilemma from inside Monstra with her few subordinates that were there. On one hand she didn't want to clash with Leon if she could help it, but on the other she really wanted Atlas to be destroyed. In the end she had to grit her teeth and send Cinder out to hold Leon off as she pushed Monstra's production ability to its limit. Cinder was very different than she was originally meant to be, with a mask covering her whole face, with both her left arm and leg having been replaced with grim parts. Cinder had always held a deep hatred for Leon after his sneak attack on Beacon that left her half dead and nearly crippled and horribly scarred on her face. She wanted to make him suffer ever since, however Salem forbid her from implementing any of her plans, but it was different now. She could exact her vengeance at last. Leon was about to attack Monstra again when a person flew out of its side covered in deep red flames that struck the Susanoo, forcing it back. He was beyond surprised by this turn of events, since until now he thought that he was the strongest person on the planet, and yet her was someone who hit just as hard. Susanoo wasn't considered the ultimate defense for nothing, however, as even that fairly powerful attack only succeeded in pushing it back a bit. Leon pushed his eyes a little harder, causing a massive energy spear to appear in his Susanoo's right hand that he immediately tried to swat the person out of the sky with. This attack also killed a fair number of Grim as well, but Leon couldn't care less about that as he was fully focused on this new power that had revealed itself. Leon could see the mix of two colors within this person, similar to Crow but many times stronger, which he found unfortunate since it meant this power was not an innate one for them. Still he felt his blood boil at finally having a real challenger as he watched the person dodge his attack and launch one of their own at him. Leon backhanded the huge fiery spear and followed with a spinning slash, with the spear obviously catching the person off guard since they had to hastily dodge in an ungraceful manner. Cinder was extremely unhappy with how this situation was going, as she had to cheat to get the power of a maiden while Leon seemed to match and even suppress her. Even worse is she knew without any doubt that he wasn't even going all out, since the weird silver-black flames he was known for were nowhere to be seen. Cinder knew she needed to go all out, even though it would cause her to be exhausted later, since the maiden power was extremely taxing on the body. Leon was confused why the person seemed to hesitate after dodging his attack, but when he saw the massive cloud of fire erupt from them he chalked it up to the person not wanting to go all out, much like himself. He activated his second Manjikyu ability Kami Keshin and condensed his Susanoo over his body and shot forward through the flames. Even with his current defenses, Leon could feel the heat coming off the flames as he rammed through them in an attempt to catch this person off guard. He succeeded too, as Cinder had forgotten a lesson Salem had taught her about large-scale attacks like this blocking your vision. To be fair though, she never imagined someone would be crazy enough to dive through her attack to get at her, but then again Leon was always an anomaly. Cinder's eyes widened in horror when Leon appeared in front of her from the flames with his right arm cocked back for a strong punch. Chapter 157. Cinder wasn't some hopeless amateur, however, as Salem had personally coached her on how to fight once she got the Fall Maiden's full power and recovered from the injuries Leon gave her. Despite getting caught off guard, she reacted by summoning a shield in front of Leon's fist, causing the blow to send her flying backwards but totally unharmed. It was at this point she realized that Leon's physical abilities were just as potent as his elemental ones, making her sport a dark expression. Salem of course didn't skimp out on training Cinder's close quarters combat abilities, but those lessons only applied against normal levels of strength rather than the superhuman level Leon is at. Most battles between magic users was an exchange of elemental attacks from the distance, so Salem couldn't be blamed for not preparing Cinder for this situation. Cinder was drawn out of her thoughts, however, as a rain of silver-black fire darts shot after her from the now dissipating fire cloud. Cinder grew excited seeing this, since as the Fall Maiden she had an innate control of fire, including those created by semblances. She exerted her will on the hell flames and to her horror had the mental image of a massive pair of red eyes staring down at her mercilessly through her extended will. Cinder was horrified at this, since the only time this happens was when she tried to contend control of magical fire away from someone. This was the biggest limitation to her maiden powers. Whenever she tried to control a flame produced via magic, she needed to confront the will of the one creating them first. Salem had trained her for this in case she ever found herself contesting Ojban for magic flames. But in this case she didn't even try to wrestle control away from Leon, since his will felt like a bottomless abyss, much like Salem's own. Even worse for Cinder was that she now realized that Leon's famous fire was a type of magic that he could conjure without that insane magical language of his. Cinder knew that people had been trying to recreate the thing this whole time from the fragments they saw Leon use on video, but all had failed until now. This even included Salem herself, who had confirmed that this was the first time in history that the language had surfaced, and as a result she was equally clueless about it. Cinder was liking her chances less and less the longer this fight dragged on, because so far she had been on the defensive, and the more power Leon showed the worse the suppression was. She tried to dodge the fire darts, but much like her own powers they were controlled remotely by Leon into pursuing her viciously. Cinder could only grit her teeth and summon a barrier to tank the hit, as she immediately felt her sweat evaporate from the heat that managed to seep through her defense. She was rather jealous of Leon's fire since her own was basically at normal temperatures while his was clearly monstrously hot. What she didn't realize was that Leon was equally surprised with the intensity that the small amount of fire produced when in contact with her energy. From his own knowledge, the last time this happened was when he roasted Torchwick and his companion. He had realized at that time that much like their name suggested, hell flame burned most brightly when exposed to those with a large amount of sin. Whoever this was had apparently done some truly dreadful things in their life for such a small amount of fire to frenzy like this. Leon knew better than to look a gift horse in the mouth though, and pumped a large amount of power into the fire, stoking it even further until he was interrupted as a huge bullet struck the side of his head. It obviously didn't cause him any harm due to his obscene defense, but it shifted his focus, letting Cinder escape the onslaught of hellfire. Leon's temper flared when he recognized the person who had just taken a shot at him from Monstra's side as Tyrion Kalos, a convicted mass murderer who had vanished during transport years ago. Chapter 158. Leon directly decided to ignore the more powerful person and charged at Tyrion with a rabid anger. Clearly neither of the two enemies expected this, as they both panicked when they saw this, with Tyrion immediately realizing he fucked up and trying to retreat while Cinder chased after Leon to stop him from killing Tyrion. Salem had sent Tyrion out to distract Leon while he was fighting Cinder once she noticed that she was being suppressed, but didn't expect Leon to ignore Cinder entirely to try and kill Tyrion. It was only when she happened to remember Tyrion's favorite targets were children that she understood her mistake in sending him out. Salem knew that even by her standards that Tyrion was scum of the earth, since he took great joy in causing pain and death while Salem merely saw them as a means to an end. In her case, she took no joy from her actions but did them apathetically, while Tyrion was just an evil individual. Leon rocketed towards Tyrion with his weapon held sideways in its scythe form posed to bisect Tyrion. Cinder was just a step too late to stop Leon, but just as the blade was about to slice into Tyrion, the flesh of Monstra split and dragged him into it and out of harm's way. Leon's blade cut through the flesh, but on such a large grim such a wound was inconsequential, leaving Leon seeing red in rage. Unfortunately, there just so happened to be a target nearby he could vent his anger on in the form of Cinder. Leon shrugged off Cinder's attack and whipped around with his weapon to viciously cut her in half. Cinder only just managed to cover herself in a barrier before the scythe blade and handle slammed into it with a screech of grinding metal. She was launched by the sheer force behind the attack, while the weapon itself groaned and began to develop cracks on it. This weapon was never designed to be wielded by someone at level 5 like Leon, who had maxed out each of his stats before leveling up. The material that comprised it just barely could handle his full strength at level 4, but now they simply couldn't handle it anymore. Leon ignored this, however, as he was far too focused on Cinder to realize the problem and chased after her through the air. Meanwhile, Leon had totally forgotten that he was here to stop the destruction of Atlas, though Ironwood didn't blame him at all, since from his point of view Leon was struggling to help at all. Even when Leon batted away Cinder, Ironwood simply assumed that since his opponent was a maiden that he simply couldn't afford to focus on the strange giant Grim that was the biggest problem. More and more cracks started to form on the hard light shield, and by now the evacuation was in full swing under Ironwood's orders. Ironwood was a seasoned veteran and knew a hopeless situation when he saw one, and had made sure to focus on getting the people in the city to safety while he could. The Schnee Company was of great help in this regard with their many shipping transports that had very spacious interiors when emptied out. By the time the shield around the city had reached the point where there was only 5 minutes at most before it fell, Ironwood had already evacuated the citizens and gave the order for the soldiers and hunters to evac now. Salem noticed the people fleeing the city but commanded the Grim to ignore them, since her target was always the city itself. When the shield broke, Leon snapped out of his rage-fueled rampage against a very battered and tired Cinder. Moments later his instincts warned him and he fled at top speed with Rakurai, much to Cinder's and Salem's confusion. Cinder's eyes widened, however, a split second later as she layered up her barrier while rushing towards Monstra in horror. As a last-ditch effort, Ironwood had forced the Winter Maiden to unlock the artifact beneath the city and used its power to repurpose the entire floating land mass into a massive bomb. Chapter 159. If that doesn't sound that bad, then you probably either don't have a very good imagination or aren't aware of how high yield such a massive bomb could possibly have. The answer, by the way, was very high, as Salem and her forces soon found out. When Ironwood's little going-away present went off, that entire side of the planet was bathed in a brilliant white light. Salem didn't even try to block the blast with her own magic, but rather forcefully warped herself and her subordinates away instead. 100 square miles in every direction was directly wiped off the face of the planet from the blast. Even that was only because the gods secretly stepped in to limit the damage it did to the world, or it would have been much greater. Honestly speaking, every single one of the gods was stunned speechless by the sheer viciousness that Ironwood showed in this action. He was such a composed individual most of the time that none had ever imagined he would take such an action. Meanwhile the transports rapidly fleeing the area towards the kingdom of Vale were caught up in the shockwaves of the blast and almost crashed had the pilots not managed to keep them under control. Meanwhile back at the desolate lands that Salem made her home, all of Salem's people that she took with her were hyperventilating and in full-blown panic attacks. Salem didn't berate them for weakness since even she herself was unsteady on her feet. It was strange either since there was a massive blast created by a literal divine artifact for the sole purpose of making her suffer. Normal means may be unable to kill her, but she wasn't willing to test if a divine blast also couldn't. If she died, then Ashbin basically wins their dispute and can eventually signal the gods' return, even if her death would spit in their face. Sure, they could just bring her back to life, but from the way they threw a fit at her getting Ozma brought back, she doubted it. Speaking of the gods in question, they were in an awkward position at the moment. 4 of Alex's wives were seething mad at how Salem had avoided true death and looking anywhere they could to vent their frustration. The twin gods had the good sense to not stick their heads out at the moment, especially with Alex's sign language warning. Leon meanwhile was frankly speechless that Ironwood had such a stupidly powerful weapon on hand all this time. He obviously wasn't aware of the artifact of creation that was used to make this possible and had simply assumed that it was a weapon like a super nuke made through their advanced science. Normally I would just hack into the servers to dig up whatever the hell that was, but those sort of don't exist anymore, he thought unhappily. Whatever, I'll just ask Ironwood personally since he's moving in next door anyways. Leon thought with a chuckle. Sure, Atlas had been destroyed, which is definitely going to cause a massive unbalance in the world, but no one in the city had actually died from the attack save maybe the maiden who Leon didn't even know existed. A new maiden had already risen from amongst the survivors, so it didn't matter much to Leon anyways. Who that maiden was, however, was bound to cause him a headache, as it just so happened to be Winter Schnee, who Leon had sealed previously. Rather than give her over to her father, Ironwood made Winter the previous maiden's caretaker instead after she got sealed by Leon and she had become friends with the girl. As the previous maiden's last act before she died, she targeted Winter as the recipient for her power. This worked to also forcefully remove the seal on her, since it was only meant to keep her aura sealed within her and the maiden's power smashed in from outside, dissolving the seal. Leon would only come to learn this later when he had a chat with Ironwood to figure out how to settle the massive influx of refugees. Chapter 160. Leon almost gave one of the pilots of the transports a heart attack when he landed on the top of the transport and waved at them from the windshield. Ironwood got a report on this and sighed before sending the order to have Leon sent over to the transport he was on. This led to a funny scene where someone in the transport Leon was on was drawing out the fleet of transports and circling one of them to show him where to go. Leon purposefully made the mistake of going to the wrong transport 5 different times before Ironwood got irritated and literally shot him in the face from the side of the transport. Leon had a huge grin when he landed in the open door of the transport while Ironwood simply had a headache. Was that charade entirely necessary? Leon, we've all had a rather bad day as it is, the man asked with a tired expression. Quick question first, how many casualties were there? Leon asked calmly. Ironwood was taken back by how calm Leon was but answered anyway. Besides those outside the shield when the siege started, only a handful. Why? He asked curiously. Then why the hell are you acting so dour? The only thing you lost was replaceable. People are the only irreplaceable thing in this world, so even if you lost that kingdom, all you have to do is make a new, better one, Leon lectured Ironwood sternly. The man and all the other people in the transport that was rather cramped looked like they wanted to argue, but even the slowest of them knew that he was right. Besides, I already have an idea about where you guys can settle down anyways, Leon said with a grin. And where is that exactly? Ironwood asked seriously, since this was a rather important topic at the moment. Mount Glen, of course. Now before I start hearing some nonsense about how it's infested with grim or cursed, keep in mind that I can fix any actual problems with the location with no problem at all, Leon said calmly. Ironwood verbally started to list the pros and cons of that idea, but as much as he would have liked to personally disagree with the idea, the pros actually outweighed the cons with Leon's help in leveling and clearing the area before adding in construction and defenses. Mount Glen was strategically a viable location to rebuild. I can't make this decision on my own, Ironwood eventually said seriously. Leon nodded. That's your business to figure out. Meanwhile, I'd like to talk about that parting gift of yours that would have blown me to pieces if I hadn't fled immediately, he said with a not very pleased inflection. Ironwood stiffened at the change but quickly composed himself. It was a last resort to take down as many of the enemy as possible. Not much more to say, he said simply. Leon nodded. I can understand that much. What I don't understand, however, is what it has to do with whatever you have in that crate over there. Even more oddly is why Winter over there, pleasure to see you again by the way, has a similar power to that person I was stopped by earlier, Leon said with his Manjiku active. Ironwood and Winter both paled at his words, which made Leon sigh. Why does everyone always seem to forget that I can literally see energy? He asked with a bit of irritation. It would be best if we took this conversation elsewhere, Ironwood said seriously. Leon shrugged before tapping his foot against the floor of the transport, sending infernal script snaking across it until the entire room was covered in the stuff, and pulsed his aura into the seals. Immediately, and to the astonishment of everyone in the room, the wall started to visibly shift outwards until the room tripled in size. Space expansion seal, tricky bit of magic to figure out, but oh so very useful. If any of you value your lives, don't try and damage your surroundings, since the invisible seals might kill everyone here if you damage even a single letter, Leon announced, like it wasn't just going to make them even more nervous. Chapter 161. Leon then tapped his foot again, and both Winter and Ironwood were covered in an isolation barrier along with himself. Now then, I believe I was promised some answers, Leon said casually. Ironwood sighed. How much exactly has R.W.B told you? He asked seriously. Leon frowned. Not enough apparently, considering he had an item just like that one under his academy. I mean, it was stolen by the gods right after I collected it, but still it was there originally, he said with a bit of irritation. Ironwood looked confused at Leon's explanation, and Winter mirrored this confusion. What do you mean, stolen by the gods? She asked after not finding anything that could explain it away. Well, I may have been planning to stash the item on the moon, which kind of forced the literal gods to snatch it out of my hands, Leon said with a shrug. Honestly, if I knew it was part of some important plan they had, I would have just left it alone. I've got no time for nonsense like that. Well, I mean, I actually do have the time, but that's not the point, Leon said with an angry huff from the memory. Hold on a moment, you actually interacted with the gods before? Ironwood exclaimed in shock. Leon chuckled. Of course I have. You didn't think these eyes of mine were natural, did you? He asked rhetorically. It took both Ironwood and Winter close to 10 minutes to stop falling down the rabbit hole as they tried and failed to explain Leon's eyes away beyond divine intervention. Are you some sort of divine agent sent to correct the world? Winter asked after thinking about the things Leon has done so far. Leon burst into laughter at this question, since anyone really paying attention could tell that there was no way in hell he'd just sit under someone's foot like that. Ironwood knew from Leon's personality that such a thing was impossible, but he didn't blame Winter for thinking that, since Leon had single-handedly advanced the entire world by decades at least. You are just another pawn to serve a purpose much like R.W.B then, he said simply. Leon raised an eyebrow. Oh. So R.W.B has ties to the gods, does he now? Leon asked, and Ironwood nodded. It's the source of his revival, which you have likely noticed already, he said seriously. Yes, that was a topic of debate that I had until now, since I honestly assumed he simply used that aura transfer device of yours, Leon admitted honestly. Ironwood flinched at the mention of the technology in question, since it was top secret amongst the top secrets at Atlas. So it is possible to extend someone's existence through that method after all, Ironwood muttered, not doubting Leon at all since his genius was far beyond being challenged. There are a few problems that would need to be solved first, but in theory that is correct, but the more likely outcome of the tech is to drive most who used it to madness, Leon said with a shrug. A bit of free advice from me to you, drop the study like a bad habit and prevent a lot of worthless suffering, he said seriously while making sure to stare Ironwood in the eyes so he knew he was not joking. Anyways, I believe you were about to give me some answers before we all got a little distracted, right? Leon changed the subject in an instant, which caught the two off guard for a moment. Ironwood started to explain about the Shadow War with Salem that had been going on in the background of history. He explained about the maidens as well as the divine artifacts as well as the purpose R.W.B had told him they served. In the end, Leon was left very unhappy at R.W.B since a whole lot of this information would have let him prepare more thoroughly for a lot of things. Chapter 162. The most irritating part for Leon was when Ironwood explained that the maidens weren't actually limited to a single elemental power like Cinder had shown, but can use any they please, though it's usually a matter of preference. Despite Leon sealing her aura previously, she remained professional during this conversation and left her own personal grudge out of it. As a result, she had no problem showing this under Ironwood's order so Leon could see that it wasn't a lie. Leon admitted that he was rather jealous since his only form of magic like that was his hell flames, while all the rest were built using his infernal script. That's a rather unusual name for that language of yours, Ironwood said once Leon actually said the name of the language. Leon merely shrugged. It made sense with my whole demonic visage and attitude, he said like it wasn't a big deal. Oh yeah, that reminds me, for whatever reason, what abilities does this particular artifact have? Cause the last one made me nervous, Leon said seriously. Creation, what did the one you find do? Ironwood asked curiously, since besides those who had actually wielded them only R.W.B had the full details of the artifact's abilities. The one I found was in the shape of a crown and seemed to show you a single moment in your future where you had to make a choice of some sort. Anything that fucks with time like that is on my destroy or avoid with extreme prejudice list, for obvious reason, Leon said honestly. Most people would give just about anything to see their future, even if a mere moment, but you are horrified by this instead. Why? Winter asked curiously. To quote a wise individual, yesterday is a memory, tomorrow is a mystery, and today is a gift. That is why it is called present. If you start living for the future in the now you tend to ignore what has already happened, Leon said seriously. Ironwood sighed when he heard this, since even though he knew Leon wasn't calling him out, he was doing exactly what Leon said. Besides, knowing what is going to happen in the future simply takes all the fun out of life, Leon said with smile. Enough about all this, we should really get into the nitty-gritty details about your migration next door, Leon said, taking out his scroll to go over everything efficiently. The rest of the trip to the port town of the Atlas Kingdom was spent with Ironwood, Winter and Leon basically constructing a whole city within the digital space of his scroll. Obviously there were many spots that had been left blank for future businesses and anything else that may crop up, but the plans for the whole city was pretty much done after that. Once the fleet of transports landed outside the port town, the soldiers moved to secure the area from the no doubt approaching Grimm. Grimm were drawn to negative emotions, and every person who was in the transports had just basically lost their entire kingdom overnight. Ironwood held a speech to inform everyone about the plans for the future, while Leon left to get as much done as possible before these people arrived. He didn't leave the planet to make extreme speed to his destination, but he also wasn't going slowly either. It merely took him a few hours to reach Vale from the other continent, and he immediately set to work getting the area of Mount Glen cleared of Grimm, leveled and prepared for construction. Magic made this laughably easier for him, as with a bit of effort on his part he killed all the Grimm for miles in every direction, including down. Leveling the area was even easier, as he set up a massive gravity circle around the old city of Mount Glen and watching as everything was crushed to powder before being compressed down into super hard surface. It was a bit uneven due to the pockets of underground rooms, but it was workable. The rest was going to be left to the builders, who would be assembling the city as fast as they could without compromising its integrity. Chapter 163. The whole world seemed to freeze in horror at the news of Atlas's fall, since in recent memory there was only the Great War that got anywhere close to as bad. A kingdom hadn't truly fallen in almost 500 years, since even the old kingdom that used to exist in Atlas's place had merely been converted to it instead. The news wasn't all bad, however, as the fact most of the kingdom had already been evacuated thanks to the efforts of the military and founding shield buying enough time. Sure, the kingdom had been destroyed entirely, but most of its people survived and are migrating towards Vale. The people of Menagerie had the most conflicted thoughts on the subject, however, as in their minds one of their greatest oppressors had just vanished. Most were glad for this fact, however very few were truly happy about it, since only a callous or crazed individual would revel in such suffering. Sure, there were a few individuals who celebrated this event, but most were simply at a loss for how they should feel. Those in charge of the other two kingdoms quickly realized a problem, however. Vale is about to get the majority of Atlas's people and by extension military knowledge. This was basically the same as Vale subsuming Atlas into itself and becoming a mega kingdom that made the other two nervous. If it wasn't for the fact that they knew that Vale's maiden had gone rogue, they would be worried about the country having 3 maiden-level powers in one place. The only country not nervous about the sudden spike in power Vale was about to get was Menagerie, since they were basically allies with Vale, making them safe. Besides this, everyone knew better than to bite the hand that feeds, which was Vale, that was all but publicly known to be under Leon's thumb. Glenda asked Leon how Atlas could fall if he had arrived in time, so he explained about how there was someone there at his level of power stopping him from interfering. Leon fully mobilized the Titan Corps forces in the construction efforts for Mount Glen, with a focus on the small buildings for housing before all else. This made the construction of the city much faster to complete, since the really large parts were put on hold for the moment. Within the 3 weeks it took for the people of Atlas to arrive, the housing had been finished and the city wall and its defenses were halfway done. If the futuristic materials that Leon's company used weren't pre-made in exacting sizes, the process would have taken much longer. The people of Atlas arrived in Vale and were much worse for wear in appearance, with dirty bodies and a slight malnutrition problem from not stopping a single time after crossing the sea. The people of Vale were a generous host for these people, however, and openly shared food, clothes, and showers to welcome them. The children of the two kingdoms hit it off without any problem at all, since the children of Atlas were starved for entertainment while those of Vale were eager for new friends. Ironwood was relieved at how welcomed his people were, since he had feared that they might be treated as invaders. "Man, you look like you could use a drink," Ironwood heard someone say with a chuckle, knowingly turned to the source. There, sitting on a lamppost, was Leon himself, with a teasing smirk on his face that Ironwood for once was actually glad to see. "It was a rough trip that cost about 100 of my soldiers who gave their all to stop the Grimm that harassed us," Ironwood said with a tired tone. "Want a monument in the new city after the major stuff is done?" Leon asked seriously. "In the future perhaps, for now though I think my people need a bit of time to adjust. How goes the construction on New Atlas?" Ironwood said seriously before moving on to another important topic. "The housing, food center and wall are done, while we are currently setting up the defensive measures to protect the city from outside attacks, but those are only halfway finished. Your people can move in at their own discretion," Leon said calmly. Chapter 164. "That's rather fast even for you. I hope the quality of the construction is up to par, Ironwood said worriedly. Leon scoffed, who do you think I am? It was fast not because of shoddy workmanship but because I pulled out all the stops to the construction, he said with an irritated tone. Ironwood merely nodded, I see, then I believe it would be wise to wait for the defensive systems to get finished first before my people migrate to this new city, he said seriously. Alright, now that that's taken care of, so about that drink, Leon asked with a grin. In the end Ironwood gave in and agreed to have a drink with Leon since he technically didn't have anything to do at the moment. What Leon neglected to mention was that the alcohol they drank was meant to work on a level 5 like him rather than a normal person. Ironwood directly skipped the embarrassing part of getting drunk and passed out as a result. The alcohol was so strong that he was basically in a coma for the next 3 days, which was rather funny since Winter came looking for him each day during that time. She was suspicious of Leon when he said Ironwood was drunk each time she came looking for him, but Leon freely showed her to the man in question to prove his innocence. Winter, for obvious reasons, misunderstood the situation as Ironwood drinking away his woes now that he had the option. Leon could tell what she was thinking but found the situation too damn funny to correct her and so let it continue. It was only when Ironwood finally woke up that she found out the truth before realizing that Leon had basically just let her make a fool of herself this entire time. Ironwood himself was confused that he actually felt great after waking up rather than having a terrible hangover. Leon explained how he had enchanted the furniture in the house with rejuvenation properties to release stress on the body. Unlike usual, when someone gets drunk, this enchantment let the body cleanly process and burn through alcohol. Had Ironwood spent the last 3 days anywhere else, he would have likely died of alcohol poisoning rather than feeling like he went to a spa. Think I could get a chair like that for my office once it's done? Ironwood asked seriously. Leon chuckled, nope, this particular luxury will belong exclusively to myself, gives you a reason not to blow me off when I invite you over, he said with a smile. A small price to pay for such a miraculous effect, Ironwood said with a shrug. Right, that reminds me, for whatever reason, Miss Schnee, I believe you've been trying oh so hard to not bring your grudge into our interactions. Would you like to have a little spar, work off some of that pent-up anger, Leon said to Winter with a wide grin. For the first time since he had met her originally, Leon saw Winter make a conflicted expression. He knew why she was conflicted as well. Honestly, it was pretty easy to figure out if you think about it. At the moment Leon basically held the fate of all of Atlas in the palm of his hand, and despite personally wanting to kick his teeth in, she was professionally worried that he might target her people if he didn't like the outcome. Ironwood also knew about this and basically told her not to worry about it since Leon actually benefits from the spar. Leon chuckled when Ironwood exposed the reason he wanted this spar to a degree, since Ironwood was under the impression Leon wanted to use her as a grindstone for his power. This wasn't totally incorrect since Leon was indeed planning to do that, but what he didn't clarify was that he really just needed something on his level to fight in order to grow faster. Thanks to Ironwood's explanation, Leon knew that at the moment there were only 5 people on the entire planet who could fill this role, while the rest of the possible enemies on this level were basically all Ancient Grimm. Chapter 165. The problem with the Ancient Grimm, however, was that they were almost all hibernating or in locations that no one had been to. Leon would have preferred Ancient Grimm as an opponent since he would be able to go all out in an attempt to kill them, but having another person on his level that he can't will work just fine. I suggest you take the offer since you will also benefit from it as well, Leon said to try and tempt Winter into agreeing. She looked confused at that, however. How do you mean? She asked in confusion. Leon grinned. You likely haven't actually fought an enemy on our level, have you? See, much like whoever it was that I was fighting during that event, you likely aren't aware of the differences between battles at our level and those between normal hunters, Leon said with a wide grin. There's a difference? Ironwood asked, surprised. Leon nodded, in a rather ironic twist. Unlike normal hunter fights that are heavily reliant on precision and skill, fights at our level are almost entirely about pure unadulterated power. The reason for this is because of stamina and skill, to be specific how long you can last in battle and how well you understand your own power, he explained honestly. Not how precise you can use your power, but rather how far can you push it. If battles at our level were fought at normal hunter levels, the one who could last longer wins most of the time. As a result, the most optimal way for people on our level to fight is to clash at full power head-on to shorten the fight as much as possible, he finished explaining seriously. Is that why I feel so stifled when I use my powers? Winter muttered to herself after hearing what Leon said. Leon shrugged. Dunno about that since your magic is from an outside source unlike my own, but probably, he said casually. So what do you say, want to go a few rounds? I can't promise I'll be gentle though, he said with a chuckle at the innuendo. Winter gave him a glare at his words since she knew he said them intentionally. Fine, then we can spar for a short while, she said eventually after seeing Leon ignoring her glare entirely and just grinning away cheekily. Alright, Leon said excitedly. Now we just need to get to Beacon Lake in order to make sure we don't cause any problem for anybody, he said happily while heading for the door. Beacon Lake, Winter asked confused, the location of the previous Beacon Academy after I dropped a magical nuke on it. It's a big-ass lake now, hence the name, Leon said casually without stopping. When he stepped outside he whistled loudly, drawing a few curious looks from the people of the city who were out and about until Genesis showed up anyways, at which point they all decided to mind their own business. Ironwood can ride on Genesis's back while you and I can just fly there, or if you want to keep your powers secret still you could also ride on Genesis's back, Leon said before flapping his wing and taking off into the sky. The fact that Winter didn't immediately follow him told him which option she chose, which he could only shake his head at in disappointment. It only took a few minutes for Leon and Genesis to arrive at the huge black lake and another 5 just for Winter and Ironwood to stop gawking at the massive crater. Once the spar actually began though, Leon demonstrated why she should stop holding back by skipping her across the entire lake like a stone. Winter learned her lesson and went all out with her powers, and rather interestingly her preferred element wasn't ice but rather lightning. This also made her a pain in the ass for Leon to handle, since using that element made her attacks ridiculously fast. The downside to lightning attacks became clear however when he covered himself in a cloud of hellflame to block her vision, making her miss often. Chapter 166. Lightning was a very accurate element in that the attacks with it can precisely strike any spot you may be able to see. But to balance this out, it was also very easy to ruin its advantage by simply covering the user's vision. Leon knew this and wasted no time at all, creating a thin but wide area of hellflame that he surrounded him and Winter both before drop kicking her into the lake below. If looks could kill, Leon would have been struck down from the glare Winter shot him after resurfacing. You seem to have forgotten what I said about how these fights are supposed to go, and while I've been very forgiving that doesn't mean I will just let you continue to fight incorrectly, Leon said seriously. Winter got much more serious after that as she started to use more than one element to attack him, such as water to distract him while lightning sought to zap him. It wasn't the way she was supposed to fight against him, but it still pushed his reaction speed a little bit. To thank her for that he upped his own attacks to the point Winter was constantly running in order to avoid them. Leon stopped her with a bit of water magic that grabbed her long enough for the flames to wash over her harmlessly. Winter was confused why she was unharmed until the flames vanished. A disappointed Leon was standing right in front of her. Clearly you aren't listening to me, so I think we're done here. This whole exercise was a complete waste of both of our times, he said with a very irritated expression before blasting off into the sky and then into the far distance beyond the horizon. Leon had expected a challenge like when he fought with Cinder, who at the very least seemed to understand how to use her power a little bit even if she was hesitant to take hits. Leon didn't hold that against her though, since for anyone who was not borderline immortal like him, risking your life to do pointless extra damage to your opponent was a bad trade-off from every angle. Winter was different however, as she knew from the get-go that her life wasn't in danger, and yet she still refused to go all out. Leon knew immediately after giving her a warning that she simply wasn't worth the effort of trying to spar against. Caution and precision was far too ingrained in her combat style to make any spar with her more than a futile and pointless game of cat and mouse. So he left in a terrible mood because his ticket to faster improvement was just a failure and he refused to commit to a doomed venture. The local Grim population was quickly left with a massive hole in it as Leon vented his frustration on them. He even ignored an obstacles in his way like trees by just barreling through them, leaving a clear and angry path of destruction in his wake. Genesis dropped Ironwood and Winter back off at Vale, but since he could feel Leon irritation through their connection he was not exactly gentle when he did so. I don't understand why he was so angry, Winter said in exasperation after they landed in Vale. Ironwood sighed. Even after you were warned by him you still fell back into your normal combat style without any hesitation. It's pretty clear that as you are now you were just a waste of his time to spar with, Ironwood said seriously. This isn't yours or anyone else's fault, since until now there was simply no way to know how a maiden was supposed to fight and prepare them for the role beforehand. As it stands right now you have nearly no hope of reaching your full potential as a maiden, since your own combat style is diametrically opposed to the one he says is the best at your level, Ironwood said before walking up to find something to do to occupy his time. Winter fell deep into thought after listening to him, and with a sigh she could only admit that this was all true. Chapter 167. Leon calmed down after about an hour of rampaging in the forest and thinning the population of the Grim in the area to record lows. After that he just flew up high to enjoy the conditions of the air so far above the ground. It was a thing that most people simply can't comprehend, the freedom and peace that could only be found in the sky. Leon took a moment every now and then to appreciate the sensation before returning to Thing real world where everything can and will go wrong. Leon didn't return to Vale immediately after he was done, but rather went to Mount Glen to give the workers there a bit of help. Magic had a lot of emphasis on the intent behind it as well as the image you hold in your head. This meant that for Leon, who had the entire blueprints of the new city perfectly stored in his head down to the last screw, construction jobs like this were easy. Despite this, Leon still had a habit of constructing things by hand at least once when it came to mass-producing things. This time wasn't any different, as he fully assembled one of the outer wall's laser turrets by hand, still much faster than anyone else there, before using his magic to construct another 50 in short order. 450 turrets, that was the amount that the outer wall was going to have when it was complete. That sounds like a lot, but when you consider that each turret was the size of a person and the wall was over 50 miles long, that no longer seemed like a lot. This was one of the few things that made cities in this world unique compared to Earth, as basically the entire population of a kingdom fit inside a single city comfortably. Granted, this was more out of necessity than choice, but it was still true that unlike Earth, the majority of the population was centered around only 4 locations. There were of course exceptions to this, such as with Tai, who lived far from the city in a house by itself. But most of the time these exceptions were created because of a hunter or group of hunters that simply didn't want to live in the city for whatever reason. Very rarely will these small pockets of people evolve into towns, and not once have they evolved into cities throughout history. The reason for this was of course because of the Grimm, who start to gather whenever a large group of people gather in a single location. Leon had the city planned in such a way that the Grimm weren't a problem, however. See, the turrets were merely a single facet of the defenses that the city will have, as there was an electrical field surrounding the city for a mile in every direction. This field was hidden most of the time, but when activated it will create a massive area of intense electrical energy that anything walking over will get zapped into a crispy state in seconds in. This was the protection mechanism for ground-based Grimm, while for the aerial ones Leon had a massive set of 4 plasma cannons that had pinpoint accuracy for 2 miles and could fire 20 times in 5 seconds. This was enough too, since each shot had the penetrative power to punch a hole through a small mountain in a split second. To put this into perspective, if Monstra were to show up at this city, it would be full of holes before Salem even had time to react. Speaking of Salem, she was currently in a very bad mood, since not only did she lose Monstra by teleporting away before the explosion could claim her and her people, but she was positive that the artifact that was in Atlas is now under Leon's protection. This was by far the worst outcome she could have expected, as she knew without a doubt that Leon would be next to impossible to steal from if he really wanted to hide something. She almost couldn't believe it at first, but she verified that Leon could indeed reach orbit or higher. Chapter 168. Salem couldn't even be happy about finally destroying Atlas, since no matter how you look at it, the siege was a complete loss on her part. Monstra was completely erased from Remnant along with a sizable number of wild Grimm. The only positive thing that came from this whole affair was that Cinder had started to take her training more seriously rather than coasting by on her talent as a maiden. The fact that Leon held genuine maiden-level power came as a great shock to both Salem and her forces. Salem had theorized that he may be close to that point, but hadn't thought he had already crossed that gap. It wouldn't be wrong at all to say that Salem considered him far more damaging to her plans than even the Grim Reaper was a few decades ago. A single weak individual with silver eyes was annoying, but a maiden could cause far more devastation and was much harder to put down. Even worse was that maiden-level power also apparently had a form of immortality similar to her own, which made killing him so close to impossible that it was better to be friends than enemies. The problem with that plan was that unlike R.W.B, who had to effectively restart every time he was killed, Leon was growing over time and there was no telling when he outgrew her. Salem was basically left with little option other than personally going to negotiate with him now before he had a chance to meet her on equal footing. For the first time in a very long time, Salem was actually nervous about something. Her expression grew bitter when she thought of her long-lost children who were murdered by R.W.B oh so long ago. Meanwhile, Leon had gotten a hold of the artifact of creation and was experimenting with it in his personal lab. He was quite surprised when this weird genie thing popped out of the staff spout some Robin Williams-esque line about being free after so long. Leon made the genie very nervous, however, when asking for extremely detailed information on its purpose and abilities. A not-so-fun fact that Leon learned about the artifact, however, was that it had once belonged to the individual known as the Beast God and was used to create the Faunus race. Leon was told by the genie that that man was killed by the gods for growing too powerful and risking their grand plan to return. Leon had the suspicion that the only reason he hadn't been met with a similar fate was because a god had sent him into the world to begin with. He did not doubt at all that he had thrown the god's original plan into the trash with the effect his presence was having on the world. The biggest reason for this thought was the extremely advanced technology he was cranking out on a regular basis that basically make humanity not need the gods at all. Still, none of that's my problem, Leon said with a shrug before using the artifact to produce dwarf star metal, much to the genie's horror. The abilities of the artifact was based on the knowledge held by its wielder, and Leon had the knowledge of the full sciences of both Earth and Remnant. This meant he knew that the core of a sun was incredibly dense metal that was basically impossible to recreate on Remnant. That same metal was also ridiculously heavy as well, making it perfect for an idea Leon had. The gods were rather speechless at what Leon decided to create with the artifact, since they all had bets on it when they saw him steal the thing. None of them had expected this, however, since it was not in line with his usual actions. See. This is what makes this so entertaining. You never quite know what these mortals will do, Alex said excitedly, not at all unhappy to have lost the bet. I suppose you do have a point, this time at least, Weiss said with a huff. Chapter 169. Leon's actions left the genie of the artifact in horror, because it had assumed that he would use it for some sort of unimaginative fashion like its previous two wielders, only for him to ask for a material that he had no business even knowing about. The worst part was that as a being of pure creation, the genie also had the knowledge of what Leon could possibly use the stuff for, which is where its horror came from. A house key-sized piece of this stuff weighed nearly 500,000 tons on Remnant, while Leon summoned an entire brick of the stuff. This meant that this single brick weighed about 90 million tons the moment it was exposed to Remnant's gravity. Leon had expected this, however, and flipped a switch on the wall that sent out a pulse throughout the room. Literally everything not nailed down immediately began to float in the air, as Leon had effectively cut off gravity to this area. Before anything could start floating towards the dwarf star metal, because it had the greatest attractive force in the area, Leon quickly sealed the brick in an isolation box with its own gravity nullifier inside it. Flipping the switch again, everything floating crashed down onto the floor, making a bit of a mess, but Leon didn't mind. After that, Leon began to abuse the hell out of the artifact of creation by spawning in frankly insane materials and even special predatory animals that hunted Grimm as their main food source. The god of light was really starting to regret not putting restrictions on what the artifact of creation could make, being imagination and knowledge. Even though Leon stopped using the artifact after creating the new species of Grimm Eaters, he had still basically made the greatest threat to humanity a joke now. This new species would constantly be pushing the Grimm back, in addition to the work that the hunters already do. This effectively meant that humanity will immediately gain a huge amount of breathing room the moment Leon released this new species. Watch, he's going to kill off those creatures in just a moment, Alex said after seeing the look on the others' faces. Why would he make them then? Young asked, confused. Because he knows we're watching him and he decided to fuck with us, Alex said with a chuckle, as just as he expected, Leon snapped the two new animals' necks immediately. Actually killing off his own source of growth like that might help humanity, but his goal will always come first, so he has no intention of truly erasing the Grimm, Alex explained calmly. A rather audacious mortal, isn't he? Freya said in amusement. She had seen plenty of mortals in her time, but those who spite the gods, especially when they know they are being watched by them, were an extremely rare commodity. In most cases it could actually be considered downright foolish of the individual in question, but in this case Leon is clearly aware of what lines he can and cannot cross. Leon didn't waste the corpses of the two animals, however, as he dissected them to learn how they consumed the Grimm they would have eaten. The answer was in the form of a small gland located next to their saliva glands that produced a substance that mixed with the saliva to break down the goo that filled Grimm into something edible for them. Leon basically just gained the formula for a poison that would actually work on Grimm in exchange for the free labor of the genie of the artifact. The best part was that thanks to the nature of the poison being organic, Leon simply needed to break down its chemical composition to replicate it. He would never use the stuff, but it would sell like hot cakes to the militaries and hunters. A single bullet laced with this stuff could effectively cause any Grimm shot with it to break down from destabilization. Against hordes where the number of Grimm is the biggest problem, this was a game changer, as people would need to waste far fewer resources to quickly deal with the threat. Chapter 170. While the machines were analyzing the chemical components of the Grimm poison, Leon sneakily returned the divine artifact back where he got it. It was laughably easy for him, as all he had to do was use an infernal script seal to turn invisible and following the patrol guard when they entered the room with the box that had the artifact in it. Then while the guard left the room, just opened the chest and put the staff back where he got it from. Smooth as silk, and without anyone even noticing that for a few hours now the box was empty. Done covering his tracks, Leon returned to his lab and pulled out the schematics to his weapon, Calamity, and began to make corrections based on the knowledge he currently had as well as the new materials. Leon had noticed after the fight with Cinder that his weapon was starting to take structural damage from his strength and knew he needed a better weapon. Unfortunately, there was no familia that focused on crafting, and neither was there a dungeon that spawned powerful metals to be forged. Stuck with only Remnants materials and crafting techniques, Leon was in quite the bind about how to fix this problem. Thanks to Ironwood explaining the artifact of creation's function, however, Leon had found a way to get what he needed to rebuild his weapon better than ever. The dwarf star metal was not part of this, however, as he had other plans for that, besides the fact that even at level 5 even a hair-thin edge of the stuff on his weapon would multiply its weight beyond his current strength. No, what Leon had the artifact summon was in fact the various materials with the abilities he needed for his weapon. Orichalcum from the dungeon for durability, hyper-dense carbon fiber for corrosion resistance and flexibility. There was also a few other material created based on Leon's understanding of them from other worlds such as Ebony from the Elder Scrolls universe. That material in particular nearly gave the gods watching a heart attack due to the fact that the material was in fact crystallized god blood. This meant that even if he didn't realize it, Leon was crafting a weapon with the potential to seriously harm a divine being. For Salem though, this weapon fully had the ability to reap away her life despite the curse she had. After slaving away on his equipment, Leon finally finished his weapon and couldn't help but admire the aesthetics. Much like his previous weapon, this one could switch between rifle, scythe and spear. The difference however came from the coloration of it, as while the other was plain gray in color, this one had a black blade with hints of gray in the otherwise greenish bronze handle. He didn't give it any of the sharp spikes or grim mask however, since he felt that he no longer required those. This new weapon was considerably heavier than the old one, but to Leon this weight was still usable. All of the gods looked between Leon and Alex while mentally making comparisons to see if creating horrible weapons was where the similarities ended or if there were more. While the design of Leon's weapon was reasonable, the materials he used for it were anything but, while Alex's weapon was about as over the top as it gets, with also having multiple forms. Buster sword, long sword, rifle and cannon were the forms of Alex's weapon, which when paired with its materials was broken beyond belief. Leon was satisfied with his new weapon and decided to take a short week-long break to relax while the new city was built. He did too, as the only time someone bothered him during this time was when the chemical analysis of the Grim poison was finished. For the next couple months Leon spent most of his time killing the Grim that were lured to Vale by the artifact's aura. In this time the city had been completed and filled up with the people from Atlas. There was one irritating problem that had cropped up however, as many people from Atlas were under the impression that they were now a part of the Vale Kingdom. Chapter 171. This gave Leon a headache, since technically this wasn't true even if he had sort of taken it over. The problem that arose from this situation was that the people of Atlas, as grateful as they were, didn't want to be under another kingdom's rule. Leon couldn't exactly come out in the open and explain that rather than being under another kingdom they were under him alone, since that would be even worse. In the end Ironwood had to show up and make a public speech telling everyone that Atlas was still under its own rule, but that unlike before they have to share the resources of the land with Vale. This assuaged some, while others were now bothered by the fact that they actually had to play nice with at least one other kingdom. Ironically, despite needing to share resources, the trading between the two cities had never been better. What was once a nearly several week-long trip now merely took a few hours to complete. While the unique products of Atlas took a while to get back in full production, once it did, neither group of people had ever prospered more. Leon of course still played secret dictator in the new city with his fingers in almost every pie regardless of size. It wasn't all bad news when it came to starting from scratch for Atlas however, as the city had fully converted onto the path of science and discovery like they would have eventually done in their previous location. Pietro Polendina was honestly like a fish in water at this change of direction, since he was a scientist to begin with. The man soon went on to teach at the new Atlas Academy as the robotics professor alongside Penny, his self-made daughter. He never revealed that she was actually a robot, and no one actually realized it either, thanks to him getting Leon's help to upgrade Penny to the point it was nearly impossible to tell she wasn't human. Leon had gotten to know Pietro fairly well during this time due to the man's constant badgering in regards to the stupidly advanced tech that Leon had weaseled away in his lab. There was more than a few times Leon had to keep the man from telling the world that Leon was actually only giving them his mediocre tech. Yes, Leon had spacefaring type tech just lying around in his lab, including a material printer that took in raw materials and atomically rearranged them into the desired shape before spitting them out. Basically Leon could 3D print anything using any type of material he felt like, including a functional gun made of grass. This was just one amongst the countless other things he had stored away and out of reach. Pietro had only seen the more mundane stuff that Leon couldn't be bothered to hide when he was around, and he knew it. Still, he kept his word and didn't spill the beans, since Leon kept his and basically made Penny a real girl. At the end of this time of transition however came a very tense meeting with Salem herself, who had sent one of her people to set the meeting up with Leon. The room was tense as Ironwood, Leon and Salem sat at a table in a local restaurant in Vale. It had been agreed upon that they would be having the meeting in an area that was rather public to prevent any hostilities from being shown. Salem was the one who made this arrangement, since she was frankly at a big disadvantage in this situation. Leon took the opportunity to closely examine Salem, much like how she herself did to him, and both were surprised by what they found. For Leon, he could see that she was stupidly ancient from the strength of her soul that nearly blinded him to look at. He had honestly assumed that a soul with that sort of power would have belonged to a god, but instead it was an immortal woman's. Beyond that, he could see how she was immortal, and it made him frown, since it was due to a ridiculously massive amount of pure life force, just like his own. Chapter 172. Beyond that however he also noticed the black corruption that was locked into equilibrium with the life force throughout her body. Appearance-wise Salem was actually fairly pretty if you ignored her eyes that were black as she had pale skin and silver hair. She had a lovely face and curvy body, even the black stripes on her skin didn't look bad at all. Salem however didn't have the Sharingan so she couldn't see the energy inside Leon but she had been cursed long enough to recognize the energy she had in herself. Leon's eyes interested her the most as she felt her grim instincts being drawn to them and their strange design had her curious. Honestly speaking the Fauna's features looked really good on Leon as they gave his handsomeness an extra devilish air. So, how are we starting this rather unplanned negotiation? Leon asked no one in particular after he was done examining Salem. I would like to have the artifact from Atlas in exchange. I can offer 200 years without my interference, Salem said calmly, but Ironwood heavily frowned at this offer. No deal. The artifact gave us many more years of peace than that, he said firmly. Salem didn't look bothered by this since she was expecting as much and her first offer was merely the opening bid, the artifact and Leon for 2,000 years, she said slightly more serious this time. Nope, I'll surpass you in power within a couple decades at most anyways so that's just a bad deal no matter how you look at it, Leon said while shaking his head in disagreement. Salem felt her eye twitch slightly when Leon mentioned surpassing her but remained calm. 4,000 years and a promise not to use the artifact against mankind in exchange for the artifact and a week of my time in which I am at your service save any attempts on my life, Leon said calmly. Ironwood was surprised by Leon's willingness to add himself into the deal, but beyond that didn't see any reason why he should object to the offer since no one was supposed to use the artifact in Atlas anyways so losing it merely hurt Ojban's agenda instead. Salem frowned at the counter offer Leon made since it was clear that he was trying to take advantage of her. For years of your time but the rest was acceptable, she said with a small smile. Leon frowned however since he assumed that she had some sort of plan for mentioning that amount of time, a month, 3 years 6 months. The two of them went back and forth spouting amounts of time to try and bring the other closer to their hoped number. In the end Leon reluctantly agreed on a year spent with her on her terms so long as his life wasn't in danger. Ironwood was just quietly sitting there watching this trade-off since he had technically gotten what he wanted regardless of what they settled on. Honestly speaking Ironwood felt this was by far the easiest negotiation he had ever been a part of since it was pretty clear that both parties involved knew exactly what they wanted from the get-go and didn't need much work to haggle out details. Most of the time neither side has an actual end goal in mind and is just trying to fleece the other until they both feel agreeable. It didn't make much sense from a logical standpoint but then again politics rarely do. 4,000 years and a promise not to use the artifact against humanity in exchange for the artifact and a year of my time during which I am at your service save in the case my life was in danger, is this correct? Leon reiterated calmly and Salem nodded. Very well then, shake my hand and the deal is sealed, he said seriously as he held out his hand. Salem shook it and, devils do, enforce the deal making it so that neither side could break faith without suffering greatly for it. Chapter 173. Salem grimaced as she felt that devils do directly anchor itself to the energy that had cursed her with immortality. Until now she had no idea what exactly this energy was but since a few of her people had made deals with Leon in the past she roughly understood it as life force since Leon explained it that way when making deals. Speaking of deals, Salem was in love with this ability of Leon since despite the drawbacks it was the single greatest loyalty guarantee she had ever seen. Dying a painful death for reneging on your side of a deal was basically the best motivator to not do that you could find. Sure, some people might not value their own lives in the face of freedom but that was the best part of the ability, it only enforced the terms of the deal so anything outside that was fine. The ability simply didn't enslave another person against their will but required consent while not under duress so they likely would break the deal to begin with. As far as Salem was concerned Leon was a walking treasure trove when all of his abilities were on display. Leon left the meeting calmly since he had a gut feeling that the next year will be very much to his advantage even if he didn't know why this was. Glenda was less okay with the situation since when Leon explained it sounded like he was abandoning Tabitha. Leon shook his head at her idea and explained that thanks to his magic he could return briefly to check up on her whenever he wanted so he would only be a bit more absent in the girl's life. Translocation was an easy thing to set up for Leon with the only reason he hadn't already being that he would need to have been to both sides of the connection before he set it up. Leon also didn't want to deal with the people constantly asking him to set up circles between cities and kingdoms for trading purposes. If he did do that then the people of the kingdoms would start to slack off when it came to hunters and that was a lethal mistake for them. If the Grimm waited long enough to gather into a massive horde and attack while the kingdoms were short-staffed with skilled hunters that was basically game over. Sure, there would be a massive boom in the economies but the long-term effects simply weren't worth it to Leon. Glenda was still upset that Leon was leaving but she couldn't use Tabitha as an excuse anymore. Leon knew why she was truly upset, but he didn't care about it since he had made it clear that he wouldn't be tied down for any real length of time. It may have seemed that way since Tabitha was born, but the truth was that he left plenty of times for days on end to train. The only reason he may have been mistaken for being tied down was that he always returned at some point to check on his businesses and daughter. Still, Leon reckoned that he would get much less chances to do this while he was with Salem, so he informed all the relevant parties. Once that was done, he had Genesis join him outside the city where Salem was waiting with her minions. Amongst which was Cinderfall and a huge man Leon didn't recognize that had several scars in his arms that seemed to be from where something had stabbed into them several times. That took less time than I had assumed it would, Salem said with a curious expression. Leon shrugged. It's not like I can't return whenever I want, so I only needed to inform my people of any prolonged absences, he said calmly. Salem raised an eyebrow at that in surprise. Oh. And how can you do such a thing? She asked with interest. I can travel between 2 points I have been to before almost instantly with little regard for distance. This means I can return during my free time, settle matters here and then go back with no problem at all, he said without hiding anything since he saw no reason to. Chapter 174. How surprising, it took me a few centuries to figure out how to do this, Salem said calmly before teleporting the entire group at once. Leon noted that unlike his method, Salem's was more rough around the edges, likely because of the structure that the Infernal script gave the spell. If you were to ask which version was more impressive, then Leon would hands down give it to Salem, however, as he was very clear what was needed to pull it off by oneself. Not only would you need a fuckton of energy, but you would also need elevation, coordinates, planetary rotation, and even splinching protection. Splinching, for those not aware, is the term for when you teleport and lose a body part in the process. When Leon first created his method of teleportation, he didn't realize this would be a problem until he arrived at his destination without his lower half. Leon immediately worked on adding protection into the spell after that incident, so he could only imagine the kind of suffering Salem had to go through to figure it out. Though he also noticed that she said it took her a few centuries to figure it out, which, if she wasn't lying, told Leon that she was actually only about as smart as RWBY. This wasn't to say this wasn't pretty good, since RWBY had skipped 2 whole years of school to join Beacon Academy that only took the cream of the crop to begin with. But compared to the monstrous level of intellect of the Sharingan enhanced level 5 Leon, this was a laughably small level of intelligence. The Falna didn't actually directly increase someone's intellect, but rather sped up how fast they could process new information and think about it. Without a perfect memory device like the Sharingan, this only showed up in adventurers as an extremely fast reaction speed and control over themselves despite their superhuman abilities that a normal mind couldn't handle. With the Sharingan, however, you have that exact same speed of thought as well as the massive stores of information that Leon had used them to memorize. Combine all these factors together with someone's innate way of thinking and you have someone with Leon's monstrous level of intellect. Leon took a moment to adjust to his surroundings, however, after the teleport, as he went from clean clear air to dusty and rotten air. Besides the ominous black castle in front of the group, Leon could only see rocky barren red landscapes all around them, along with a dark smog-filled red sky overhead and large bubbling black pools that Grim continuously crawled out of. Until now Leon had taken the term hell on earth as a figurative thing, but wherever this was apparently decided to take that very literal. There was no plants, no animals, just grim and desolation for as far as the eye could see, save for the dark castles on the side of the cliff face ahead of the group. The only positive thing about the land was the fact Leon could subtly feel his Sharingan improving passively from the moment they arrived. Much like how his prodigious hunting efforts caused his body to be tainted with the essence of Grim, which was burned as fuel by his Sharingan, this land had the dreadful stuff infused into the very air itself, and his Sharingan was greedily sucking it up. Unfortunately, the improvement was minuscule due to both the strength of his eyes as well as the small amount of the stuff in the air. Leon's eyes were unable to maintain their 3-tomo form under this stimulation and directly reverted to the Manjikyu state without his permission. This change didn't go unnoticed by Salem, who quickly put together the pieces to figure out that his eyes were the reason he didn't have any signs of the corruption anymore. She obviously had more bases than this one, but since she knew of the essence of Grim in the air, she had decided that taking Leon to this one to see if he had merely suppressed the corruption or not. Chapter 175. Is this why I feel so attracted to his eyes? Salem wondered. In the end she kept her questions to herself, since she had an entire year to try and extract Leon's secrets. Leon watched as Salem sent her people off before leading him into the castle to show him around. She had a good poker face, since if he hadn't seen the slight change in expression she had when his eyes changed, he wouldn't have known that she was interested in them. Two can play at this game, he thought without a single twitch on his face. The inside of the castle was rather confusing for Leon, since the ceiling was so far above them that he could have Genesis parade around without any issue. He never understood this design choice for castles or temples since without really big people or animals involved there was simply no reason for it. Salem pouted slightly when she saw how unimpressed Leon was with her castle but could only suck it up since she didn't want to create a bad impression. It had been quite a long while since she took any interest in the opposite gender, so she had a lot of trouble rationally deciding what to do. "And you will be staying here for the next year, feel free to spend the rest of the day getting it comfortable for you," Salem said before leaving Leon standing outside a wooden door with blackened iron faceting. Opening the door, Leon was surprised to see that the room was fairly barren with only a simple bed and body mirror in the entire thing. Clearly this room wasn't designed with guest in mind, he thought as he walked into the room while carefully looking for spying devices. There weren't any, so Leon wasted no time at all sprucing up the place with a new bed, a dresser, some tapestries depicting him beating the wyvern to death and a fuzzy rug across the whole floor that was bright pink just to fuck with anyone who might come snooping while he was away. Leon also enchanted the body mirror while he was at it to not show reflections but one's truest self. For Leon that was unsurprisingly a version of himself covered in blood sitting on a throne of bones situated at the top of a mountain with his vision fixated on the sky above. Leon wasn't flustered at the image shown to him since he had already seen it before and knew that if it helped him reach his goal he would sacrifice everything. A few hours later Salem came to invite Leon to dinner but couldn't stop her face from twitching slightly when she saw the decorations of the room when Leon opened the door. Salem was never big on flamboyant things and was always more interested in darker, more restrained themes, so the explosion of hot pink that greeted her eyes bothered her. Leon merely smirked at the woman before following her to the dining area. The meal wasn't anything special as it was basically a Thanksgiving dinner from Earth, not that Leon was going to complain because he was quite hungry. The food was cooked perfectly, which wasn't that hard to believe since Leon saw the kitchen full of chefs earlier during the tour. Leon got a few stares from the few minions Salem had eating with them as he moved his hands at superhuman speeds to eat as much as possible in short order. Normal food barely had enough calories to fuel his body when he wasn't active, so he tended to eat large amounts as a result. In order to prevent this, Leon usually summoned Sea King flesh from the world of One Piece due to its extremely nutrient-rich properties. No one said anything about his ravenous consumption, however, since most of them assumed such a powerful physique required a large amount of fuel. Cinder tried to copy Leon with her own increase in consumption but failed pretty fast as she got full since her metabolism wasn't fast enough to burn through the food like Leon's. The most disturbing part, however, for everyone was when the bones of the turkey weren't even spared from being eaten. Chapter 176. Normally eating bones like this would result in not so pleasant consequences, but Leon's body was like a furnace in that it burned whatever was thrown into it. Once the meal was over, Leon was excused to go back to his room for the evening. The next day started with breakfast before Leon was given permission to explore the surroundings. He left the castle and shot into the sky with his wings to take in the most information he could about the surroundings. His face lit up with joy when he saw the sheer amount of Grimm everywhere. To call it a horde would be the greatest of understatements. Millions of Grimm just wandering around for as far as Leon could see filled his vision. Salem was not at all surprised when she saw the excited expression on Leon's face since she was well aware of his bloodlust. Leon didn't even ask for permission before he summoned his Susanoo and began to reap the lives of the Grimm with wanton abandon. Even though most of them were the weak versions of any particular type of Grimm, their sheer numbers gave Leon massive amounts of life force and EXP. An entire day of non-stop slaughter later and Leon had tripled the size of the life force crystal in his storage area and harvested enough EXP to cause his stats to jump up by 50 points each. Keep in mind that at his current level he needed crazy amounts of low-quality EXP to add even a single point into his stats. Salem and Cinder were both able to feel the small spike in his power when he called it a day and returned to the castle. They were horrified at the speed he had improved after arriving here. Leon was just happy to be able to feel his power increase noticeably thanks to his effort and paid no attention to the two women's expressions. "So Leon, did you enjoy your first real day here?" Salem asked over dinner. "Yes, it's been quite a while since I could feel myself growing at such a rate," he said after pausing his ravenous consumption of food. "How does that work anyways?" she pressed, still sounding casual. "It's not some big secret. No reason for all the mind games. My semblance lets me take the life force of the things I kill and convert it into my own power," Leon said casually while calling her out. Salem chuckled at Leon pointing up what she was doing with a satisfied feeling in her chest. It had been a long time since Salem had been disregarded like that by someone actually worthy of doing it. Most of the time anyone like that was cautious of her by this point due to her being the most powerful person alive that wasn't a god. Sure, Salem knew that Leon's immortality made him care little about others' opinions even if they are more powerful than himself, but it was still a refreshing change of pace. "I must admit that I'm quite jealous since for most people hard work will only take them so far and yet you've broken into the level of maidens thanks to it," Salem said flatteringly. Leon smirked at her since he could tell that she was buttering him up, though for what purpose he could only guess. He wasn't blind or ignorant enough to not notice the lustful gazes she sent him when she thought he wasn't looking, but considering that he caused a lot of women to give him the same looks, he ignored it. Leon was narcissistic or anything. He was self-aware enough however to realize that he was very attractive to women thanks to his physique and naturally good looks. He actually found it funny how despite lusting after him very few women have the courage to act on those impulses due to Glenda being publicly thought to be with him. This wasn't actually true however, since he merely accepted the free booty calls and the unfortunate repercussion that came from them called Tabitha. He loved his daughter, but Leon knew that when put against his ambitions she would always come second. Chapter 177. Chapter 178. Leon was surprised to see that Cinder asked him for a spar after dinner was over, and Salem backed up that request, making him sigh since as per his side of the deal he had to do it. What he didn't do however was state how battles between maiden-level forces should be conducted, unlike what he did with Winter. As a result, Leon quickly overwhelmed Cinder with his all-out attacks, ending the spar in no time at all. Both Salem and Cinder were left in shock at how easily he dispatched her, and after thinking back on it realized that the only reason he hadn't killed Cinder at Atlas was because he kept getting interrupted. "Kinda intense, isn't he?" Ruby asked from the divine realm far from the planet. Alex laughed. "Oh yeah, he might seem playful most of the time, but every step he takes serves to bring him ever closer to his goal," he said with a smile. "If half those adventurers in Ororio had this sort of drive, there'd be many more high-leveled individuals," Freya said with a disappointed sigh. "It's one of the reasons Earth is a treasure trove of potential. There are so many people there who merely need the opportunity to become something more than human to reach impossible heights," Alex said honestly. Leon meanwhile had turned in for the night so that he could go grim hunting in the morning, but that plan quickly fell through. Salem told him he needed to spar with Cinder at least once a day and that he was only allowed to hunt the grim once per week. As much as he hated being forced to slow down his improvement, he was bound by the deal to obey. He made a point to ignore the attempts at seduction Salem was slowly trying as well, out of spite, even if he was ever so slightly interested in ringing her bell. Leon had never said he was a morally perfect person to resist the temptations put before him, merely that he wasn't a right evil bastard. It was small things really, like perfumes and revealing outfits, as well as making sure he got an eyeful whenever possible. Leon was honestly speechless at how straightforward her seduction strategies were, considering how long she had to perfect them. He would have been much less surprised if he knew that despite her great age Salem had never actually tried to seduce anyone before, and as a result was a complete amateur at it. The most Salem knew about the subject was that men love to see skin and be flattered. It was honestly rather funny really, since despite seeing Salem's attempts none of her minions were going to give her any advice on the subject. A month quickly passed like this, with Leon sparring with the rapidly improving Cinder and killing millions of Grim at the start of every week, all while not showing any outward interest in Salem despite her best attempts. A few times Leon briefly popped over to Vale to check on things and exhaust Glenda with some enthusiastic bedroom gymnastics. Salem knew about these short trips of his that usually only lasted 2 or 3 hours, but she couldn't really say anything since Leon had told her he was going to do it. Halfway through the second month, Salem just decided to drop the formalities and snuck into Leon's room at night naked. Leon decided to mess with her, and rather than ravishing her he simply used her as a body pillow, which worked out surprisingly well since she was very soft. To say that Salem was frustrated at the lack of interest in her body would be a massive understatement. She had even taken out her anger on the Grim just minding their business outside the castle with her magic, much to their confusion. She had finally gotten her sex drive going again, only for her to be left unfulfilled by the target of her desires, leaving her in a poor mood. The gods watching this found it hysterical, as it was the best entertainment they could possibly want. Chapter 179. Time flew past for the world, and a few things had happened during this time that needed to be mentioned. The first was that Salem had finally got laid 6 months in and had drastically mellowed out as a result. This happened mostly because Leon got bored of denying her, and because the longer he did so the more aggressive she became. It was so bad that he was practically being commanded to go get her items from places he's never even heard of from across the globe that she immediately threw away. It was impressive that he had even lasted 6 months under such treatment without killing anyone. Then again, most of Salem's minions had mysteriously vanished once Salem showed signs of being pent up. The second thing was that Cinder had grown into the combat strength of a maiden perfectly during this year, letting her barely keep up with Leon if he only fought with his magic. Living in the same place as Leon for an entire year had also removed most of Cinder's hatred of him. Though to be fair, it helped that she had inflicted serious injuries on him during their spars, even if he just regenerated from them. The third thing was that Leon's stats jumped from the lower end of level 5 all the way up to the peak of it at SSS 1500 in all of his stats. The reason for this massive leap was due to the fact that even if it was low quality and only harvested once a week, Leon was practically drowning in EXP and life force he could pump into his stats. The stat gain may have drastically increased as his stats went up, but Leon simply had far too much EXP at his disposal since he was literally in the birthplace of the grim race that spawned thousands of them every single day. The fourth thing that was of interest was that Tabitha had spoken her first word and had gotten Ironwood beaten up by Glenda since it was bastard. Apparently the man couldn't stop himself from saying that word in the regular conversations he had with Glenda about Leon, and Tabitha had picked up the word. Leon was rolling on the floor laughing as tears went down his face when he heard this story. Glenda was far from amused, however, that her child's first word was a curse directed at her father. The fifth thing that had happened was that the full story of what exactly had happened between Salem and Ojban in the past was revealed. The story was plain stupid in Leon's opinion, as what it boiled down to was that due to Salem's extreme love of her husband, she had sought out the at the time still present gods to have him brought back to life. The god of light and life said no, since it fucked with the balance of life and death, which even Leon could agree with. Rather than understanding this and mourning her loss like a normal person, however, Salem cursed at the god before taking drastic measures and seeking out the other god on Remnant, the god of darkness and destruction. She then tricked said god into bringing Ojban back, but this caused a big fight between the two gods, who quickly figured out that Salem had turned them against each other and cursed her to walk the world forever without her husband. She then still didn't accept her failure and turned all of the human race at that time against the gods. The gods got pissed at this, for good reason, and killed off the entire world before leaving an empty Remnant and Salem behind. Later the god of light sent Ojban into his first incarnation with a mission to prove that humanity was capable of working together before bringing the artifacts together and summoning the gods back. Ozma decided to find Salem, who was corrupted by that point, and ignore his mission to rekindle his old flame. But of course, when Salem's destructive corruption reared its head, Ojban fucked up and killed all their children before turning against Salem, who has devoted herself to ruining all his efforts since then. Chapter 180. What did this mean for Leon, you may be asking? Not a damn thing. Your whole feud with the Ojban was pointless, he said angrily towards Salem. Rather than fuck over literally every other person on the planet, you could have just killed off each of his incarnations after copious amounts of torture until he lost the will to do anything. Leon shot into the sky with his hell flames after venting at Salem. All the terrible things that Salem had done in the past stemmed from her failed marriage to Ojban. The worst part as far as Leon was concerned was that he couldn't kill either of them to put an end to it. It was funny how Leon's answer to most problems was violence, but in this particular case violence, no matter how much, simply didn't work. He attacks Ojban and the man just incarnates again, whereas for Salem it's even worse because unlike Leon himself, her source of life force keeping her alive was literally infinite. If it was normal life force keeping her alive, he would just separate it from her with a seal, but since it came from a literal god, it was beyond the scope of his abilities. Leon was pissed at how powerless he was at the situation, since nothing he could do would change anything. Contrary to what he thought, Salem was very worried about Leon attacking her, since over the past year he went from strong but not a threat to just below her in terms of power, with a weapon that made her instincts scream at her. Leon's weapon was made with a blade of literal divine blood that had crystallized, making it more than capable of permanently ending her. Salem didn't argue with Leon earlier since he wasn't technically wrong, but she simply hadn't thought about it. Leon shot through the desolate land, ignoring all the weak Grimm, since he had a target in mind to vent his frustrations on. Thanks to this place being the birthplace of the Grimm, along with the fact some of them never left the area, meant that there was in fact some extremely ancient Grimm located here. One such example of Leon's target that he named Hexus, based off his favorite Disney villain. This Grimm was similar in body shape to that of an octopus, with its body consisting mostly of a hard Grimm skull mask with 3 eyes and 7 tentacles that it used to move. The original size of this Grimm was very small, at barely the size of a large dog, but this particular specimen had gotten way bigger from surviving so long. Hexus had tentacles the width of a redwood and the length to match it, while the main body was close to the size of a baseball stadium. The reason Leon chose this ancient Grimm in particular was that this one, despite being massive and extremely dangerous, had an ability that made it truly challenging to fight: fusion. This species of Grimm could grab other Grimm and fuse them together with itself as well as other Grimm in order to create a much more powerful creature. Hexus, for example, had fused an ancient King Taijutsu, an ancient Beowulf, an ancient Ursa and an ancient Apathy, making it beyond dangerous. The Apathy dulled one's reactions while the other 3 attacked with powerful physical attacks at different speeds. Combined they made Hexus a true challenge for Leon, and that was what he needed to level up to 6. Leon could only grit his teeth as he approached Hexus and entered the range of the Apathy's power, making him lethargic. Rohair, the other fused Grimm, roared at Leon, but he ignored them before throwing a spear of hell flame at the Apathy. Hexus wasn't just going to roll over and die, so it moved the apathy out of the way before attacking with the other three. The King Taijutsu was fast, the Beowulf was average and the Ursa was slow, making Leon struggle to handle all three at once. He was able to handle one of the three, but the other two would always get him with their discordant speeds. Chapter 181. Leon found himself ripped apart more and more as the fight raged on, as he was having trouble adapting to the various different speeds. Against most enemies Leon wouldn't be having this much trouble since he merely needed to adapt to a single tempo, but this time there were three completely different ones. Even using Kami no Keshin wasn't helping him much since the combined power of 4 ancient Grimm damaged him through it. Leon refused to escape, however, as a true challenge was exactly what he wanted when he came here, and he knew he could do this. Soon, however, Leon finally adapted to the speed of the three attacking forces and launched his counter-attack. Hellflame blasted out of his back, pushing him forward while also slightly damaging the King Taijutsu that was attacking from behind him. Hexus was caught unprepared for this sudden shift in momentum and paid for it as Leon speared the Ursa attacker in the head, reducing its combat power drastically. A pulse of power hit Leon from the apathy, slowing him down long enough for the Beowulf to slam him into the ground. Still, Leon recovered and continued his assault on Hexus with brutal efficiency, slowly chipping it down until eventually it breathed its last as Leon bisected it with his scythe form. Leon laughed madly as the massive influx of life force and high-quality EXP flowed into him from the dissipating corpse. He finally had what he needed to level up and close the gap between himself and his goal of being the strongest person on Remnant. The most unfortunate thing about this victory in his opinion, however, was that this was also the final challenge he could ever use to level up via combat. "Now I need to find me a good place to level up," Leon said to no one in particular as he stood in a thoughtful pose as he searched through his memory for a good spot. Soon he found one that was perfect and grinned before vanishing in a circle of infernal script. In the next moment Leon found himself in the very same woods that he had hunted an Alpha Ursa so very long ago. Leon thought it was only fitting that his last combat level up happened in the same place as his first, which is why he came here. Without hesitation Leon pumped all of the EXP he had on hand into his Falna while hoping for something good beyond his next developmental ability that he had already chosen. Leon felt his back heat up before the heat spread throughout his body, at which point he cooled down again, signaling that the level up was over. Leon immediately opened his status to see what had changed this time with an excited look. Name, Vermilion Drake. Race, Faunus, horned ape/tailed bat. Level, 6. Strength, 25 Endurance, 25 Agility, 25 Dexterity, 25 Magic, 25 Developmental skills, Lancer, Scyther, Artillerist, Sealer, Mage. Magics, Manjityu Sharingan, left, Kami no Keshin, right, Rakurai, Semblance, Greater Vampire, Hellfire, Infernal Script, Penance, the power of hell to purify those within it through their suffering all the way to the core of their souls. Skills, Devil's Due, Infernal Script. Leon couldn't help but feel conflicted about the new mage he got, not only because of its fairly long activation chant but also because the chant basically tells him what the magic does. Purifying those it was used on in exchange for a large amount of suffering on their part made it the single most twisted healing spell he had ever heard of. He was left at a loss, however, as with this magic he completed all the stereotypes of the devil he had sought to become. There was nothing left for him to obtain along this path, and as a result he was for the first time in a long time lost as to where to go from here. At first he thought that maybe he could go down the opposite path as an angle, but every part of him rejected this idea. He teleported back to the desolate lands while still lost in thought, not even realizing that Salem had noticed the change in him immediately and was horrified because he had actually gotten on the same level as her. Chapter 182. He wasn't equal to her yet since she just barely qualified as a peak level 6, but it was only a matter of time before he reached her. Salem's mind raced as the corrupted thinking made her immediately turn her thoughts towards violence, but logic told her that killing Leon was now impossible. Even if she overpowered him by a good amount, she didn't have any method to keep him from escaping. The stronger someone was, the harder it became to contain them, and Salem had never tried to figure out how to trap someone on her level before leaving her ill-prepared. The worst part in her opinion was that even if she devoted her time to figuring out how to do so, by the time she did, Leon might have made it useless as he had already grown beyond that point. Salem hoped that the sex would make Leon hesitant to try and get rid of her. At the very least all of these thoughts vanished with what Leon said, however. "I can get rid of your corruption now," he said seriously. Salem's mind just stopped entirely when he said this due to the sheer absurdity of it. The corruption was both the greatest power she possessed as well as her greatest regret because of what it cost her. Thanks to it she was queen of the Grimm and could control them easily, but at the same time she was not blind to the effect it had on her thoughts and actions. She had tried to get rid of it before periodically throughout history but had only ever been successful in suppressing its influence rather than removing it. If she wasn't extremely aware that Leon doesn't lie about things like this, she would have thought him trying to trick her. Good, so now that you are not thinking about ways to murder me in my sleep, which I could tell you totally were, it's time to share the bad news, Leon said, and Salem stiffened. The process for clearing out that corruption is going to hurt like nothing you have likely ever experienced. The good news, however, is that it's not possible to kill anyone with this method, which I am willing to prove since your paranoid self is likely thinking that this is too good to be true, Leon said, enjoying the rapidly fluctuating expressions on Salem's face as she struggles to process this information. How exactly do you expect to prove this? Salem finally asked after 5 whole minutes of silence. Thanks to the essence of Grimm in the air of this place, the people who have lived here for an extended period of time have a hefty amount of corruption in them. I will simply let you choose one from amongst them to be purified. Personally, I'd love to subject Tyrion to the process due to the agony it causes, but in the end the choice is yours, Leon said calmly. Is it truly that bad? Salem asked in surprise, because she was very much aware that the only reason Tyrion hadn't been tortured on a daily basis by Leon during this past year was because Leon had the self-restraint not to endanger the treaty over his own wants. It was actually one of the traits she admired about Leon, his willingness to temporarily restrain his own desires to keep the big picture in mind. I suppose the castle guard's maid would do for a test since she has been here the longest, Salem said without any care for her servant. Leon wasn't even surprised about the maid being mentioned since, contrary to what one may assume, Salem didn't have a single non-combat person in her arsenal. Yes, the maid in question is a highly skilled fighter due to being trained by Salem personally from a young age in everything from assassination to battle strategy. Part of this training apparently included torture resistance, which meant that Salem could use the maid's reaction to being purified to gauge how bad the pain was. The maid is trained to be absolutely loyal to Salem, so she didn't even flinch when Salem called her and told her what was going to happen. Chapter 183. Leon didn't say anything about Salem's choice since it would be pointless, but did double-check that the maid had a good amount of corruption in her body. While anyone with eyes could see the black marks and dark eyes, Leon needed a rough understanding of exactly how much corruption he needed to clear out. You should probably lay down, this is going to hurt a lot, he said seriously, and the maid wasted no time at all doing so. The power of hell to purify those within it through their suffering all the way to the core of their souls, penance. Leon activated the spell, causing a bright glow similar to hell fire to radiate from the maid. Immediately the maid's whole body locked up as her eyes rolled back in her head while black smoke rose out of her pores. The process was fairly fast, taking only 3 minutes to finish according to his Sharingan, at which point he cut off the spell. As soon as he did so, the maid began letting out horrifying screams as if she was being tortured after the spell was over. 9 minutes later she finally stopped screaming, even if it was barely audible due to her overworked vocal cords. As you can see, she's still alive and is now free of the corruption, but had suffered greatly in exchange, Leon said calmly. Why did it seem like she was in pain much longer than the spell was active? Salem asked warily. From what I can tell, the spell first purifies the target and then inflicts suffering on them for about 3 times the duration of the spell after that, Leon said with a shrug. It may be best used in small bursts to flush out a person's system rather than all at once like this. In most cases, he added seriously. In most cases? What is the exception? Salem asked seriously, since she had a sneaking suspicion that Leon confirmed. You are, he said with a sigh. Right now you have so much of that stuff in you that it would be better to do one extremely long period of suffering rather than a bunch of short ones. You naturally have a choice in the matter, but I suggest getting it over with as soon as possible. Think it over, Leon said before walking away to go back to his room. Salem was left looking at Leon's back with a conflicted expression, but didn't chase after him since she couldn't afford the distraction from her thoughts. It was only when the maid awoke that she was broken out of her thoughts an hour later. The maid stared at the lack of black stripes on her skin in amazement for a moment before Salem commanded her to report her experience in as much detail as possible. It was warm and comfortable at first, as I felt like I was becoming lighter, but then there was so much pain, the maid shivered from the memory. Salem dismissed the maid, who hurriedly left the area to get back to her duties in hopes of forgetting the whole event. Clearly the pain isn't the type that sends its victims into madness, but Leon wouldn't lie about how bad it is, so what am I missing? She thought with a frown. It's possible that it is meant to be right at the cusp of what could cause madness, but that would mean the spell is aware of what that point is, which is hard to believe. She thought, confused at why she couldn't understand what was different about the spell Leon used compared to the normal forms of magic. I need another test to get more experience first before I commit, Salem decided cautiously. She even decided to let Leon use the spell on Tyrion, since it would both make him happy while letting her gauge the spell's effects on someone who is already insane. I'll bring it up tomorrow, but for now I could use some relaxation, she thought with a faint blush before rushing off to find Leon for some less than kid-friendly activities. Chapter 184. Leon had learned an interesting little piece of information thanks to his relationships with Glenda and Salem that he wasn't 100% sure was true. As far as his experience was concerned, the powerful women on Remnant were insatiable monsters when it came to sex. It wasn't hard to figure out why either, since they tended to have high levels of endurance as well as stress, making them very hard to please if their partner wasn't a powerful man. Salem was no exception to this rule, as no matter how much he pounded her into the floor she kept coming back for more. This might be the most intense exercise I've had in ages, Leon thought jokingly as he laid out on the bed with Salem draped over his chest, dead asleep with a small content smile on her face. I'm dying of curiosity to see how different she is without that black stuff messing with her mind. He thought seriously but didn't act on that impulse without asking her first. The next morning must have been Christmas, because Salem actually gave Leon the go-ahead to purify Tyrion, much to his joy. If she noticed that he kept the spell active for longer than necessary to get rid of the black gunk in the man's system, Salem didn't say anything about it. An interesting thing that Leon discovered thanks to his needless extending of the spell was that the color of Tyrion's aura changed afterwards. It was a small amount of change, but it was immediately noticeable by Leon's Sharingan, like the man's very nature had been shifted towards good ever so slightly. Leon kept this information to himself though, because he very much doubted that Salem would agree to having the spell used on her if she knew it could directly affect souls like this. Salem learned from this experiment that the limit for the pain was capped out for all individuals regardless of mental state at just before they would be reduced to an incoherent mess. This is to say that the pain is not really more than an extremely uncomfortable amount, but not enough to really mess up anyone. As for the small stunt that Leon pulled by stalling the spell for an extra few minutes, she totally ignored it, since she knew very well that Tyrion deserved it. The man was beyond morally bankrupt, as the things he's done and took pleasure doing made even her slightly uncomfortable. Salem knew that she was no saint, but none of what she did was for pleasure. In most cases that didn't involve Ojban, it was all business. This was not to say she didn't take great pleasure ruining the things Ojban built, but those were exceptions rather than the rule. She did figure out a positive aspect to the spell, however, in the form that it would remove her weakness to the Silver-Eyed clan's powers. A week passed after that without Salem agreeing to have the spell used on her, but Leon didn't mind since he had all the time in the world. There was an entertaining event when Leon returned to Vale to check up on things, however, in the form of Ojban's new incarnation, Oscar, being present in the city. Why this was entertaining was that Ojban tried to grill Leon for falling for Salem's trickery for a good long while before Leon got tired of it and magically suppressed him. Leon had never seen Ironwood look so happy in the entire time he's known the man than during that short moment of suppression. Still, news of this event reached Salem, and she finally consented to be purified under Leon's spell in exchange for another month of his time, which he agreed to. Leon had no reason not to, after all, since this place was a veritable treasure with the vast amount of EXP he earned once a week. The spell was used on Salem, and Leon was left rather speechless as the entire room was filled with black grim essence smoke which his Sharingan greedily sucked up. The sheer volume of the stuff, however, made his eyes ache from the rapid improvement they underwent after using it as fuel for their growth. Chapter 185. There was so much grim essence that as his Manjikyu devoured and burned it as fuel for growth, the pattern in his eyes began to slowly but surely shift. The 4 black dots that made up Leon Manjikyu rotated slightly as the center pupil started to grow 4 points in the cardinal direction. Unfortunately, before this transformation could actually finish, the amount of grim essence smoke coming from Salem stopped. It had taken much longer for Salem to be purified than both of the other two combined at a whole 20 minutes. Leon could only grimace at this, since if the pattern held, this meant Salem would need to endure suffering for an entire hour. Without the influence of the grim essence, Leon was surprised to note that Salem turned much more attractive than before. She now had a pale but slightly tan skin tone, and even though her hair was still gray, it was now shiny and eye-catching like silver. The black striations were also completely absent from her body, so now she simply looked like a fairly normal woman rather than having the sort of eldritch vibe she gave off beforehand. The pattern did hold, by the way, as Salem spent the next hour gritting her teeth and clenching her fist from the pain. Leon wasn't surprised at how strong her willpower was, considering how she maintained her sanity for so long despite being a normal person before getting cursed with immortality. Contrary to what many would say, Salem had not actually started performing cruel acts until Ojban betrayed her while killing their children, who she still grieves for, by the way. In fact, according to the true story, after she failed to get him back originally, she actually made a small hut far from anyone to be alone for millennia. Leon knew that if Salem lost her edge because of this purification, he may need to kill off most of her people who only served her because she was the strongest person with goals that aligned with their own. Cinder may in fact fall in this category, as Leon had gotten a very good read of the girl's personality in this last year. Cinder was a ruthlessly ambitious individual who originally came under Salem in order to fulfill that ambition, which she partially did by stealing a maiden's power. Tyrion might go either way to be honest, since he practically worshipped the ground Salem walked on before this, but considering how twisted his mind is, it was difficult to gauge him. The maid was safe however, since she was absolutely loyal to Salem in the same way a good dog might be. Still, none of that matters until Salem finishes her suffering and awakens, he thought, shaking his head to clear his mind. Once an hour passed, Salem stopped showing signs of pain, and it was now a matter of waiting for her to wake up now. The stress of being tortured for an entire hour had clearly exhausted Salem, so Leon gently picked her up and carried her to his room to rest. It was an unusual feeling for Salem when she was getting purified, like some unknown weight had been lifted off her shoulders. She knew that this feeling wouldn't last and that an old friend of hers was going to visit her after it ended. Indeed, just as it was expected, pain flared up throughout her whole body and even soul. She resisted its effects fairly easily, since she was all too familiar with pain thanks to the uncountable amount of times she tried to end her life. Yes, it was stated by the genie of the artifact of knowledge when telling Ojban's story that Salem had sought to end her life by any means necessary. She of course tried poisons, weapons, drowning, burning, dismemberment, jumping into a volcano, freezing in a blizzard, and when nothing worked she thought that since the god of light's power was what fueled her curse, she would use his brothers to break it, hurling herself into a grim pool. This was the origin of her terrible corruption, and without it no one knew what she would be like anymore, not even her. Chapter 186. When Salem finally woke up, she was pleasantly surprised to notice that her first thoughts weren't about death and chaos. She honestly couldn't remember the last time she had not woken up with a mind full of those ideas. "Oh good, you're up," Leon said from next to her on the bed. "How long was I asleep?" Salem asked while yawning and stretching. "Not too long, merely a century and some," he said, causally causing her to freeze. What? Was it really that long? She asked, horrified, but got mad when she saw the smirk on Leon's face. "That's not funny at all, Leon," she said angrily while pounding on his chest with her hands. Leon didn't try to stop her, since she wasn't actually trying to hurt him, merely venting a little. "In truth, it's only been about a day, probably because you had a lot of that stuff in you, almost like you dived into a pool of it or something," he said teasingly. Salem blushed in embarrassment. "It seemed like a good idea at the time," she said defensively. Leon chuckled. "Maybe if you hadn't neglected a tiny little detail in the wording the gods used when they cursed you. They said 'we curse you, not I curse you,'" he explained with a shrug. Salem froze when she heard this and fell into thought before growing angry. "How did I not realize that sooner?" she said, visibly upset at the suffering she went into by not paying attention to the choice of words involved in her curse. "To be fair, it was a very stressful situation at the time you got your curse, so you can be forgiven for not remembering such a small detail. Honestly, I myself wouldn't have figured it out without being told word for word of the story by R.W.B. after she returned to Vale," Leon said comfortingly. "It's strange how hard it is to control my emotions right now," Salem said with tears in her eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, that goo likely suppressed all of your emotions besides the negative ones, and now that it's gone you are likely very rusty at controlling these ones," Leon said after hearing what she said. Time passed after that, and another month came and went with several things happening during that time. First was that Tyrion decided that Leon broke his goddess and attacked, which ended with the serial killer as a pile of ashes. The second was that without Salem ruling over them, the grim around the castle turned very hostile to the people living there. Leon had no problem setting up a barrier around the castle to keep them away, but he needed to clear them out every day since they gathered nearby while trying to breach the barrier. This plus his weekly hunt let Leon quickly raise his stats thanks to the absolute fuckton of EXP he got. By quick, this is to say for a level 6, since after the month his stats had rose to H rank from the start of I rank. The third thing that happened was that Ojban had personally came to verify if Salem had been purified when Leon had taken her out on the town in Vale on her wish. The meeting of exes was frankly rather funny, as Ojban tried to act manipulative by playing on Salem's old emotions only for her to completely ignore his existence. This was one of the biggest changes in Salem's personality after being cleansed. She chose to drop her grudge against Ojban, since he, much like her, was just another victim of the gods' cruelty. That single change in thoughts caused the twin gods the most anger out of all of her long lifespan's actions, simply because with it Ojban completely gave up on living and sealed himself away in Oscar permanently. Why this made them angry was because no one besides Ojban, Leon, and Salem were capable of using the artifacts to bring them back to Remnant, basically meaning they had been perma-banned from their own world. Alex couldn't help but feel bad for them, since he honestly hadn't expected Leon to take this route, even if it was technically one of the best for the world. Chapter 187. Time passed by for Leon after that, as he soon surpassed Salem in power and skill, placing him at his goal, the pinnacle of the mortal realm. He didn't stop improving after that though, and steadily pushed himself ever onwards, even though his power slowed to a snail's crawl, with decades coming and going before he even rose a single letter rank. In this time Leon watched his daughter grow up into a powerful woman in her own right as she chased after her father's shadow. Tabitha's semblance proved to also keep her young for much longer than a normal person might, but unfortunately didn't give her her father's immortality. She lived to the ripe old age of 672 years old before peacefully passing in her sleep. Interestingly enough, she bore 12 children in her long life who each inherited her semblance as well as their clan progenitor's special eyes. Leon mourned his lost loved ones in his own way but never fell into the depression of immortality thanks to Salem's constant comforting presence in his life. Those 12 children each started families of their own and multiple children who had the bloody rain semblance and Sharingan of their clan. The Drake clan was the most powerful and respected clan in the world due to both their power and the shadow presence of the progenitor who vanished from the public eye but kept an eye on them even still. Stories still came in every now and then from far away from the cities of the dreaded dragon Genesis being spotted flying, but none of the Drake have ever found their progenitor or his famed familiar when people were sent to verify these stories. Leon watched over the world from the background with Salem for millennia until his effort finally paid off and he ascended to divinity whilst freeing her from her immortality to join him, since her soul had long sublimated to the point of divinity but had been trapped in an immortal body. The end.